Chapter 241 The Devil comes to the world and Kuiping is captured. Rumble. Rumble. In the secret training room, a loud roar like thunder sounded. Luli closed his eyes slightly, and sat cross-legged in the middle of the formation. His whole body was filled with colorful poisonous gas. Sudden. A pop sound. Like a cork being pulled out of a bottle. An astonishing aura erupted from Luli's body. And he suddenly broke through. Golden Elixir second floor. It's less than half a month since I just broke through the Golden Elixir. It's not in vain that I worked hard and finally broke through to the second level of the Golden Elixir. Luli opened his eyes. And a ray of light shot out of his eyes. Feel it a little bit. His Golden Elixir mana has increased by as much as 100 flower streams. Reached 200 flower streams. Directly doubled. In this way, the third level of Golden Elixir should be 300 flower streams. And the fourth level of Golden Elixir should be 400 flower streams. After cultivating the Golden Elixir to perfection, you will have the mana of 1,000 flower streams. Thinking of this, Luli was excited and his eyes sparkled. Devour. Continued to break through. Without any hesitation, Luli continued to activate the Immortal Poison Sutra and swallow the green silk. At this time, hundreds of green silk threads grew out of the Jidao golden pill, growing crazily and spreading as if chemical fertilizer had been applied. The entire secret cultivation room was wrapped in green silk threads. The Poison Sutra of Immortality can't be swallowed up. Obviously, it was angry. Thousands of green threads, like iron worms or living snakes, are winding towards the land carp. This clone of the Spirit Emperor of the Abyss Spirit Clan wants to be parasitic. Luli noticed something keenly. Without any hesitation, he took out the colorful poison bead and released traces of colorful poisonous gas, filling the surrounding area. In an instant, all the entangled green threads receded, like a poisonous snake scared away by brimstone. Taking advantage of this gap, Luli used all his strength to activate the Immortal Poison Sutra. Your Immortal Poison Sutra swallowed the avatar of the Abyss Spiritual Clan Spiritual Emperor and completely refined it. The cultivation level increased greatly, and the progress increased by 50%. Congratulations to the host. The Immortal Poison Sutra has broken through to the 5th level. At this moment, the Immortal Poison Sutra rushed directly to the top of all the techniques. It has become the most powerful. All kinds of mysterious changes and perceptions washed through the sea of consciousness, like a torrent, and merged into Luli's soul. 10,000 poisonous fire thunders. Blast, blast, blast. Luli pinched the spell, gave a clear drink, and used a new spell. The surrounding colorful poisonous gas suddenly rotated violently, condensing into balls of colorful fire thunder, and exploded violently. Bang, bang, bang. Blowing to pieces the thousands of green threads entangled around it. Then, wisps of green poisonous fire, like tarsal maggots, wrapped around the broken green silk and began to burn. This is the poisonous fire condensed from the Immortal Poison Meridian, which is very vicious and cruel. If you get even the slightest trace of it, you will be burned until your magic power is exhausted. Your intestines will be torn, and you will bleed from all 7 orifices. The clone of the Spirit Emperor hidden in the green silk was also severely restrained. In the blink of an eye, it was burned to the point of retreat, and could only retreat back into the Jidao golden pill. Then, let the Immortal Poison Sutra be swallowed up and refined into the mana of the land carp. At the same time, the vitality of heaven and earth around the Yin temple surged in like ocean waves, forming a huge funnel of vitality vortex and pouring into Luli's body. His realm continues to soar. Sudden, from the crack in the Jidao golden pill, a golden light shot out, like the bright moon peeking out from the dark clouds. It instantly pierced through the colorful poisonous mist and hit Luli's eyebrows. Go straight in. Come to the sea of consciousness. Immediately, an extremely powerful and overbearing spiritual thought that suppressed the eternal sky, like a thunderous thunder, resounded through the sea of consciousness. You want to devour this emperor with your little golden elixir? Divine power is like a mountain. It's so overwhelming that people can't even think about it. However, you have a good physical body, and you have also mastered the golden elixir of the great Tao. Become my emperor's host. The terrifying existence spoke again. However, the next moment, horrifying fluctuations in spiritual thoughts spread. Is this the mantra of Buddha? Is this the blue emperor sword? Your memory. You are the lord of the extraterrestrial demons. Only a shrill scream was heard. Then, there was a ding. The system's mechanical upgrade sounded like the sound of nature, and the terrifying divine thought disappeared without a trace and ceased to exist. Boom! Lu Li's mana began to skyrocket. The forbidden land of 10,000 demon mountains. The demon god's portal stands in the sky, shining with blood for thousands of miles. The master of the Taimao sect. The deputy master of the Taimao sect. The master of the Tianjue demon sect. Yang Su. Everyone held their breath, with ecstasy in their eyes. Ahead, in the portal of the blood demon god, an extremely majestic hall of gods and demons is looming, like a mirage. However, everyone present knew that it was the demon palace of the supreme demon sect, projected from the demon world billions of time and space away. The demon envoy from the supreme demon world is about to arrive. Rumble. Sudden. There was a thunderous explosion. Above the 9 heavens, rolling thunderclouds were coming. The leader of the Taimao sect looked up and said with a cold expression, "The way of heaven appears to prevent the devil from coming. Don't worry. I have already prepared." The leader of the Tianjue demon sect wearing a bronze Yiksha mask smiled calmly. "Raise your hand." A ball of evil energy in his sleeve soared into the sky, blasted into the thundercloud, turned into a gray-white giant sword that split the sky, and cut the thundercloud into two. "Chaos Yin and Yang Evil?" The leader of Taimao sect was surprised. "It's just a chaotic Yin and Yang Evil. Not worth mentioning." The leader of the Tianjue demon sect smiled. At this moment, there was a roar. Within the demon god's portal, the looming god and demon palace began to move, crackling. It was as if layers of mirrors were shattered. That hall of gods and demons is about to break through billions of time and space and descend. Everyone present looked happy when they saw it. Boom! Almost in the blink of an eye, the extremely majestic hall of pure black gods and demons, like a giant wheel rushing out from the bottom of the sea, and like a deep space beast devouring the sun and moon, suddenly broke through endless time and space, and suddenly appeared in the bloody portal. As long as you break through the faint layer of blood on the portal, you will truly come to the world. However, the hall of gods and demons stopped. There was a boom. The next moment, the huge door of the hall, which was branded with countless demon gods, suddenly opened a gap. A pure aura of bloody demonic energy surged out. If you look carefully, you will see that there are countless mysterious and profound magic patterns shining in the blood-colored magic element. They are flying all over the sky and condense into a blood-colored sword, which is slashed gently. Tear. The bloody light on the demon god's portal was split open. Then, a slender hair-like black light shot out from the gap in the huge door of the god and demon hall, passed through the demon god's portal, and appeared in the sky above the forbidden area of 10,000 demon mountains, condensing into a ball of black light and slowly rotating. In an instant, boundless terrifying aura emanated from it, permeating the 9 heavens and 10 lands, suppressing everyone's soul, like a god and like a prison. "Meet the demon envoy!" The Taimao sect and others showed extremely enthusiastic and respectful expressions on their faces, and they all bowed and knelt down. At this moment, the black light in the sky suddenly turned and sucked in, swallowing thousands of miles of blood into it. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth has also been sucked out. A brief vacuum formed. A hurricane rose into the sky. In this hurricane, the black light fused with blood squirmed and rolled, and a strange figure condensed. Yang Su took a peek and looked surprised. This figure was a foot tall, with a faint blood glow all over his body, revealing his face. The face was pale, like the face of a patient recovering from a serious illness. There was no mouth, nose or ears on it. Only one bright, mango-sized vertical eye in 5 colors. There is also a black spiral horn on the forehead, spraying purple and black electric arcs. Boom! Suddenly, a pair of huge 10-foot pure gold wings spread out behind the bloody figure. Each wing was engraved with supreme blood-colored magic lines. The other hands, feet and feet are just like human beings. It turns out that it is such a world of heaven. It is interesting and interesting. The next moment, a hoarse voice emanated from the bloody figure. Obviously, this demon envoy has sensed the world of heaven and earth and collected basic information about this world. "Ask the magic envoy to take action and sweep across the immortal path." The leader of Taimao sect bowed solemnly. "Not urgent," the one-eyed demon envoy said slowly, raised his white hand, and flicked his fingers. Phew! A streak of blood-colored magic light shot out, split in half halfway, and was too fast to be caught. It directly wrapped around the great god-transforming power of the short old man in green robe of Taimao sect. There is also a Lianxi woman from the Tianjue demon sect wearing 5-colored clothes. The two of them were immediately tied up with bloody weapons and sealed with magic power. "Magic envoy! What are you?" The leader of Taima's sect was shocked. These two people have the aura of Taoism and Buddhism. They are undercover agents. The one-eyed demon envoy said in a hoarse voice, and shook his big hand gently. Boom. Boom. The short old man in green robe and the woman didn't even have time to scream. And they exploded into blood mist. Whoosh. In the blood mist, a ray of green light, wrapped in a ray of soul, shot out and was about to escape into the void. This clear light was actually the shadow of a jade rui. Then, at this moment, the devil's five-colored magic eyes flickered. All the blood mist, as well as the jade rui light, were pulled back and merged directly into the five-colored demon eyes of the demon envoy, completely extinguishing their souls. In the blink of an eye, the two powerful undercovers were wiped out. The leader of Taima's sect and others were surprised and happy. Huh? At this moment, the demon envoy let out a startled sound, reached out and grabbed it lightly, and pulled out a small black and white man as big as a sesame seed from the void. This is clearly the Yinyang Hunyuan Kuimping demon god art. Chapter 242, The Demon Envoy is Born. Shocking the world. Interesting. There is actually a trace of the power of the Great Law. The demon stared at the little black and white figure struggling in his palm with great interest. The voice is still very hoarse. As for the leader of the Taima sect and others, they were all left aside, treated as air. However, they did not dare to urge them. They only dared to float in the air honestly, waiting for the instructions of the demon envoy. This is the god and demon descending from the supreme demon world. The power is boundless and unfathomable. The old monster of void refining can be destroyed at the snap of a finger. If he were offended, the Taima sect would be overturned in an instant. Go ahead. At this time, the magic envoy gently raised his big hand and threw the black and white villain away. The weird thing is, the little black and white man didn't run away. He turned around and flew back, circling around the demon envoy, not even scared anymore. It's very interesting. Is this the skill that has become perfect? The demonic envoy blinked his five-colored demonic eyes, grabbed it out of thin air with his big hand, and shot out a wisp of blood-like demonic element as thin as a hair, and handed it to the little black and white man. Immediately, the little black and white man pounced on the blood-like demon element and began to nibble and devour it. Just a few blinks. This wisp of blood-like demonic element was eaten. Visible to the naked eye, the little black and white figure has grown more than a circle in size. Interesting. Interesting. As if getting something new, the demonic envoy took another ray of blood-like demonic energy and placed it in front of the little black and white man, allowing him to continue eating. The little black and white man also accepted everyone who came and continued to eat. Witnessing this scene, the leader of the Taima sect and others looked at each other, their brows furrowed, and they felt impatient. Why didn't this demon envoy take action to destroy the immortal way and sweep across the world? At this moment, the demonic envoy raised his head, cast a frightening gaze, swept over everyone, and said slowly, "You want me to take action? To wipe out the immortal way in this world?" "Yes." The leader of the Taima sect bowed solemnly. "Ask the demon envoys to take action. Sweep across the immortal way, and let this world return to the dominance of the demonic way." "Okay. It just so happens that I'm hungry after spending so much magic energy here." The demon nodded. Everyone was overjoyed when they heard this. The next moment, a monstrous bloodlight suddenly emanated from the demon envoy, rolling like a sea, covering the sky and the sun. Boom! I saw the pure gold wings behind the demon envoy suddenly waved, and the demon envoy flew into the sky, directly piercing through 10,000 layers of void, and disappeared. "Let's go! Follow the demon envoy to slaughter the immortals." The leader of the Taima sect showed a fierce look in his eyes, and demonic energy erupted all over his body. He swept up Yang Su and others, suddenly rose into the sky, swept across thousands of miles of time and space, and teleported towards the demon-slaying city. The leader of the Tianjua demon sect and others followed closely, and their laughter resounded throughout the sky. "Ha ha ha! This world belongs to our demons!" Demon-slaying city. Dang dang dang. Dang dang dang. The huge and crisp sound of the bell spread thousands of miles, and echoed over the fallen immortal valley. This is the wake-up call. Whenever the bell is heard, all the disciples of the Immortal Alliance must immediately crush the teleportation stone and return to the demon-slaying city. However, there are still some Immortal Alliance disciples continuing to fly in Wanli Canyon. "Senior Brother Chun, the summoning bell has rang. Is it really okay for us not to go back? Isn't there something wrong with this?" A young disciple wearing a star robe and having perfect foundation building asked with a frown. It's okay. Just say that we encountered the demon sect disciples and couldn't go back in time. Another middle-aged man, with the power of 7 Li Jings, waved his hands and said with a smile, There is a secret treasure here. If we find it, the 5 of us can get at least 30 high-grade spiritual stones. By then, we can't buy anything we want. Arrived? Junior brother Gene. I heard that the women of the demon race are all charming and graceful. And there are also extremely cute cat ladies, tiger ladies, and snake ladies. Don't you want them? When the young disciple heard this, his face turned red. At this time, an old man flying at low altitude 100 feet away chuckled. You two junior brothers, you are still too young. Other people's wives are the real delicacies of mountains and seas. That mountain, that sea. He. As soon as these words came out, the 5 people smiled knowingly. The air was suddenly filled with the smell of rhodium and cesium batch. Sudden, a young disciple looked up and his face changed. Brothers, look! What is that? From the sky, blood surged. The blue sky and the golden sun instantly turned into blood. An astonishing, terrifying demonic power was overwhelming. Like an overwhelming wave, rushing past violently. Bang, 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 bang. The 5-star hall disciples were blown away by the pressure on the spot and exploded into 5 bloody flowers. In an instant, blood light swept across the entire Immortal Falling Valley. All the disciples of the Immortal Alliance and the monks of the demon sect in Falling Immortal Valley were all exploded into blood mist and died on the spot. Then, the blood rolled like a sea and rushed straight into the demon-slaying city. When, accompanied by the loud ringing of the Buddhist bell, a ray of golden light rose into the sky, and in an instant, it turned into a golden wall of light, blocking the demon-slaying city for hundreds of miles. This golden light wall is made up of countless golden swastikas arranged, slowly rotating, emitting immeasurable sacred Buddha light, as bright as the scorching sun, connecting the sky above and the earth below. It is a Buddhist sutra wall with 3,000 Buddhist gates. Behind the Buddhist scripture wall, there are 3,000 Buddhist statues floating. They all look solemn, holding wooden fish, Buddhist beads, treasure bottles, vajras, and other Buddhist treasures in their hands, blooming with golden light that soared into the sky and blended into the wall of Buddhist scriptures. They chanted Buddhist sutras in unison, and the Buddha's voices gathered together, so vast and boundless that they shook the sky. Boom! The bloody light rushed in suddenly, like a stormy wave crashing onto the shore, slamming against the wall of Buddha's light sutra. Bang! There was only an explosion, like the earth was shattering. The wall of Buddhist scriptures exploded. Golden light exploded. 3,000 Buddhist masters all vomited blood and fell to the ground like dumplings. This scene shocked countless people in the Immortal Alliance. How is this possible? The Buddhist scripture wall was destroyed all at once? Impossible? No! Run away! Run away! Run away! Who is it? Who broke the wall of Buddhist scriptures? Is this the end of the world? No! We have to go back to the cave as soon as possible and destroy all the treasures of Monk Lamp and Grass. Despair, fear, horror, emotions immediately emerged from the demon-slaying city, passed through the cloud ring, and spread to the 9 immortal mountains and the western Buddhist kingdom. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, above the 9 heavens, rays of divine light shattered the sky, descended, and stood in front of the bloody light all over the sky. The first person is wearing a big red phoenix robe, holding the Tian Wang Rui in his hand. His bare feet are like frost. His black hair is like clouds. And he is stunningly beautiful. It is the leader of the Tao Alliance. Behind her, 15 powerful figures with powerful auras lined up in a row, their magic powers connected. Astonishingly, he is the head of the 9 immortal sects, master of the Fakian Temple, master of the Xiantian Temple, master of the Star Hall, head of the Tianhe Sword Sect, Saint Juan of the Great Confucian Sect. Everyone showed up. There are also the master of Shuyu Temple, Abbot Huiwu of Huayan Temple, and the 3 divine monks of Dalian Temple. This scene also spread to the entire Juxian city. Lu Li flew into the sky from the Temple of Hell, looking at the terrifying blood as rich as water in the sky. His heart was shocked. Then, through the cloud ring, he saw the Tao Alliance leader and others 100 miles away from demon-killing city. Immediately afterwards, a strange and bloody figure descended. On its right hand, there is a small black and white figure, which looks extremely familiar. It is the Yin Yang Hun Yuan Kunping demonic divine art. Chapter 243. 1 month later. All the demons came. The Yin Yang Hun Yuan Kuinping demonic divine art was caught? Luli was shocked. At the same time, I can't help but have a question. Who is this bloody figure? Are you a powerful figure in the demon world? At this moment, the leader of the Tao Alliance spoke. Her eyes were as cold as the moon. Her embroidered eyebrows were slightly furrowed. And she stared at the bloody one-eyed monster 100 miles away, with a somewhat fearful look on her face. That's right. The demon envoy blinked his 5-colored demonic eyes, and a hoarse and unpleasant voice came from his belly, resounding throughout the world. You can call me the demon envoy. As he spoke, wisps of blood filled the air, giving people a huge shock. Magic envoy? It's so unpleasant. The leader of the Tao Alliance showed no fear at all, and his voice became cold. You just killed the undercover agent of Taima Sect. Foling? I just killed 2 undercover agents, refined their physical mana and soul into demonic essence, and swallowed it into my belly. What? You? A little tribulation cultivator. Want to help them avenge themselves? The demon said dumbly. There was a hint of condescending disdain in the harsh voice. It was obvious that he did not take the leader of the Tao Alliance seriously. In fact, not even a single person took a good look at the 15 powerful figures behind the leader of the Taoist Alliance. That's right. The leader of the Tao Alliance uttered 2 words coldly. The jade hand slowly raised, and the Tian Wang ray on the palm began to emit wisps of clear light. Each ray of clear light is made up of thousands of thunderbolts, possessing unparalleled destructive power, as if tearing apart the heaven and earth. Amitabha! At the same time, behind her, the 3 divine monks from Dalian Temple chanted a Buddha's name. The figure flashed. The person disappeared in place and entered a treasure ship studded with gold, silver, pearls, agate and bodhisattva. This is the Taoist vessel enshrined in the Great Lane Temple. The treasure ship of Brahma's journey through the world. A buzzing sound. The treasure ship of Brahma's journey to the world bloomed with immeasurable Buddha light, sacred and solemn, soaring into the sky. Everyone, let's do it. If we die, we can go to H.L. together and have a companion. Immediately afterwards, the unparalleled and handsome master of Xiantian Temple smiled calmly and took a step forward. He held the wine bottle in one hand, took a sip, and sprayed it on the mahogany sword he held in the other hand. Suddenly, an astonishing momentum erupted from the peachwood sword. This is also a Taoist sword. Then, there was the mountain master of Lingwang Mountain, the master of Xingchen Palace, the saints of the Great Confucian Sect. All of them sacrificed the Taoist tools sealed by their own sects. The most surprising thing is the Taoist weapon of Master Shuiyuan. It is a 3-foot-long sword with a dark green body, slender in arc, and extremely smooth, with a few drops of dew on it. It looks like a freshly picked cucumber. In an instant, the aura of the Taoist weapon soared into the sky, vast and boundless, forming a cloud-like cloud of colorful light that resisted the demon's bloody light. Crack, crackle, crackle. The bloody light and the colorful light collided violently, shaking thousands of spaces. And it was very terrifying. Just you? The demon's 5-colored demonic eyes blinked, and his strange eyes swept over everyone. You are just a tribulation. 15 perfect bodies. And you want to stop me? Do you know what state I am in? I know your mother. Kill his mother. At this moment, the leader of Xiantian Temple gave a sharp shout, and the peachwood sword in his hand turned into a purple sword light, soared into the sky, cut through the stars, and slashed towards the demon envoy. Almost at the same time, the Brahma's world-transcending treasure ship shined brightly, and rushed out like a giant water god crashing into Mount Buzhou. It was unstoppable, and pushed across 3,000 worlds. Xiantian spirit-slaying sword! The master of Shuyu Temple gave a clear drink with the sound of nature. The cucumber Dao sword in his hand flashed with green light, and mysterious green runes flew out one after another, the size of rice grains, densely packed, condensing into a blade that was more than a foot long. The blade of the sword is green and crystal clear, with a row of strange green runes like dragons and snakes engraved on it. 5 in total. Just like that, the emerald green sword slashed out. Then, there is the Xiantian divine axe from the master of Xiantian Temple, the Xinglua chessboard from the master of the Star Hall, and the jade Ri Qingwang from the leader of the Tao Alliance. All the Taoist weapons were blasted out. Little tricks. The demonic envoy just uttered 4 words coldly, and then waved his hand, and the bloody light burst out, covering the sky and the sun, sweeping out in a mighty manner. Bang, 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 bang. Only the explosion that shattered the sky and the earth was heard. A ball of extremely bright and dazzling intensity, as blazing as the explosion of the bright sun, suddenly rose up. Then, there was a mushroom cloud of white light more than 10,000 feet high. Shock waves sweep across all directions. The sky collapsed. The ground was shattered. The walls of the demon-slaying city, that were more than 10,000 meters high, were also instantly reduced to ashes, exploding into ashes that filled the sky. All the cloud rings were annihilated at this moment, out of sight. When the cloud ring recovered again, what appeared in front of everyone was a huge pit 100,000 miles away. Countless chasms and cracks spread out like spider webs, spreading over the infinite emperor. Magma flames erupted from the ground, forming thousands of fire pillars that rose into the sky. A gap of 100,000 miles wide popped up in the huge and majestic demon-slaying city. The casualties. I don't know how many. This is just a little bit of the aftermath of the explosion. The real aftermath of the explosion has already been released into the void. Otherwise, the entire immortal falling valley will be shattered in an instant. Above the 9 heavens, the only one standing was the demon envoy, and the leader of the Tau Alliance. The other 15 powerful figures were all blown thousands of miles away and fell in the huge pit, their faces covered with blood and shock. Looking at the beautiful face of the leader of the Tau Alliance, there was even a trace of blood on his mouth. At this moment, Immortal Tao was extremely shocked. With just a wave of his hand, this demonic envoy severely injured the leader of the Tao Alliance and the 15 Immortal Alliance powerful men and drove them back. His strength was so terrifying. Despair. Everyone is desperate. On the contrary, the entire demon sect roared wildly. Ha 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 ha! The world belongs to our demon sect. Ha ha ha! Come on! Prepare to kill the immortal sect and the Buddhist sect and steal all their spiritual stones and women. Humph! Things are turning. And this time it's our turn to dominate. Jia Jia. Jia Jia. I want to take the little nun from Shuyu Temple into captivity and take revenge. There is also the leader of the Tao Alliance. We must not let him go. Disdain, pride, and wild laughter rose to the sky. Some demon sect disciples blushed and flew towards demon-slaying city. They were obviously ready to burn, kill, loot and commit all kinds of evil. The leader of the Taimao sect and others also looked happy, their eyes full of fierceness, and they were ready to make a move. At this moment, the hoarse and unpleasant voice of the demon rang out. Submit to me, and I will spare your lives and let you become demons. Otherwise die. Just you? The leader of the Tao Alliance raised his jade palm and gently wiped away the blood from his mouth. His eyes were as cold as frost. Have you not noticed anything yet? When the demon envoy heard this, he was stunned for a moment. Phew! A ray of cyan light suddenly appeared from above his head and struck down. Unfortunately, the magic envoy dodged on the spot and dodged. The cyan light passed by and returned to the hands of the leader of the Tao Alliance with a whoosh, transforming back into Tian Wangrui. Taking advantage of this gap, the little black and white man slithered away. You actually found my true identity? Huh? The demon envoy gave a startled sound, turned his head suddenly, and looked to the west, shattering the edges of the earth. An extremely green bamboo pole appeared. On the bamboo pole, a piece of white cloth hangs, with the words Old Man Tianji written on the front. The wind blew violently. The 4 words on the back also emerged. Nothing is left out. This is an old man with a stooped figure, wearing simple linen clothes, bare feet, skinny as a stick, with dark spots on his face, and a half-inch long snow-white beard. Old Man Tianji. The moment Old Man Tianji appeared, the demon envoy was stunned for a moment, and then laughed loudly. This breath got the blood inheritance of the Tongtian clan. That's it. Good. Finished. He turned around suddenly, rolled up the bloody magic light, and retreated back to the 10,000 Demons Mountain. Only one sentence was left that resounded throughout the sky. 1 month later, all the demons will come. Even if you are protected by the Tongtian clan, you will have to die. Chapter 244 Brahma Saint's True Demonic Skill. The magic envoy actually ran away like this? This scene is shocking. The leader of the Taimao sect and others were stunned when they saw it, and then turned around and ran away. Then, they saw the bloody light rushing past, rolling up a figure in Jusin City, and shooting towards the forbidden area of Taimao sect. What's going on? Bang 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 bang. The bloody light covered the sky and covered the sun with a mighty force, passing through the mountain gates of the 10 major demon sects. directly destroying the demon sect's mountain guarding formation and various buildings, picking up individual figures and rushing towards the forbidden area of Tiamo Sect. Boom! After 100 breaths, bloody light washed over the demon god's portal. The captured demon sect disciples fell down like dumplings and landed in front of a huge black stone altar in the forbidden area of Tiamo Sect. Everyone looked surprised and uncertain. Among them, there is Land Carp. Two white lights shot out and landed next to Lu Li. It's Platinum Fly. Yao Yao. Brother Lu, are you okay? Yao Yao asked solemnly. Lu Li sensed his physical body and found nothing, so he breathed a sigh of relief. I'm fine. Sister Yao Yao. Senior brother Bai. Are you okay? I'm fine. Yao Yao shook his head lightly, narrowed his snake eyes, and looked at the demon envoy in the sky. I was scared to death. Just now, I was competing in martial arts with some monster girls in the Baiwa Tower in Demon Slaying City. The roof suddenly exploded, and then I was caught high up in the air. I almost withered. Bai Jinfei looked scared. As he spoke, he began to put on his clothes. Swish, swish, swish. At the same time, rays of light shot over. All from the Yinming Go Sect's golden pill cultivators. Meet the chief's senior brother. Hello. Senior brother. Elder brother. Are you okay? Eldest brother. Are you hungry? There is a steamed bun here at my house. It's just steamed. Do you want to eat it? These Jindan monks flew over and saluted and said hello one by one. They were all taking the opportunity to curry favor with Lu Li. Lu Li did not look back, and looked around, finally finding the Yinming Ghost Emperor who stepped out of the void. Obviously, this demon envoy from the devil world was ruthlessly snatching away the golden pill disciples of the Ghost Sect. So he had no choice but to reveal his true form and come here. At the same time, the heads of other demon sects also arrived, but no one dared to step forward to question the powerful and unfathomable demon envoy. The scene just now was too terrifying. With just one move, this demonic envoy defeated the leader of the Dao Alliance and 15 powerful combined powers. It's beyond imagination. Shut up! Suddenly, the devil said 2 words. The bloody light instantly filled the sky and the earth, and was as powerful as a mountain. It suppressed everyone's heart, making people suffocate and unable to speak. Feeling weak and frightened, he subconsciously wanted to kneel on the ground. Thump, thump, thump. Only a crisp sound was heard, and a large number of the tens of thousands of Jindan disciples in front of the sacrifice fell to their knees in an instant. The demonic energy in Lu Li's body suddenly turned around. I held on with force. Then, he secretly sent a message to Jin K to hide more tightly, and never show his face. Lu Li, don't act rashly. At this time, the voice of the Yinming Ghost Emperor also reached his ears. Lu Li felt relieved, and turned his eyes to the portal to the heavenly demons on the altar. When he saw the hall of gods and demons inside, his expression suddenly froze. Is this the passage to the demon world? Moreover, what is the purpose of this descending demon envoy to arrest people? Wait, you saw it just now! Right. At this moment, the demon envoy spoke slowly, and the hoarse voice entered his ears word by word, which actually made people feel infinite fear. The magic power of the demon is boundless. We will obey you. The leader of Tiamo Sect shouted loudly. Immediately, the Jindan disciples of Tiamo Sect immediately understood and shouted loudly. The magic power of the devil is boundless. He can attack everything, and he is invincible in every battle. The demon has great supernatural powers, punches the Buddhist door, and kicks the Taoist door. The devil is mighty and brave, bringing great blessings to the sky. The huge sound resounded throughout the Tiamo Sect's forbidden area. Okay. The demonic messenger spoke again, and his 5-color demonic eyes swept across the audience of Jindan disciples. You are all disciples of the demon sect. It just so happens that you can become the body in which the demon god descends. As he spoke, he raised his big hand and struck the demon door with a palm. Rumble. The giant door of the Hall of Gods and Demons in the Demon God's portal slowly opened again, and wisps of blood light shot out from it. The blood light passed through the Demon God's portal and swam down towards the Jindan disciples under the altar. Witnessing this scene, all the Jindan disciples present looked shocked and retreated in unison. Become the body in which the devil descends? Wouldn't that mean that one's body was taken away from him? Joke. Yangsu also shrank his pupils and quickly backed away. The expression of the leader of the Tiamo Sect changed. He took a step forward, cupped his hands and said, Magic Envoy, can you give me an explanation? Explain? The demon envoy was as powerful as H.L. and said coldly. Looking at how much credit you have, I will give you an explanation. The time has not yet come to destroy the immortal way. So we need to wait until all the demons come. When all the demons come, this side of heaven cannot bear it. To live, it requires some body fusion to carry it. After the fusion and carrying, will they die? The leader of Timos Sect asked in a deep voice. Snort. The demon envoy snorted softly and rolled his 5-color demonic eyes. The supreme demon god has very high requirements on the body, so some trash will die now. The words just fell. A ray of blood suddenly shot out like lightning, piercing into the brow of a Hawan Sect golden pill. Boom. This golden elixir exploded on the spot and turned into blood mist. Everyone's pupils shrank, and they were horrified. At this time, the demon envoy said coldly, this blood light is a supreme body refining technique in the supreme demon world. The qualifications of the physical body are too poor, and it cannot be practiced at all. After a month, it will not be possible to practice to the second level, death. However, once the demon comes to your physical body and leaves, he will leave behind the supreme demonic origin and mysterious insights, which are enough for you to cultivate to the state of transforming into a god and refining the void. As soon as these words came out, many Jindan monks' eyes lit up, and they looked overjoyed. If it were true, wouldn't it be a huge profit? However, there are still many people who are skeptical. Is there such a good thing? What a liar. Lu Li and Bai Jinfei looked at each other and frowned as they looked at the bloody light swimming down in the sky, like bloody mayflies and tadpoles. Lu Li, don't resist. At this time, the Yinming Ghost Emperor came with an extremely solemn message. Dot! Lu Li could only wait quietly. Soon, a ray of blood that was more than a foot long swam over and pierced into the center of his eyebrows. After a stinging pain, this blood light penetrated into the sea of consciousness, wrapped around the soul, and began to merge. Lu Li immediately felt extremely uncomfortable. It was as if there was a slippery, wet poisonous snake wrapped around his body, and its sharp and poisonous fangs were slowly digging into his neck. This made him unable to help but want to activate the 6-character mantra to annihilate this bloody light. A ding. A crisp system prompt sounded. You have learned the fragments of the Brahma true demonic art. Chapter 245, Demon Envoy. Please allow me to challenge him in a duel. Brahma Saint's true magic power? Sounds a bit familiar. Lu Li couldn't help but be stunned. Before I could recover, the clear sound of ding 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 rang in my mind. Your Brahma Saint true demonic skill is very satisfied with your physical body, and the training effect has been increased by 100%. The Brahma demon's true holy art found Vajratathagata's Dharma body very delicious and began to devour it. The Brahma demon's true holy art has caused public outrage. The Brahma demon's true holy kung fu was violently beaten by a group of kung fu techniques. The effectiveness of the practice increased by 1000% when he was extremely angry. The siege continues. The Brahma demon true holy skill transforms from extreme anger to extreme joy, and the training effect is increased by 10,000%. Progress plus 1%. It turns out to be an M. Lu Li looked at it and secretly shook his head. He summoned the Tai Chi diagram again and took a look. Colorful little people were beating up a gold and black little person. This golden little figure with black in it should be the true holy skill of the Brahma demon. At this time, a clear shout suddenly sounded. Master Demon Envoy! This Lu Li is definitely an undercover Buddhist sect. Please ask the Demon Envoy to take action and destroy him. As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell silent. Lu Li raised his head, followed the sound, and found a tall and cold young man wearing golden treasures 100 feet away, staring at him eerily. There was still a trace of a proud sneer hanging on the corner of his mouth. This guy is none other than Yang Su. Moreover, he became very strong. It is the perfect state of golden elixir. The pressure it puts on people is at least equivalent to 300 flowers. Devil Envoy. This person possesses the supreme martial arts of Buddhism and has also cultivated the pure Yang Dao Gang. He is definitely an undercover agent of the Buddhist Dao sect. Yang Su pointed at Lu Li, his eyes full of resentment, and he sneered sinisterly. Snort. Lu Li, you won't die this time. Oh! Hearing Yang Su's voice, the demon envoy above the 9 heavens turned his head slightly and stared at Lu Li with his colorful demon eyes. For a moment, Lu Li felt a terrifying gaze, suppressed it, and saw through every inch of his skin and every drop of blood. The Yinming Ghost Emperor suddenly came down, stood in front of Lu Li, cupped his hands and said, Devil Envoy, this is the chief disciple of my EP241 sect, and he is definitely not an undercover Buddhist sect. Huh? Get out! The magic envoy was very displeased and waved his hand. A streak of blood light immediately flew out, sweeping across the sky, faster than the light, and directly struck the EP241 Emperor's face. At the critical moment, there was a bang. A ray of golden light flew out from the EP241 Emperor's sleeves, condensing into an ancient golden bridge, crossing in front of him. The golden bridge is extremely mysterious and ancient, stained with blood, and extremely terrifying. It seems to have killed countless gods, demons, immortals, ghosts, Buddhas, dragons and phoenixes. At one end of the golden bridge, the blood-colored stone tablet shines brightly, and the two twisted mysterious words engraved on it shoot out two golden lights and rise into the sky. Bang bang. Golden light and blood light collided together, rippling out circles of golden red light and blasting the space in all directions. Poof. The EP241 Emperor vomited a mouthful of blood and took 3 steps back. I don't know how many defensive spirit treasures exploded all over my body, but in the end, he still stood firmly in front of Luli. Are you the reincarnation bridge of old demon Huang Quan? The demon envoy was surprised and suddenly laughed. Okay. My trip here was not in vain. I actually met people from the Tontian clan, and also met Huang Quan, the descendant of the old devil. Okay. The laughter was filled with great joy, but it was also so harsh that it shook the sky, the sun and the moon. The next moment, the laughter suddenly stopped. The demon envoy stared at the EP241 Emperor and said coldly, Since you are the descendant of the old demon of Huang Quan, I will spare your life. Thank you, devil. The EP241 Emperor put away the ancient golden bridge and bowed respectfully. Witnessing this scene, Yang Su couldn't help but grit his teeth and was extremely unwilling. He changed his mind and raised his hands again. Magic envoy! Most of the Buddhist techniques on this Luli have unknown origins. Not long ago, the second master of Buddhism, Shuiyuan, the master of the nunnery, also sent someone to contact him. Therefore, I suspect that he is a Buddhist undercover. If this person is not dead, he will definitely affect the coming of demons in a month. Please let the demon envoys watch carefully. I'm checking your mother. When Luli heard this, he immediately stood up and scolded him coldly. You? An angry look appeared on Yang Su's face. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he snorted coldly. Luli, I won't argue with you. The magic user has boundless power, and he can tell at a glance whether you are an undercover agent or not. Master Demon Envoy, I am not an undercover agent. Luli turned around, cupped his hands, and said with great respect, If I were an undercover agent, I would be the father of this good-for-nothing Yang Su. I will be punished by heaven and earth. I will not die a good death. Noisy. The demon envoy uttered 2 words coldly, raised his hand, and was about to point at Luli from the distance. Although I don't know how powerful this move is, I definitely can't catch it. The EP241 Emperor on the side saw it. His expression changed, and he immediately activated the ancient golden bridge, preparing to rescue Luli again. At this time, Luli looked solemn, took a step forward, and suddenly his whole body lit up with dark golden and black lights. Then, dark golden and black mysterious magic patterns emerged under the skin, like dragons and snakes, lingering around the body. Extremely weird. When the demon envoy looked at it, his 5-colored demonic eyes lit up. You actually directly understood the remaining part of the Brahma demon's true holy art? That's right. I, Luli, am the chief of the EP241 sect. The golden elixir of the great Tao. The best in the world. Amazingly talented. An eternal genius. A peerless genius. I can sum it up in 2 words. Explosive awesomeness. Luli said coldly and proudly. Everyone looked sideways. This guy is too thick-skinned. You actually brag to this extent? Not bad. However, the demonic envoy seemed to be very satisfied and nodded. You are indeed qualified to understand the remaining chapters of Brahma Saint's true demonic art. Thank you, Lord Demon Envoy. For the compliment, my talent is not as good as 1/1000th of that of Lord Demon Envoy. However, although I am not as good as Lord Demon Envoy, I have practiced several Buddhist techniques, and I have been spotted by the master of Shuyu Temple, and I am ready to recruit him. For the sake of appearance, there is no problem, Luli said proudly. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience started whispering. even the masters of the Taima Sect, the master of the Tianjue Demon Sect, the Yiming Ghost Emperor, and other powerful people cast their eyes in disbelief and surprise. That's right. Lu Li, have deep Buddha roots, unparalleled appearance, and abundant physical strength. I have indeed been spotted by the master of Shuyu Temple, and I am planning to recruit him as his master, Lu Li said calmly. After saying that, he glanced at Yang Su. It's not like a certain guy. Both kidneys are weak and his hands are powerless. He only has one mouth left to chirp and make trouble. You talk so much. Why don't you sit on your mother's grave and talk to your mother slowly? A series of slightly sarcastic, scornful eyes immediately glanced at Yang Su. The smile is very playful. Yang Su was completely angry now. His eyes were blood red, and his gaze seemed to be devouring people. Before he could speak, the leader of Taima Sect on the side took a step forward and said, Please forgive me, Demon Envoy. This disciple of Demon Sect has an old grudge with that Lu Li. He talks nonsense and invites Master Demon Envoy to give you a lot of help. Let this Demon Sect disciple go. Obviously, the leader of Taima Sect still has some eyes. He clearly saw that the Demon Envoy admired Lu Li's qualifications. If he continued to pester him, he would make the Demon Envoy unhappy. If he was punished, it would be troublesome. No. The demon shook his head and said hoarsely, Let them continue to fight. Of these two guys, one was transformed into a golden elixir by the demon element, and the other had unparalleled qualifications. They are both excellent carrying bodies. A month later, all the demons came. There will be a demon king coming. I want to see who is more qualified to merge with the demon king. There was a hint of interest in his voice. Hearing this, the leader of the Taima Sect was stunned. Before he could react, Yang Su stepped forward, with a fierce look in his eyes, and said with cupped hands, Master Demon Envoy, please allow me to challenge Lu Li to a fight to the death. Chapter 246 Betting on Mom's Battle. A fight to the death? As soon as Yang Su's words came out, everyone in the audience looked at him like they were a fool. Isn't this asking for death? Lu Li just defeated the Halberd God King on Giant Eagle Island, abandoned Tianjiao, and established his position as the best golden elixir in the world. You actually want to fight him to the death? Could it be that the kidneys are so weak that the brain is also damaged? Boom! At this moment, Yang Su stood up suddenly, and in an instant, extremely powerful demonic energy burst out from his body, rising into the sky and spreading in all directions. The magic power is as powerful as 300 flower streams. Immediately, people exclaimed, What a powerful magic! Didn't Yang Su just form the golden elixir? How come he suddenly perfected the golden elixir and condensed such terrifying mana? Moreover, this mana is very pure and of high quality, comparable to the quality of mana in the later stages of nascent soul. What's going on? No wonder he has the confidence to challenge Lu Li. Lu Li will probably lose. Lu Li was also a little surprised. What elixir did this guy take that made his strength soar to this point? This is unreasonable. Could it be that he is the real protagonist? Awakening the kidney deficiency system? The weaker the kidney, the stronger it becomes? Lu Li, do you dare to accept the challenge? Yang Su asked murderously. As soon as he finished speaking, the demonic energy around him burned like a giant wave, turning into black demonic flames that reached the sky. A dark bloody portal immediately emerged, and countless bloody demonic patterns flew out. As they circulated, they condensed into blood. Swirl. A crimson demon's vertical eye, as huge as a millstone, immediately appeared, looking down at the land carp. Too horrible! Bai Jinfei stood behind Lu Li, and was stared at by the evil demon. His hair stood on end as he felt the great terror between life and death. It's like facing an old demon in the middle stage of nascent soul. This move has not yet been launched, but its power has already reached the middle stage of nascent soul. It can be seen that Yang Su's strength has reached an astonishing and unimaginable level. Brother Lu, Yang Su's strength is unknown, so it's better not to accept the challenge. Yao also pursed his lips, his face full of worry, and sent a message to remind him. The Yiming Ghost Emperor frowned and said nothing. Do not worry. At this moment, Lu Li smiled calmly. No matter how powerful Yang Su is, he is just a silver spear, because he has a weak kidney. Enough. Yang Su gritted his back molars, soared into the sky, high up, and looked down. Lu Li, if you dare to accept the challenge, come up and compete with me to settle the grudge. Good. Lu Li nodded and agreed simply. This made everyone stunned. Are you so confident? Yangsu's magic power can be said to be the best in the world, and no one can match it. Coupled with the quality of his magic power, which is comparable to that of Yuanying. He is a 100% mid-level Yuanying monk. Even Lingbao can be activated at will. If you really want to fight him, then you have to fight a real middle-stage nascent soul monk. Looking at Lu Li's cultivation level again. Hey, how did he break through to the 3rd level of the golden core so quickly? At this time, everyone was surprised to find that in just a few days, Lu Li had already broken through from the 1st level of the golden elixir to the 3rd level of the golden elixir. It's incredible. At this moment, Lu Li smiled and changed the topic. But it's too boring to just fight like this. Why don't you add some bets? What bet? Yangsu narrowed his eyes and said coldly. You say, Lu Li said confidently. As long as you dare to say it, I will agree. Obviously, he also has strong self-confidence. Good. Yangsu narrowed his eyes and said with murderous intent. If you don't die later, I will give my mother to you. Lu Li's eyes widened on the spot, suspecting that he heard wrongly. What? Everyone present was also stunned. Isn't this a joke about filial piety? Wait. If you don't die, I will give my mother to you. However, if you die, I want your junior brother, your senior sister, and your master to be my slaves. At this time, Yangsu repeated coldly. Snort. With his magic power, golden elixir, and the mysterious spiritual treasures on his body, Lu Li will be dead in the future. However, he will not let Lu Li really die. Instead, he pulled out Lu Li's soul, burned it with demonic fire day and night, and then watched with his own eyes how he killed Lu Li's senior brother, senior sister, and master. What? Do you dare? Yangsu showed a contemptuous smile, extremely confident. This? Lu Li pondered for a moment, then turned around and asked with a smile. Sister Yao Yao, senior brother Bai, can you trust me? Senior sister Yao Yao didn't say another word, just nodded lightly. There is infinite trust in his eyes. Junior brother, if I don't believe you, who else can you believe? Just go ahead. Hack that damn big-skin swallow, Bai Jinfei said without hesitation. Good. Lu Liqing smiled. I will never let down Sister Yao Yao and senior brother Bai's trust in me. And master, once a teacher, always a father. Master will definitely trust me. When the words fall, there is a sigh. A horse's neighing echoed across the sky. From his sleeves, a ball of golden flame flew out and turned into 5 golden horses, holding a golden chariot, circling and flying into the sky. Lu Li stamped his feet, soared into the sky, and crashed into the golden chariot. Boom! Only an explosion was heard. A ball of golden flames exploded like a scorching sun, shooting out terrifying sparks all over the sky. Then, as soon as the flames subsided, what was revealed to everyone was a man wearing a golden battle armor, holding a golden trident, and waving pure gold flame wings behind his back. He was so majestic and soaring, like a mythical flame walking out of a myth. Fun, fun! Let's get started! At this time, the hoarse and unpleasant voice of the demon sounded. Lu Li is dead! Only a roar was heard, and Yangsu waved his hand. Boom! The demon in the demon gate above his head blinked and projected a huge bloody light of 100 feet, which suddenly exploded and turned into a square, 1,000-foot long and wide bloody cage, directly trapping Lu Li. The next moment, in the blood-colored prison, wisps of dark demonic flames burned, condensing into a sea of fire. The extremely strong smell of sulfur and lava immediately rose up. Lu Li felt his mana burning crazily. The blood in the body evaporates directly. Very weird and sinister. This move of Taimao Sect's demonic sorcery was activated by the mana of 300 flower streams, and its power reached the terrifying mid-stage nascent soul level. The expressions of everyone present at Jindan changed. For such a powerful and terrifying attack, if the magic power was slightly lower, the physical body's magic power would be directly incinerated, turned into ashes, and the body would die on the spot. Roar! Suddenly, a shocking dragon roar sounded. 6 huge and mighty golden dragons, 300 feet in length, with ferocious scale claws, suddenly roared out from behind the land carp. Their big claws tore apart, and their tails swept wildly, directly tearing the black magic flame into pieces. The pupil shot out rays of golden Buddha light, extinguishing all blood light and purging the demonic energy. They bombarded the blood-colored cage and penetrated directly. Humph! Molten Evil Eye! Wake up! At this moment, Yangsu snorted disdainfully and pinched the magic formula. Boom boom boom. Bloody magic light burst out from his body, turning into endless black magic flames, and condensed into a demon god's portal. Above the portal, the vortex of blood light violently rotated, condensed into evil demons with vertical eyes, and shot out streaks of blood towards Luli, giant pillar of light. Layers of bloody cages immediately enveloped the world and sealed off the space. Demonic flames surged into the sky, sweeping in all directions and covering Luli. This is the golden elixir of gods and demons after Yangsu's mutation. Infinite power. Yangsu was going to directly use the melting demon squinting eye among the 72 demon gods to directly burn out Luli's mana and burn Luli alive. Is this your strength? At this time, Luli's plain, slightly disappointed voice sounded. If this is all your strength, then I'm sorry. I'm going to decide your mother. The words just fell. Boom. The golden elixir's magic power, no longer reserved, soared into the sky and turned into a red Daogang flame, as majestic as the sea, so vast and powerful that it burned out the demonic flames from all directions. It is also the power of 300 flowers. Chapter 247. Your mother? Get at you. What? Yangsu was shocked. His face became extremely gloomy, solemn, and solemn. He originally thought that by swallowing a drop of demonic energy from the supreme demon world, the golden elixir would mutate. His magic power would be boundless and tyrannical, reaching an unprecedented level, and it would be easy to kill Luli. However, I never expected it. A few days ago, Luli, who had the power of 100 flowers, actually cultivated to the 3rd level of the golden elixir in just a few days. The mana has also increased 3 times, reaching the power of 300 flowers. What kind of monster is this guy? Yangsu couldn't help but feel strong jealousy and hatred in his heart. Yangsu, although you have kidney deficiency, are not good looking, and are still arrogant, there is one thing I still admire about you. At this time, Luli held the golden trident and walked towards Yangsu step by step on the sea of red fire, with a sneer in his eyes. I admire your courage. How dare you challenge me? How brave! Besides, I admire you for taking the initiative to see Mom off. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience suddenly burst into laughter. The Jin and disciples of the Yiming sect shouted in unison. Elder brother has boundless power. He is invincible in the world. Big brother, hack him. Chief senior brother, you will definitely win. Charge. Junior brother, quickly kill this weakling. I'm still waiting to make friends with his mother. Hearing these voices, Yangsu's face turned gloomy, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He won't lose. Boom. The mana exploded, and huge white bones suddenly flew out from the demon portals. Either hand bones, leg bones, or skulls. These white bones flew over and gathered on Yangsu's body, immediately turning him into a white bone giant demon that was dozens of feet tall. The blood light lingers, like the devil is reborn. This is another demon god enshrined by Sect. The bone demon. Luli! Die! Yangsu roared wildly, transformed into a demon, and charged towards Luli. The colorful magic lights shining on the 18 bone demon hands were all kinds of weird and vicious magic spells from the Sect, which were bombarded towards Luli from a distance. The fastest one is a green magic knife, opening up the world and tearing apart the universe. Do you think you have any hands? Luli narrowed his eyes. Buzz. Buddha's light reaches the sky. A Buddha's Dharma body suddenly appeared behind him, with 4 heads and 8 arms, a Vajra's angry eyes, and merged with the God King's armor. Then, it soared into the sky. Bang 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 bang. The Bone God Demon and the God King Buddha fight together. 6 mighty dragons also roared and rushed out to join the battle group. There were also extremely weird invisible magic swords, which formed a huge sword array and strangled Yangsu. In an instant, the Buddha appeared in the sky. His poisonous palms covered the sky, and the demons roared and fought in groups. Continuous sound of sonic explosions. The colorful lights intertwined and shone. Extremely gorgeous. A Category 20 hurricane soared into the sky. The space was vibrating violently, creating circles of spatial ripples visible to the naked eye, spreading in all directions. The terrifying shock waves swept across the wilderness. If it weren't for the magic circle guarding the Sect's forbidden area, the place would have been torn apart by landslides and completely destroyed by explosions, turning it into a land of ruins. Hiss. witnessing such a horrific fight. All the golden elixir demon cultivators from the top 10 demon sects present could not help but gasp. This is not a Jin Dan level battle. This is simply a life and death fight between two mid-stage nascent soul monks. All the powerful demon sects also had solemn expressions on their faces, and they couldn't help but feel a little bit shocked in their hearts, because the battle between Lu Li and Yang Su was evenly matched. Lu Li's Dharma body is fierce. His spells are powerful. Yang Su is possessed by the demon god, and his spiritual treasure is mysterious. Their fighting power is almost the same. Boom! Suddenly, a black magic whip full of barbs suddenly appeared and whipped hard, like a black lightning, striking Lu Li's body. Lu Li was sent flying straight away and crashed into the huge white stone altar. The Daogang flames that filled the sky, the mighty dragon, and the invisible magic sword were all wiped out by this whip. Qilong demonic whip! The Yinming Ghost Emperor squinted his eyes and snorted coldly. This Qi Dragon whip is made from a Qi Dragon in the realm of God transformation. It combines countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Once it is swung out, it has the power to move the sea and explode stars. It is a first-class supreme spiritual treasure. After cultivating it for a few hundred years, spiritual wisdom might be born, and it might not be directly promoted to a Taoist weapon. Seeing the Qilong whip, the powerful magic sect present suddenly realized. No wonder Yang Su dared to place such a big bet. It turns out he had such a trump card. Look at the leader of the Taimao sect again. Master Taimao. His face is indifferent, as if he had expected it. Look at the enchantress again. I can only see a mango-like multicolored magic eye, but I can't see his face at all. Ha ha ha! Senior brother Yang Su is the most powerful. Senior brother Yang Su is the best in the world. Senior brother Yang Su, when you win, I will marry you. The Jin Dan disciples of Taimao sect were so proud that they laughed and became very arrogant. It's over. Lu Li, die! At this moment, Yang Su roared into the sky, and boundless mana poured into his hand with a black barbed whip. Roar! An ice-white, 5-foot-thick Qilong dragon soul roared out, carrying vast and boundless power, swaying its body and tail, and suddenly wrapped around Lu Li's body. The land carp was imprisoned directly on the altar. Then, the long whip was swung up, turning into a bolt of black lightning that fell from the sky, striking Lu Li between his eyebrows. Not good! Bai Jinfei and Yao Yao screamed in despair. At the critical moment, a bit of green light rose between Lu Li's eyebrows, and while slowly rotating, it actually shook away the Qilong dragon soul. Then, the green light bloomed into an unusually green light, covering the whole body. Snapped. The long black whip split the stars and hit the green light. The green light exploded immediately, exploding into dots of green light and scattering in all directions, revealing its true appearance. It is an exquisite millstone, green as ice jade, the Eldar sacred artifact. The Chaos God's Mill. The Eldar sacred artifact? Why is it in your hands? Seeing the jade millstone above Lu Li's head, Yang Su was shocked and speechless. In complete disbelief, there was some unconcealable panic in his voice. He held the Qilong magic whip in his hand, and thought he had a chance of victory, and Lu Li would definitely die. Unexpectedly, Lu Li possesses a spiritual artifact that is more powerful than the Qilong demonic whip. How is this possible? Didn't the holy artifact of the spirit tribe escape automatically and return to the hands of the abyss spirit tribe? The master of Taimao sect, Master Taimao, and others also looked surprised. How come? How could the spirit clan's sacred weapon fall into Lu Li's hands? Is Yang Su going to lose? The Taimao sect disciples who had just become excited instantly became silent, with a look of shock on their faces. At this moment, Lu Li, from inside the flame god of war armor, revealed two extremely cold eyes and uttered a sentence in a cold voice. Yang Su! It's over! Bring your mother here! The words fell. The jasper millstone burst into green light, turned up and down, and then the black whip was caught in it and stuck directly. Then, the flame wings behind him hooked forward, and the golden trident moved horizontally. The golden sword, the golden spear, the golden stick, the golden spear, and the golden halberd were forged into a giant golden arrow in the flames. The next moment, 14 giant arms stretched out, pulling the bow like a full moon. Boom! Only a loud explosion was heard. The giant golden arrow shot out, like a golden lightning that exploded 3,000 stars, and slammed into the bone demon god. Click! The snow-white breastplate of the white bone demon god was shot directly through, and the crack spread rapidly to all 4 limbs. The bone demon god exploded and collapsed. Among the exploding bloody bones, Yangsu's figure emerged with a look of horror on his face. Lu Li took off his battle armor, trampled the mountains and rivers with one step, walked by the wind, and appeared in front of Yangsu. A fist shining with golden light blasted out like a hidden dragon rising into the abyss. The power is like exploding stars. Sun and moon hit Yangsu hard on the face. Above the fist, there is a powerful Vajra Arhat. The Buddha's light is shining, and the Vajra is glaring angrily. This punch has a power of 80 million. Chapter 248, you don't have to worry too much. Ah! Yangsu's heart was roaring crazily. In his pupils, the golden fist grew bigger and bigger. The pure power emitted was so terrifying that the space was compressed to the extreme. Even vaguely, he even saw that the space in front of him was like a mirror, with several extremely small cracks. The power of a dragon. Lu Li's punch was close to the power of a dragon, blasting through the void. He couldn't catch this punch. Being hit means death. The demons and spirits will be destroyed. There will be no self and no truth. My blood will be burned, and the heavenly spirit will live forever. Broken! 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 Yangsu roared in his heart, and without any hesitation, he directly activated Taima's Sect's forbidden magic technique, burning his lifespan, flesh and blood, into boundless mana, bursting out, and forming a one-legged tortoise-faced demonic shadow on the surface of his body. This is the turtle-faced demon among the 72 demon gods, with unparalleled defense. At the same time, the leader of the Taima's Sect and others also took action. But suddenly, a bloody light projected down and stopped them. Just like that, Lu Li's platinum fist hit the turtle-faced demon's phantom without any obstruction, carrying terrifying power. Click! There was a crisp crackle. The moment the turtle-faced demon touched his fist, it split open, shattered into pieces, and exploded into dark demonic energy. Then, the fist drove straight in, like a broken bamboo, and struck Yangsu hard on the face. Click! It's the sound of a broken nose. Click! This is the sound of broken facial bones. Puff! This was a dull sound with immeasurable and unyielding force that blasted into the mouth and shattered the brain. How could it be? Yangsu, have amazing talents and great opportunities. I will take the position of the leader of Taima's Sect in the future. How could I die like this? I should have known this. Yangsu's pupils showed deep reluctance, anger, resentment, and regret. Then, bang! His head exploded like a watermelon. Red and white things were scattered in all directions. Sect Master! Save me! Master! Save me! Along with a spiritual thought filled with fear and despair, a dark golden elixir suddenly burst out of his belly. Quick! Soon, this dark golden elixir flashes like lightning, and it moves around so that no one can catch its trajectory. If you take a closer look, you will see that there is a black soul that is as solid as a substance on top of the golden elixir. The face is exactly that of Yangsu. His face was filled with horror and fear. Obviously, he did not expect that the situation would take a turn for the worse, and he would die suddenly. But at this moment, Lu Li blinked coldly. An invisible black magic sword suddenly slashed out from between the eyebrows, striking hard on the golden elixir. The 24 swords of the demon. The demon-slaying sword. When? The golden elixir trembled, and Yangsu paused suddenly. Boom! Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Li raised his big hand, and in his palm, a 5 elements magic fan suddenly appeared and slapped it hard. 5-color auras shine in the sky. A ferocious skull-headed evil spirit roared out, so fast that it seemed to transcend space, and bit into Yangsu's soul golden elixir. Ah! He only heard a shrill scream from Yangsu, and felt the terrifying pain of being cut into pieces by 1,000 cuts. The soul trembled. Thoughts went blank. No! At this time, Master Taima's roar sounded. Yangsu looked up and saw that Lu Li had appeared behind the soul golden pill, casting a cold shadow. His giant palm was as big as a sunflower fan, covering the sky and the sun. It gives people a feeling that the sky net is sparse, and there is no escape. In the palm of his hand, the crimson Dao Gang flame was as blazing as the bright sun, burning up all the wasteland. Yangsu, thank you for the 5 elements death-destroying fan. In return, I will cure your kidney deficiency now. Also, don't worry, I will take good care of your mother. You don't have to worry. Lu Li's cold voice sounded. Qi Yan's big hand suddenly grabbed it. Boom. It's like grabbing an egg and bursting it. Boom. Yang Su's extremely unwilling soul was torn into pieces, shooting out from the gaps in his big palm, and then being rolled up by the flames and completely annihilated. The smoke disappeared, turned into nothingness. There was only one dark golden elixir left, floating in midair. There is also a purple and black storage ring. At this moment, there was deathly silence in the sky and on the earth. Everyone was silent. Yang Su, the golden elixir genius who devoured the demonic essence of the supreme demon world, had boundless magic power and was unparalleled in the world, fell like this and died in front of everyone. His life was completely ended by Lu Li, just when everyone was immersed in shock and had not yet turned around. Boom. Lu Li flicked his fingers and shot out a stream of red Dao Gang flames, which struck Yang Su's body and burned it directly. In an instant, there was no body left. Immediately afterwards, he opened his hand and took a photo, taking the storage ring, together with the golden elixir, and put it directly into the storage ring. Without a word of nonsense, Lu Li rolled up his sleeves, took back the golden chariot, opened the Chaos Divine Mill, and opened his big palm to grab the Qilong demonic whip. Ah! Lu Li! How dare you! Master Taimao's eyes were blood red, and he roared angrily. However, he did not dare to attack Lu Li. He just shot it out of thin air, and snatched away the Qilong magic whip. TSK. Pity. Lu Li sighed secretly, with a calm look on his face, and cupped his hands towards the demon envoy in the 9 heavens. Master Demon Envoy! I win! Please uphold justice, and let Taimao's sect hand over Yang Su's mother. You? As soon as these words came out, the tall and burly leader of the Taimao sect became furious, and the demonic robes all over his body bulged up high without any wind. The demon-slaying knife at his hand trembled, and he almost couldn't help but want to chop it at Lu Li's head. Snap, 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 snap. At this moment, applause suddenly sounded. Everyone looked up. It's the demon envoy who is clapping his hands. Not bad. The demon envoy stared at Lu Li, his 5-colored demonic eyes shining with magic light, and said in a hoarse voice, You won this battle to some extent. Think about it. When the demon emperor comes, he will definitely be very satisfied with you. Magic envoy. The leader of Taimao sect frowned. The person who died just now was a genius from the Taimao sect. However, the demon envoy was indifferent and continued. 1 month later, all demons will come, and this world will belong to our god and demon sect. It's just a golden elixir. Why should we care? Hearing this, the leader of the Taimao sect and others fell silent. Obviously, in the eyes of the demon envoy, Yang Su's death was almost like the death of an ant, not as valuable as a land carp. Master Demon Envoy is indeed wise. He is just Yang Su. In terms of appearance, he cannot compare with me. In terms of qualifications, he cannot compare with me. In terms of character, he still cannot compare with me. In terms of wisdom, he cannot compare with me. If he had left some mana just now, even if you activate a defensive spirit treasure, you won't die so quickly. Lu Li bowed his hands. You? When Master Taimao, the sect leader of Taimao sect, heard this, he was furious and spewed smoke from his 7 orifices. This guy is so shameless. He actually wants to add insult to injury. Correct. At this moment, Lu Li raised his hand, scattered paper money all over the sky, and said with a sneer, I almost forgot to give Yang Su some paper money to spend on Huangquan Road. However, he doesn't have to worry. I will take his mother to pay homage to his grave next year. During the sacrifice, more will be burned for him. Boy, don't be arrogant. After hearing these words, Master Taimao couldn't bear it any longer, and his murderous intent surged to the sky. Everyone get lost. At this moment, the demon envoy waved his hand, turned around, stepped into the demon gate that reached the sky, and disappeared into the shadow of the Hall of Gods and Demons. Only one sentence is left floating in the air. In 1 month, this demon envoy will come with thousands of demons and slaughter the world. Chapter 249. Another relative of Lu Li. The devil is gone. It seems to be returning to the supreme demon world. However, everyone knows that the devil will come at any time. Master Taimao, although Yang Su is dead, a man keeps his word. Where is his mother? I want to take her back and honor her. At this moment, Lu Li sneered. Court death. Master Timo was furious and could no longer bear it. As soon as he raised his hand, he would launch a terrifying attack and kill Luli on the spot. Boom. Suddenly, a golden bridge rose into the sky, erupting with an extremely ancient and terrifying aura, suppressing the entire crowd. The Yiming Ghost Emperor stood on the mottled blood bridge and stared at Master Timo coldly. You dare to take action? Do you want to die? The power of the devil is overwhelming. The leader of the Timo sect took a step forward, raised the blood-colored demon-slaying knife in his hand, pointed at the Yiming Ghost Emperor, and said coldly, Yiming Ghost Emperor, if you are sensible, let Luli hand over Yangsu's golden elixir. Meet you? Meet your mother. The Yiming Ghost Emperor looked disdainful. Do you dare to attack Luli? In 1 month, he will be fused with the Demon King's distraction. Half of his hair is damaged, and everyone in your Timo sect will be buried with him. Moreover, he has lost half of his hair. If you want to touch him, have you asked me? Hearing this, the leader of Timo sect's eyes flashed with cold light. But there was no rebuttal. On the side, the deputy leader of Timo sect, Enchantress, Master Timo, and others all looked very ugly. This is using chicken feathers as an arrow. However, the demon envoy's words still rang in their ears, making them extremely fearful, and they did not dare to take action. More importantly, this Yiming Ghost Emperor seems to be the descendant of some old devil, and even the devil has to give him face, which is even more frightening. Humph. Farewell. The Yiming Ghost Emperor snorted disdainfully and waved his sleeves. Rumble. As the mottled golden bridge trembled, a golden light suddenly emitted, sweeping up all the Jindan monks of the Yiming Ghost sect. Swish. Jinxiao shrank suddenly, retracted into the void, and disappeared directly in front of everyone. After a while, the world was spinning. Luli appeared in a study room. The others had disappeared, leaving only Luli and Yiming Ghost Emperor. Don't worry. I have sent your senior brother and your senior sister back to the mountain gate. You don't have to worry. Yiming Ghost Emperor said with a slight frown. Here is the leader. Luli took a look at the surrounding arrangements. Extremely luxurious. The floor is actually paved directly from a single piece of middle-grade spiritual stone. The surrounding tables and chairs, palace lanterns, vases are inlaid with precious stones, agate, etc. The entire wing is decorated with jewels and is extremely luxurious. It feels a bit familiar. This is Duga Feng's study. Sit down first. When Duga Feng comes, we will see if she can do anything to help you avoid being distracted by the Demon Emperor in a month. The Yiming Ghost Emperor said in a deep voice. Duga Feng? The Lord of 10,000 Demon City. Duga Feng? An extremely beautiful man appeared in Lu Li's mind. Is Duga Feng so capable? Thank you, Master. Lu Li was slightly surprised and expressed his thanks. Then, without asking any more questions, he found a jade chair and sat down on the other side of the white jade spiritual stone desk, slightly behind the Yiming Ghost Emperor. Another glance at the system log. Because of your powerful withdraw spell, you killed a demonic monk who was guilty of heinous crimes. You subdued the demons and eliminated them. You felt happy and your cultivation progress increased by 10%. Because of your Daluo withdraw spell, you killed a demonic monk who was guilty of heinous crimes. You subdued the demons and eliminated them. You are in a happy mood and your cultivation progress is increased by 10%. The Sumi spell. The sin is monstrous. Progress plus 10%. Progress plus 10%. All Buddhist and Taoist techniques will increase the practice progress by 10%. This was all given by Yang Su. It seems that Yang Su has done too many evil things to describe. Kill him to eliminate harm for the people. Lu Li naturally didn't feel any remorse. But Yang Su still didn't get it. Otherwise, we can send mother and son to the underworld to reunite. Yang Su's mother is obviously not a good person who can teach evil people like Yang Su. Moreover, since he killed Yang Su's parents will definitely seek revenge on him. Strike first to gain the upper hand. Lu Li still had the murderous intention in his heart. Crash. At this moment, the bead curtain was rolled up, and a handsome man of about 27 or 80 years old, wearing a gorgeous gown, walked in. It was none other than the Lord of 10,000 Demon City, Duga Feng. I already know about the forbidden area of the Timo sect. Boy, you are really unlucky. Just now, the golden elixir was invincible, and you were number 1 in the world. And now you are about to be snatched away by the devil. Duga Feng sat down behind the desk, crossed her legs, raised the corner of her mouth slightly, and glanced at Luli. This smile was full of gloating.
Is there no way?
The Yinming Ghost Emperor asked in a deep voice.
If it was an ordinary demon god parasitizing, I might have a way to do it. However, this kid performed so well that he was noticed by the demon god and chose him to be the demon king's parasite. Then I have no choice.
Dugafeng waved her long and perfect jade hands. Suddenly, cups and teapots appeared in the air. It was as if an invisible hand began to boil water. Make tea. And make tea. The scent of tea immediately filled the air. Luli immediately noticed something keenly. Dugafeng loves money. The last time he, Yang Su, and Nangang Long broke anything he had, he took away a high-grade spiritual stone. However, now that the devil has arrived, the whole world will soon be occupied by the devil. By then, Taima's sect will dominate everything. There is no need for the existence of the city of 10,000 demons. Dugafeng, the owner of the city of 10,000 demons, will also be kicked aside, and will no longer be able to earn spiritual stones from the city of 10,000 demons. He might even be forced by Taima's sect to hand over the spirit stone. Otherwise he would die. After all, Dugafeng had helped him as an undercover agent during the last trial of the 9 demon sects, and he would definitely be implicated. Why was Dugafeng so calm and not panicked at all? Are you still drinking tea here? In his words, he seemed to have no fear of the demon envoy.
Is there really no way?
At this moment, the Yinming Ghost Emperor asked again in a solemn voice.
I have no choice. But maybe that woman can.
Dugafeng crossed her legs, picked up a jade cup carved with flower and bird patterns, and gently blew in the aroma of hot tea.
That woman? Who?
Luli couldn't help but frown and asked.
Who else could it be? The leader of the Tao Alliance? I don't know how deep that woman hides, and even I can't figure out her depth. Maybe she really has a way to save you.
Dugafeng took a sip of tea and said with a smile, This answer is really unexpected. Next moment, something even more unexpected happened. An ethereal and melodious voice suddenly sounded.
Dugafeng, if you say bad things about me behind my back, aren't you afraid that I will break all 3 of your legs?
This voice is extremely familiar. Luli turned his head suddenly and saw a ripple in the void. Then, an extremely well-proportioned, long and slender, white and perfect jade leg stepped out of the void. Luli saw it and recognized it immediately. Leader of the Tao Alliance. Continuing to look up. As expected, the leader of the Taoist Alliance was wearing a golden phoenix and dragon robe. His appearance was stunning, and he was extremely arrogant. The temperament is unparalleled. It's like the mysterious goddess from the 9 heavens descending to earth.
Boy, I can save you.
As soon as the leader of the Tao Alliance appeared, his cold moon-like eyes fell on Luli, and a half-smile appeared on the corner of his mouth.
But if you want me to save you, you can treat me as my grandson.
The words just fell. Snap. Very soon, Luli stood up and bowed on the spot.
Grandma, please accept my grandson's bow.
Leader of the Taoist Alliance.
Dot.
Dugafeng.
Dot.
Yinming Ghost Emperor.
Dot.
Chapter 250 Shock. Old Man Tianji turned out to be. Obviously, the leader of the Tao Alliance was frightened. She had never seen someone call her grandma so smoothly. It's like it's been barking for decades. This person is as thick-skinned as a city wall. Even though she had lived for so many years, she was still unable to react for a moment.
Ha ha.
At this moment, Dugafeng, who was behind Ling Yu's desk, laughed out loud.
Congratulations, leader of the Tao Alliance. You have an extra grandchild. Humph. I don't have such a thick-skinned grandson.
The leader of the Tao Alliance snorted lightly. His body floated, and he passed directly by Luli, flicking his snow-white jade hand. Bang! A huge snow-white imperial concubine's couch appeared out of thin air and hit the ground heavily. Then, like the wind blowing in the willows, the leader of the Tao Alliance leaned on the jade couch with a slight tilt, holding his head with one hand. And with a move of the other hand, a plate of spiritual fruit flew in front of her, and she picked it up, just put one into Tan's mouth and eat it. Extremely natural and casual, as if you were back at home.
Leader of the Tao Alliance, don't you want to admit your guilt?
At this time, Luli raised his eyebrows and asked,
What's wrong? I'm a woman. I'm naturally arrogant and unreasonable. What's wrong with that? Besides, even if I don't admit it, what can you do to me? Can you beat me?
The leader of the Tao Alliance glanced at him sideways and said with a half-smile. This scoundrel appearance made Luli feel troubled. As expected, The older a woman is, the more severe menopause is. You actually took advantage of me? Good. When I become invincible in the future, I will definitely take advantage of this, Grandma. Let you kneel on the ground and call Daddy 100 times. Although he was a little angry, Luli still had a smile on his face.
The leader of the Tao Alliance is unparalleled in the world, with stunning appearance and stunning beauty. Even if he doesn't admit it, there is no problem.
After saying that, he sat back in his jade chair. Dugafeng, the leader of the Tao Alliance, and the Yinming Ghost Emperor, who were all present, were all mature in age. They didn't know that what Luli said was ironic. But they didn't care. Because business matters.
Leader of the Tao Alliance, why are you here? Shouldn't you be recovering from your injuries?
At this time, the Yinming Ghost Emperor went straight to the point. His blue eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a sharp light. Luli also looked surprised and stared at the leader of the Taoist Alliance carefully. I saw the beauty lying on her side on the jade couch, with black hair like clouds, graceful and undulating figure, like the ups and downs of mountains, and skin like snow, which is touching. His face was rosy, and he didn't look hurt at all. However, it was clear that she had been injured by the demon envoy before, spitting out a large amount of blood and being seriously injured. Why did she seem to be fine now? And you came to 10,000 Demons Mountain so carelessly?
Yinming Ghost Emperor, do you see the realm of that demon envoy?
The leader of the Tao Alliance did not directly answer the Yinming Ghost Emperor's question. Instead, he held the moth head in one hand and the spiritual fruit in the other, slowly eating it and asking slowly. There was no trace of anxiety on his face.
The demon. The realm is above that of overcoming the tribulation, but it gives people the impression that it is just a complete tribulation.
The Yinming Ghost Emperor said in a deep voice.
That's right. The demon seems to be above the level of transcending the tribulation. But in fact, the power he exerts is that of transcending the tribulation. This is because this side of heaven is restricting him. He does not belong here. Even if he commands the laws of the Great Road, he can only do the best. Expose the power of overcoming the tribulation and perfecting it.
The leader of the Tao League said Yuzai Yuzai.
I see.
The Yinming Ghost Emperor's blue eyes flashed.
You have been promoted to transcend the tribulation. With the help of the power of the Taoist weapon, your strength is comparable to that of the perfect tribulation. There is no way that the demon envoy can hurt you. In the previous attack, you just injured on purpose.
Hearing this, Lu Li's pupils couldn't help but shrink. Intentionally injured? Acting?
Why?
Lu Li blurted out and asked. At this time, Dugafeng behind the desk spoke with a soft voice.
Of course, it is to deceive the demon envoy from the demon world. I don't understand a bit. What's the benefit of deceiving that demon? Also, who is that old man Tianji?
Lu Li asked with a frown. The Yinming Ghost Emperor also looked curious.
Some things, if you know too much, you will die quickly.
A dangerous smile appeared in the cold eyes of the leader of the Tao Alliance.
Then I want to be a dead ghost who will die clearly.
Lu Li was not afraid and said immediately.
Okay. Dugafeng, explain it to him. I'll take a nap.
The leader of the Tao Alliance stretched lazily and yawned. Then he closed his eyes and fell asleep on the armrest of the imperial concubine's couch. Dugafeng seemed to be used to this and asked directly.
Yinming Ghost Emperor, have you told this Lu Li about the purification of heaven's law?
The Yinming Ghost Emperor nodded.
The way of heaven in this world is originally a pool of stagnant water, and it will be affected to some extent if you practice to refine the void and merge. Therefore, the Immortal Alliance has been laying out for thousands of years, secretly helping Sect to obtain all kinds of rare treasures, and finally built that one, the magic circle that communicates with the supreme demonic world.
Dugafeng crossed her legs, picked up the jade cup, and said calmly,
Isn't this what you wished for?
Lu Li asked. Now that the supreme demon world has been opened, the demon envoy has arrived, and this world of heaven and earth has been joined by the demon world in heaven, and it has come to life again. In this way, the people of the Immortal Alliance no longer have to fear the contamination of heaven and can directly advance to breakthroughs. People from the demon sect can also summon demon envoys to come and destroy the world. Everyone is happy.
I got my wish. However, if people from Taoist and Buddhist sects ascend, there is no reason to fly to the supreme demon world. Right. Wouldn't that be asking for death?
Dugafeng asked rhetorically.
This is true.
Lu Li nodded. If he really wanted to ascend to the demon world, he would rather not ascend and stay here until he died.
So, The people of the Immortal Alliance are preparing to repair the destroyed Immortal Sect arrays. Directly open the passage to the Supreme Immortal Realm. And ascend immediately.
Dugafeng took a sip of tea and said slowly.
What does this have to do with deceiving the demon envoy? Who is old man Tianji?
Luli felt a little confused.
Well, let's make a long story short.
Dugafeng put down the jade cup and said succinctly.
To repair the Immortal Sect array, we need a large amount of demonic origins. If we want to have a large amount of demonic origins, we must first allow a large number of demonic gods to distract us. If we want all demons to come, we must conceal them.
Let him think he is invincible, but also make him fearful. Old man Tianji is the person he fears. Wait a minute. Let me figure it out.
Luli frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. This is actually a play. The leader of the Taoist Alliance united with a group of Immortal Alliance experts to stage a play, with the purpose of deceiving the demon envoy and making the demon envoy think that he was invincible. But it's not truly invincible. All this is within the plan of the leader of the Tao Alliance. It is to let the demon envoy summon all the demons to come, and finally kill the demon god's distraction, obtain the demon god's origin, and repair the fairy gate magic circle.
But why are you sure that the demon envoy is afraid? So you will not summon other powerful demon envoys to come down, but summon all the demons to come down?
Luli asked. Once 2 or 3 more demons come, won't the Immortal Alliance be finished?
Dugafeng smiled. Because old man Tianji is from the Tantian clan. Tantian takes over. People who eat the Tantian clan can directly ascend to immortality and live forever.
When Luli heard this, his pupils shrank. Old man Tianji turns out to be Tang Sung?
Chapter 251. Ling Jianshuang. Fang Yinli. Luli was moved after hearing this. For a moment, he had the urge to take a bite of old man Tianji. Soar immediately. Immortality. What a temptation this is. The people of the Tantian clan are so magical and powerful. No wonder they can even make the devils in the demon world feel moved by them.
I see.
At this time, Luli finally realized. When the demon envoy saw the appearance of old man Tantian, he laughed 3 times and kidnapped all the golden elixir demon cultivators in the 10,000 Demons Mountain and asked them to practice the Brahma demon true holy art in order to prepare for the arrival of the 10,000 demons. Then, eat old man Tianji. It's all about eating alone. No other demons will be summoned at all.
Huh? No.
Thinking of this, Luli noticed something was wrong. He frowned and asked,
Thousands of demons are coming? Wouldn't that mean more demon gods are competing with the demon envoy to steal the old man's secret? What is coming is just the distraction of the demon god. He is trapped in the bodies of you golden elixir monks. No matter how powerful you are, they are only nascent souls. How can you compete with the demon envoy?
Dugafeng explained.
That's right. So, the demons came not to sweep the world, but to sacrifice us to kill old man Tianji?
Luli suddenly guessed something and looked stern.
Ha ha. Do you understand now? The demon envoy is the demon god of the demon realm. In its eyes, you are almost like ants. How can it be so kind to let you practice the magical skills of the demon realm? It just treats you as sacrifices. When you merge with the demon god's distraction, I'm afraid that the demon envoy will sacrifice you immediately and become his power. At that time, he will be able to exert his power beyond the law of heaven, kill the old man Tianji, and devour him directly.
Dugafeng let out a gloating laugh.
Dot!
Luli had nothing to say. Doesn't this make him feel cold? Even if he escapes to the ends of the earth, he will be captured by the devil and directly sacrificed as a sacrifice? At this time, the evening ghost emperor looked solemn and asked in a solemn voice.
Then, how can we save Luli? I don't know. It depends on the leader of the Taoist Alliance.
Dugafeng shook his head. When Luli heard this, he turned his eyes and looked at the leader of the Taoist Alliance on the concubine's bed beside him. The woman is still sleeping. There was no sign of waking up at all. Luli couldn't help but want to scratch the bottom of her feet and wake her up directly. As if sensing his malice, the leader of the Tao Alliance groaned softly, opened his beautiful eyes, and sat up.
Are you done? Well, that's it. It's your turn.
Dugafeng nodded.
Okay.
The leader of the Taoist League lightly lifted his green hair, tucked it behind his ears, and cast his gaze over.
Boy, do you want to die or live? Of course I want to live.
Luli answered simply and neatly.
Then, you are now an undercover agent of the Immortal Alliance. When the day comes when all the demons come, You only need to go on a killing spree and kill all the golden elixir demon cultivators who have been possessed by the demon god,
the leader of the Tao Alliance said with cold eyes. Undercover? Lu Li was stunned for a moment, then shook his head.
No. If I do this, I will definitely be the first person to die. The magic envoy will not sit idly by. You can rest assured.
The leader of the Tao Alliance snorted.
When the time comes, I will take action to contain the demon envoy, and a group of powerful people will come to contain the many powerful people of the magic sect. If that's the case, why don't you find a god transformation cultivator to come over and slap the golden elixir demon cultivator possessed by the demon god to death? Wouldn't that be faster? More clean and tidy?
Lu Li asked rhetorically.
According to old man Tianji's calculations, when the devil comes, it will be shrouded in the supreme magic circle of the Hall of Gods and Devils. Only those possessed by the devil can kill those possessed by the devil. Others can't kill them at all. No.
The leader of the Tao Alliance explained. So that's it. Lu Li nodded suddenly, then shook his head.
It still doesn't work.
The leader of the Tao Alliance frowned and said displeased.
Boy, are you a man? Why do you always say no? Leader, I make 3 months in 1 day.
Why don't you give it a try?
Lu Li said calmly. Upon hearing this, the leader of the Tao Alliance was stunned. Yin Ming Ghost Emperor and Duga Feng were also stunned for a moment. Then, the two of them took a deep breath, widened their eyes, and stared at Lu Li as if they were looking at monsters. They were extremely shocked and amazed. How dare you even tease the leader of the Tao League? Awesome. Duga Feng secretly cast a look of approval. Suddenly, a trace of cold anger flashed in the eyes of the leader of the Tao Alliance, but it instantly turned into a sneer.
Scoff? 3 months in 1 day? How brave are you? You dare to tease even this leader? Okay. This leader will give it to you. You have such a chance. However, I am afraid that as soon as my charm is used, you will become a human and die on the spot.
Well, hearing this woman's words, Lu Li's heart tightened, and he cupped his hands and said,
This junior is being reckless. I'm sorry. Pretend I didn't say anything just now. Humph. Tell me, what other worries do you have?
The leader of the Tao Alliance asked with a slight snort.
There are 3 concerns.
Lu Li nodded, cupped his hands and said,
The first one. I am weak alone. That demon envoy took tens of thousands of golden elixirs from Wanimo Mountain and planted them all with the supreme demon magic. No matter how powerful I am, I can't do it alone.
It's impossible to kill all these tens of thousands of golden elixirs. Right. Don't worry. Someone will help you. You are not fighting alone.
The leader of the Tao Alliance has a well-thought-out approach.
Okay. The second question is, even if you have the Alliance leader to contain the demon envoy, what will happen afterwards? The demon envoy will definitely cause trouble for me to settle the score. Can the leader of the Tao Alliance keep me?
Lu Li looked extremely solemn. This is his biggest concern. Don't let the Tao Alliance leader and his group just run away, leaving him alone to face the extremely angry demon envoy and the powerful powers of the 9 demon sects. The end would be unimaginable.
Don't worry. This Alliance leader will definitely take you away. After all, you are my grandson.
The leader of the Tao Alliance smiled.
Dot.
Lu Li didn't hear a trace of sincerity. This woman is unreliable.
Wait.
Suddenly, Lu Li thought of something, and his expression became stern.
I'm here. The demon envoy won't notice it. Right. If he notices it and comes to kill me, wouldn't he be dead? Don't worry. That demon does not belong to this world. The longer he stays here, the faster his mana will be lost. Therefore, he can only return to the channel of the demon world. There is nothing special. In this month, it won't show up.
The leader of the Tao Alliance said calmly. Is that so? Lu Li fell silent. The leader of the Tao Alliance in front of him wanted him to kill the demon god's distraction and help the Immortal Alliance collect a large amount of the demon god's origin. However, there was no safety guarantee at all. This is very worrying. But now, it seems that he can only rely on the leader of the Tao League as a life-saving straw.
It seems you still have concerns. That's all. Let me see your helper first.
The leader of the Tao Alliance saw through Lu Li's thoughts and said suddenly, Helper? Lu Li raised his head when he heard the sound. The leader of the Tao Alliance raised his jade hand and drew a golden circle of light in the air. Buzz! The golden aperture trembled and emitted a golden light. Then, 2 figures emerged in the golden light. One was wearing purple clothes, as cold and arrogant as frost. One is gnawing on chicken legs and has a big heart. This is Ling Jianchuang. And that stupid girl Fan Yinli. Chapter 252 Master Servant Contract. Kuiping returns. The golden light dimmed. A beautiful woman dressed in purple, with a tall and exquisite figure and beautiful facial features emerged. Between the eyebrows, there is a heroic and proud look, like a plum blossom blooming proudly in the frost and snow. The other person, about 16 or 17 years old, is round and round with bright eyes. He is wearing a golden gauze dress. He is quite cute and full of energy, especially the chicken drumsticks in your mouth. They are shiny, crispy and fragrant, making you want to eat them. It was Ling Jianchuang and Fan Yinli.
Huh? Huh? Lu. Luli.
The moment Fan Yinli saw Luli, her two black pearl eyes suddenly widened. Then, click. I was so scared that I swallowed the whole chicken leg directly into my stomach. Ling Jianchuang on the side was also stunned for a moment when she saw Luli, with an extremely complicated look in her eyes.
Hey, isn't this Ling Jianchuang and Fan Yinli?
Luli smiled and said Lo. If you look carefully, you can't help but see a strange color on his face. These two people have actually reached the perfection of the golden elixir. What happened? Luli was shocked. It was clear that Ling Jianchuang and Fan Yinli were just like him at the first level of the golden elixir before. How come they were like the dead Yangtze? And suddenly they had perfected the golden elixir? Moreover, the mana aura is so powerful that it can be compared to 500 flower streams?
Meet the leader.
Ling Jianchuang gave Luli a complicated look, then turned around and saluted the leader of the Taoist Alliance.
Alliance. Leader. This guy is the culprit that causes me to have nightmares every day. I have gone to the ruins to practice, and he is still chasing me. Moreover, he is no longer a snake this time, and has become a terrifying monster with giant clam hands wrapped around me. Then, when the giant clam opened its hands, it threw out a screaming child and chased me to feed me.
Fan Yinli suddenly hid behind the leader of the Taoist Alliance, and was so frightened that she slapped her chest.
So scary. Let's eat something to calm down the shock.
The leader of the Taoist Alliance showed a rare hint of affection and patted Fan Yinli on the head. He turned his other jade hand, and a spiritual fruit appeared in his palm. It's a golden coconut. Ambergris.
Hee. Thank you, leader.
Fan Yinli smelled the aroma of the ambergris fruit and immediately smiled. She picked up the ambergris fruit and was about to take a bite. Before she could eat it, Luli's voice rang out.
Fan Yinli, this ambergris fruit is delicious, and it can also help pregnant women produce milk. Huh? Breastfeeding?
When Fan Yinli heard this, her face turned pale with fright, and she threw away the ambergris fruit in her hand. It's like dropping a bomb. Immediately, the leaders of the Dao Alliance, Ling Jianchuang and Du Gufeng, glanced at Luli with contemptuous eyes, as sharp as swords, and pierced Luli's body. It seems to be saying, do you still have humanity when you bully an idiot?
Ahem. Business matters.
Luli coughed lightly and changed the subject.
Leader of the Dao Alliance, are Ling Jianchuang and Fan Yinli my helpers? Are they also imbued with that demonic technique? That's right. During the fight with the demon envoy, I secretly took away a trace of the demon aura from the demon envoy, covering up the Taoist aura on Jianchuang Yinli's body, allowing them to blend into the demon sect's golden elixir monks. A month later, the two of them people will help you kill the demon sect golden pill,
the leader of the Dao Alliance said, while comforting Fan Yinli.
Hum.
At this time, Fan Yinli showed a proud look on his face. And he hummed,
Luli, we practice in a mysterious ruins. 1 day outside and 1 year inside. Now, we have 30 years of golden elixir magic power. Defeat you easily.
1 day on the outside and 1 year on the inside? Such a magical relic of accelerated cultivation? Luli couldn't help but feel a little envious.
Humph. Are you envious? Are you scared?
Fan Yinli smiled proudly. There was also a hint of pride in Ling Jianchuang's eyes.
Well,
at this moment, Luli sighed softly.
I'm envious, but not afraid. On the contrary, I feel sorry for you. Pitiful. Have mercy on us? Why?
Fan Yinli asked curiously, glaring with big black eyes.
TSK. When I think that under your teenage appearance, you are actually an old woman in your 40s. Alas, everything suddenly becomes boring.
Luli sighed softly.
Humph. You're an old woman.
When Fang Yinli heard this, his chubby face suddenly bulged with anger.
Dot!
The corner of Ling Jianchuang's mouth twitched, and she wanted to draw her sword and kill Lu Li hundreds of times. By the way, poke a big hole in his head. She's wanted to do this for a long time.
Lu Li, do you agree or not?
At this time, the leader of the Dao Alliance asked with a solemn expression.
Of course I agree.
Lu Li smiled.
It's just that I want to ask Ling Jianchuang to do something for me.
The leader of the Dao Alliance was stunned. Ling Jianchuang's eyes narrowed, and she thought of something. She pursed her lips and bit her lips lightly.
Tell me, what do you want me to do for you? It's very simple. I want to plant a temporary magic secret in you. Once I die, you will die too.
Lu Li said calmly. He still couldn't trust the leader of the Taoist Alliance. Just in case, he decided to bind Ling Jianchuang, the future leader of the Tao Alliance. If he dies, she dies.
Dot!
Ling Jianchuang frowned slightly. The leaders of the Dao Alliance, Du Gafeng, and the Evening Ghost Emperor all had a strange look on their faces. They obviously guessed that Lu Li and Ling Jianchuang had a story. Even the stupid Fang Yinli noticed something.
Ling Jianchuang, this matter does not violate chivalrous ethics, does not damage the reputation of the Tianhe Sword Sect and the Immortal Alliance, and will not destroy your reputation. Don't you want to go back on your word?
Lu Li smiled.
Good.
Ling Jianchuang bit her lips lightly and nodded heavily.
Excuse me, Master.
Lu Li turned around and cupped his hands to the Yinming Ghost Emperor.
Good.
The Yinming Ghost Emperor nodded, and without saying a word, he drew a mysterious bloody magic pattern in the air and said while writing,
I will form a blood-soul contract seal for you. Lu Li is the master and Ling Jianchuang is the servant. Lu Li is in pain, and Ling Jianchuang is in pain 100 times more. If Lu Li dies, Ling Jianchuang's soul will die. Please give me a drop of your heart's blood.
Lu Li immediately followed the instructions. His blood energy circulated, and he condensed a drop of blood from his heart and spit it out into his mouth. The same goes for Ling Jianchuang. The leader of the Dao Alliance seemed to want to stop it, but still did not speak. The next moment, the Yinming Ghost Emperor pulled the blood beads of the two people, integrated them into the magic pattern, wrote quickly, and finally outlined a strange magic pattern in the air that was shaped like a hexagonal star array. Buzz! The strange magic pattern trembled. Golden light flashed and exploded, turning into two golden lights and shooting into the eyebrows of Lu Li and Ling Jianchuang. In an instant, a mysterious connection was formed between Lu Li and Ling Jianchuang. This connection is thousands of times stronger than the soul bond between him and the four-tailed fox demon.
Ling Jianchuang, from now on you are my maid. Do you know what dot engraved black silk is?
Lu Li didn't move his lips, and followed the connection between his mind and sent out a spiritual thought. In an instant, Ling Jianchuang glared at Lu Li fiercely, her eyes as bright as a sword. Interesting. Interesting. Lu Li smiled and sent out another spiritual thought.
Ling Jianchuang, are your dot feet itchy? Do you need me to rub them for you? You?
In an instant, a trace of blush appeared on Ling Jianchuang's snow-white face. She bit her lips tightly and gave Lu Li a look. However, after Lu Li memorized a paragraph of Chi enjoys the snow in his study, Li Pinga dreams about his love, Ling Jianchuang no longer dared to glare at Lu Li. The earlobes are red. The soles of my feet are extremely itchy. Snort! At this time, the leader of the Dao Alliance snorted and disappeared with a flash of green light all over his body. Fang Yinli and Ling Jianchuang were also taken away by her. Obviously, she saw that this shameless guy Lu Li was secretly catching Ling Jianchuang. Just 2 breaths after she left, in my mind, Jing's milky voice sounded.
Hey! Lu Li! I brought back the Yin Yang Hun Yuan Kuenping demonic art.
Chapter 253, the 4th level of Golden Elixir. Kuenping evolves again. Kuenping demon god art is back? Lu Li looked overjoyed, but secretly said,
Jing K, take the Kuenping demonic divine art for a spin, and come back later to make a breakthrough.
Kuenping's demon god skill has consumed the demon realm's demon element, and there will definitely be a big breakthrough. This is not the Temple of Hell, and it is not the time for a breakthrough.
Okay, the leader of the Dao Alliance has also left.
Ghost Emperor,
when are you going to break away from the demon sect and found the Huangquan sect?
At this time, Du Gafeng took a sip of tea and asked with a smile.
1 month later,
the Yiming Ghost Emperor looked solemn.
At that time, the battle between immortals and demons was the best time to break away from the demon sect. Are you ready? Huh? You want me to come to your Huangquan sect as the deputy sect leader? Then you will have to bleed a lot.
Dugafeng raised his red phoenix eyes, and the light of money appeared in his eyes, like a miser seeing gold.
This is not a problem. As long as you help me manage the Huangquan sect and allow me to successfully cultivate to perfection, I can give you as many treasures as you want.
The Yiming Ghost Emperor agreed generously.
Okay. Let's go slowly without sending him off. I'll go get ready and pack my luggage too.
Dugafeng smiled and waved her hands. Seeing this, Yiming Ghost Emperor nodded, hummed, and stood up directly. Uh-huh. The world was spinning for a while. Under the sun, Lu Li's figure appeared again in the Temple of Hell.
Lu Li, something unexpected happened. You should practice hard this month. I have a lamp here. Under the light of this lamp, if you meditate and concentrate without thinking, it will be easy to enter the state of enlightenment. I will lend it to you first. Use it.
The Yiming Ghost Emperor flipped up his sleeves, stretched out his big hand, and handed over a square brass lamp. This brass lamp looks like a bamboo tube, only half a foot long and the width of a baby's hand. It is also engraved with terrifying pictures of the evil ghost Yiksha. The smell is very ancient, as if it has been dug up after being buried in the soil for thousands of years.
Thank you, Master.
Lu Li reached out to take the brass lamp and thanked him. I was also slightly happy in my heart. With such a spiritual treasure that assists in cultivation, his cultivation speed will definitely be several times faster. The only regret is that the name is not very good. Actually called Huangquan Mingding?
By the way, what is the relationship between the leader of the Dao Alliance and Dugafeng? Is Dugafeng also an undercover agent of the Immortal Alliance?
Lu Li put away the underworld lantern and asked curiously.
He is not.
Ghost Emperor Yiming shook his head.
Dugafeng has been a believer of the money sect all his life. He has never belonged to any force.
Money religion believer? When Lu Li heard this, he was immediately in awe.
You don't have to worry too much. The leader of the Dao Alliance is assisted by the old man Tianji, and usually nothing will go wrong. A month later, all the demons will come, and you can just go on a killing spree. By the way, don't kill your own people. But if you are attacked by the demon god, those who are possessed and unconscious should be beheaded. Healing them is just a waste of food.
Ghost Emperor Yiming warned.
Disciple remembers it.
Lu Li nodded.
Then you should practice hard. I will also come forward to suppress the sect riots. The birth of the magic envoy will shock the world. It is estimated that many people will die in this month.
The Yiming Ghost Emperor said this coldly, and then disappeared without a trace. Many people died? Lu Li's heart sank slightly. It seems that you really need to practice hard.
Yeah. Lu Li, we are back.
At this moment, Jink's clear and excited milking sound sounded in his ears. A little man with yellow buds and a little black and white man appeared out of thin air in front of Lu Li.
Lu Li, you really have to thank me this time. The demon envoy was fighting with the leader of the Dao Alliance, and Quinping demonic god Art took the opportunity to escape. I don't know how many hidden old monsters tried to catch Quinping demonic god Art, and they all suspected that Quinping demonic god Art was a demon. So, in the void, countless big hands grabbed me, and I hid in Tibet with the Quinping demon god Art. I don't know how dangerous it is.
GK waved his two thin round hands and described vividly.
I know. Come on. Here are the sword pills prepared for you.
Lu Li smiled and took out 3 magic sword pills and handed them to GK.
Hey. Lu Li, I knew you were the most generous.
GK suddenly smiled broadly, holding the 3 magic sword pills and swishing them away before disappearing. At the same time, the little black and white man nodded towards Lu Li, hissed, and got into his body. Ding 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 ding. In my mind, 5 crisp system prompts popped up in succession.
Your Inyan Hunyuan Quinping demon god Art swallows the supreme demonic essence. After eating and drinking, your cultivation level will be greatly improved, and the progress will be increased by 150%. Your Inyan Hunyuan Quinping demon god Art swallows the supreme demonic essence. After eating and drinking, your cultivation level will be greatly improved, and the progress will be increased by 150%. Congratulations to the host. The Inyan Hunyuan Quinping demon god skill has broken through to the 2nd level. Congratulations to the host. The Inyan Hunyuan Quinping demon god skill has broken through to the 3rd level. Congratulations to the host. The Inyan Hunyuan Quinping demon god skill has broken through to the 4th level.
The sound fell. Boom. A majestic and vast mana suddenly rushed out from the Z mansion in Dantian. Like a vast galaxy, washing over Lu Li's limbs and bones. Finally, return to the Dantian Zifu and merge into the Daojin Dan. The mana reaches the power of 400 flowers. Realm. Breakthrough to the 4th level of Jin Dan. But it's not over yet. A ding. The system prompt sounded again.
Your Inyan Hunyuan Kunping demonic god art consumes pure demonic energy, awakens the origin of the devil, and evolves into the
Kunping demonic god art.
Dot.
As the voice fell, a strange and astonishing power emerged from the golden elixir out of thin air, rushing out of the Dantian Zifu and straight into the sea of consciousness. Boom! A huge earthquake in the sea of consciousness. A terrifying Kunping demon god emerged from the sea of consciousness. This Kunping is pure white, but its body is covered with black Hunyuan black holes. Black and white yin and yang, on top of the Kunping demon god, are perfectly integrated with ingenuity.
Is this another Dharma image?
While Lu Li was overjoyed, he sensed the drastic changes in the sea of consciousness and couldn't help but feel surprised. In the sea of consciousness, there is already a Dharmakaya Buddha with 4 heads and 8 arms. Now, there is another black and white Kunping demon god Dharmakaya. The power is even more amazing. Lu Li slightly inspired Kunping demon god's Dharma. Boom! A loud roar. With him as the center. It was as if the space and time of heaven and earth suddenly collapsed and turned into a very small mass point, giving birth to an extremely terrifying suction force. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth, with a radius of thousands of miles, suddenly rioted. Then, a huge whirlpool of spiritual energy suddenly formed and was swallowed up by him instantly, together with the bright sunlight, the breeze, the dust, the temperature and the sound. They all seemed to be swallowed directly into the body and disappeared without a trace. Swallow thousands of miles of spiritual energy in an instant. This is already comparable to Yuan Ying's perfect breathing speed of spiritual energy. The next moment, the great demon king roared.
Which bastard doesn't respect martial ethics and fights to devour spiritual energy at will? Stand up! Fight with me! The loser will eat the dust.
Hearing the sound, Lu Li quickly dispersed the demon god Kunping's body, looking surprised and happy. What makes me happy is naturally the terrifying power of the Kunping demon god. With such a powerful devouring power, the cultivation speed can be increased by at least 10 times. Surprisingly, is Kunping's demon power the same as Vajratathagata's body? Once the Dharma body is condensed in the sea of consciousness, it can no longer evolve? Already graduated? Forget it. Let's ignore it for now. Let Kunping demon god art join the battle, and give Brahma Saint's true demon art a good beating. Following Lu Li's order. Ding.
The Brahma demon true saint technique has been beaten wildly by all the techniques. I have long been used to it, and I am very eager for more violent beatings. Kunping demon god Kung Fu joins the siege. The Brahma demon true holy skill is greatly satisfied, and the mood reaches indescribable extreme joy. The cultivation effect is increased by 100,000%. Progress plus 1%. Progress plus 1%.
Chapter 254. Ask Mr. Lu to help me practice. Not bad. Lu Li was slightly happy as he watched the Brahma demon true holy art progress rapidly. In this way, if the demon comes and possesses him in a month, there should be no problems. When the time comes, all you need to do is restrain the demonic distraction. Just then, the real ghost appeared.
Lu Li, was it you who swallowed Qianli's spiritual energy just now?
Demon Master asked in surprise.
Yes.
Master.
Lu Li cupped his hands and said,
I just used the leader's spiritual treasure to circulate the magic power and swallow the spiritual energy of the world. So the movement I made was a bit louder. No wonder. However, you are indeed a bit louder and domineering. You can't even defeat your master's Kunping magic skill. It seems that your understanding of Kunping magic skill has already reached 7 levels. 8 points. This way, I feel completely at ease.
The demon master showed a relieved smile.
Thank you for the compliment. Master. By the way, senior brother Bai. Where are senior sisters Yao Yao?
Lu Li asked.
They have gone to seclusion to practice an evil magic skill in preparation for the coming of the devil in a month. Originally, my master wanted to pass on this evil magic skill to you, but it seems that there is no need for it now.
The demon master smiled. Do not! I'm useful. When Lu Li heard this, he immediately said solemnly,
Master, the devil is dangerous. Please give me the secret of evil. This evil method is to separate a bit of soul and condense it into a second soul. The side effects are very obvious. After practicing it, you have to rest for at least 3 to 5 years. Since the master has not taught you this evil method, I think I am very relieved for you. I won't teach you the secrets as a teacher.
The demon master shook his head.
That's not okay.
Luli sighed helplessly.
Ha ha. Luli, you don't have to worry. As a teacher, I see that your luck is strong, and you will be safe and sound in a month. In addition, my teacher is elegant and easygoing, and has been practicing unscathed so far. It is because of my deep blessings. And my disciples, it's also very sheltered. And it's absolutely fine.
The demon master consoled him. There are only 3 or 5 disciples left under your sect, and the rest are either dead or missing. How can this be called a deep blessing?
Luli was speechless for a while. Correct.
At this moment, the demon master looked solemn.
Disciple, you have to be careful about one person. Who?
Luli was stunned for a moment.
Tianju Demon Sect. Nangong Feihong. This man is Nangong Long's uncle. Although he did not break through to the nascent soul, he had the opportunity to refine a fake baby, which is almost equal to the nascent soul. Back then, my teacher also offended him. Now with new and old grudges, he will definitely take revenge on Nangong Long.
Demon Master said solemnly. Nangong Feihong? Luli was somewhat impressed. He turned his palm and found a piece of paper in his hand. It's the golden elixir list. If you look closely, you will see that Nangong Feihong is ranked 8th. And the golden elixir he cultivated is called the fake baby golden elixir.
Master, don't worry. I've defeated even the Halberd God King and the Qi Tianjiao. I don't even care about a mere Nangong Feihong.
Luli smiled. There was unrivaled confidence in his words.
That's good. However, you should be careful. If you kill Yangsu of Taimao Sect, Taimao Sect will definitely target you. Although my master has already ordered a coffin for you and carved a divine tablet for you. I have prepared a memorial tablet. But I still don't want to offer you incense every year.
The demon master sighed softly.
Master is so considerate. Disciple admires it.
Luli said, extremely touched.
Ha. My teacher has always been very considerate. I have already prepared 100 tablets in the ancestral hall in case there are not enough. It's a pity that there are only 28 sacred tablets now. Okay. You can go practice. My teacher. It's time to go back to retreat and break through the realm.
After the demon master finished speaking, his demonic aura erupted and rose into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared.
Luli was completely speechless.
I dare you to believe that this old devil has already prepared his apprentice to perish by accepting him as a disciple. How heartless.
Luli, are you okay?
The moment the demon master left, Mrs. Honglong came over in a flash, her oval face full of tenderness and worry. Obviously, she had been waiting in secret for a long time.
Ruji, I'm fine. Come in and talk.
Luli felt warm in his heart and smiled. Afterwards, the two went straight into the secret practice room. Boom! There was a loud noise. The restrictions in the secret room rose up, and as the 5-colored spiritual light shone,
spiritual energy spurted out and filled the surrounding area.
Luli, there is a letter from Xiatian Temple. Let me find a chance to leave 10,000 Demons Mountain directly. I want to take you with me. But?
Mrs. Honglong's eyebrows were filled with worry.
Ruji, you really should leave,
Luli said with a slightly solemn expression.
That demon has boundless power and can easily see the true energy of Taoism and Buddhism. If he sees it, you will definitely be in danger. But you don't have to worry about me. Yes, the leader has already arranged a way out. Sir, can you trust me?
Mrs. Honglong still looked a little worried. Obviously, she didn't know that the Yiming Ghost Emperor was planning to establish the Huangquan sect in a month. Luli thought for a while and said comfortingly,
Of course, I can trust the leader. If it weren't for the protection of the leader, I wouldn't be able to come back to the Taimao sect's forbidden area. So, Ruji, you'd better leave first. In case that demon envoy, if you suddenly come out and see your presence, you are in danger. This.
Mrs. Honglong bit her lip lightly. Some hesitation. Well, seeing this, Luli sighed softly in his heart and comforted him with a smile.
Ruji, you can rest assured. I have peerless qualifications, destiny, and treasures to suppress my luck. I won't die that easily. Moreover, I haven't died yet.
How can I bear to die if I marry you and have 3 children?
Bah! At this time, you are still saying these things. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Honglong couldn't help but scolded. Her smile is as gentle as water and charming. Luli felt his heart tremble when he saw this. Okay. Then I'll go first. At this moment, Mrs. Honglong's eyes were as bright as water, and she smiled. However, before I leave, I have an unkind invitation. I wonder if I should tell it or not. Ma'am, please speak. Luli agreed immediately. I want to ask Mr. Lu to help me practice. Mrs. Honglong bit her lips lightly with her teeth and exhaled like blue. Luli was stunned on the spot. Before he could react, Mrs. Honglong handed over a secret book with a light blue title page. Her eyes were soft and charming, as shy as a cloud. I practice this skill. I wonder if Mr. Lu is willing to do it. Help? The secret book with the light blue title page? The one given by the owner of Giant Eagle Island. Ha ha! Of course I am willing. I am absolutely willing. Luli couldn't help but be overjoyed after receiving the secret book of the exercises. Then, he waved his hand. There was a loud bang. In the secret cultivation room, the restriction was completely activated, and the colorful spiritual light shone fiercely. The formation erupted with an astonishing amount of pure spiritual energy, as thick as water, covering all directions. Immediately, two astonishing mana burst out. Start practicing the supreme technique. Unfortunately, because it was their first time to practice this difficult and obscure method, Lu and Li could not figure it out. After waiting for a while, the two of them thoroughly understood the method, and as if it came naturally, they went directly to the hall and practiced the method to perfection. Immediately afterwards, a ding-ding-ding system prompt sounded in Lu Li's mind. Your pure Yang Wuji Sutra senses the existence of the true energy of the Supreme Taoist Gate, and your heart is filled with admiration and excitement. Your cultivation speed increases by 10,000%. In order to express my gratitude, Xian Mingchu's goddess skill went out to search and found for you a good female cultivator who is suitable for Xian Mingchu's goddess skill. The position of the female cultivator, current position, distance, 0 inches. I don't know how much time passed. Rumble. Over the Yimingo's Sect's headquarters, thunderclouds rolled in. Extremely terrifying. This is clearly a divine catastrophe. Chapter 255. In fact, I am the Taoist ancestor. Rumble. The thunder snake and electric python danced wildly, tearing apart the rolling thunder clouds. A hurricane rolled up. Thousands of miles of spiritual energy riot. The terrifying power of thunder, brilliant and vast, shrouds people, giving people a great shock to the soul, and making people feel fear in their hearts. The entire Yimingo's Sect station immediately became commotion. This is someone making a breakthrough in becoming a god. Dang dang dang. Almost instantly, alarm bells rang. The monks in the station quickly flew out of the cave palace and stayed away. Even the great demon King Jintian, Elder Changel, and Elder Guardian are no exception. Is this the divine tribulation of the sun? The elder protecting the sutra was floating in the air, looking at the thunder clouds in the 9 heavens, and was amazed. This is one of the most powerful thunder tribulations among the divine tribulations. Who is going through the tribulation? It's Jinju and Honglong. Elder Changel on the side stroked his snow-white beard, his face full of envy, and exclaimed, Jinju and Honglong is extremely talented. After more than 300 years of cultivation, he has reached the perfection of nascent soul. And now, he has directly broken through to the realm of divine transformation. Huh? No. Where's Brother Lu? At the end of the sentence, his expression changed and his eyes glanced around. Sure enough, I didn't see the land carp. Brother Lu. Isn't he still at the station? He will be implicated in the catastrophe. Elder Changel couldn't help but worry. Humph. That boy is hooking up with true Lord Honglong. I don't know. Even if Lord Honglong doesn't survive the tribulation, he won't let anything happen to him. Maybe Lord Honglong can break through the divine transformation. Just with this person. About the boy. The great demon King Jintian said sourly. Don't worry. Chief Lu will definitely be fine. The guardian elder said calmly. Hearing these words, Elder Changel could only feel relieved. Boom. At this moment, thunder descended from the sky. The extremely thick golden divine thunder, like a pillar of heaven, struck straight down, covering 100 miles in radius. It was so powerful that it could destroy the heaven and the earth. The target is the temple of God. Buzz. At this moment, the terrifying demonic energy burst out from the temple of hell, soared into the sky,
and condensed into a huge red magic furnace. It rotated violently to meet the falling divine thunder. A strange scene occurred. The most powerful thunder calamity blasted into the magic furnace, exploded violently, and was actually refined into wisps of pure golden thunder in an instant, losing all its power. This is the magical furnace power of Lord Honglong to refine all things. Boom, 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 boom. The next moment, 9 days of thunder tribulation poured down. Powerful and violent currents raged between heaven and earth. Everyone had to retreat far away. Then, they saw the red magic furnace being blasted to pieces by the thunder and bursting at any time. This is the divine tribulation of the sun. However, this is only the first wave. What's even more terrifying is yet to come. In the past, the heavenly tribulation of Zhaori God usually involved 108 waves of thunder, which lasted for a whole day and night. Those who can survive such horrific catastrophes are often rare. I don't know how many geniuses have fallen under the catastrophe, and their bodies have disappeared. Boom, boom, boom. The thunder calamity continued to strike. The Guardian Elder mobilized the resident magic circle to block the thunder and lightning that overflowed from the sky thunder in the resident. Soon, the entire Ghost Sect station was filled with colorful thunder arcs, as rich as water, like a thunder pool. Very scary. The Crimson Magic Furnace has also been completely submerged in it. In this way, 10 hours passed. True Lord Honglong has survived 100 waves of thunder tribulations. However, there are the last and strongest 8 divine thunders, each one more powerful than the other, and their power has reached the middle stage of divine transformation. The last one can even reach the power of the late stage of divine transformation. The elder who protected the sutra sensed it, and his expression became slightly condensed. Elder Changle on the side looked at it, and couldn't help but look worried, and asked, "Elder Guardian, is there any problem with this?" "Hard to say." The Guardian Elder's earned sound was like thunder, and his expression was solemn. "From what I sensed, the aura of true Lord Honglong has been extremely weak. Obviously, her mana has been exhausted. If there is no powerful spiritual treasure, or the supreme elixir may not be able to survive the last 8 thunder tribulations." Hearing this, Elder Changle frowned. He looked up and saw that in the 9 heavens, thunderclouds rolled violently, forming a whirlpool of thunder that was like a sky eye. Thousands of purple thunderbolts rotated violently, preparing the next tyrannical and destructive divine thunder attack. Just one look at it makes you feel shocked and frightened. Even the monks in the early stage of becoming a god could not withstand such a terrifying thunder tribulation, let alone the true Lord Honglong who had not yet been promoted to a god. Even if he could barely survive this thunderstorm, he would definitely be seriously injured. There are 7 more powerful thunder tribulations behind him. Could it be that true Lord Honglong is going to perish here? In the secret training room, Mrs. Honglong floated down. Her face as pale as paper, and her breath was weak. Apparently he ran out of mana. "Luli, I'm afraid I won't be able to survive this thunderstorm. I will no longer be able to transfer your true energy to help you cultivate. Ching, I will leave this storage ring to you." Madame Honglong raised her eyes and glanced at the thunder tribulation whirlpool, with a gentle smile on her face. With that said, he was about to take off the white jade storage ring on his hand. "Need not." Luli pressed her down and said with a smile, "Ruji, I just told you that I want to have 3 children with you, but I haven't even given birth to the first one yet. You will be fine. You don't need to comfort me. I was in a hurry this time and didn't prepare anything. I have just passed through 100 lightning tribulations, and I have exhausted all my means. I'm afraid I won't be able to survive the next thunder tribulation. From now on, if you want to survive my child, it doesn't matter which beauty you choose to live with. I agree with them all." Mrs. Honglong sighed softly and looked at Luli, her eyes full of reluctance. There is also a hint of irrepressible sadness. "Ruji, are you serious?" Luli's eyes lit up. Seeing this, Mrs. Honglong laughed angrily. "Sure enough, all the men in the world are all philanderers. They eat what's in the bowl, but still miss what's in their nest. I'm not dead yet. However, what I said is true. When you show up." After that, my life was very stable, and I no longer had to worry. "Thank you." The last 3 words are extremely tender. Even a heart of stone turns into soft silk at this moment. Luli also felt warm in his heart. Rumble. At this moment, the 9 heavens' divine thunder shook again, and an even more terrifying aura of divine power filled the air. "Luli, please remember to bring your children to see me more often and chat with me." A teardrop fell from Mrs. Honglong's eyes.
The sadness of separation between life and death radiates from her body. However, Lu still had a smile on his face and said calmly,
Ruji, you are my eldest wife. How can I be willing to let you die? To tell you the truth, in fact, I am the reincarnation of Tao ancestor.
Huh?
The reincarnation of Daozu?
Mrs. Honglong was stunned for a moment, then smiled softly and said,
Okay, I believe you. However, I remember that in the records of Faxian Temple, the Taoist ancestor was the one who conquered thousands of beauties and ascended immediately. So, in the future, you will have a harem of 3,000 beauty. Just don't forget about me.
Although he forced a smile, his words showed great reluctance. After saying that, she flew into the sky again and faced the thunderstorm that was about to crash down. In the 9 heavens, the lightning shines to the extreme, dazzling enough to blind the eyes of the foundation building monks. The huge thunder god is like a thunder god beating a hammer and a drum, cracking the eardrums. In this earth-shaking thunder, Lu smiled. Then, recite the sutra.
The Tao can be taught, but it is not Tao. It can be named, but it is not named. The way of a saint is to work without fighting.
Boom! The black divine thunder as thick as a sky pillar, carrying the pressure of destroying the heaven and the earth, suddenly poured down and hit the exquisite figure above the Yin Temple. Chapter 256, Feathering and Ascension Sutra. Boom! 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 7 thunderbolts crashed down one after another, shaking the world. Then, the thundercloud dispersed. In the blue sky, the bright sun is like a fire, casting down rays of sunshine and flames.
Did you succeed in overcoming the tribulation?
The guardian elder was surprised and happy. Elder Changle and the great demon King Jintian were also surprised.
He actually succeeded in overcoming the tribulation? How is this going? Without hesitation, a group of powerful experts instantly returned to the Emingo's Sect's headquarters and appeared in front of the Temple of Hell, only to find that the aura of the Temple of Hell shone brightly and all the restrictions were activated.
Fellow Taoists, I have just made a breakthrough and need to stabilize my realm, so I won't show up to greet you.
The slightly joyful voice of Lord Honglong came out.
Congratulations to Lord Honglong.
The guardian elder bowed his hands and laughed.
Uh-huh. Our Emingo sect has added another transformed god. Everyone, let's leave first. After a while, true Lord Honglong comes out of seclusion, and then we go to congratulate him.
Seeing this, everyone congratulated and turned to leave. In the secret training room, Mrs. Honglong's whole body was shining with cyan light, lingering like water. Her aura was mysterious and mysterious, supremely mysterious. After a while, the green light converged into the body. A beautiful woman with icy skin and jade skin, wearing a golden gauze, appeared in front of Lu. It gives people an extraordinary temperament of elegance, dignity, grace and luxury. It's like a fairy descending to earth. She slowly opened her eyes and looked at Lu, with a gentle smile on her lips.
Lu, thank you for saving my life.
Just now, the thunder was about to strike. The roar of thunder filled her ears. But suddenly, vaguely, she seemed to hear Lu chanting mysterious scriptures using a syllable she had never heard before. Then, the feathered Jinchi in the body burst into violence. The magic furnace magic also immediately rioted. Many magic powers are also rioting. Then, her feathering scripture broke through, refining the thunder of heaven and earth in an instant, turning it into boundless mana, and her injuries recovered instantly. In this way, she easily passed through the last 8 thunder tribulations and successfully promoted to God transformation. Unscathed.
Congratulations, madam, for successfully overcoming the tribulation.
Lu smiled and held his hands in congratulations.
Are you not really the reincarnation of Tao ancestor?
Thinking of the sudden change, Mrs. Honglong bit her lip lightly and looked at Lu with extremely complicated expressions. There were expressions of shock, disbelief, gratitude, and astonishment.
Lu, never lie.
Lu nodded.
That's right. Lu, am the reincarnation of Tao ancestor. If heaven had not given birth to me, Lu, the Tao sect would have been like a long night.
Mrs. Honglong looked at Lu and suddenly smiled sweetly.
It doesn't matter if the Taoist is reincarnated or not. For me, it's enough that you are Lu.
As he spoke, his eyes were as full as water, filled with all kinds of tenderness.
Madam is right.
Lu nodded in approval.
Then again, what Madam just said is true. Right. If I want to have a child, I can find any beauty to give birth to her? You?
Hearing this, Mrs. Honglong couldn't help but give Lu Li an angry look, and sighed helplessly.
That's right. Everything I said is true. Thank you, ma'am.
Lu Li got the answer and bowed deeply.
However, before that, I would like to ask Tao Ancestor to continue my unfinished practice with me.
Mrs. Honglong bowed and bowed.
Huh? Unfinished practice?
Lu Li was slightly startled. Then, he saw Mrs. Honglong smile charmingly.
I should be grateful for the Tao Master's life-saving grace.
1 day later, Mrs. Honglong left. Before leaving, she squeezed hundreds of billions from Lu Li. But she also gave Lu Li an equally precious treasure. The Evolved Sutra of Feathering and Ascension. This is evolved from the Feixian Guanjin Sect's magic formula.
The Feathering True Sutra.
It is the Supreme Taoist Sect's magic formula. When you practice it to perfection, you can directly transcend tribulations and ascend. However, Lu Li did not choose to practice this magical skill immediately, because a month later, the demonic messenger came again. Seeing the Supreme Taoist Qi in his body, it was very likely that he would directly search for his soul and refine his soul. Just in case, Lu Li decided to put the Feathering and Ascension Sutra aside and wait a month before practicing again.
Well,
Lu Li looked at the empty training room, still feeling a little reluctant for a moment. This person left, and the lingering fragrance remained. In the days without Mrs. Honglong, he began to feel a little uncomfortable.
That's all. Continue practicing and wait a month before going to see Madame Honglong.
Lu Li sighed, supported the wall, and stood up. However, he barely stood firm and almost fell down.
Lu Li, why are you so seriously injured?
At this time, Jing's milky voice sounded in his mind, because it was afraid of thunder. It sensed the moment when the lightning tribulation was formed and slipped away. Wait until the thunder disappears before coming back.
Fine.
Lu Li smiled awkwardly.
I just practiced too much. I just need to take a rest.
After this battle, he understood two things. First, it is true that there are only exhausted cattle and no damaged land. Second, when fighting goblins, it is indeed like riding a roller coaster. The faster you go, the higher the decibels you shout.
I hope you're fine. I thought you were injured by thunder. Hey, why did you break through again?
At this time, Jean K's shocked voice sounded. That's right. Lu Li has broken through to the 5th level. With the help of Madame Honglong, he devoured a large amount of spiritual energy, and the Quimping Demon God's skill once again soared to a higher level, reaching the 5th level of the Golden Elixir, reaching the power of 500 flowers. Take another look at the system skill panel. Host, Land Carp. Realm, Golden Elixir 5th level 12%. Quimping Demonic Skill, level 25, progress 12%. Pure Yang Infinite Sutra, perfection. Xianming Xiao's Goddess Skill, perfect. The Chunyang Wuji Sutra and Xianming Xiao's Goddess skills were directly completed. Lu Li couldn't help but feel slightly happy. The supreme skill that Xing Feng Lai gave him was indeed very powerful, and it directly helped him reach the next level, breaking through to the 5th level of the Golden Core. Now, his magic power is almost the same as that of Ling Jinshuang and Fang Yinli, who have been practicing for 30 years. They are just as powerful. The next time they meet, they will be stunned with fear. Then, continue to practice the Brahma Demon True Holy Art. Lu Li took a deep breath. Sit down cross-legged again. He glanced at the system log and frowned. The progress of Brahma Demon's True Holy skill only increased by 12% in 2 days and 2 nights. The training effect is reduced to 1000%. That is 10 times the cultivation speed. No matter how hard the Vajratathagata Dharmakaya and the Quimping Demon God art were beaten, the Brahma Demon True Holy art could not make the Brahma Demon True Saint art enter a state of extreme joy again and break through to 1000 times the cultivation speed. There is no reminder to work hard overnight to increase progress. Obviously, this skill has not recognized its master yet. Now there's trouble. Lu Li couldn't help but frown slightly. Do you want to practice a few more magic skills and go together to beat the Brahma Demon with the True Holy skills? But in this way, the symptoms will not be cured. After a day or two, the speed of practicing the Brahma Demon True Holy art will still slow down. A month later, the devil's distraction came to his body and might burst his body. This can't go on like this. You have to practice the Brahma Demon True Holy skill to perfection. Lu Li summoned the humanoid exercise chart and fell into deep thought as he looked at the exercises above that were trying to attack the dark gold villain. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. There is a way. The next moment, Luli said,
Equipping Demon Divine Art. Vajra Tathagata Dharma Body. You should stop fighting the Brahma Demon True Holy Art. Go and fight the Immortal Poison Sutra.
Hula. The group of colorful little men scattered. Then rushed forward. Rushed to the left waist of the human-shaped figure. And began to beat up the colorful little man. A ding. A crisp system prompt sounded.
I was bullied severely by the Immortal Poison Sutra. I was extremely unwilling to accept it. I began to practice hard in secret. The effectiveness of my practice increased by 100,000%.
Luli smiled slightly and waited quietly.
Soon,
after a cup of tea, a ding sounded.
The Brahma Demon True Saint Gong is willing to recognize you as his master and begs for your beating.
Chapter 257, The Abyss Fox Clan Ancestor. Ha ha. As expected, a masochist is a masochist. If you don't fight for a day, your whole body will feel uncomfortable. Hearing the system prompt, Luli couldn't help laughing. However, he did not immediately let a group of skills start to beat the Brahma Demon True Holy skill. Instead, he started practicing on his own, swallowing thousands of miles of spiritual energy. An hour later, Luli muttered silently, and asked Kuimping to use the demonic power and Vajratathagata to flog the Brahma Saint with a true demonic power. Ding. A crisp system prompt immediately sounded.
The Brahma Demon True Holy Art has recognized you as its master. The Brahma Demonic True Holy skill is greatly satisfied, and the mood reaches indescribable extreme joy. The cultivation effect is increased by 200,000%. Progress plus 1%. Progress plus 1%. Done!
Luli smiled proudly. From now on, if you beat him every 3 to 5 times, the Brahma Demon's True Holy Art will be practiced at an astonishing speed of 1,000 times. Or even 2,000 times, coupled with its automatic cultivation. Within a month, this residual technique will definitely be able to reach perfection. In this way, Luli would feel completely at ease. The next moment, Luli sprayed a mouthful of mana onto the Huangquan Ming lantern next to him. Buzz! The Huangquan Ming lantern trembled, spinning brightly, floating in the sky above the head, and cast a dim yellow light, shrouding Luli's body. Luli immediately entered a magical state where he could not stop thinking. The speed of mana movement is 3 points faster. All the cultivation problems in my mind seemed to become easier, and I felt like I was enlightened. Just like that, Luli took out the poison bead and started practicing again. He wants to cultivate to the 6th level of Jinden as soon as possible within a month. Improve your own strength. When the time comes, kill all the demonic distractions that come. I don't know how much time passed. There was a click. The high-grade fire element spiritual stone sitting under Luli shattered into pieces, exhausted its spiritual energy, and turned directly into a piece of powder.
TSK. TSK. The speed at which Kuimping's demonic power devours spiritual energy is truly amazing. However, the improvement in cultivation level is also extremely rapid. System.
Luli opened his eyes suddenly, and 2 golden lights shot out of his eyes. The system panel appears in front of you. Kuimping Demonic Skill, Level 25, 96% progress. With only 4% progress, he can break through to the 6th level of the Golden Core. Another look. Sutra of Immortal Poison, Level 5, 96% progress. The progress of the Immortal Poison Sutra has also caught up with the Kuimping Demonic Art. The reason is also very simple. Because the Brahma Demonic True Holy Gong also joined the team that beat the Immortal Poison Sutra. Perhaps because he had just joined and wanted to show off. The Brahma Demonic True Holy skill was very motivated for the tasks assigned by the Master Luli. And his attacks were extremely ruthless. One of them could defeat 3 of them. And the Poison Sutra was beaten to death. Luli was very pleased with this. Then let a group of exercises give the Brahma Demon's True Holy Art a meal. And beat it again. So that the Brahma Demon's True Holy Art is also greatly satisfied. The progress of Brahma Demon's True Holy Art has also reached an astonishing 69%.
Has it been 20 days?
Luli felt it, and couldn't help but frown slightly. 10 days left. In the past 10 days, he tried his best to meet the various requirements of various techniques, and improve their practice progress. But he still felt a little unstable. Those who descend are all demons. He is alone. Even with Ling Jianshuang and Fang Yinli helping him, he may still be in danger when facing tens of thousands of Jindan demon cultivators from the demon sect who are possessed by the demon god. Especially since I have offended a lot of people. Yang Su from Taima Sect, Nangong Long from Tianjue Demon Sect, Shuiying Sect, Ahuan Sect, When the war breaks out, it is estimated that many people will attack him. Maybe there are all kinds of weird and evil things that even his Vajratatthagata body can't stop. You still have to continue practicing. Lu Li's eyes flashed. He raised his hand, threw out 300 high-grade spirit stones, and put them into the spirit gathering array. Boom! The spiritual energy rioted again, as thick as water, and was swallowed by the land carp, just when he was about to continue practicing with his eyes closed. The four-tailed fox demon silently reciting the Alchemy Sutra in the corner suddenly sensed something, trembled all over, and scurried over.
Master, I thought I feel the breath of my ancestors.
Lu Li was stunned when he heard the sound.
Ancestor? That's right. Our ancestor is the leader of the Tianxiang Fox clan. She's here. She's nearby,
the four-tailed fox demon said in a crisp voice, swaying its 4 red plush tails as red as fire.
Abyss Fox clan?
Lu Li suddenly narrowed his eyes. But he remembered that the Abyss Monster clan all worship Tianjiao as their holy sons. So why did they suddenly come here? Could it be that the Abyss Monster clan is planning to attack him? Just as Lu Li was deep in thought, a familiar voice came into the secret training room.
Brother Lu, the Demon King of the Abyss Tianxiang Fox clan wants to meet you.
It was the voice of Elder Changle. See you or not. Lu Li fell into deep thought. At this time, the four-tailed fox demon in front of him said cautiously,
Master, if our ancestor wants to do you harm, he will definitely lurk here secretly, and will not come here openly. She came here this time. I'm afraid she wants to take refuge in you. Take refuge in me? An Abyss Demon clan. Take refuge in me?
Lu Li sneered.
Yes, that's right. Because you, Master, have the aura of the holy artifact of the Spirit Clan. The Abyss Demon Clan respects the Spirit Clan as their master, not because of the Spirit Clan's bloodline, but because of this holy artifact.
The four-tailed fox demon revealed a secret.
Oh, interesting.
Lu Li changed his mind and nodded.
Okay, I will meet your ancestors.
After that, he waved his hand. There was a bang. The door to the secret practice room opens. Lu Li picked up the four-tailed fox demon that had shrunk to the size of a civet cat, and in a flash, he floated out of the temple of hell.
Brother Lu, you look good. It seems that you have gained a lot from seclusion.
Huh?
Brother, you actually broke through to the 5th level of the Golden Core?
Seeing Lu Li appear, Elder Changle greeted him with a smile on his face. However, when he sensed Lu Li's cultivation level, he couldn't help but lost his voice in shock. How long has passed? Lu Li just broke through from the 1st level of the Golden Elixir to the 5th level of the Golden Elixir? It's so terrifying. Elder Changle couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to rise to 105 degrees.
Brother Lu, don't be surprised. As a peerless genius, it's normal for me to practice a little faster.
Lu Li smiled lightly.
You are not just a little bit faster. You are simply a billion bits faster.
Elder Changle swallowed his saliva and sighed in great shock. The way he looked at Lu Li was as if he were looking at a peerless monster.
Brother Lu, thank you very much. Where is the Demon King of the Abyss Fox clan?
Lu Li asked with a smile.
In the side hall. The Guardian Elder is already sitting there. But Brother Lu, you have to be more careful. That is the Demon King of the Abyss Demon Clan after all.
Elder Changle reminded solemnly.
Okay. Thank you, Brother Lu, for reminding me. I'll excuse you for now.
Lu Li cupped his hands and thanked him. After saying that, his body flashed a few times, and he appeared in front of the gate of the side hall with the four-tailed fox demon. What caught his eye was a ball of coquettish red light in the upper left corner of the hall. Almost instantly, the immortal poison meridian in Lu Li's body began to stir. It smelled familiar. The aura of the Abyss Spirit Clan. The Spirit Emperor's clone. Chapter 258, The Spirit Emperor's Treasure House.
Ancestor!
Seeing the red light, the four-tailed fox demon in Lu Li's arms was very excited. He jumped to the ground and rushed to the red light, raising his head.
Concubine! Long time no see.
In the red light, a soft voice came out, which was a bit kind. Then, a bony old hand stretched out and gently stroked the four-tailed fox demon's head.
Fox demon, come here!
Lu Li flashed, sat on the main seat, and gave a calm order. Woohoo! The four-tailed fox demon called out and glanced at the red light, but still turned around obediently, ran to Lu Li's feet, and laid down on the ground. The flaming red tail was raised high and fell into Lu Li's hand, letting him rub it.
Senior is the ancestor of the Abyss Tinxiang Fox clan?
Lu Li rubbed his satin-like fox tail and glanced sideways at the red light.
The ancestor of the majestic Tinxiang Fox clan hides his head and shrinks his tail, which is detrimental to your identity. Senior.
This statement was slightly sarcastic. An ordinary Lianxu master would definitely become furious upon hearing this. How dare a mere golden elixir despise Lianxu? However, Lu Li is not an ordinary golden elixir monk. He is the best golden elixir in the world. The future head of the Yiminggo sect. His status is no less than that of the leader of the Abyss Monster clan. What's more, this is the Yiminggo sect. In the void, the aura of the guardian elders lingered around, guarding in the dark. Lu Li is not afraid at all.
He is indeed a peerless genius who has cultivated the golden elixir of the great Tao. He is arrogant and arrogant.
In the red light, the soft voice sounded again.
There is something wrong with my cultivation, and I have been polluted by the way of heaven, so I cannot show my true face to others. Please forgive me, little friend Lu.
The attitude was very polite.
Tell me, Senior, why did you come to visit so rashly?
Lu Li didn't say any nonsense and went straight to the point.
Little friend Lu is so refreshing. In that case, I won't talk nonsense anymore. I came here this time because I want to make 2 deals with you. Little friend Lu.
The figure in the red light said slowly.
Trade?
Lu Li's expression condensed.
That's right. This first deal is about Fei. Fei's sister misses her very much. Therefore, I want to make a deal with Lu Xiaoyu. I am willing to offer a rare and rare 10-year-old elixir, plus 1,000 high-grade spiritual stones. Please let her go.
The ancestor of the Fox clan said directly. Release him? Impossible. This fox demon knows too many secrets about him. Lu Li's expression turned cold, and he firmly refused.
I'm sorry. I like this fox demon very much. It's very comfortable to play with. It's also very warm when I sleep on it at night. It can help me test poison and poison elixirs, and it can also help me explore the road when I go out. It's very useful. I can't let her go.
As soon as these words came out, the four-tailed fox demon looked confused. It turns out she has so many uses. If this happens, won't the days to come be dark? Suddenly, I had no hope of life.
Little friend Lu, you are abusing animals. It goes against the law of nature.
The ancestor of the Fox clan sighed softly as he listened.
What kind of cruelty to animals? Senior, don't talk nonsense. I am training her tolerance and helping her to cultivate her body. A kind, considerate, and attentive master like me cannot be found in the whole world with a lantern. If you don't believe it, just ask her.
Lu Li said as if nothing happened. After saying that, he lightly kicked the four-tailed fox demon. The four-tailed fox demon nodded with tears in his eyes.
Yes, ancestor. The master treats me very well. He allows me to take miraculous elixirs every day and even allows me to make elixirs. I am very grateful.
The ancestor of the Fox clan stopped talking. She obviously heard the endless sadness and grievance in the four-tailed fox demon's words. I also saw Lu Li's shamelessness.
Well, since Lu Xiaoyu is like this, the concubine will be raised by Lu Xiaoyu for the time being.
The ancestor of the Fox clan sighed and gave up helplessly.
What's the second deal?
Lu Li didn't waste time and asked directly.
The Eldar sacred artifact.
The voice of the ancestor of the Fox clan suddenly became lowered.
I want the Spirit clan's holy weapon from Lu Xiaoyu.
As expected, this old fox demon is indeed aiming at the spiritual artifact. Lu Li sneered in his heart and said indifferently.
Senior, do you know who the Spirit tribe's holy weapon originally belonged to? Huh? The spiritual artifact belongs to the holy son Qi Tianjiu.
The ancestor of the Fox clan replied.
That's right. It's Qi Tianjiu's. Qi Tianjiu is my enemy. My life and death enemy. If Senior wants to get back the spiritual artifact for him, it's absolutely impossible. Please come back.
Lu Li sent the guests off directly with a cold face.
Little friend Lu has misunderstood. I came here secretly not to help the holy son Qi Tianjiu get back the spiritual artifact. But I want it myself.
The ancestor of the Fox clan said something. This was both unexpected and reasonable.
Senior, do you want it yourself?
Lu Li narrowed his eyes slightly, his eyes sharp.
That's right.
In the red light, the figure nodded lightly.
The holy artifact of the spiritual tribe is the holy artifact of the 100 clans of the Abyss. It has been occupied by the spiritual tribe before, So it is called the holy artifact of the spiritual tribe. I want to take back the holy artifact and transform. The enlightenment tool allows my Tianxiang Fox clan to stand on top of the hundreds of clans in the abyss. The old guy is lying. Suddenly, the powerful voice of the guardian elder came into his ears. When Lu Li heard this reminder, his expression became even more indifferent, and he didn't speak. He just picked up the teapot next to him and took a sip of tea. Then, he said slowly, "Senior, please come back." The ancestor of the Fox clan was surprised. "Little friend Lu, don't you want to hear what I will give you in exchange for the holy artifact of the spirit clan?" There is a seductive power in the voice. However, Lu Li was protected by the Sutra Protector Elder and was not affected at all. He said coldly, "Senior, you have no sincerity at all. How can I make a deal with you? You want sincerity? What sincerity?" The voice of the ancestor of the Fox clan deepened. A spirit clan holy weapon is a spiritual treasure that is almost a Taoist weapon. To transform into a Taoist weapon, you need a supreme opportunity. Perhaps 10,000 years have passed. This spirit clan holy weapon is still just a spiritual treasure. Senior, what do you think? To rely on it to stand at the top of the Abyss Monster clan is probably just talking in your sleep. After Lu Li finished speaking, he continued drinking tea. "Little friend Lu, why don't you explain it a little more clearly?" the ancestor of the Fox clan asked. This old guy is pretending to be confused. Pretending to understand. Lu Li sneered. "Okay. Then let me explain it clearly. Senior, what do you want to do with this spiritual sacred weapon?" The ancestor of the Fox clan was silent. Lu Li didn't rush him and just drank tea quietly. 30 breaths later, a hint of impatience appeared on Lu Li's face. He put down the jade cup in his hand, stood up and said, "Senior, take my leave. Fox Demon, let's go back to practice with me." "Wait." Seeing that Lu Li was about to leave, the ancestor of the Fox clan said directly, "Little friend Lu, please stay. Senior, please speak directly if you have anything to say." Lu Li said coldly, "All right." In the red light, the ancestor of the Fox clan sighed softly and said slowly, "The Eldar artifact is actually a key. I want to get this key and open the legendary Spirit Emperor's treasure house." Chapter 259 Add Money. The Eternal God. The Spiritual Emperor's treasure house? Lu Li sat down and couldn't help but feel surprised. That's right. It's the Spirit Emperor's treasury. In the red light, the ancestor of the Fox clan said in a deep voice. According to legend, the Abyss Spirit clan had a Spirit Emperor who practiced Taoism and ascended to the fairy world. Before ascending, the Spirit Emperor left behind a treasure house, which contained a treasure trove, countless treasures of heaven and earth, as well as supreme Taoist tools. Is it true? Lu Li tilted his head slightly and asked in a deep voice. It seems that there is such a thing. The elder who was hiding in the secret and protecting the scriptures heard the message. It is true. At this time, the ancestor of the Fox clan said with great certainty, "I have found the treasure house of the Spirit Emperor. As long as you get the key to the Spirit clan's sacred weapon, you can enter it." "Really? I don't believe it." Lu Li shook his head. "Everything I say is true. If little friend Lu doesn't believe it, I can swear on the spot." The ancestor of the Fox clan said solemnly, If there really is a Spirit Emperor's treasure house, the Spirit clan would have opened it long ago. How could it be your turn? Senior?" Lu Li sneered. "Obviously, this old fox is still lying." "Little friend Lu, you didn't know this. The time our sect opened the passage to the demon world, and the world changed drastically. The Spirit Emperor's treasure house hidden in the secret realm of the void was revealed. Because of this, I came here and prepared to buy it, the spiritual artifact in Lu Xiao's hand." The ancestor of the Fox clan revealed a secret. This is actually somewhat believable. Lu Li thought of the Huangqing Dao Palace before and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "So, Senior, what do you want to give me in exchange for the Spirit clan's sacred weapon?" 10,000 high-grade spiritual stones. The ancestor of the Fox clan answered very simply and neatly. "What?" Lu Li was surprised. "Senior, don't you know that it is the supreme spiritual treasure that is closest to a Taoist weapon? The spiritual treasure that is closest to a Taoist weapon is only a spiritual treasure after all. 10,000 high-grade spiritual stones should be enough." The ancestor of the Fox clan said solemnly. "No." Lu Li suddenly smiled. "Senior, you misunderstood. What I mean is, I need to pay more. Add money?
This time it was the Fox clan's ancestor who was stunned.
Yes. For you, Senior. This spiritual artifact is a precious key to the Spirit Emperor's treasure house. For me, it is a supreme spiritual treasure that is almost a Taoist artifact. And both have extraordinary significance. What's more, I fell in love with the Spirit Clan's holy weapon at first sight. Cherished each other. And were like brothers. Just like a couple who has been in love for 100 years. We wish we could live and die together until the end of time. If you let me sell it, don't you need to pay more?
Luli smiled.
Dot.
The ancestor of the Fox clan was silent in the coquettish red light. The secret guardian elder also fell silent. The four-tailed fox demon's 3 eyes were as wide as bells. And he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. It was as if he had never seen such a shameless person. You fall in love at first sight with a spiritual treasure. Why don't you fall in love with a pig at first sight?
What do you want?
After a moment, the ancestor of the Fox clan asked in a deep voice.
3 10,000-year elixirs, plus 1 spirit life seed,
Luli said with a smile.
Impossible.
The ancestor of the Fox clan subconsciously refused.
10,000-year elixirs are rare to begin with. It would be too much for you to ask for 3 of them at the same time. I will give you 1 at most. Deal. Get it.
Unexpectedly, Luli readily agreed. The ancestor of the Fox clan was stunned again. She suddenly felt that she had been trapped.
Ha ha. It is true that a hero comes from a young age. Little friend Lu, you are very scheming.
The ancestor of the Fox clan suddenly laughed and said.
So you plan to get a 10,000-year elixir from the beginning. Not bad. Not bad. Each other.
Luli took a sip of tea and smiled. Then, neither of them moved. Very tacit understanding.
Senior, what do you mean? Don't you want to exchange for my spiritual artifact? 10,000 high-grade spiritual stones. A 10,000-year elixir. And a life seed. Why don't you take it out?
Luli asked in surprise.
Little friend Lu, where is your Spirit Clan's sacred weapon? Why don't you take it out?
The ancestor of the Fox clan asked rhetorically.
Because I didn't plan to give it now.
Luli said something unexpected.
Huh? What does Lu Xiao you mean?
The voice of the ancestor of the Fox clan became a little cold. She was angry.
It's very simple. After 10 days, all the demons will come. I have to hold the spiritual artifact first. Just in case. After 10 days, I will hand over the spiritual artifact to my senior. Isn't this reasonable?
Luli replied calmly.
I see.
The ancestor of the Fox clan nodded.
It is indeed reasonable. But I will come back in 10 days to trade with you. Little friend Lu. Is that okay?
It seems that she is not letting go of the eagle when she sees the rabbit. 2 old foxes. The secret guardian elder shook his head and sighed secretly. It seemed that this transaction was unlikely to succeed.
Has a problem.
At this moment, Luli smiled.
In 10 days, I will hand over this spiritual artifact to the leader, and let him open the legendary Spirit Emperor's treasure house. Therefore, if Senior wants to trade, either today, or Dot just put down a deposit first. Dot!
The ancestor of the Fox clan fell into silence again. Although she didn't speak, everyone could guess that her face looked a little ugly. What Luli did was a threat from Chi Guogua.
Then what if little friend Lu reneges on his word after receiving the deposit and refuses to hand over the spiritual artifact to me? Wouldn't I lose the deposit?
After a moment, the cold voice of the ancestor of the Fox clan sounded.
Senior, you can rest assured. I swore to Patriarch Yiming on the spot that if I can't come up with the spiritual artifact for trading in 10 days, I will pay back the deposit in full and cut off one of my arms. If I violate this oath, Yiming, will the reincarnation of Master Ming exploded on the spot.
Is this okay?
Luli smiled.
When Lu Xiaoyu said cut off one arm, could it be that he cut off one arm of his Dharmakaya?
The ancestor of the Fox clan asked in a deep voice. Huh? Was he actually seen through? Luli also thought that he had so many giant arms of the Buddha that it would not be a problem to break one of them at will. So he used this to exploit a loophole. He did not expect that this trick would be discovered. Luli was surprised in his heart, but his face didn't reveal anything.
How could it be? Senior, do you think I am such a shameless person?
Yes. The ancestor of the Fox clan replied immediately.
Woof woof woof.
The four-tailed fox demon at his feet also called out and nodded, expressing his complete agreement.
Really?
Even the secret guardian elder couldn't help but nod. Dot. Luli could only drink tea to cover up his embarrassment. Then, He put down the teacup and said calmly,
Senior, you have only two choices. 1. Leave directly and pretend you have never been here. 2. Pay a deposit and come back to trade with me 10 days later. In this way, you have get the chance to get the Spirit Clan's sacred weapon and open the Spirit King's treasure house. Pay the deposit.
The ancestor of the Fox clan pondered for a moment and quickly made a decision.
Okay. As usual, we will pay a 10% deposit, which is 1,000 high-grade spiritual stones, 1,000-year elixir, and a life seed.
Lu Li's eyes lit up, and he said quickly, No. The ancestor of the Fox clan said firmly,
I can only give you 1,000-year elixir and 1 Spirit Clan life seed. If Lu Xiaoyu doesn't agree, then I would rather not give up the Spirit Clan's holy weapon and explore the Spirit Emperor's treasure house by myself. The back door.
Alas! Touch the back door? This ancestor of the Fox tribe has a bit of a strong taste. Lu Li frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and nodded.
Okay. Deal. Please take the things out. Senior, that's no problem. But I want to take a look at the Spirit Clan's sacred weapon first.
The ancestor of the Fox clan said in a deep voice.
Can?
Lu Li nodded, turned his hand, and a jade millstone slipped from his sleeve into his palm. It is the Eldar sacred artifact. The Chaos Divine Mill. Lu Li held the spiritual artifact, shook it quickly, and put it away again.
Senior, you have seen the thing. Are you satisfied? Satisfy?
The red light flickered, and a group of red medicinal herbs floated out. There was also something as green as a pine cone, which slowly flew to the table next to Lu Li. The red herb is 1,000-year-old elixir. However, Lu Li didn't even look at it, and directly grabbed the green pine cone. With a glint in his eyes, another Spirit Emperor seed. Now. The 6th level of the golden elixir is stable. Chapter 260. I wish Lu Li a speedy death and a quick rebirth. Transaction complete. The ancestor of the Fox clan is gone. The guardian elder appeared and asked in surprise.
Lu Li, in 10 days, do you really want to make a deal with this ancestor of the Fox clan? Sell her the sacred weapon of the Spirit Clan? Of course. I am honest and trustworthy and never lie.
Lu Li smiled.
This is a spiritual treasure that is almost a Taoist weapon. Moreover, it is also the key to the Spirit Emperor's treasure house. Don't you want it now?
The guardian elder still didn't believe it.
Elder, don't worry. This spiritual artifact will eventually return to my hands.
Lu Li smiled mysteriously. He seemed confident. Seeing this, the elder who protected the sutra stopped asking further questions.
Elder, I'll excuse you now. I'll go back and continue practicing.
Lu Li cupped his hands and returned to the Temple of Hell in a flash. People go directly into the secret room for practice. Immediately afterwards, Lu Li triggered the Yin Temple's ban and blocked all prying eyes. A big hand flip. The Jasper millstone appeared in the palm of my hand.
Golden Tower.
Lu Li shouted softly.
Arrived.
With a swipe, a little person like a yellow jade popped out of the cuff, making a milky sound.
GK. Did you hear what happened just now?
Lu Li asked with a smile.
He. I heard it. I'm going to find out the news. See if this is a trap. If it's not a trap, I will go directly to the Spirit Emperor's treasure house with the Spirit Clan's sacred weapon.
Jink's face was filled with excitement. After saying that, he put the jade millstone on his head and slipped into the void. Soon, Jean K caught up with the ancestor of the Fox clan and followed her from a distance into the depths of 10,000 Demons Mountain, all the way to the gate of Taima Sect. At this time, it was night. Cool breeze. Above the bright stars, the moonlight fills the sky. The ancestor of the Fox clan, led by a Taima Sect disciple, soon arrived in front of a huge black jade palace. Then it floated in. Entering the main hall, you see 4 monks. Sitting on the main seat is a beautiful woman in black robe, as graceful as a flower in the moon. It's a pity that his eyes are like daggers and his face is cold and sinister, making him look a bit fierce. It is the cultivation level of the late nascent soul. Sitting on the left are 2 people. The man is a middle-aged man, wearing a black dragon robe, with a square face and a big nose. He has a majestic appearance, like a general holding thousands of troops. The appearance is similar to Nangonglong. The woman is a woman in white, beautiful and charming. Both of these 2 people are in the middle stage of nascent soul. If Lu Li were here, He would recognize at a glance that this man and woman are Negong Long's parents. Looking to the right, there is a mysterious man covered in black robes sitting there. A ghostly look.
Ancestor of the Fox clan. Is the holy artifact of the spirit clan in Luli's hands?
Seeing the red light floating in, a cold voice came from under the black robe. There was great resentment in his voice.
Holy son. The holy weapon is indeed in Luli's hands. I have seen it with my own eyes.
The ancestor of the Fox clan responded and floated to sit next to the black robe man.
Good.
The mysterious man in black robe gritted his teeth and uttered one word. Then suddenly lifted his black robe, revealing his true appearance. It turned out to be a fierce ghost whose whole body was condensed from ghost energy, with only a pair of blood-colored eyes exposed. As the ghost bodies gathered and dispersed, a face emerged, and it was revealed to be the genius of abandonment. This guy is actually not dead. He even turned into a ghost cultivator. Cultivation has also reached the middle stage of foundation building.
Shi Tianjiao, you better put on your ghost robe.
At this time, the beautiful woman in black robe on the main seat said coldly,
Senior, your son Yangsu died in Luli's hands. Don't you want to take revenge?
Shi Tianjia's bloody eyes were cold and ferocious, filled with murderous intent. Hearing this sentence, the beautiful woman in black robe narrowed her eyes and said with cold eyes,
Of course I want revenge. That fellow Luli killed my son and completely destroyed his soul and body. I will let him be buried with my son when there is a big revenge. However, when the devil comes, the overall situation is more important. How can I kill him?
This beautiful woman is clearly Yangsu's mother.
Isn't it easy to kill him?
At this moment, the middle-aged man in black dragon robes on the upper left, Nanong Xie, said coldly,
In 10 days, 10,000 demons will come, and the people of the Immortal Alliance will definitely come to cause trouble. When the time comes, why don't we take advantage of the chaos and kill Luli?
Okay.
Besides, we don't need to do anything.
There was a solid murderous intention in his words.
You don't need us to do anything?
When the beautiful woman in black robe heard this, her face immediately showed emotion.
Who will do it? The Mieching Dao, He-Wan Sect, White Bone Sect, Blood Shadow Sect, and 9 Nether Soul Sect all have people from my spiritual clan. When the time comes, they will take action directly to kill Luli.
The arrogance of the abandoned genius shows its ferocity and is ferocious and ugly.
If they can't kill Luli, there is still my younger brother, Nandong Feihong. If he takes action, he will kill Luli.
Nandong Xie squeezed out a sentence through his teeth.
Nandong Feihong? Number 8 on the golden elixir list? Fake infant golden elixir?
The eyes of the beautiful woman in black robes brightened,
and then dimmed again.
I'm afraid I can't deal with Luli with just these crooked melons and split dates. Don't worry. With this, Luli will definitely die.
At this moment, Shi Tianji said something coldly. After saying that, he nodded to the ancestor of the Fox clan on the side. Buzz. A flash of red light. A pure gold sleeve crossbow fell on the table, with exquisite flame patterns imprinted on it, which looked quite exquisite. The beautiful woman in black robes immediately glanced over and sensed the astonishing hot aura above. She frowned and asked,
Only for this low-grade spiritual treasure? I'm afraid even Luli's body can't be broken open. This is not a simple low-grade spiritual treasure.
At this time, the ancestor of the Fox clan spoke and said calmly,
This is the immortal killing crossbow of my Abyss clan. The rate of fire is the best in the world. No one can hide under the nascent soul. Inside, there is an ancient divine flame that seals the Tianwai Palace. Once hit, even if you are of a draw body, you will be burned to ashes in an instant. Tianwai Palace?
The beautiful woman in black robe was surprised.
Yes. Before I came, I went to the 10,000 Islands Alliance and found the Halberd God King of Tianwai Palace. He was willing to cooperate with me to kill Luli. This ancient divine flame was provided to me by him. Even though he is practicing Buddhism, even the nascent soul with the immortal Dharmakaya can be shot to death.
The Shi Tianjia's bloody eyes shot out with ferocious murderous intent.
Good.
The beautiful woman in black robe raised her hand, took away the pure gold sleeve crossbow, and said coldly,
If there is really a chaos in 10 days, then I will let people kill Luli secretly. And this.
At this moment, Nandong Xie flicked his sleeves. There were 3 more flying knife talismans on the table that were as black as ink, and the cold air was emitting.
This is the magic flying knife talisman of the immortal. It is a talisman made of extremely compressed, high-grade spiritual treasures. Once hit, no matter how strong the Luli's Dharma body is, it will be chopped in two.
Nandongxia also had endless resentment and murderous intent in his eyes. Once the 3 flying knife talismans are activated, 3 high-grade spiritual treasures will be destroyed. This is definitely a hemorrhage. Obviously, Nandongxia would do anything to avenge his son Nandonglong.
Flying knife magic talisman? In this way, we are sure of it.
The beautiful woman in black robe flicked her sleeves and took away the flying knife talisman. With a stern look,
Don't worry. I will arrange for your people to be near Luli. Once chaos breaks out, Luli will die without a burial place. Don't worry. Luli is extremely shameless. He will definitely ask the Evening Ghost Emperor to find the Spirit Emperor's treasure house. Once he falls into the trap and the Evening Ghost Emperor is injured, no one can save Luli. At that time, as long as he has the spiritual artifact on his body.
Qi Tianjia's bloody eyes were filled with anger, as if he had seen Lu Li's tragic death.
I just want Lu Li's ashes to comfort my son's spirit in heaven,
Nandongxia said murderously.
Then, I wish Lu Li a speedy death and a quick rebirth.
The beautiful woman in black robe toasted to each other. Seeing this, Nandongxia and his wife raised their glasses together, gritted their teeth and said 8 words.
I wish Lu Li a speedy death and a quick rebirth.
Chapter 261. The day all demons arrive.
Wish me an early death and a quick rebirth.
In the secret training room, Lu Li couldn't help but sneered when he heard Jin Kei's report. Qi Tianjiao, Nandonglong's father and mother, the halberd god king of Tianwai Palace, and Yang Su's own mother. His enemies actually joined forces? Really interesting. However, it is not certain who will kill whom. At this time, with a ding, a crisp system prompt sounded in my mind.
Your immortal poison sutra swallows the avatar of the Abyss Spirit Clan Spirit King and is completely refined. Your cultivation level will increase greatly, and your progress will increase by 5%. Congratulations to the host. The immortal poison sutra has broken through to the 6th level.
Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, there was an explosion. The magic power suddenly burst out of his body like a volcano erupting. Powerful and powerful, washing over his limbs and bones. 6th level of golden elixir. Finally a breakthrough. This is all thanks to that Spirit Emperor life seed. In front of Lu Li, there was an emerald green pine cone floating, with strands of green silk threads growing out of it, like a living snake, twisting towards Lu Li, trying to devour his body. However, they were all stopped by the Poison Sutra of Immortality. After a few swallows, the Immortal Poison Sutra broke through again, helping Lu Li advance to the 6th level of the Golden Core.
This Spirit Emperor life seed is obviously condensed from a golden elixir. Although it is not as good as Qi Tianjia's Dao Golden Elixir, it should not be underestimated. Maybe it can help me break through to the 7th level of the Golden Elixir. Practice.
Lu Li's eyes shot out with light, and he started to run the Immortal Poison Meridian violently. Boom boom boom. Colorful poisonous gas spurted out from under the skin, instantly wrapping around the green pine cone and swallowing up all the green threads growing inside. Then, the Immortal Poison Sutra flooded the screen.
Your Immortal Poison Sutra swallowed the Abyss Spirit Clan Spirit King's clone and completely refined it. Your cultivation level increased greatly, and your progress increased by 3%. Dot plus 2% dot. Dot plus 1% dot. Dot plus 2% dot.
In this way, Lu Li continued to practice with concentration under the illumination of the underworld lamp. Start sprinting to the 7th level of Golden Elixir. I don't know how much time passed. Suddenly, a terrifying and boundless pressure suddenly came down, like a god or a prison, filling the sky and the earth, suppressing the soul. It's the pressure of the devil. Lu Li suddenly woke up and opened his eyes. The day of the coming of all demons has arrived.
System.
2 golden lights shot out from Lu Li's eyes, and he immediately summoned the skill panel to check the progress of his training. Realm, 6th level of Golden Elixir, 95%. Yin Yang Hun Yuan Kuinping Demonic Divine Art, level 26, 95% progress. Sutra of Immortal Poison, level 6, 95%. Vajrata Thagata Dharmakaya, 2nd level 5%. Sumeru spell, 2nd level 5%. Doi Tianlong spell, level 7, progress 5%. Powerful Vajra spell, level 7, progress 5%. The Star Transformation Scripture, level 1, 32% progress. Phantom Sword, progress 33%. Xiaoyao Yufeng Ju, the 4th level, progress 33%. Big breakthrough. Except for the perfect Pure Yang Wuji Sutra. The Zuanming Goddess skill.
the instant sword technique, and the 10,000 demon sword soul-slaying sword. Other skills have made great breakthroughs. The reason is also very simple. During these 10 days, Vajratathagata and a group of Buddhist practitioners often went out to slay demons and slay evil cultivators. Under Jin K's command and righteous sneak attacks, he never failed. Therefore, the progress of cultivation is soaring. The powerful Vajra spell and the mighty Tianlong spell directly break through to the 7th level. Sumerid Dharma Mantra. Vajratathagata Dharmakaya also broke through to the 2nd level. The 7th level of the powerful Vajra spell is an increase of 128 times. My physical strength is 1.2 million kilograms. If I punch out, it will be 160 million. Try it! Lu Li's face was gleaming. He clenched his hands into fists and uttered a spell. Powerful King Kong. Great Buddhas. World-honored Ksitigarbha. Prajna Baba Coax. Buzz. The image of the powerful Vajra Arhat on the back of the palm suddenly lights up. And the Buddha's light shines, blinding people's eyes. A majestic force surged out like a scorching sun explosion, gathered in the fist, and penetrated 3,000 stars. At the same time, the 4-headed and 8-armed Buddha body, the Xianding turtle shield, and the Kuimping demonic body emerged one by one. Strange dark gold magic lines also appeared on the skin. This is the true magic power of the Brahma Saint. Lu Li's face changed slightly. Because his physical body could not withstand such a huge force, he could only activate various body-protecting magical skills. Once this punch was fired, the entire right arm might be shattered. Seeing this scene, Lu Li gathered his physical strength and punched out fiercely. Boom! The space in front of me exploded like a mirror. A black hole as big as a fist was revealed. This is the void of endless darkness. Immediately afterwards, the terrifying power of space formed space turbulence, pouring out from the endless dark void, bombarding Lu Li's many magical skills, making crackling sonic explosions. The next moment, the power of space law came and repaired the broken space in an instant. The power of 100 million. The power of one dragon. Lu Li clenched his fists, his eyes filled with excitement and great ambition. With this punch, whoever is hit will die under the nascent soul. Wow! Lu Li, you actually cultivated the power of a dragon. This is absolutely unprecedented and unprecedented. Jin K stood on Lu Li's shoulders, amazed. This is simply unbelievable. Landcarp. At this moment, the voice of the Yiming Ghost Emperor came into his ears. Hearing the sound, Lu Li did not hesitate. His figure flashed and floated out of the temple of hell. Let's go! Everything is in order. You will be fine. The blue jade eyes of the Yiming Ghost Emperor revealed the light of deep wisdom. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves and robe. After a while, the world was spinning. Lu Li appeared again in the forbidden area of Taimao Sect. Ahead is the familiar huge altar. Above the altar, there is a demon portal that rises into the sky with a bloody light. In the portal, the Hall of Gods and Demons was looming, and the terrifying pressure of the demons spread out from inside, covering 10 days and 9 places. At this time, the front of the sacrifice to heaven has turned into a black stone square, which is more than 10 miles long and wide. On the black stone square, there are giant blood-colored pillars standing 10 feet high and 1 foot wide, with ferocious and ugly demon gods carved on them. Master Taimo descended from the sky and said coldly to Yiming Ghost Emperor. Yiming Ghost Emperor, your Yiming Ghost Sect's golden elixir month should stand on the demon pillar over there. Wait until the demon comes and merges with the body. Grant you supreme magical power. Good. The Yiming Ghost Emperor didn't waste any time. He flicked his hand and released the golden elixir demon cultivator of the Yiming Ghost Sect. Lu Li, please bring someone over there. It's the leader. Lu Li held up his hands and said to the Jindan disciples behind him, brothers, sisters and brothers, come with me. After saying that, he flew into the sky and shot towards the southeast corner of Blackstone Square. Before he could stand still, a beautiful woman in black robe flew over and said coldly, Lu Li, you are appointed by the demon envoy. If you want to merge with the demon emperor's distraction later, you will stand on this branch. On the demonic pillar. She was referring to a 3-foot-wide demon god bloody pillar. I don't know if it's a coincidence. This giant demon pillar happens to be adjacent to Taimao Sect, Blood Shadow Sect, and Tianjua Demon Sect. Good. Lu Li narrowed his eyes and fell onto the huge bloody pillar. Brother Lu, I'm afraid there is a scam. Yao Yao followed closely and landed on the demonic pillar next to him. His expression slightly condensed, and he sent a message.
That's right. I know this beautiful woman in black robe. She is Yangsu's mother. There is definitely something wrong with her letting you stand on this demon pillar.
Bai Jinfei also landed next to him and whispered, "Huh?
She is Yangsu's biological mother?"
Lu Li raised his eyebrows.
That's right. I remember clearly all the famous nascent soul women in the 10,000 Demon Mountains. Especially those who became other people's Taoist companions and were outstandingly beautiful. This beautiful woman in black robe is Yangsu's mother, Bai Jinfei said with great certainty.
Is that so?
There was a flash of light in Lu Li's eyes, and he immediately raised his 120,000 energy and shot at the monks in all directions. Sure enough, there is something fishy. Chapter 262 War begins. To Lu Li's left hand, 10 feet away, was a woman in black robe. He is a golden elixir cultivator from the Taima sect. The state is the perfection of golden elixir. In her body, Lu Li felt every trace of 7 emotions hatred and 7 emotions evil. To the right, 10 feet away, was a white-haired old man from the Tianjue demon sect, closing his eyes to rest. However, Lu Li also sensed a trace of Qi Qing's anger from him. The old man's face was very unfamiliar. However, the magic power is powerful, comparable to the power of 70 flowers. This kind of tyrannical magic power is rare among demon cultivators. It should be Nangong Feihong who is 8th on the list of golden elixirs, and has cultivated the fake infant golden elixir. As far as Lu Li knew, Nangong Feihong was a fat man with a round head and a fat intestine. Obviously, this guy has changed his appearance. Look diagonally above. 30 feet away, there is a beautiful woman with willow eyebrows and almond-shaped eyes, wearing a light red dress, who is also in the perfect state of golden elixir. Sensing Lu Li's gaze, the almond-eyed woman immediately smiled sweetly and cast a flirtatious look.
Fellow Taoist Lu, after today, are you free to have dinner with me? I have admired you for a long time. Okay, let's do it another day.
Lu Li responded with a smile. Then, he looked far away again and found that the powers of the 10 major demon gates were all floating outside the blood light. Obviously there is a large formation to restrict the isolation. I'm afraid that the Yiming Ghost Emperor might not be able to rescue him in time. Lu Li looked solemn. At this time, whispers from all around came into my ears.
Ha ha ha! This time when all the demons come, the good days of the Immortal Alliance are over. Don't you know it yet? Demon Slaying City has become an empty city. The 9 immortal gates and 3,000 Buddhist gates have closed their gates and shrunk. Everyone in the entire Immortal Dao is in danger. I heard that some sects were so frightened that they disbanded. They came to join our demon sect. Ha ha. This time it's our turn to show off our power and chase and kill the people in the immortal sect. That's right. As long as the demon envoys sweep across the immortal path, this world will belong to our demonic path. At that time, we will have everything we want. I don't dare to think about eating hot and spicy food. The demon sect can eat meat, so we can just drink some soup. If we can get a female nun from Shuyu Temple, or a beautiful Taoist nun from the Taoist sect, or a female sword fairy. He suck it.
When Lu Li heard these words, he sneered in his heart. These guys are still here having sweet dreams even when they are about to die. However, we still have to give Ji Rong a message, so as not to worry her. Lu Li suddenly remembered his little wife. Without hesitation, he took out the Tantian card and directly connected to Ji Rong's Tantian card.
Are you okay?
Ji Rong's extremely crisp voice came immediately. Obviously, this mermaid princess has been waiting for Lu Li to find her.
I'm fine.
Lu Li smiled and said 3 sentences.
I really want. In a few days. Coming to find you.
Pooh! Ji Rong was stunned for a moment. Then he heard the hidden meaning of his words, blushed extremely, and spat.
You are indeed so crooked. But remember to be careful. Yes. When the time comes, I will give you a pair of shoes.
Lu Li smiled. After saying that, he put away the babble card. Boom. At this moment, there was a huge earthquake.
The Taima sect leads the 9 major demon sects to welcome the arrival of the demon envoy.
Only a clear shout was heard, and the leader of the Taima sect led a group of powerful men and bowed deeply towards the demon god's portal in front of him. Hearing this voice, the other 9 great masters of the magic sect had to bow their hands. The tens of thousands of golden elixir demon cultivators on the bloody demon pillars could only follow and shout.
Welcome the devil to come. The huge sounds gathered together and shook the scorching sun for 9 days. A buzzing sound. The demon god's portal was shaken. Bloody light rose into the sky and rippled, dyeing the bright golden sun in the blue sky blood-colored. The next moment, the god and demon hall in the demon god's portal appeared, and the giant door slowly opened. A figure flashed out of it. Just one step. This bloody figure passed through the demon god's portal and appeared in the sky above the forbidden area of 10,000 demon mountains. In an instant, an aura of boundless terror emanated from the bloody figure, permeating the 9 heavens and 10 earth, suppressing everyone's soul. It makes everyone feel suffocated and terrified and insignificant. This bloody figure is about 1 foot tall, with a pale face and a 5-color shining 6-sided vertical eye as big as a mango. On the forehead, there is a black spiral horn as thick as ivory, spraying dark lightning. Behind him was a pair of huge 10-foot pure gold wings, engraved with countless mysterious and strange blood-colored magic patterns. It's the demon envoy from the demon realm. Master Demon Envoy, I have followed your instructions to build the supreme magic array and the giant pillar of demon gods. I am just waiting for you to activate the magic array. Descend on the demon gods, sweep across the immortal way, and dominate the heavens. The leader of Sect bowed solemnly. Good. The hoarse and unpleasant voice of the demon resounded throughout the world again. Then, the 5-color demonic eye turned, scanning the tens of thousands of golden elixir demon cultivators on the demon god's giant pillar, and finally focused on Luli. Not bad. Not bad. You have actually mastered the remaining part of the Brahma demonic true holy art to almost perfection. It is indeed good. The demon envoy praised without hesitation. Thank you for your appreciation. Luli bowed his hands and thanked him, with an extremely respectful expression on his face. Very good. The demon emperor, who has descended, will probably like your body very much. The demon envoy praised again. Hearing this, some people looked envious. Some people sneered, looking at Luli as if he were looking at a dead person. Those ants hiding in the void! Come out! At this moment, the demon envoy raised his hand and shot out a bloody demonic light with a snap of his fingers, sweeping across the sky and blasting into the void. Boom! Only an explosion was heard. The void explodes. A huge treasure ship, with Buddha's light shining like a big sun, suddenly burst into blood-colored magic light, sailed out of the void, and landed over the forbidden land of Sect. It is the supreme Taoist instrument of the Great Lane Temple, the treasure ship of Brahma to cross the world. At this time, a supreme power stood on the deck of the treasure ship. The leader is holding the Tian Wang Rui in his hand, wearing a bright red phoenix robe, and is stunningly beautiful. It is the leader of the Tao Alliance. Then, on her left and right, were the 3 divine monks of Dalian Temple, the master of Shuyu Temple, the master of Tianhe Sword Sect, the master of Feixian Temple, the master of Xiantian Temple, the master of Xingshan Hall, and the master of Lingwang Mountain, the master of Wanfaman. There are also Buddhist saints such as Abbot Mercy, Master Huiwu, and others. Of course, the most eye-catching thing is the old man in sackcloth, with a green bamboo pole in his hand, a white cloth hanging on it, and bare feet. Old man Tianji, leader of the Tao Alliance. There is a road to heaven, but you don't take it. And there is no door to out, but you break in. Since you are fighting against the odds today, and dare to break into the forbidden area of my Taimo sect, then stay! The leader of Sect gave a sharp shout. The words fell. Boom! The earth shook violently. Streams of blood-colored magic light jetted out from the earth, mountains, and palaces, straight into the 9 heavens, and formed a magic cloud that covered the sky and the sun, transforming into a huge demon god, roaring and shaking the sky. This is Sect's mountain protecting formation. 10,000 demons suppressing immortal formation. Once this formation comes out, with the help of the general trend of heaven and earth, it seals the yin and yang of heaven and earth. Even if it is a Taoist weapon, it is impossible to break through the formation and escape in a short time. Who said I wanted to escape? At this moment, the leader of the Tao Alliance said something proudly. After saying that, he flicked his fingers. A white light shot out and turned into a water mirror in the sky, reflecting the scene of heaven and earth. Members of the Immortal Alliance, please watch and see how this alliance leader killed this demon envoy. Do it! The leader of the Tao Alliance gave an order. The jade rui in his hand turned into a huge sword of blue light, splitting the bloodlight demonic cloud, sweeping across thousands of feet, and then slashed towards the demon envoy.
At the same time, Old Man Tianji squeezed hard in his hand. Snapped. The green bamboo pole exploded, and colorful bubbles flew out from it, covering the powerful monks of the 10 major demon sects. Chapter 263 The Demon God arrives. The war breaks out. The leader of the Dao Alliance urged Tian Wangri, slashed out the giant sword of the blue sky, opened up the world, and killed the demon envoy from the air. On the other side, Old Man Tianji squeezed the fortune-telling bamboo pole and sprayed out thousands of colorful bubbles, flying all over the sky. These colorful bubbles are only as big as a fist, and their surfaces are filled with colorful lights. They emit waves of vast power, and they obviously also have mysterious effects. Snort! At this moment, the magic envoy snorted coldly and blinked his magic eyes. Boom! An extremely bright 5-color light group, like the infinite bright light produced by the explosion of the bright sun, immediately burst out from his magic eyes and swept across the 10 heavens and 9 earths. Then, between heaven and earth, time and space froze. All sounds, light, air, hurricanes, colorful bubbles, and monks of the immortal and demon realms were all frozen in place. Everything in the world is frozen and frozen. It's like time has stopped flowing. Only the tens of thousands of golden elixir demon cultivators within the white jade square can still move freely. You're just an ant from the lower realm. You haven't even mastered the avenue of time. And you still want to challenge me? You really overestimate your capabilities. The hoarse and unpleasant voice of the demon resounded throughout the world. Hearing this, all the people in the Immortal Alliance were shocked and despaired. No! It's impossible! This magic envoy actually froze time and space? Such a powerful demon god from the demon world, with a multicolored pupil of light, can immobilize the power of the Immortal Alliance? This. How is this possible? It's over. It's over now. The end has come. Is it too late to join the demon sect now? Miss He, hurry up, while there is still time. Before your husband comes back, I will give you an injection. An atmosphere of extreme panic, fear, and despair immediately filled the land of Zhongzhou. The overseas factions were also shocked to the extreme. No one expected that this demon envoy from the demon realm would be so powerful that it exceeded everyone's imagination and could directly freeze time and space. In this way, the powerful Immortal Alliance is just a piece of fish on the chopping board, ready to be slaughtered. On the other hand, the entire demonic path became excited. Ha ha ha! Lord Demon Envoy has boundless magical powers. You're just a powerful person from the Immortal Alliance, but you still want to overturn the world? It's just a dream. You don't overestimate your capabilities. Now you know how powerful the Demon Envoy is. This world belongs to our demons. Rush out of the 10,000 demon mountains, and start burning, killing, and looting. In Blackstone Square, on the demonic pillar, Luli frowned and looked solemn. Now it seems like the fun is over. At this moment, suddenly, from the distance in the sky, a tall man wearing a gorgeous gown, with a beautiful appearance and a beautiful figure, came through the air. As expected, at the critical moment, I have to come to the rescue. The man smiled calmly. This person is none other than the Lord of 10,000 Demon City, Duga Feng. While speaking, he raised his hand suddenly, and a golden light burst out. With a boom, it directly exploded the solidified time and space and spread across the sky. It's a golden bridge. The golden bridge is huge, mysterious and ancient, stained with blood, and exudes terrifying power that suppresses gods, demons, immortals, ghosts, Buddhas, dragons and phoenixes. At one end of the golden bridge, there is a blood-colored stone tablet. On the stone tablet, 2 twisted and mysterious golden words are engraved, revealing the golden light of the avenue, soaring into the sky. Wherever it goes, the frozen time is shattered and flows again. Boom! The azure sky giant sword slashed out by Tian Wangri was like the thunder of the 9 heavens, divine thunder striking down on the demon envoy. It actually cut the faint blood all over his body, and struck hard on the black spiral monster horn on his forehead. Sizzle! A dark thunder arc flashed through, and the azure sky giant sword was directly annihilated into dots of black light. The demon was unscathed. However, taking advantage of this opportunity, the colorful bubbles created by Old Man Tianji were so fast that they seemed to break through the limitations of time and space. Suddenly, they appeared on a group of powerful demon sects, flashing with colorful light. When the light disappeared, all the powerful demons were sucked into the colorful bubbles.
Huh? The Naiha bridge of the old demon of Wangquan?
At this moment, the demon envoy let out a startled sound, waved his hand, and shot out a giant bloody hand, grabbing the Naiha golden bridge across the sky.
Take my claws!
Suddenly, a loud roar resounded through the sky, and in the void, a green dragon's claws, which were more than 10,000 miles long, with sharp claws and vast dragon power, poked out of the air, carrying the power of grabbing and exploding stars, and suddenly grabbed the giant bloody claws. Superior. Boom! The bloody giant claw was immediately caught and exploded. At this moment, a ball of colorful bubbles expanded rapidly, sucking in the demon envoy and the leader of the Tau Alliance, as well as the green dragon that was swimming in the void and roaring out, and Dugafone who was stepping on the Naiha golden bridge. Go in. The green dragon's divine light faded away, transforming into an unparalleledly handsome young man in a white shirt. It's that old void refining dragon. No! His aura is more than 10 times more powerful than before, and he has obviously broken through to the realm of integration. Snort! The old obscene dragon's eyes were cold and sharp, staring at the demon envoy with murderous intent.
What kind of monsters dare to run wild in this world? And want to lead the demon sect to steal the beauties in the Immortal Alliance? You don't know that the beauties in the Immortal Alliance are all my potential wife? Only you dare to stop me?
The demon envoy said something extremely disdainful.
And I'm old.
As soon as he finished speaking, an old woman with gray hair and a wrinkled face flew out of thin air from the old dragon's sleeve robe of Lianxiu. A powerful and vast aura immediately rose into the sky. It turned out to be a tribulation. Luli looked at it with a stern expression. This old woman is obviously the ancestor of Mermaid Island, and the aura of decay and death exuding from her body is extremely terrifying.
Way of death?
The devil's five-colored magic eyes focused. There was a hint of fear in the voice. A Tau Alliance leader, an old dragon, a mermaid, and a fusion monk. He could easily crush any one of them to death. However, now the four of them joined forces, plus Tian Wangrui, the Naiha golden bridge above their heads, and the heavenly Tao. Suppression. He actually had to be afraid. In an instant, the situation took a turn for the worse. The envoy is trapped. The powerful powers of the 10 major demon sects are also trapped in the colorful bubble.
No! Do it! Break this restriction!
At this time, the leader of the Taimao sect saw that the situation was not good, shouted in surprise, and was about to break the restriction. Boom! Before he finished speaking, a ray of starlight crashed down from the treasure ship and shot into the colorful foam, revealing a human figure. He is actually the master of the Star Hall.
Master of the Taimao sect. I have admired you for a long time. May I come to play with you?
The master of the Star Hall smiled slightly. In an instant, the face of the leader of the Taimao sect suddenly sank. With a glance from the corner of his eye, one by one, the powerful ones flew down from Brahma's world-transmitting treasure ship, got into the colorful bubbles, and restrained the powerful powers of the demon sect one by one. In the Taimao sect's forbidden area, the remaining backhand was immediately stopped as soon as it flew out. And then all the colorful bubbles were sucked away. Immediately afterwards, the backup man of the other demon sects, the hidden old monster, also came down. However, there seemed to be an endless supply of Immortal Alliance powers in the treasure ship. Every time one came, someone would greet them, restrain them, and pull them into the colorful bubbles. Suddenly, the sky and the earth were filled with colorful bubbles. Witnessing this scene, the demon envoy suddenly laughed.
Okay. The people of the Tongtian clan are indeed Tongtian's successors, and they will do everything.
As soon as he finished speaking, the demon god's portal on the huge altar shook violently, and blood burst into the sky. The hall of gods and demons inside also shook, projecting a huge black shadow that enveloped the black stone square. Buzz, buzz, buzz. All the blood-colored demon god pillars trembled and glowed with blood. The devil carved on it suddenly lit up. They are about to come alive. Come to earth. All demons are coming. Chapter 264. Licking a dog will lead to a good death.
The demons are coming.
Luli looked at the phantom of the hall of gods and demons above his head, and his expression suddenly froze. Looking down again, a strange six-pointed star-shaped magic array appeared on the bloodstone demon god at his feet. The extremely coquettish blood light bloomed out, like flowing water, covering the whole body. Look at other people. It's the same. The air was filled with a powerful aura of blood, cruelty, and terror, which made people feel fearful and insignificant.
Senior brother Bai, Sister Yao Yao,
Be careful. Luli looked solemn and gave an instruction. He looked into the distance and saw Ling Jianshuang and Fang Yinli hiding in the Blood Shadow Sect hundreds of feet away. The two of them, wearing blood robes from the Blood Shadow Sect, did not take action immediately and were still watching. It seems that the time has not come yet. Luli raised his eyebrows and looked outside the Blackstone Square. At this time, the sky and the earth were filled with colorful bubbles, layer upon layer, isolated from the shadow of the Hall of Gods and Demons in Blackstone Square. Within each colorful bubble, there is a one-on-one battle. The mighty power of the Immortal Alliance versus the mighty power of the Demon Sect. Either transform into a god, or refine the void and merge into one. The battle that broke out was extremely dazzling and dazzling. However, the colorful bubbles remained as stable as ever, without any damage. The battle directly enters a fever pitch. This is a life and death battle between immortals and demons. So naturally they will go all out and fight to the death. Only 3 colorful bubbles were not played. One is the leader of the Demon Envoy and Taoist Alliance, Dugafeng, Lao Yinlong, and the ancestor of Mermaid Island. The other one turned out to be Master Shuiyu and the deputy sect leader of the Taimao sect, Enchantress. The last one is the leader of the Tianhe Sword sect and a colorful bubble of a woman in yellow. Luli immediately looked at Master Shuiyu's colorful bubbles. Master Shuiyu was still wearing a white robe and holding the cucumber Xiantian sword. Her whole body was shining with golden light, and her appearance could not be seen clearly. Opposite her was Yao Ji, the deputy sect leader of Taimao sect. This enchantress was a beautiful middle-aged woman with white hair, as cold as frost, and with a terrifying aura. The state of integration. There were bloody cold flames flying around her body. She stared at Master Shuiyu and said coldly,
Master Shuiyu, if you know what is going on, surrender quickly. Otherwise, when the devil takes action, you will die without a burial place. Amitabha, the enchantress benefactor. There is no end to the sea of suffering. Please turn back and find the shore.
Master Shuiyu put one hand on her chest and chanted a Buddhist chant. The voice is light and soft, like the sound of nature.
Huh? Turn around and you'll be on the right side? The path to immortality is the other side. And the path to magic is also the other side. Why don't you turn back and get to the other side?
The enchantress sneered disdainfully.
The enchantress benefactor has fallen into obsession and delusion, and has become a demon. Unfortunately, with my level, I am afraid that I cannot transform the donor. Then, I can only send the enchantress benefactor to see the Supreme Buddha,
and let the Supreme Buddha transform him. Enchantress benefactor.
Master Shuiyu sighed softly. The voice conveyed endless compassion and compassion. Want to kill me? Dreaming? Enchanting girl's eyes turned cold, and with a wave of her jade hand, she threw out bloody flames that filled the sky and blasted towards Master Shuiyu. At the same time, the blood on his body shone brightly, and in the blink of an eye, a gigantic, headless, one-eyed, four-armed demon god formed. He held on to the blood axe and rushed towards Master Shuiyu.
Amitabha.
With the chant of the Buddha of compassion, the golden light all over Shuiyu Master's body subsided, revealing her face. All of a sudden, the headless, one-eyed, four-armed demon god that charged towards him trembled violently, freezing in place like a thunderbolt.
Xiantian's spirit-slaying sword. Go.
The next moment, Shuiyu Master Tai Ching shouted a heavenly sound. The cucumber Taoist sword in his hand flickered with green light, shooting out mysterious green runes one after another, the size of rice grains, densely packed, condensing into a blade that was more than a foot long. The blade of the sword is green and crystal clear, with a row of strange green runes like dragons and snakes engraved on it, which are extremely mysterious and mysterious. There are 5 in total. Then, the emerald green sword slashed out. The emerald green sword blade rose into the sky, slashed the sky and then fell. Phew! Only a muffled sound was heard. The headless, one-eyed, four-armed demon suddenly split in half, revealing the beautiful white-haired woman inside, with a face full of obsession. And she murmured,
You so beautiful.
The last word beautiful has just fallen. A gap suddenly opened on the forehead between the eyebrows. The emerald green light shot out from the gap, soared into the sky, and split the whole person in half. Then, bang! Whether it was the summoned headless demon god or the body of the beautiful white-haired woman, they all shattered into dots of green light like silver bottles falling to the ground. She was actually directly cut into nothingness by the extremely pure sword energy of the Tao sword. the deputy sect leader of the Taimao sect, the enchantress, in the combined state, died. This scene shocked heaven and earth. Master Shuyu only showed her face for a billionth of an instant. It was too fast, and only the enchantress caught a glimpse of her appearance. Then, the enchantress was directly fascinated by this appearance and was killed on the spot. What an astonishingly beautiful appearance is this! Lu Li was also shocked. No wonder Master Shuyu is the supreme power of Buddhism. Her strength is so amazing. Even her appearance is comparable to the supreme Taoist weapon. It is simply unbelievable. Look at the colorful bubbles on the other side. Inside this colorful bubble is a young man in black. There is also a girl in colorful clothes. The young man in black clothes was 7 feet tall and ordinary looking. He was holding an ordinary black iron sword in his hand. The sword was 5 feet long and had no scabbard. It seemed that it had been used for a long time and had a chip. However, he is the leader of the Tianhe sword sect, Qin Jiuquan. The black iron sword in his hand is the 4th Taoist sword on the list of Taoist weapons. The Panwu sword. As for the girl in colorful clothes opposite him, she has peach cheeks and almond-shaped eyes, and is watery and delicate. She gives people the impression of being shy and exquisite like Xiaojiabiyu. But she is also in the state of being integrated. The two looked at each other for a long time. It feels like reuniting with an old love and seeing each other for eternity. They don't look like mortal enemies, but like a pair of lovers reunited after a long absence. Jiuquan, long time no see. At this moment, the girl in colorful clothes smiled brightly and looked forward to it. The voice is as sweet as a lark. Huan, long time no see. Qin Jiuquan, the head of the Tianhe sword sect, sighed and replied, Huang. When Lu Li heard this, he immediately remembered it. This Huang should be the true love of Qin Jiuquan, the leader of the Tianhe sword sect, and the person who defrauded Qin Jiuquan of the supreme sect's secrets. She also asked Qin Jiuquan to write such disgusting love words as, Huang, I was hit on the head by a strange coconut today. What strange coconut? It turned out to be the night I missed you. Jiuquan, you really haven't changed. At this moment, the girl in colorful clothes smiled lightly and walked towards Qin Jiuquan step by step. You know, I have been thinking about you for so many years. The crisp voice seemed to carry a mysterious magic power, enchanting people's hearts. The leader of the Tianhe sword sect had a strange light in his eyes, and he looked silly and happy. Huang, is it true? You have been thinking about me? Of course. I wish I could fly into your arms, cling to your shoulders, and go with you to the ends of the earth and listen to the sound of the sea crying. Unfortunately, I can't leave behind the sect, my master, or the Huan sect. But, now that I see you again, I know that nothing matters anymore. I only care about you. The girl in colorful clothes walked up to the head of the Tianhe sword sect with graceful steps. There are thousands of deep feelings in his eyes. Really? Qin Jiuquan, the leader of the Tianhe sword sect, was again unexpectedly ecstatic. It's true. Jiuquan, why don't we put everything down and leave right now? Facing the sea from now on, with spring flowers blooming. The girl in colorful clothes stretched out her hands and gently held Qin Jiuquan's face. His face was filled with love as thick as water. This affectionate look seemed to completely hit Qin Jiuquan's heart, and his eyes became completely obsessed. Okay, let's leave now. Lu Li was completely speechless when he heard this. Are these 3 sentences to make a man give up the war between immortals and demons for me? This Huang from the Huan sect is really amazing. The licking dog of the Tianhe sword sect leader also licks fiercely. Sure enough, the leader of the Xiantian temple, who was fighting with a hidden old monster from the Taimao sect in the distance, couldn't help but curse. Qin Jiuquan, you damn boy. Did you eat tens of thousands of kilograms of ginger pills today? Are you still fascinated by this woman? Your parents will be so angry that they will jump out and cut your sperm into 18 pieces and feed it to the pigs. The people in the Immortal Alliance couldn't help but curse. The disciples of Tianhe sword sect all lowered their heads in shame. Then, everyone looked at the girl in colorful clothes smiling with deep affection in her eyes. She held Qin Jiuquan's hand, slowly raised it, and pointed the tip of the sword at Qin Jiuquan's dantian. Without any hesitation. Just plunge in! Chapter 265 The Licking Dog's Counterattack. Puff! The black iron sword seemed blunt, but it was extremely sharp and plunged into the abdomen. Then, the tip of the sword, which was more than a foot long, penetrated the back with bright red blood. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Drops of blood dripped down and hit the bottom of the colorful foam.
Why is this happening?
The girl in colorful clothes lowered her head. Her beautiful eyes widened, and she looked at the black iron sword in her hand. It's unbelievable. In her imagination, the tip of the black iron sword should directly pierce Chen Jiuquan's Dantian Zifu. However, the moment the sword tip pierced Chen Jiuquan's abdomen, the sword bounced back. Then, the other end of the sword hilt slipped out and plunged directly into the Zifu of Dantian. At first glance, it looked like she was holding a sword behind her back and committing suicide. Extreme pain immediately surged into my heart. A trace of unparalleled sword intent began to roam around the veins of her body, destroying all her body's apertures, internal organs, Dantian and Zifu wantonly. She wanted to let go of the black iron sword. However, at this moment, Chen Jiuquan's hand that she held in both hands suddenly turned back, held her delicate hand tightly, and then stabbed forward fiercely. Plop! The black iron sword completely penetrated her abdomen, leaving only a black iron hilt. Behind her, a long 4-foot sword blade was exposed. You, the girl in colorful clothes, had a sweet throat, spit out a mouthful of blood, raised her moth head, and looked at Chen Jiuquan, who looked ordinary but had an extremely indifferent expression.
When I started practicing swordsmanship when I was 3 years old, my master told me that women would only affect my speed of drawing the sword. However, without women, I will never reach the peak of swordsmanship. So, Juan, you can go dead. By the way, I forgot to tell you before. This martial sword has another name. It's called the Cunning Sword.
Chen Jiuquan said something coldly and ruthlessly.
Ho ho ho. I see. You killed a sentient with ruthlessness. Jiuquan, you are practicing the Taishang ruthless sword. It turns out. I am the one who has been fooled.
The girl in colorful clothes showed a bitter smile.
I have one last question. Loved.
Chen Jiuquan said 2 words expressionlessly. Raise it casually. The sword light rose into the sky. The combined figure of the Hahuan sect was directly cut in half, and then completely annihilated by the boundless and terrifying sword energy, leaving no bones left. Both body and soul are destroyed. Tianhe Sword Sect. Supreme Sword Scripture. Supreme Ruthless Sword. All of a sudden, rolling thunder surged out of the void. This leader of the Tianhe Sword Sect is about to be promoted to the Tribulation. Boom! Seeing this scene, the Immortal Alliance was inspired again, and their fighting spirit was renewed. On the other hand, everyone in the demonic way was a little unbelievable when they saw that 2 powerful fusion figures on their side had fallen in succession, and their expressions were a little frightened. Could it really be that the Immortal Alliance was overturned? Luli was secretly relieved. It seems that the immortal layout of 10,000 years is really useful. Snort. At this moment, the demon envoy turned his colorful eyes and said disdainfully,
These little tricks are actually like turning things around? You ants in the lower world are looking down on me too much.
After saying that, a strange, obscure, rapid and violent spell suddenly came from his belly. Buzz! The demon portal on the giant stone altar shook violently, and the projected hall of gods and demons opened with a rumble. In an instant, as if the gates of H.L. were opening, countless hideous demonic shadows roared out and suddenly burrowed into the tens of thousands of bloody demonic pillars in the black stone square. Boom, boom, boom! The blood-colored demon god pillar trembled violently, and the demon god carved on it actually came to life, condensed into a half-empty and transparent blood-colored demon shadow, and penetrated into the body of the golden elixir demon cultivator standing on the giant demon god pillar. The devil has arrived! Roar! 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 It was unlike the demonic roar emitted by human beings, which instantly resounded throughout the world. At the same time, the overwhelming coercion emanating from the demonic envoy became more and more terrifying. The blood around him shone, distorting time and space, and shattering the void. As mighty as a mountain, beyond the way of heaven, this demon envoy broke the shackles of heaven and earth with the help of the coming demon god's breath. And his strength has exceeded the limitations of this world. The expressions of the leaders of the Tao Alliance, Duga Feng, Lao Yinlong, and the ancestors of Mermaid Island instantly became extremely solemn.
Okay, I've had enough fun with you. It's over.
The demon sneered. The 5-colored magic eye blinked suddenly. Swish, swish, swish. 4 rays of multicolored magic light flashed in an instant, bombarding the 4 leaders of the Tao Alliance.
The sky is as bright as I want it to be.
At the critical moment, The leader of the Tao Alliance gave a cold shout and threw away the Tian Huangrui in his hand. Buzz! Tian Huangrui turned slightly, and actually reversed time and space, pulling the 4 people closer to Tian Huangrui. With another turn, the 4 people were released. Bang! However, although they escaped this terrifying 5-color magic light, the entire colorful bubble was directly exploded. Puff! Old man Tianji, who was above the 9 heavens, vomited a mouthful of old blood. But without hesitation, he pulled out the piece of white cloth with the words, "Nothing omitted," written on it with his big hand. In an instant, the white cloth grew infinitely and extended, as if it were a snow-white curtain, wrapping the demon again. Swish! Master Shuiyu and Chen Jiuchuan, who had killed the calamity with one sword, appeared, standing behind the leader of the Tao Alliance. The 6 people's mana is connected, and they can once again compete with the demon envoy. At the same time, the leader of the Tao Alliance gave a cold shout that spread through the sky. Jianchuang, Ainli, let's start. The words just fell. A clear drink sounded. 9 Sky Mysterious Thunder, with its magnificent power, use the sword to lead it. Slay the demons and destroy the monsters. Thunder is coming. In the Black Stone Square, a female disciple of the Blood Shadow Sect suddenly rose into the sky, holding magic spells with her hands, chanting divine spells, and pointed her sword finger sharply. Boom! 9 days of lightning, thunderbolts, like thousands of troops, turned into unparalleled sword light, covering a radius of 10 miles, pouring down. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, hundreds of golden elixir demon cultivators were caught off guard and were hit by thunderous sword light and died on the spot. Xiantian Python! Xiantian Toad! Come out! At the same time, another female disciple of the Blood Shadow Sect gave a sweet shout. The powerful magic power in his body suddenly burst out, condensing into a huge black-scaled python 100 feet tall, and a 10-story tall golden toad. Immediately afterwards, the black-scaled python opened its mouth to swallow the sky and spit out a red-gold divine light, sweeping in all directions. Bang, 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 bang. The bloodstone demon pillar was directly destroyed. The newly formed phantoms of the demon gods roared unwillingly, scattered into little auras, and retreated into the void of the Hall of Gods and Demons. The golden toad spit out golden cannonballs, booming, booming, and spraying continuously. Each ball of golden light exploded, as if a real golden elixir exploded. I don't know how many demon cultivators were seriously injured on the spot. Suddenly, there was a commotion in Blackstone Square. Ah! It hurts! No! She is Ling Jianchuan of the Tianhe Sword Sect. No! Why did her thunder sword light become so terrifying? Can it even penetrate my magic weapon? Sword Light Rainbow Transformation. This woman has cultivated to the Sword Light Rainbow Transformation state. Hurry and hide. This woman is Fang Yinli from Xiatian Temple. What's going on? Why are they here suddenly? Hurry up and join forces to catch them. Disciples of the 9 Nether Soul Sect, listen to the order and form the 9 curved sticks formation. Hee. I want Fang Yinli to be my concubine, so that adults and children won't go hungry. Kill him. After a commotion, soon, large formations rose above Blackstone Square. Even though Ling Jianchuang and Fang Yinli's swords were sharp and powerful, they were still at a disadvantage quickly under the siege of tens of thousands of golden elixir demon cultivators. In danger? Chapter 266, I took away the body of the demon emperor. The sword shines like a rainbow. The thunder of the gods is rolling. In the sky, Ling Jianchuang's figure was flickering. He pinched his sword fingers and blasted out streaks of snow-white rainbow light, slashing in all directions. The sword energy crisscrossed and was very terrifying. Behind her, Fang Yinli shouted repeatedly and summoned Xiantian pythons and Xiantian golden toads, which were extremely ferocious and knocked away the attacks of various magic weapons. At the same time, he also put layers of spiritual light shields on Ling Jianchuang to protect him. The two of them cooperated extremely well on offense and defense. I don't know how many giant demon pillars were destroyed by the two of them. There are at least thousands of golden elixir demon cultivators who died under the combined efforts of the two. However, there are too many golden elixir demon cultivators from the 9 great demon gates. Tens of thousands of them. These demonic cultivators formed a large formation, connected with their mana, and pressed forward step by step, forcing the two of them to the corner of Blackstone Square. Sister Ling, what should I do now? I'm almost finished with my elixirs, and my mana is almost exhausted. Why doesn't that guy Luli take action?
Fan Yinli shouted through the voice. Very anxious.
Have no idea.
Ling Jianchuang stepped on the Gang Doshan step, flicked her 5 fingers, and shot out streaks of snow-white rainbow light, which slammed into the formation of the Qing Dao in front of her on the left. Boom! The formation exploded with a bang. Immediately afterwards, the sword light was like rain, leaning down, injuring dozens of golden elixirs in the formation. But none of them died. Ling Jianchuang's expression darkened. These golden elixir demon cultivators began to merge with the demon god's distraction, and their bodies changed, and their physical bodies became very powerful. With her sharp sword light, she could not kill with one strike.
Oops! These guys are distracted by the fused demon god. Where is Luli? Is this guy giving birth to a baby?
Fan Yinli exclaimed.
He should be in trouble too,
Ling Jianchuang said solemnly. At this moment, a cold needle magic weapon ghost appeared, flashed past, and almost pierced her eyes. Seeing this scene, the people in the Immortal Alliance immediately raised their hearts.
No! Ling Jianchuang is going to suffer. Fan Yinli's mana is almost exhausted. Those golden elixir demon cultivators have merged with the demon gods to distract themselves. Their magic power has become tyrannical, and their bodies are weird. The two of them are going to lose. There is no way. Among the tens of thousands of golden elixir demon cultivators, even if the two of them have powerful magic, they can't change the world. Even if the Landcarp comes, he will still die. What a tragedy. If the two of them cannot eliminate all the demon gods and distractions, the leader of the Dao Alliance will not be able to hold on.
At this time, the battle broke out completely. The demonic messenger floated above the 9 heavens, with streaks of black lightning coming out of the strange horns on his forehead, and streaks of multicolored magical light shot out from his 5-colored magic eyes. In this way, he completely suppressed the 6 leaders of the Dao Alliance, looking as if they were at ease. His strength has exceeded the limits of this world.
Take a shot from me, and hit the 3 realms energy cannon.
Boom! With a shocking roar, the leader of the Xiantian temple struck out with a palm, blasting out a huge blue cannon of divine light that penetrated 30,000 stars. At the same time, the peach with sword in his hand slashed out a sky-splitting sword light.
Little tricks.
However, the demonic envoy just waved his pure gold demonic wings, directly scattering the divine light cannon and blasting away the master of Xiantian temple. Taking advantage of this gap, the 6 leaders of the Dao Alliance breathed a sigh of relief. However, the demon's terrifying attack strikes again. The piece of Tianji cloth of Old Man Tianji is about to be torn and cannot hold on anymore. Once it is shattered and the magic envoy rushes out, everything will be in vain.
Amitabha! Brahma has a dream. All the heavens are sleeping.
At this time, a Buddha's name resounded throughout the world. The 3 divine monks rushed straight from the side, with the Brahma's world-transmitting treasure ship, like a world-transmitting boat breaking through the world-destroying flood, and slammed into the demon envoy. Buzz! Infinite sacred Buddha light bloomed between heaven and earth, completely covering the demon envoy. It actually suppressed the soaring power of the demon envoy again.
You are actually willing to self-destruct a Taoist weapon to suppress my power? Okay. I will play with you again. After 100 breaths, the power of the Taoist tool's self-destruction will disappear, and you will all die.
The demon's hoarse and unpleasant voice sounded again. It seemed like a cat playing with a mouse, and there was no rush at all.
Do it!
The leader of the Dao Alliance gave a cold shout. Suddenly, a group of powerful men rushed over again. A glance out of the corner of my eye. In the black stone square, Luli was covered in blood. His eyes were tightly closed. His brows were twisted into figures, and an extremely terrifying aura emanated from him. This aura is 10 times, 100 times more powerful than the distracting auras of all demon gods present. That demon envoy was right. The demonic distraction that descended upon Luli was indeed a demon emperor. At this time, in the sea of consciousness, a giant demon with an elephant face, a centipede body, and a long snake tail, with an extremely strange appearance, is fighting with the Dharmakaya of the 4-faced Buddha, the Dharmakaya of the Kunping demon god, and the Golden Tower, the vast and boundless terrifying demonic power, ferocity, killing, evil, distortion, darkness, devouring. All kinds of terrifying auras began to distort Luli's soul.
Surrender! Surrender! Surrender!
A supreme demon thought, like the roar of thousands of gods and demons, wants Luli to surrender completely.
You're so ugly! And you still want me to surrender? Dreaming! Om Mani Padme Hum.
Luli suddenly recited the 6-character mantra silently. Then, summon a group of skills. There are also 10,000 6-winged golden cicada demons. In an instant, thousands of 6-winged golden cicada demons emerged from the sea of consciousness, swarmed up, pounced on the terrifying demon god, and began to bite. A group of kung fu villains also appeared immediately, rushing towards them with babbling sounds. The most ferocious one was naturally the immortal poison sutra, which exploded with a bang and turned into a ball of colorful poisonous gas, with its head covered and its face covered. It was like Shiman Ching met Pan Jinlian and pounced on him. Start devouring. Ding. A clear prompt sounded.
Your immortal poison sutra swallows a wisp of the Demon King's distracting aura. Your cultivation will be slightly improved, and your progress will be increased by 2%. Your Kunping Demon God skill swallowed a wisp of the Demon King's distracting aura. Your cultivation level has been greatly improved, and your progress has increased by 4%.
Just like that, this demon god was at a disadvantage. Obviously, the demon envoy did not summon the real demon emperor to come to him, but it was just an illusion. At this moment, a black-robed woman from the Taima sect, a white-haired old man from the Tianjue demon sect, and a beautiful woman with willow eyebrows and almond-shaped eyes, wearing a light red dress, gathered around. There was a little bit of cold light shining in the sleeves and robes of the 3 people.
What do you want to do? Roll!
Bai Jinfei and senior sister Yao Yao noticed something was wrong and immediately shouted. Turned around and shouted.
Come here! Form a formation to protect the Chi's senior brother. Yes!
A group of Ghost Sect golden elixirs immediately flew over, threw out their formation flags, shone with auras, and protected Luli. The 3 of them looked at each other. A fierce light flashed in their eyes, and they were ready to take action directly and kill Luli with thunder and lightning. Boom! At this moment, an astonishing breath burst out from Luli's body. Everyone was shocked. He broke through. 7th level of golden elixir. The tyrannical power is as terrifying as the mid-stage nascent soul. The next moment, Luli suddenly raised his head. His eyes were blood red with a frightening cold light, scanning the whole place, and then slowly uttered a sentence.
I am the Demon Emperor.
Chapter 267. Holding a sister in my arms.
I am the Demon Emperor.
The sound was powerful, like a heavenly bell, soaring into the sky. The entire Blackstone Square, even the sky and the earth, suddenly fell silent. Everyone's eyes followed the sound and were cast on Luli, whose mana was surging. The next moment, both immortals and demons couldn't help but be surprised.
It's a land carp! This guy has actually broken through to the 7th level of the Golden Core? How is that possible? Incredible! Incredible! Even if the Taoist Buddha reincarnated and came down to Earth to practice, it would be nothing more than this. Am I the Demon Emperor? Has this guy been distracted by the Demon Emperor? Oops! This guy is so strong. If he takes action, I'm afraid Ling Jianchuang and Fan Yinli won't be able to last 2 or 3 rounds.
The hearts of the people in the Immortal Alliance were raised again. Everyone in the Demon Dao also looked surprised, because Luli's current state is very wrong. The eyes are blood red. The whole body exudes a terrifying aura that is different from ordinary people. It's like dot bewitched.
I am the Demon Emperor.
At this time, Luli's icy gaze swept across the audience, and he uttered one sentence again.
Submit or die.
There was no trace of human emotion in the voice. Seeing that something was wrong with him, the Ghost Sect disciples immediately dispersed their formation and retreated to the side.
Junior brother?
Bai Jin was stunned for a moment and seemed about to step forward. Before he could speak, the black-robed woman from Taima Sect suddenly said coldly,
Luli, you are already possessed by the devil. Don't mess around. Otherwise, I won't let you go.
After saying that, he winked at the white-haired old man on the side and the red-shirted woman from the Hahuan sect. They were ready to take action and kill the land cart directly.
Huh? How dare you hide murderous intentions against me? Die!
Just at this moment, Luli trampled the mountains and rivers in one step. Like a demon coming, suddenly appeared in front of the black-robed woman. His palms were as big as the sky, and he took a picture, looking for death.
Kill!
The black-robed woman shouted sharply, retreated, opened her mouth and was about to spit out the immortal flying knife talisman, cutting Luli in 2. Unfortunately, she was too slow. Luli followed the wind and chased her. His big palm like a sunflower fin covered the face of the black-robed woman. Then, give it a gentle pinch. Boom. The head exploded like a watermelon. The stunning flying knife talisman fell into Lu Li's hands before it was activated. Then, red Doubtgang flames erupted from the palm of his hand, forming into a giant dragon and twisting violently around the body of the black-robed woman. Boom! The woman in black robe turned into ashes, leaving only a golden elixir and a storage ring. Witnessing this scene, all the demon cultivators present were shocked. Instant kill. That black-robed woman was a genius from the Taimao sect, with perfect golden elixir. But she was killed by Lu Li with one palm, without even having time to scream? How could this land carp be so powerful? Lu Li has become possessed, and is killing his fellow comrades unscrupulously. Everyone, take action quickly to suppress and surrender him. At this moment, the white-haired old man gave a sharp shout, raised his hand, and a blazing white divine light burst out from his sleeve. Call out. The blazing white divine light is so fast that it chases the stars and the moon. This is the supreme divine flame. Wherever it passed, the space was directly melted, and a black thread melted in midair, revealing endless void. It is the ancient divine flame of Tianwai Palace. Call out. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Almost at the same time, 6 ancient divine flames shot from all directions, blocking all spaces, burning the 8 wastelands, and came with a bang. It was the golden elixir demon cultivator hidden in the crowd that inspired the immortal killing crossbow in his sleeve. Tear. Tear. There were also 2 gleams of cold light from the immortal flying knives, cutting through the void, as fast as thunder and lightning, unrivaled in sharpness, and they struck from across the air. Humph! You won't die this time! Death! 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 The halberd god king and Qi Tianjiu, who saw the scene through Yunhuan, all had proud and ferocious smiles on their faces, as if they had seen the scene of Lu Li being burned and turned into ashes. Boom! At the critical moment, a ball of terrifying demonic energy erupted from Lu Li's body, rising into the sky, and in an instant, it condensed into a huge Kunping demon god body. This Kunping demon god's body is pure white. But at the moment when the 6 ancient divine flames shot out, clusters of Hunyuan black holes emerged. Puff 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 puff. All the ancient divine flames shot into the Hunyuan black hole of demon god Kunping's Dharma body, and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye like a mud cow entering the sea. The next moment, several muffled sounds erupted from the body of Kunping demon god, and suddenly collapsed invisible. Lu Li's figure and face appeared in front of everyone's eyes again, unscathed. How can it be? You're actually not going to die like this? Seeing this scene, Qi Tianjiu and halberd god king lost their voices in shock. Similarly, the faces of Yang Su's mother and Nandong Long's father and mother suddenly became gloomy and extremely ugly. What kind of freak is this guy? What kind of magic technique does he practice? Even this can't kill him? Walk! Nandong Feihong, who had disguised himself as a white-haired old man, saw that the situation was not good. His pupil shrank, and he turned around and tried to run away. Anyone who attacks me will die. At this moment, Lu Li's cold drink resounded throughout the world. With a strange flash of figure, the person appeared in front of Nandong Feihong, and a giant fist, as fast and fierce as the stars in the sky, hit him directly. Ah! Heavenly dragon shield! Between life and death, Nandong Feihong had no time to escape. He opened his mouth and sprayed out a black triangular shield. As soon as the triangular shield flew out, it grew into the wind and became the size of a wheel. On the shield surface, green light shines. It is made from a piece of dragon scale. This is clearly a low-grade spiritual treasure. Without any hesitation, Nandong Feihong raised his giant shield, and his whole body flashed with golden flames. It was obvious that he was activating countless explosive talismans and was about to escape. Boom! At this moment, a pale gold fist directly exploded its black triangular shield, carrying the turbulence of space explosion, driving straight in, and hitting his chest like a broken bamboo. Snap! 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 All the spiritual light shields exploded in an instant. An invincible divine power poured out and shattered the treasured clothes on his body. Is this the power of a dragon? Nandong Feihong was horrified. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Li's big fist suddenly opened, like a lotus blooming. He opened his 5 fingers, took out a heaven-breaking seal, and pushed it gently. Boom! Nandong Feihong exploded into blood mist and died on the spot. The soul is destroyed. Nandong Feihong, 8th on the golden elixir list, fell.
Ah! Junior brothers and sisters. Form a formation.
On the other side, the Hahuan Sect woman turned pale with fear and immediately fled into the Hahuan Sect's formation. However, Luli suddenly turned around and suddenly appeared in front of her like the sun and moon rising in the sky and stars falling to the ground.
Not good!
The red-shirted woman from the Hahuan Sect screamed strangely, opened her mouth, and sprayed out a cloud of colorful poisonous mist. She flashed and turned into a red light before fleeing away. But before it flew 10 feet away, Luli chased after him with a big hand like an ape's arm. And he grabbed it suddenly. Boom! The woman in the red shirt had no power to resist. She was pulled back by the boundless divine power and slammed into Luli's chest. Her face was immediately filled with horror and horror. Before she could struggle to escape, Luli put his huge arms around her and gave her a hug. Click, click, click. Only a crisp sound was heard. The woman in red shirt suddenly raised her snow-white jade neck and let out a shrill scream, blood spurting out from the corner of her mouth. Then, his body went limp, and he collapsed directly into Luli's arms. The whole body's internal organs, flesh, blood and bones were directly crushed, turning into powder and blood foam. I will never die with my eyes in peace. Chapter 268, surrounded by 4 demonic arrays. Cruel, violent, horrified. Witnessing this scene, all the golden elixir demon cultivators present were shocked and their faces were filled with fear. A perfect golden elixir was so vulnerable that it was killed by Luli directly in his arms.
Run away!
The expressions of the remaining Jin Dan demon cultivators who attacked changed drastically. Without hesitation, they fled directly back into the array of their own sect, their hearts trembling with fear. This land carp is simply too terrifying. Those were 3 monks who had perfected the golden elixir. One of them, Nandong Feihong, who was 8th on the golden elixir list, was killed by chopping melons and vegetables.
Want to leave? Risk your life.
Boom! At this moment, Luli snorted coldly, and suddenly erupted red flames from his whole body. In an instant, it condensed into 9 huge flame dragons of 100 feet, burning the red-shirted woman on his body and turning it into ashes. Then, 9 giant dragons flew into the sky, twisted and coiled, and formed a 9-flame fire dragon formation. They roared out, burned the sun and the moon, and blasted towards a female demon cultivator of the Qin-destroying Tao in front of them. Pure Yan Wuji Sutra. 9 dragons flame formation.
Luli! How dare you!
In the large formation of the Mieching Dao sect, a burly man rose into the sky. While shouting angrily, he raised his hand and offered up a black bronze magic mirror, which emitted unparalleled black light and penetrated all things. Boom! Only a shocking explosion was heard. The 9-flame fire dragon formation trembled violently, like a scorching sun exploding, hitting the black light and burning nothingness directly. Then, he suppressed it hard and burned the bronze magic mirror into a puddle of copper juice. In the blink of an eye, the 9-flame dragons suddenly merged into one ball and turned into a scorching sun as big as a house. Like stars falling into the sea, they shot straight across the sky and hit the female demon cultivator who made a sneak attack. Boom! The female demon cultivator seemed to be hit by a star and flew hundreds of feet away. Her body was on fire, and her clothes were in tatters.
You?
Seeing this, the burly man was shocked and angry. With a wave of his hand, a piece of icy blue water shot out, about to extinguish the Taoist flames on the female demon cultivator. However, the icy blue water light fell on the female demon cultivator, and with a bang, it was like adding fuel to the fire. The female demon cultivator was directly incinerated into a pile of ashes by the red flames, flying all over the sky, fallen on the spot. Another tyrannical killing.
Luli! You actually took action to kill fellow demon sects? All fellow sects, form a big formation. Strangle Luli, and avenge senior sister Qing.
The burly man shouted loudly, like thunder in anger.
Yes!
Thousands of golden elixir demon cultivators on the Mieching Dao roared in unison, their magic powers connected, and their murderous intent soaring into the sky. At this moment, the blood in Luli's eyes faded, and his whole body returned to normal. He looked around the world and was stunned for a moment.
What happened? Luli! Don't pretend to be stupid. You killed someone from my Qin Dao. Today, I want you to pay with your life.
The burly man scolded sharply. As soon as he finished speaking, not far away, a girl in white floated into the air, scolding her with a cold face.
Luli, you just became a demon. Lost your mind. And killed my senior brother Nangong Feihong of the Tianjua Demon Sect. The Ju Demon Sect also wants you to pay for it with your life. The disciples of the Tianju Demon Sect will form a formation to kill the enemy and avenge senior brother Nangong.
Boom! Demonic energy surged into the sky. Thousands of golden elixir demon cultivators from the Tianjua Demon Sect formed a large formation, bursting out with boundless murderous intent, and locked onto Luli. It's not over yet. On the other side, a skinny old man wearing a black robe from the Taimao Sect flew up into the sky, gritted his teeth and said,
Disciples of the Taimao Sect, listen to your orders. Luli killed Yang Su, the chief of the Taimao Sect. And just now, he killed Mo from our Taimao Sect. Senior sister, you simply don't care about our Taimao Sect. Form a formation and kill this guy.
Boom! Thousands of Taimao Sect's golden elixirs were connected with each other to form a terrifying formation. The demonic energy was as vast as the sea, rolling toward Luli. In an instant, Luli was surrounded and locked tightly by the Taimao Sect, Tianju Demon Sect, Mieching Dao, the three major demon sects, and tens of thousands of golden elixir demon cultivators. Suddenly, the whole audience was paying attention. If they really start fighting and are besieged by tens of thousands of golden elixir cultivators from the three major demon sects, Luli, the #1 golden elixir cultivator in the world, will definitely die.
I killed someone. No way.
Luli raised his eyebrows.
I didn't remember anything just now. How about I burn some more paper money for them now to compensate?
As he spoke, he raised his hand. Paper money flew out all over the sky.
This is totally unreasonable. Are you still pretending to be stupid?
Suddenly, a big man with a black face and a bloody robe flew up into the air in the distance, staring at Luli sinisterly.
Luli, kill me, a disciple of the Blood Shadow Sect. Today is the time for revenge. The disciples of the Blood Shadow Sect obeyed the order and formed an alliance. Formation, kill Luli. Yes.
The 2,000 golden elixir demon cultivators of the Blood Shadow Sect roared loudly. Boom! The blood light rose into the sky and condensed into a boundless sea of blood, surging and rolling, destroying everything and corrupting everything. Immediately, the 4 magic formations blocked the world and suppressed Luli. The pressure of each magic array is comparable to that of nascent soul perfection.
Huh? You are so brave.
Faced with this situation, Luli raised his brows and squinted his eyes.
Now that the immortals and demons are fighting, you actually beseech me? I can fuse the Demon King's distraction into my body, which greatly increases the magic of the Demon Envoy. How dare you beseech me?
Aren't you afraid of being punished by the Demon Envoy? Are you all undercover from the Immortal Alliance?
Hearing this, all the Golden Elixir Demon cultivators were shocked.
They couldn't help but look up at the Demon Envoy. However, the Demon Envoy was surrounded by a group of Immortal Alliance powerful men and paid no attention to this place.
I think you are the undercover agent of the Immortal Alliance.
At this time, the burly man from the Qin Destroying Dao shouted.
At this critical moment, you actually took action to kill a fellow Demon Dao disciple. If you are not an undercover, who is the undercover? Hack your mother, hacker.
Before he finished speaking, Bai Jinfei shouted loudly.
Those guys who were looking at me with so many pairs of eyes just now wanted to attack my senior brother, the chief of the Ghost Sect. That's right. Don't be afraid. Senior brother, we are on your side. I will live and die together with my senior brother. Eldest brother, I will leave you a queen. Ah, cut off the queen.
The disciples of the Yinming Ghost Sect came forward to help. Then, except for Bai Jinfei and senior sister Yao Yao, few people really flew forward, ready to fight side by side with Luli.
Stop talking so much nonsense. Take action. Kill the undercover Luli.
At this moment, outside the White Jade Square, Yang Su's mother-in-law's murderous order came in.
Kill!
The skinny old man shouted deeply. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the powerful and boundless demonic energy surged out like waves from a huge sea, condensing into a huge white-boned demon god. He stretched out his sky-covering hand towards Luli and grabbed him fiercely. The power is so great that the magic power of thousands of golden elixirs is already comparable to the perfection of nascent soul. At the same time, the formations of Tianju Demon Sect, Mieching Dao, and Blood Shadow Sect suddenly rioted. A huge magic sword with a length of more than 1,000 feet, and a love-killing magic light like a pillar of heaven, billowing and covering the sky with a sea of blood, bombarded almost at the same moment. The power of every step is comparable to the perfection of the golden infant.
What a terrifying sea of blood! Is this the Blood Sea formation of the Blood Shadow Sect? The love-killing magic light. I heard that this magic light can destroy all souls. Even if it is rubbed, the soul will be shattered and become a dementia lunatic. The Tianjua Demon Sword of the Tianjua Demon Sect. This is a great array of demon swords that even the golden body of Buddhism cannot stop. There are also the gods and demons of the Taimao Sect. Look, they are blasting down. The space is shattered. Catch the sun and the moon. Luli will definitely die.
In an instant, this wave of siege attracted everyone's attention. Both immortals and demons couldn't help but hold their breath. Even the other demon cultivators from the demon sect who were besieging Ling Jianshuang and Fang Yinli couldn't help but stare at him. Ling Jianshuang and Fang Yinli's pressure suddenly dropped. Chapter 269. Killing the golden elixir is like killing a chicken. From the east, a sea of blood rushed in. The sky and the earth were filled with blood, and the fishy smell filled the nose. To the south, the bone's big hands grabbed hard and crushed the stars. To the west, the love-killing demonic light is as big as a sky pillar, sweeping across and destroying souls. To the north, the Tianjua demonic sword was as powerful as breaking the heavens and the earth, slashing down hard, splitting the yin and yang universe. Every step is the perfect power of nascent soul. At this moment, it was equivalent to 4 nascent souls striking out with great power to kill Lu Li. There is no way to avoid the land carp. Boom! In this moment of life and death, on Lu Li's body, a golden light suddenly shot up into the sky, turning into an extremely sacred and vast Buddha light, shining on the 9 heavens and 10 places, forming a 3-eyed Buddha. One hand holds the sacred mountain, and the other hand holds the real dragon. Sumeru Mantra, the Dharma appearance of God King Sumeru. Shumi is a sacred mountain recorded in Buddhist scriptures. It is as big as a star, as small as a mustard seed, and is of immeasurable weight. Lu Li's magic power exploded violently, and he sacrificed the Dharma of God King Sumeru. He suddenly raised his hands high, and used the momentum of a Buddha to hold up a mountain, and blasted towards the falling bones and the boundless sea of blood. At the same time, the golden light from the vertical eyes of God King Shumi's Dharma Prime's eyebrows shined brightly, shooting out 2 rays of divine light, blasting towards the 1,000-foot-large Tianjua demon sword. The love-killing demon light.
You want to block the attacks of the 4 magic arrays with just 1 Dharma sign? It's just wishful thinking.
Seeking death.
Kill! 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 Kill the land carp! Humph! Lu Li, are you still alive this time?
Witnessing this scene, abandoning Tianjiao, the halberd god king looked ferocious. Ji Longjun, Ji Rong, Ji Jionyang and others from Mermaid Island were pale, and their faces were pale. Bai Jinfei, senior sister Yao Yao, and others were shocked and wanted to rescue them, because Lu Li is absolutely unstoppable. At this moment, a righteous and awe-inspiring shout rang out. My fellow Immortal Alliance members, it's time to take action. Even if you die, you must fight for a chance for the Immortal Way. The Immortal Way will never be destroyed and will last forever. This is a golden elixir cultivator from Taimao Sect. A middle-aged man. While shouting, he raised his hands and threw golden and round golden elixirs in all directions. Golden elixir thunder bead. Almost at the same time.
The Immortal Way is immortal and will last forever. The Immortal Way is immortal and will last forever. The Immortal Way is immortal and will last forever.
Accompanied by the solemn shouts. Several golden elixir demon cultivators in the Tianjua demon sect's formation, the Blood Shadow sect's formation, and the Kinkingdao formation stood up and threw golden elixir thunder beads at their companions. God's Thunderbolt. These people are the undercover agents placed by the Immortal Alliance in the demon sect. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The golden elixir thunder bead exploded. The explosion shook the sky and the earth. Infinite bright light bloomed immediately, sweeping across the sky and 9 earth, covering the entire black stone square, blinding everyone's eyes in an instant. Even the shadow of the Hall of Gods and Demons in Blackstone Square was illuminated clearly. A powerful shock wave shook all directions. Suddenly, there was a commotion. At this moment, at the center of the explosion, a suffocating pressure shrouded all the golden elixir demon cultivators like Mount Tai. The extremely strong fiery intention suddenly struck, burning the person's hair and clothes. It's like being in a sea of fire and a bright sun. The whole person seemed to be reduced to ashes. Vaguely, everyone seemed to see that at the center of the explosion,
There was a flame god king standing tall and powerful, rising from the ground like a majestic giant mountain. It has huge arms reaching to the sky, and a pair of wings that are hundreds of feet long on its back. It is ferocious and frightening, shocking the mind. Buzz. Before everyone could react, the heaven and earth trembled. Above the 9 heavens, a 1,000-foot-high golden Buddha looked up, pointing to the sky and the ground, overlapping and covering the sky and the sun. The Dharma is solemn, and the Vajra is glaring with anger. Then, the Buddha raised his boundless palm and slapped it down with a bang, rapidly enlarging the eyes of everyone. The attack hasn't come yet. The incomparable Buddha's power suppressed the golden elixir demon cultivator, like 3 mountains and 5 mountains bombarding him, causing blood to bleed from the 7 orifices and cracking all the bones in his body. Next moment, bang 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 bang. Boundless Buddha palm slapped the ground. The sky collapsed, together with the supreme golden elixir thunder beads and the bright light of the thunderbolt explosion. They were all scattered by the Buddha's palm that filled the sky. An unknown number of golden elixir demon cultivators were directly hit by the Buddha's palm, and exploded in the fierce and majestic Buddha's palm. Blood flowers bloomed in Black Stone Square. Even some tyrannical golden elixir demon cultivators were slapped so hard that their defensive magic weapons exploded. Their faces turned pale, and they vomited blood on the spot. It's like being hit by a huge star. The 4 major demon sect formations were broken in an instant. Buzz. Suddenly, the spiritual energy within a radius of thousands of miles suddenly collapsed, condensing into a huge funnel that reached the sky, and merged directly into the body of the flame war god in midair. A brief vacuum formed immediately. Everyone took a closer look. The flaming war god has gilded wings on his back, 4 heads and 14 arms, and pure white flames lingering all over his body, like a real dragon coiling around him. He is mighty and fierce, with boundless momentum, just like the purifying flame Buddha king who walked out of ancient mythology. It's a land carp. The faces of the Jindan demon cultivators present changed greatly. Boom! Before the demon cultivators present could react, Luli flapped his wings and turned into a golden electric flame, rushing into the great demon sect's formation. Want to kill me? I'll give you a ride first. A cold drink sounded. 14 big arms swung out violently. 8 of the Buddha's giant arms formed the 6-character heaven-bending Dharma seal and struck it out with a bang. Bang 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 bang. The 6 golden elixir demon cultivators were directly beaten to death, their intestines, heart and lungs flying wildly, and their bodies were lying on the spot. The other 6 flaming giant arms wielded golden spears, golden sticks, golden knives, golden tridents, and golden halberds, opening and closing, opening up the world, and sweeping across the world. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The 9 golden elixir demon cultivators were swept by the golden magic weapon. Their bodies were broken into 2 pieces on the spot, and then burned by the flames on the golden magic weapon. They suddenly turned into ashes. Ah! No! Run away! Stop him quickly! Use forbidden talismans and forbidden magic weapons. The golden elixir demon cultivator from the Taima sect screamed and roared in anger. Some golden elixir demon cultivators also tried to stop Luli and throw out various magic weapons. However, Luli turned a blind eye. His figure flashed, and a dozen afterimages shook out, crashing into these golden elixir demon cultivators, sending them flying hundreds of meters high on the spot. Their internal organs exploded, and exploded into blossoms in the sky, gorgeous blood flowers, then burned to ashes. The power of 100 million is unstoppable. In an instant, dozens of golden elixir demon cultivators from the Taima sect died on the spot. The entire Taima sect's formation was directly penetrated. At this moment, Luli turned back, like a ball of rolling house sun, which was unstoppable. Wherever it passed, people were turned upside down, and there were heavy casualties. No one can stop him at all. Ah! Run! Seeing this scene, the golden elixir demon cultivator of Taima sect burst into tears and dispersed in a rush. Firstly, he was afraid that the fellow disciples around him were undercover agents of the Immortal Alliance. On the other hand, the land carp is just too scary. Bang 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 bang. Just like that, Luli walked back and forth in the Taima sect's formation, killing each other, entering and leaving 7 times, and directly broke up the formation. Killing the golden elixir is like killing a chicken. In an instant, there was silence between the immortals and demons. Chapter 270 sweeps the whole place. So amazing.
A 7th level golden elixir. In a large formation of thousands of golden elixirs. Killed 7 in and 7 out. No one could stop it. He also directly broke up the formation. This is simply beyond human imagination. Both immortals and demons were shocked and lost their voices.
It's impossible. Right. Is this still a golden elixir? This land carp is too scary. The power is boundless. The power of a dragon in the flesh. Did he really just practice for 2 years? It's so irritating to compare people to each other. I've been practicing for hundreds of years before I can reach the level of nascent soul. I'm afraid I still can't beat this guy. The majestic first magic sect. The formation formed by thousands of golden elixirs. Was broken like this? By a single golden elixir? Ha ha ha! The Immortal Alliance can be saved. As long as these demonic golden elixirs are killed, and the demon gods are distracted without a host. The power of the demon envoy will be greatly weakened. Isn't this guy Luli really an undercover agent of the Immortal Alliance? Luli! Increase the intensity. Rush the duck. If you destroy the 10 demon gates, all the nuns in our Lotus Temple will return to secular life and give birth to monkeys for you. You stinky nun! How dare you snatch a man from a Taoist nun? Luli belongs to our Chingy Temple.
The people in the Immortal Alliance were completely excited. This gave them hope of victory. The endless high sky was covered with white cloth. The devil turned his colorful eyes and focused on Luli. Then, the demonic energy burst out all over his body, and his divine power was like a prison, suppressing the world. He felt a hint of crisis.
It's time to fight.
The leader of the Tao Alliance narrowed his eyes slightly and uttered a sentence. As soon as the words fell, a group of powerful people either activated forbidden spells or swallowed life-burning elixirs, and their magic power exploded. Boom! The war broke out again.
Sisterling, this guy is so fierce.
He.
How can he be better than us who have practiced for more than 30 years? No. I have to eat a chicken leg to calm down.
In the distance, Fang Yinli was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. She subconsciously took out a chicken leg and started chewing it.
How can this guy Luli be so strong?
Ling Jianxuan was also extremely shocked. She practiced the sword to turn into a rainbow, and it was unparalleled. But compared to Luli's terrifying strength of running rampant and destroying everything, it was still far behind. That powerful Dharma body, the vast divine light, the power of a dragon, destroying everything, cannot be resisted by the golden elixir monks at all. Horrible!
Ha ha ha! Junior brother Liu is invincible in the world.
Bai Jinfei laughed on the spot. Immediately, a group of disciples of the Yimingo sect behind them made a loud noise with their bronze drums and flattered the sky.
Elder brother has boundless magical power, is invincible in every attack, and is invincible in every battle. Elder brother has great magical powers and is invincible. Invincible in the world. Ah! Senior brother, I want to sit on the floor and ovulate for you. Luli, how dare you massacre people from my Taimao sect?
At this time, the skinny old man from Taimao sect's eyes turned red, and he shouted angrily. He originally thought he could kill Lu Li and avenge Chief Yang Su. Unexpectedly, there was actually a ghost in the formation, and Lu Li killed them all in and out. Dozens of Jin Dan cultivators died tragically on the spot. These are dozens of golden elixir demon cultivators. They are all geniuses from the Taimao sect. He died instantly, and Taimao sect suffered heavy losses. When he thought of this, the skinny old man was extremely angry, but his hands were trembling, because Lu Li's strength is too terrifying. On the other side, the burly man from the Mietxing Dao, the black-faced man in blood-robed robes from the Blood Shadow sect, and the girl in white from the Tianjue demon sect all looked at Lu Li in the sky with horror on their faces. What's even more shocking is, they can no longer swallow the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, because all the spiritual energy was poured into Lu Li's body crazily, and no one else could get a single bit of it.
You just attacked me, so let's all die.
At this moment, Lu Li looked cold and uttered a word. The words fell. He suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a black and white golden elixir. Suddenly, all the golden elixir demon cultivators in the Black Stone Square felt a tremor in their Dantian and Zifu. The golden elixir was running sluggishly. The speed of mana activation was slowing down, and they felt a sense of surrender in their hearts. The golden elixir of the Great Road. Wan Dan surrenders. This is Lu Li's golden elixir. Under the gaze of everyone, the black and white golden elixir of the avenue rotated and bloomed with dazzling divine light. In an instant, the avenue shook. Thousands of miles of vitality is sweeping in. Fill it with madness. The Dao Jin Den seemed to be inflated, growing crazily, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge black and white Hunyuan light ball as big as a house. The aura of terror immediately filled the sky and the earth. Everyone felt it. His magic power, flesh and blood, and soul seemed to be pulled out of his body and merged into the black and white Hunyuan light ball at this moment. At this moment, Luli took a step forward, merged directly into the black and white Hunyuan light ball, and disappeared. There was a buzzing sound. A big hand of Buddha's light holding the sacred mountain suddenly shot out from the black and white Hunyuan light ball, extended thousands of feet, swept across the sky, directly bombarded the skinny old man, exploded directly, and died on the spot.
No! Form a defense! Hurry up and form a formation! Fighting alone is no match for this guy!
On the other side, the burly man from the Mieching Dao, the black-faced and blood-robed man from the Blood Shadow Sect, and the white-clothed girl from the Tianjua Demon Sect were shocked when they saw this scene and shouted quickly. However, they had not yet formed a formation. That black and white Hunyuan light ball moved. He suddenly rolled to the ground and shot out. Boom! Space explodes. The black and white Hunyuan light ball was like a great mountain crossing the sky, with boundless momentum, shattering the sky, slamming out, and heading straight towards the burly man in the path of extinguishing love.
Seizing the sky bell!
The burly man's pupil shrank, and he retreated into the formation. He raised his hand and threw out a big bloody bell, which was as huge as a mountain. It shook out circles of sound waves and swept across the world. The demonic sound fills the brain and shatters the soul. The next moment, Hunyuan's black and white ball of light rushed in, smashing through mountains and exploding stars. It was unstoppable and hit the bloody bell. Then, the bloody bell was swallowed directly. The black and white Hunyuan light ball suddenly expanded several times, and was several miles long and wide. Like a violently rotating black hole, it suddenly fell down and pressed against the demon cultivators of the Qing Dao, blocking out the sky and leaving no one with nowhere to escape.
Ah! Hit it! No! My golden elixir can't work. My mana is also out of control, and I'm going to be sucked out of my body.
There were panicked shouts. Boom! The black and white Hunyuan ball fell to the ground, exploding all the bloodstone demon god pillars, and countless demon cultivators of the destruction of love were directly hit. A strange scene appeared. All the golden elixir demon cultivators who were hit were stunned. They saw the mouth of a sky-swallowing whale suddenly falling down, and the world was spinning. People are directly swallowed into the black and white Hunyuan light ball. Bang bang bang. After swallowing hundreds of golden elixir demon cultivators, the black and white Hunyuan light ball expanded several times again, like a real Hunyuan black and white hole, swallowing everything in all directions. The oppressive feeling radiated was comparable to that of the late nascent soul, which made other Jin Dan demon cultivators feel frightened. Their scalps became numb, and they almost collapsed to the ground. Moreover, all the mana seems to be sucked away from the air.
What kind of weird technique is this?
Some people were horrified and lost their voices. The words just started. Boom! The black and white Hunyuan light ball trembled suddenly, and spit out a lot of bones. Crash! Paper money filled the sky, then sprayed out and fluttered in the wind. Died. The hundreds of demon cultivators who were just swallowed are all dead. Next moment, the black and white Hunyuan light ball ejected a dazzling divine light, burst out again. Boom boom boom. Crashed into the Blood Shadow Sect's formation. The terrifying situation was like a meteorite smashing into a huge array of money and horses. I don't know how many golden elixir demon cultivators were knocked up on the spot, and their bodies exploded and died on the spot. I don't know how many golden elixir demon cultivators were swallowed directly into the black and white Hunyuan light ball.
Ah! Run away!
At this moment, the morale of the demonic monks completely collapsed, and they fled in all directions. However, the black and white Hunyuan light ball grew bigger and bigger, and it ran rampant, breaking all the bloodstone demon pillars in the black stone square, and the ground was covered with rubble. Devour all the way, vomiting bones all the way. Wherever he went, the demon cultivator cried for his father and mother. Escape for your life.
Ah! Don't chase me. I have a 3-year-old mother and an 80-year-old child. Luli, please let me go. Friend Lu Dao, I have no grievances with you in the past, and we have no grievances recently. Don't chase me. Go after the people from the Time Sect. Luli, I will fight with you.
In an instant, the entire Blackstone Square's demonic cultivators were in chaos. The chaotic scene was like a tiger entering a flock of chickens. It's a wild ride. Incomparable joy. But extremely terrifying. Chapter 271 Who Can Save the World? No one expected that tens of thousands of golden elixir demon cultivators would be chased all over the place by one person. The black and white Hunyuan magic ball, which is as huge as a sacred mountain, spins violently, is powerful and terrifying, and swallows up thousands of miles of spiritual energy. Wherever it goes, it suppresses the heaven, earth, mountains and rivers. No one can resist. Some magic cultivators with perfect golden elixirs immediately lost control of their magic power as soon as they got close to them. The golden elixirs surrendered, and they were unable to control their body shape. They were forcefully pulled and dragged into the magic ball. Then, in just 3 breaths, it turned into dense white bones and was sprayed out. Shocked the whole audience. In an instant, no one cared about Ling Jianchuang and Fan Yinli. The Jindan monks from the 9 major demon sects were all running away to avoid the bombardment of the black and white Hunyuan magic balls. However, the entire Blackstone Square was shrouded in the shadow of the Hall of Gods and Demons, making it impossible to escape. All golden elixir demon cultivators are like chickens and ducks in a pen, being chased until they cry for their father and mother. I just regret that my parents didn't give me 2 legs.
Sister Ling, we seem to be fine.
Fan Yinli huddled in a corner, gnawing on the chicken leg, and said while eating,
You are hungry too. Why don't you also eat some chicken leg to satisfy your stomach? We can just watch the Luli performance.
As he said that, he handed over a fragrant chicken leg.
Dot!
Ling Jianchuang was holding her divine sword and looking at the chaos of the demon sect monks with a look of shock on her face. It seems that the 2 of them are no longer needed.
Ah! Not good!
Fan Yinli suddenly thought of something. Her eyes widened, and she exclaimed,
Sister Ling, are we rescued by that guy Luli again? Then according to the usual practice, do we have to agree to give birth to a child for him? What a tragedy. The nightmare has come true. Will there be a bunch of kids fighting for food from me?
Thinking of this, her face fell instantly. The crispy chicken drumstick in your mouth instantly became tasteless.
Do you want to pledge yourself to me?
A hint of blush appeared on Ling Jianchuang's ice-like jade face.
Luli, do you dare to kill me?
At this moment, the burly man from the Mieching Dao had a fierce look on his face, roared angrily, opened his mouth and spat out a palm-sized blood box, opened it suddenly, and sprayed out blood light that shot up to the sky, forming a blood crystal mountain peak with overwhelming force. It shook the sky and bombarded the black and white Hunyuan magic ball. This is clearly a low-grade spiritual treasure. Boom! The blood crystal mountain peak collided with the black and white Hunyuan magic ball, and the blood light exploded, and blood-colored blades were sprayed out, more than 100 feet long, tearing the world apart and slashing out. However, they all fell into the sea and disappeared without a trace. They were all swallowed up by the Hunyuan magic ball. Next moment, the Hunyuan magic ball turned suddenly, wrapped around the blood crystal mountain peak, and swallowed it directly.
Humph! You want to swallow my spiritual treasure? Explode!
The burly man bit the tip of his tongue and pinched out the mysterious magic formula. Boom! A ball of extremely bright light suddenly shone inside the Hunyuan light ball. And then, the magic ball cracked. A beam of light that was given human eyes was ejected, swept out, and bombarded the burly man. There was a pop. The burly man turned into a white light and disappeared into the air in the blink of an eye. Both body and soul are destroyed. This Hunyuan magic ball actually directly reflected the destructive power of Ling Bao's self-destruction. Destroy all golden elixirs.
Fellow Taoists, take action quickly. Luli is killing innocent people indiscriminately and going on a killing spree. If this continues, we will definitely die.
At this time, another loud shout sounded. It's the big man with a black face and a bloody robe from the Blood Shadow sect. Immediately afterwards, he roared loudly and shouted to the sky.
Master Demon Envoy, please descend to the gods and demons and merge with me.
Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the phantoms of the Hall of Gods and Demons roared violently. A bloody light erupted, the giant door slowly opened, and the boundless phantoms of the demons roared out. This time, the demon gate golden pill no longer resisted, allowing the demon god to be distracted and merge into the soul. Before this,
These Jindan demon cultivators were all the same as by Jinfei Yao Yao, who split a trace of their soul and merged it with a demon god to avoid being taken away. Now, Lu Li is slaughtering the demon monks like crazy. If you don't resist, you will die. So this group of golden elixir demon cultivators all merged with the demon god's distraction and allow the demon god's distraction to seize their bodies and occupy their bodies and souls. Boom boom boom. A huge and terrifying aura immediately emerged from the golden elixir demon cultivator. Weird and horrifying scenes appeared in every corner of Blackstone Square. A girl in white. Her magic power increased tenfold, reaching the power of 300 flowers. And blood-red tentacles began to grow all over her body. Not far away, there is a middle-aged man in black, whose mana has increased 30 times, reaching the power of 600 flowers. The head split open from the middle, revealing a jagged, blood-filled vertical mouth, like a piranha. Extremely terrifying and terrifying. Without any hesitation, these demonic golden elixir demon cultivators rushed towards the black and white Hunyuan magic ball transformed by Lu Li. In an instant, the magic weapon flew into the air. The magic flames rolled. The electric python swooped wildly. And the blood light was like a dragon. They gathered together and hit the black and white Hunyuan magic ball with a bang. Boom. Boom boom. Bang bang bang. However, even though these golden elixir demon cultivators combined with the demon god's distraction and powerful mana, their attacks still did not break through the limits of the black and white hybrid magic balls. All attacks were swallowed by the black and white Hunyuan demonic ball, and then spat out with a huff, bombarding other Jindan demonic cultivators. Puff! Ah! My lower body is gone! Senior brother! Save me! There were screams one after another, and more than a dozen Jindan demon cultivators were victimized. However, at the same time, the magic power of the demons above the 9 heavens began to rise steadily, breaking through the suppression of heaven and earth again. I've had enough fun. It's over. The hoarse and unpleasant voice of the demonic messenger sounded again, spreading throughout the world. The words fell. There was a bang. Terrifying golden magic flames erupted from the body, burning fiercely, and the whole body erupted with bright magic light, like a big sun rising into the sky. A billowing heat wave swept across the world and enveloped it. Everyone felt their souls melting. The piece of old man Tianji's sacred cloth and the colorful bubbles all burned directly and turned into nothingness in the blink of an eye. This is the flame of the avenue! This guy burned the avenue of heaven and earth! Old man Tianji exclaimed, showing great shock. Boom! The next moment, the magic envoy waved his pure gold magic wings, and the golden magic flames filled the sky and covered the earth. It condensed into a big hand of magic flames, covering the sky and the earth, destroying the world, and then violently suppressed the powerful immortal alliance. Fellow Taoists, give me a helping hand! The sky is as bright as you wish, and the divine light is as bright as the sky. The leader of the Tao Alliance gave a cold shout. Tian Wangri was thrown out violently in his hand. Tian Wangri exploded and released immeasurable clear brilliance from heaven and earth, forming a huge dome curtain. The divine light was brilliant, blocking the falling magic flames. Without any hesitation, the 3 great divine monks, Master Shuiyu, the master of Xiantian Temple, the master of Feixian Temple, the head of Tianhe Sword Sect. All of them poured their mana into Tian Wangri. When? The golden magic flame was pressed down with a big hand, burning the clear light of the sky, erupting with a thundering sound, shattering the void. Don't overestimate your own capabilities. The demon envoy stepped down with one step and blinked his colorful magic eyes. Boom! The boundless demonic flames pressed down with their big hands. Crackling. The sky is clear and full of cracks. Puff puff puff. The Tao Alliance leader and others all spat out a mouthful of blood. Kill! Kill the demon's distraction! Witnessing the sudden change in the sky, Ling Jinshuang's expression became solemn. She stood up. Her sword merged into one, and turned into a snow-white sword rainbow, which shot out like a white rainbow piercing the sun, rushing straight down. Boom! More than a dozen golden elixir demon cultivators, who were fused with the demon god's distraction, were shot through on the spot, like stringing gourds. Then, it exploded, torn apart by the terrifying sword energy, and torn into pieces. Broken heaven finger! While Fang Yinli was drinking, she also inspired the magic of Xiantianguan. The magic power soared into the sky, condensing into 2 black and white divine lights. twisting like a dragon, and like a divine scissor cutting off the heaven and earth. It was 1,000 feet huge, and it was cut fiercely. Puff, puff, puff. More than a dozen demon cultivators were scissored by the divine light dragon and cut off on the spot. However, this is just a drop in the bucket. There are more and more demon cultivators who have merged with demon gods and turned into inhuman monsters. On the other side, hundreds of inhuman golden elixir demon cultivators surrounded the black and white Hunyuan magic ball with murderous intent. Their magic power was fierce, and they bombarded non-stop, blasting out sonic booms that filled the sky and penetrated gold and cracked rocks. The black and white Hunyuan magic ball was actually stopped. He is only one person after all. Faced with the distraction of this group of fused demon gods, it was difficult to kill all the golden elixir demon cultivators whose mana had skyrocketed. It's over. In an instant, the hearts of those in the immortal path sank to the bottom of the sea and became extremely cold, falling into despair. Chapter 272 One Sword. The demon god's distraction descended, fused with the demon gate's golden elixir, and the demon god's aura rose into the sky. The demon envoy merges with the aura of the demon god to directly break through the limitations of heaven and earth, and his magic power increases infinitely. If this continues, 3 breaths, the leader of the Tao Alliance, and many other great powers will all be killed by that demon envoy. Immortality is over. From now on, this world will be the world of the devil, and it will be dominated by the devil. People in the immortal way can only surrender, or hide here and there like a mouse, eking out an existence. In an instant, an atmosphere of despair and sadness filled the entire land of Zhongzhou. How could this happen? Man's calculation is not as good as God's calculation. The leader of the Tao Alliance has tried his best, but unfortunately, the demon envoy who descended is too terrifying and powerful to resist. Master, how about we join the demon sect and survive humiliation? I won't give in. God will destroy my immortal way. Husband, at this time, I have something I want to tell you that I have hidden from you for a long time. In fact, Litter is not your child. Hey, madam, I already knew this. It belongs to Lao Wang next door. No, it's not. There were too many people that night, and I didn't even know. On the contrary, the entire demonic realm roared excitedly. Ha ha ha! The devil won. In the battle between immortals and demons, our demons won. That Luli is definitely an undercover agent of the Immortal Alliance. We'll catch him later and make him live and die. And that Ling Jianchuang and Fang Yinli. Just at this moment, puff, under the clear light of the sky, a white-browed monk from the Great Lane Temple spurted out a mouthful of blood. Amitabha, if I don't go to HL, whoever will go to HL will go to HL. My Buddha is merciful. The white-browed monk sighed softly and chanted a Buddha's name. Then, immeasurable golden Buddha light shot out from his body. The whole person instantly turned into a ball of bright Buddha light, like a bright sun. Boom! The Buddha's light soared into the sky and condensed into a huge swastika of 100 feet. The golden light was brilliant and sacred. As it rotated, it supported the falling golden magic flame. Aren't you friends in the sky? Oh, bald donkey. You? Stop! I haven't given you back the spiritual stone I used to blackmail you. The expressions of all the Immortal Alliance powerful men changed greatly. However, the next moment, the demon envoy just stamped his foot casually. Boom! The golden magic flame was pressed down again, as if it was about to turn the entire sky over, with terrifying power, shattering the world in all directions. The golden swastika that had just been condensed exploded on the spot, turning into little golden light and dissipating between heaven and earth. A Buddhist monk died. Witnessing this scene, all 3,000 Buddhist sects fell into solemn silence. The world is tragic. Amitabha, sacrifice yourself to become a Buddha. My Buddha is compassionate. Good, good, good. Immediately afterwards, 2 more Buddha chants sounded. The other 2 divine monks of Dalian Temple simultaneously turned into golden Buddha light, soared into the sky, and condensed countless huge golden swastika characters, which propped themselves up under the clear sky, blocking the whereabouts of the golden magic flame's big hand. The mayfly shakes the tree. The magic envoy blinked his colorful magic eyes and waved his pure gold magic wings behind his back. Boom! The demonic flames erupted again, soaring down into the sky, enlarging the demonic flame's big hands dozens of times, and becoming as powerful as a prison, turning the world upside down and suppressing the world. Boom!
The first golden swastika exploded and turned into dots of golden light. Demon Flame's big hand suddenly fell down again. Puff. The second golden swastika exploded, scattering into golden Buddha light that filled the sky, and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Then, the sky was bright and shattered, revealing countless cracks. There was a click. A hair-like crack appeared in the middle of Tian Wangrui. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. Xian Dao was suddenly in despair. Could it be that from now on, the immortal way is really the slave of the demonic way?
The situation is over. Lao Ji. Let's run.
Seeing this scene, Lao Yilong showed his true form and secretly sighed to the ancestors of Mermaid Island.
No. There is hope.
The ancestor of Mermaid Island shook his head and still activated his mana crazily.
Huh? Where is the hope? This demon is so fierce and terrifying that he will crush Tian Wangrui in the next moment. He will catch us and burn us into kebabs. This is not bad. What if this demon has a whim and attacks me? Wouldn't it be worse to say, I'm big. Please bear with me?
The old lustful dragon looked shocked.
Dot.
The ancestor of Mermaid Island did not answer. He lowered his head and looked at Blackstone Square. Bang, 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 bang. At this time, in the Blackstone Square, Ling Jianshuang and his sword merged into one, turning into rainbow light and slashing in all directions. Fang Yinli used the divine light dragon scissors to cut off the heavenly veins and cut the golden elixir demons that came one by one into two pieces. On the other side, thousands of inhuman monsters frantically attacked the black and white Hunyuan magic ball, making deafening explosions. The black and white Hunyuan magic ball trembled violently, as if it was about to burst and explode. Obviously, Lu Li couldn't hold on anymore when he was attacked by thousands of golden elixir demon cultivators, who merged with the demon gods to distract him. Boom! Just then, there was an explosion. The black and white Hunyuan magic ball exploded suddenly, and the demonic energy rolled up like waves. Lu Li's figure was revealed. He was dressed in black, with long hair flying, and his eyes were like lightning, looking around in all directions. There seems to be a black hole in the body, containing immeasurable power. Without any hesitation, the surrounding inhuman demons and monsters rushed over, like a group of ferocious sharks smelling of blood. In their eyes, the land carp exudes an extremely sweet smell. It makes people want to tear the land carp into pieces and swallow it in their stomach. Just at this moment, Lu Li flew into the sky in one step. With a flick of his wrist, a brass sword appeared in his hand, and he held it tightly. Then, a powerful and terrifying mana suddenly spurted out from his body, pouring into the golden K bronze sword like a vast galaxy. This is actually the immeasurable magic power that he just swallowed up many golden elixirs and fused them together. Zheng. Only a clear and crisp sword cry was heard, shaking the world. The brass sword trembled violently, and a bud yellow sword light shot out from the tip of the sword, a full 3 feet long. The 3-foot sword light kept flickering and flickering, becoming abnormally green and bright, as if it was going to blind people. On the sword body, the two ancient characters Golden K gradually revealed a golden light. Immediately afterwards, wisps of Avenue aura condensed from around the emerald green sword light, wrapped around the sword light, and condensed into mysterious and unusual golden runes. Under the gaze of everyone, these mysterious golden runes were glued to the bronze sword, completing all the broken holes of the Golden K sword. Boom! An astonishing coercion began to emanate from the Golden K bronze sword, as vast as the might of heaven.
Tao sword! This is a Tao sword! Ha! Why did I forget that this kid has a sword? How is it possible? How could the Tao sword be in Lu Li's hands? No! Go and stop it! Don't let Lu Li strike out with this sword. Lu Li just swallowed hundreds of golden elixirs and has already stimulated 1,000th of the power of this sword. With one strike of the sword, the demon god will be wiped out.
At this moment, Immortal Tao was ecstatic. The devil was shocked. In an instant, the boundless 7 emotions of joy and the boundless 7 emotions of fear surged in, filling Lu Li's sea of consciousness.
Boy, if you just put away your sword, I will adopt you as my adopted son. This world will belong to you. You will be the master of this world.
At this time, the demon blinked its 5-color demonic eyes and sent out a demonic thought that shook the world. There was incomparable temptation in the voice. The master of this world? I don't know how many people were greatly moved when they heard this sentence. In the sky and on the earth, both immortals and demons, everyone's eyes couldn't help but be cast on Lu Li. They were nervous and extremely surprised. What would he choose? Under everyone's gaze, Lu Li's face was as cold as ice. And he raised his left fist backward without looking back. Then, highlight your middle finger. Say 4 words at the same time.
Hack you.
The words fell. He raised the golden K sword high in his right hand and pointed it forward, activating the power of the Boundless Avenue and slashing down. Chapter 273 Actually, I am the real undercover agent.
No!
The leader of Time Sect roared angrily. When this sword stand fell, those golden elixir demon cultivators who merged with the demon god's distraction died. And the demon god's distraction returned to the Hall of Gods and Demons. The strength of the demon envoy will be greatly reduced. In this way, the demon envoy will not be able to defeat the leader of the Tao Alliance. Then, all his efforts will be in vain in an instant, and be in vain. Because of this, the leader of Time Sect was very angry and anxious. However, the phantom of the Hall of Gods and Demons shrouded the black stone square, forming a world of its own. He could not harm Lu Li inside at all. For a long time, he could only watch Lu Li swing his sword. Then, cut it down with one sword. The green sword flower soared into the sky, pouring down like a broken galaxy. The world changes color. Avenue riot. Boom. The sky is cracked. A huge jade green sword flower slashed down with the force of opening up the world. Puff. A statue rushed over. And the golden elixir demon cultivator, with a bloody jagged mouth on its head, was instantly cut in half and turned into extremely fine blood particles on the spot. Phew. The second 2-headed golden elixir demon cultivator that came over was shattered into millions of pieces and turned into nothing in the green sword light.
Ah!
The third golden elixir demon cultivator, with the head of a human and the body of a centipede, let out a shrill scream. Then, it was completely chopped into pieces by the sword light and turned into flying ashes. Both body and soul are destroyed. Immediately afterwards, there was the fourth, the fifth, the sixth. All the golden elixir demon cultivators in the Black Stone Square, who had merged with the demon god's distraction, were locked by the extremely terrifying sword intent. Bang 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 bang. One after another, gorgeous blood flowers bloomed in the sky. Extremely beautiful and life-threatening. This sword was a sword that Lu Li combined with the mana of swallowing thousands of golden elixirs to activate the Tao sword, triggering the blessing of the power of the Tao. The power is so great that it has reached the perfection of nascent soul. A sword that is infinitely close to becoming a god. The green sword light split the sky and slashed down. Wherever it went, all the golden elixir demon cultivators died on the spot. Their bodies were completely annihilated in the terrifying sword light. Phew! In the end, the sword light slashed hard on the Black Stone Square, creating a sword light chasm that was more than 100 miles long and more than 1,000 feet deep, together with a huge altar in front. It was also cut into two and collapsed suddenly. Boom! The jade sword blossom exploded. The sword energy spilled from the explosion swept across all directions and penetrated everything.
Ah!
Countless golden elixir demon cultivators were unable to dodge and were hit by the exploding sword energy. Their hands and feet were severed. Their intestines were pierced and their stomachs were rotten, and their blood spurted out wildly. In an instant, the scene was extremely bloody and horrifying. There was silence in the sky and on the earth. Everyone looked at the horrific scene in front of them, shocked and speechless, and there was a dead silence. Then, a turbulent wave surged between heaven and earth.
Ha ha ha! This sword is coming out! All the golden elixir demon cultivators who have merged with the demon god's clone are dead. Is Immortal alive again? One sword can turn the sky. Lu Li. He really did it. From now on, Lu Li will be the guest of May Immortal Mountain. Anyone who is an enemy of him is an enemy of May Immortal Mountain. Ah! Lu Li, the Saw family loves you to death. The Saw family wants to give birth to a child for you.
Sindo began to cheer. I don't know how many people were so excited that they talked nonsense. On the other hand, looking at the demonic path, there was a surge of anger and murderous intent.
Damn it! Damn it! It is clear that there is only one last step left. With only one last step left, the demon envoy can kill all the members of the Immortal Alliance.
The head of the Time Sect's eyes were completely split.
How could it be? How could it fall short? It was destroyed in the hands of a gene and boy. No!
The leader of the Tianjua demon sect looked up to the sky and roared.
Kill! Kill! Kill that kid!
The head of the Huan sect gritted his teeth and wished he could eat the land carp alive on the spot, frying the skin and removing the bones. At this moment, a strange scene occurred.
The chi of Lu Li in the nine heavens rapidly weakened, and his long black hair flying in the wind instantly turned as white as snow. Ah! Ruji and Jirong, who were thousands of miles away, exclaimed. Obviously, Lu Li swung the astonishingly powerful sword just now and killed all the demonic golden elixir monsters, extending the lifespan of his flesh and blood. The mana has been exhausted. Kill! Seeing this scene, the remaining golden elixir demon cultivators roared angrily and rushed towards Lu Li. Help! Ling Jianshuang shouted coldly and flew into the sky to protect Lu Li. Whoever dares to come here, I will cut off your head with Xuantian's sky-breaking finger, so that you will not be able to eat in the future. With a swish, Fang Yinli flew to Lu Li's side and shouted sweetly. Protect senior brother! Bai Jinfei shouted loudly, turned into a golden light, and rushed to Lu Li's side. Following closely was senior sister Yao Yao. There are also hundreds of Yiming Ghost Sect's true golden elixirs. Their magical power is connected, with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, which can protect Lu Li. However, the golden elixir demon cultivators from the 9 demon sects were already jealous and rushed over, intending to kill Lu Li on the spot to vent his hatred. At this moment, Lu Li's eyes turned cold and flashed with cold light. The golden K-Dao sword in his hand was slowly raised again. All the golden elixir demon cultivators who rushed over suddenly stopped in place, with fear on their faces. The power of the sword just now was unparalleled and terrifying. They were all shocked. Ah! A bunch of cowardless bandits! Lu Li's white hair fluttered. His eyes were like lightning. His power was boundless, and he looked at the world in all directions. No! This land carp has exhausted its mana. Don't be afraid. Let's go together. Kill him together. Kill! Revenge for the dead fellow demons. A group of golden elixir demon cultivators shouted. But no one dared to rush forward first and use magic weapons or magic spells. The devil's path is still a piece of loose sand. Boom. That's when the winner is also decided in the 9 heavens. Tian Wangri burst out with immeasurable light, condensed into a heaven-cutting divine sword, and shot out, instantly wiping out the big demon flame hand. Then, the demon envoy was also driven back thousands of miles away. Many golden elixir demon cultivators who came to merge with the demon gods were killed, and his realm fell again, suppressed by heaven and earth. He naturally could not withstand the joint efforts of the Tao Alliance leader and others. Boy, I remember you. The demonic envoy turned his head suddenly, and his 5-colored demonic eyes stared at Lu Li. The figure flashed. The person has retreated into the demon portal. Boom. There was a loud roar. The phantom of the Hall of Gods and Demons also shrank back into the demon portal. At this moment, a murderous shout resounded throughout the world. Lu Li, take your life. He is the leader of Taimao Sect. As soon as he raised his hand, a big hand of demonic energy that covered the sky and the sun grabbed Lu Li fiercely. Get your mother a cup. Lu Li's gesture remained unchanged and he sneered, showing no fear. The next moment, suddenly, a fierce golden light shot out from the side, across the sky, and directly blasted the demonic hand. It's an ancient golden bridge. On top of the golden bridge stood an elegant middle-aged man in a green robe. He turned out to be the Yiming Ghost Emperor who disappeared after the war started. Ghost Emperor Yiming, hand over Lu Li, the undercover agent of the Immortal Alliance. The master of the Taimao Sect was so angry that he swung his demon-slaying sword and slashed out a bloody sword that shattered the earth and struck hard at the Yiming Ghost Emperor on the golden bridge. However, the sword light has not yet fallen. However, Jin Qiao rolled up and shrunk, and Lu Li and others were swept into the void. The Yiming Ghost Emperor dodged the light of the sword, then escaped into the void and disappeared. Only one sentence is left floating between heaven and earth. I'm sorry, but I am actually the real undercover agent of the Immortal Alliance. Chapter 274 Become a billionaire instantly. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Everyone looked confused. He was stunned, his face full of disbelief. The Supreme Demon Sect, one of the top 10 demon sects, is actually an undercover agent of the Immortal Alliance? No way. No way. No way. Especially the people in the demonic path were shocked and felt severe pain in their hearts. It was like watching his wife Kong Si lying in Bu Jingyun's arms and talking about Qin Shuang who loved Nia Feng, feeling extremely betrayed. The remaining Jin Dan disciples of the Yiming Ghost Sect looked confused. The head of my family is actually an undercover agent of the Immortal Alliance? Okay. The Yiming Ghost Sect is gone? So what do we do? Follow the rebellion? At this moment, the void shattered, and a white-haired old man from the Timos sect appeared out of thin air, with a look of panic on his face. Master, it's bad. The treasure house has been stolen. What? When the leader of the Timos sect heard this, his eyes widened. Not only was the treasure house stolen, even the 1,000-year-old elixir and the seeds of the 10-year-old elixir in the alchemy room and medicine garden were all looted. By the time I found out, the thief had already fled and escaped into the void. Can't be traced at all. The white-haired old man shouted anxiously. Puff. The leader of the Timos sect was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Uh-huh. The void vibrates. An old woman in black appeared, with a face full of panic and said, Oh no! Master, the sect's treasure house has been destroyed. The treasures inside, together with the various elixirs in the alchemy hall, the 1,000-year elixir in the medicine garden, the 10,000-year elixir, they were all wiped out. What? The leader of the Tianjua demon sect, wearing a Yiksha mask, exclaimed in surprise. The words just fell. Uh-huh. The void exploded, and a little boy in colorful clothes rushed out. He stumbled and ran to the leader of the Qingdao. Master, it's not good. Our sect's treasure house was blown up. Nothing is left. What? Who the hell did this? Hearing this sentence, it was like a bolt from the blue. The leader of the Qingdao trembled all over. His eyes widened, and his face turned pale and ferocious. No, don't know. The little boy in colorful clothes replied in a trembling voice. Sect Master, the Yinminggui sect is empty. Only some low-level disciples are left. At this moment, a black-haired old man fell from the sky and shouted to the leader of the Timos sect. Hearing this sentence, everyone exclaimed, Not good! Oops! Quick! Go back to the sect. It must be the Yiming Ghost Emperor. This guy stole our treasure house while we were fighting here. Go back and take a look. Boom, boom, boom. The void exploded. The other demon sect elders seemed to have thought of something, and were so frightened that they broke through the void and escaped on the spot. When the immortals saw this scene through the cloud ring, they immediately burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha! It's so funny. The 9 magic gates were actually stolen from. I laughed so much that I pooped the baby all over the floor. Ha ha ha! I laughed so much that I pooped all over the floor. Oops. No more, okay. I was laughing so hard. Walk. At this time, the leader of the Dao Alliance glanced at the portal to the heavenly demon god with cold eyes. He held Tian Wang in his jade hand and waved it as he wished, tearing the void apart. Without any hesitation, a group of Immortal Alliance powerful men protected Old Man Tianji and fled away. The leader of the Timos sect wanted to stay, but it was already too late. There is no way to keep it. Looking at the devastated forbidden area after the war, the white bones and corpses in Blackstone Square, and the empty sect treasure house, the leader of the Timos sect was so angry that his eyes were blood red and his pupils were trembling. He couldn't help but look up to the sky and roar. Ah! Luli! Yiming Ghost Emperor! I swear to kill you too! Every word reveals hundreds of millions of years of blood feud and resentment. The huge sound also shook the water mirror in the sky. Everyone in the world has completely lost sight of the Tiamos sect's forbidden area, and can no longer see Tiamos sect's jokes. At this point, the war came to an end and the dust settled. The demon sect was defeated. Not only did the deputy leader of Tiamos sect, Yao Ji, die, but also the supreme elder of Yihuan sect, Ming Huang, and a bunch of Lianqiu transformation gods also died. Then, the demon envoy was also repulsed and had to retreat into the demon god's portal. The hope of demonic domination of the world was completely shattered. Fall short. The culprit that caused all this was a little golden elixir monk, Lu Li, killing thousands of golden elixir demon cultivators who merged with the demon god's distraction with one sword. The demon envoy who used the demon god's breath to break through the limitations of heaven and earth was greatly reduced in strength and had to retreat. It can be said that one sword can turn the sky upside down. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was the hero of the war between immortals and demons. However, after this incident, how Lu Li will survive is also a problem. He had offended the 9 major demon sects, and had become a thorn in the side of the demon envoy. Once he showed up, he would probably be subjected to extremely terrifying and continuous attacks, and would never have peace. What's more, Lu Li also has a Tao sword in his hand. It should be the Golden K sword from the Huangquan Dao Palace of the ancient sect in Yushin Cave.
This is a Taoist weapon. There are only 6 or 7 Taoist weapons in the whole world. The other Taoist artifacts are all in the hands of the leader of the sect. And now, one of them is in the hands of the Jin Din monk. I don't know how many people are jealous and greedy, coveting this Taoist weapon. So, here comes the question. Where is Lu Li now? The Yiming Ghost Emperor directly revealed his identity. And the Yiming Ghost sect left a bunch of crooked melons and cracked dates. And the other elites were taken away by the Yiming Ghost Emperor. As a result, the Yiming Ghost sect exists in name only. Where will the land cart go?
Master, where is this? Where are my senior brothers and sisters?
At this time, Lu Li was in a golden palace with only a huge dragon bed. Other than that, there is nothing. Only the mighty 5-clawed dragons flying in the sky with different postures are carved on the huge golden wall.
This is the Underworld Palace. This is the Naiha Bridge found here, and was inherited by Emperor Huang Quan. Lu Li, you can rest and recuperate here. As for the others, they can recuperate and practice in other palaces in the Underworld Palace.
Ghost Emperor Yiming smiled. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a large amount of elixirs, bottles and cans flew out of his sleeves and robes like a torrent, filling the entire golden palace. In an instant, the aroma of the medicine fills the air, refreshing the heart and spleen. Lu Li's weakened body immediately recovered, and his face turned slightly rosy. He activated the Taoist weapon with all his strength, draining out all his physical essence, blood, and mana, even extending his lifespan. Now that he smells the aroma of these medicines, he feels better. It is a Taoist weapon after all. Even though Lu Li devoured the magic power of thousands of golden elixirs and forced it to activate, his origin was still injured and his hair became snow white. The physical body was exhausted, as if it had been fed by 300 banshees for 10 days and 10 nights. There was also severe pain in my head, and it felt like there was an electric drill drilling into it.
Yellow Springdale Palace? 10,000-year elixir?
Lu Li looked at the palace in front of him and the 10,000-year elixir on the ground, and his expression was shocked.
Master, where did these 10,000-year elixir come from? Give them all to me? That's right.
The blue jade eyes of the Yiming Ghost Emperor showed deep admiration.
Lu Li, you did a good job this time. You turned the tide. Compared to this, several hundred kilograms of 10,000-year elixir are not worth mentioning.
Immediately, the Yiming Ghost Emperor said with all his treasures.
These 10,000-year-old elixirs were all collected by me by sweeping through the treasure houses of the 9 great demon gates. This 10,000-year blood lotus is one of the treasures of the Blood Shadow sect. After taking it, it will replenish blood and prolong life by 300 years. Strengthen the power of hundreds of dragons. There is also this 7-color Lingtang, the magic medicine of Taimos sect, which can strengthen the soul. This ghost face fire toad fruit is also good. After eating it, the mana becomes pure and becomes twice as powerful. That's right. And these 10 drops of Kuimping's true blood. These are all for you. There are also hundreds of millions of spiritual stones. When you become the head of the Underworld sect, these are all yours.
The Yiming Ghost Emperor said with incomparable arrogance. Chapter 275 Ascension Channel.
The leader is awesome. The leader is grand. The disciples admire him very much.
After Lu Li heard this, he was in awe. The Yiming Ghost Emperor waved his hand and said with a smile.
You will be the head of Huang Quan's sect in the future. You are too weak to do that. So, take all these 10,000 years of elixirs and supreme golden elixirs. Remember, this time one demon soul Sanqing Dan. Wait until your golden elixir reaches perfection before you take it.
As he said that, he opened his hand to take a picture and took out a jade box. Tear open the sealing talisman on top. And as soon as you open it, a round elixir that is shiny black, the size of a dragon's eye, and exudes bursts of Taoist aura, immediately comes into view.
Demon Soul Sanqing Pill?
Lu Li took a look at the elixir and was a little surprised.
This is an elixir that is more mysterious than the Wuji Golden Pill. After refining and taking it, it splits the soul and transforms into 3 pure beings in one breath. In Yuaning, it can be divided into 3 clones with the same strength. After practicing to become a god, it can be divided into 9 clones. Clone. After practicing to the point of refinement, you can separate into 27. After cultivating to the point of integration, there will be a total of 99 and 81 clones.
As the Ghost Emperor Yiming said, he closed the jade box and handed it to Lu Li.
Disciple, thank you, Master.
Lu Li was overjoyed and without any hesitation, He put away the demonic soul-sanching pill and bowed deeply.
No need to thank you. Your sword saved the entire immortal Tao. You are now the savior of everyone in the immortal Tao. As soon as you open your mouth, I am afraid that countless demon soul-sanching Dan will be delivered to you.
Ghost Emperor Yiming sighed with a smile. The savior of people in the immortal world? Sounds good too. Lu Li felt slightly happy. It seemed that this sword strike was worth it.
By the way, Master, when will the Huangquan sect establish a sect?
Lu Li suddenly thought of something and asked.
It's not a hurry. You are a man of the hour now. Once you appear, you will stir up the storm of immortals and demons. That demon envoy will probably come too. I have not yet cultivated to the realm of transcending tribulations, so it is not the best time to establish a sect and start a sect.
The Yiming Ghost Emperor looked solemn. Hearing these words, Lu Li couldn't help but feel solemn in his heart.
What if another demon envoy comes? Don't worry. If the sky falls, there will be someone tall to hold it up. You can recover well and practice here first. If anything happens, just call to the phone. I have to go and see the magic that leads to the immortal world in the Immortal League. Is the array repaired?
The Yiming Ghost Emperor said, stepping into the void. Next moment, the world is spinning. The Yiming Ghost Emperor stepped out of the void, and his eyes were immediately pierced by the strong light and narrowed slightly. In front of him, on the boundless plain, there was a huge light array thousands of miles wide. In the light array, the shadow of a huge and mysterious palace was looming. This palace is radiating with brilliant crystal light, and countless mysterious gold and silver tadpole runes are dancing around. The Yiming Ghost Emperor knew that those gold and silver tadpole runes were immortal seal scripts. The palace in front of you is the Ascension Palace. A long time ago, people in the immortal path ascended from the ground, broke through the void, and entered the supreme immortal world from here. Unfortunately, the last Taoist monk who ascended suddenly returned at the moment of his successful ascension, destroyed the Ascension Palace, shattered the Ascension Passage, left behind,
don't ascend,
and then self-destructed and disappeared. Now this palace is finally repaired. All it takes is to integrate into the origin of the devil to get through again. At this time, the leader of the Tao Alliance, the leader of the Xiantian Temple, the leader of the Feixian Temple, the leader of the Tianhe Sword Sect, the leader of the Great Confucian Saint Sect, Master Shuiyu, all looked solemn and stared at the old man Tianji in front of them. Old man Tianji was holding a ball of demonic origin, chanting mysterious spells in his mouth, and clicking his fingers together, seeming to be activating this supreme magic circle. The arrival of the Yiming Ghost Emperor immediately attracted everyone's attention.
Yiming Ghost Emperor, you have made a lot of money this time. You have stolen all the treasures of the 9 great demon gates. Don't you tell us some?
The master of Feixian Temple asked with a smile. He seems to be in a good mood.
Okay, what do you want? You old drunkard?
Yiming Ghost Emperor was very generous.
Ha! I don't want much. I just want the one sex-suppressing treasure. The demonic soul-sanching pill. This was originally a pill made by an alchemy genius from Feixian Temple, but it was used by the Huan sects. You bitches cheated me. Now it's time to return it to its original owner.
The master of Feixian Temple put away the peachwood sword and opened his hand to take it.
I'm sorry. The demon soul-sanching pill was eaten by Lu Li.
The Yiming Ghost Emperor said calmly.
Lu Li, give it to this boy. Okay, considering this boy's merits, I won't compete with him.
The master of Feixian Temple gave up immediately.
Is that kid okay? Is it possible to activate the Tao sword and kill half of his life?
The leader of the Tianhe Sword Sect on the side asked, while wiping the black iron sword in his hand.
It's nothing serious. Thank you, Master Chen, for your concern.
The Yiming Ghost Emperor seemed a little wary of Chen Jiuquan and narrowed his mouth slightly.
Ha. You don't have to be afraid. Yiming Ghost Emperor. I don't know whether Ling Jianchuan of the Tianhe Sword Sect and that boy Lu Li are not sure, but Chen Jiuquan and you are probably going to get married in the future.
The master of Lingwang Mountain on the side roared like thunder and laughed loudly.
Shut up!
The leader of the Tianhe Sword Sect rolled his eyes at Lingwang Mountain, his sword intent terrifying.
TSK. Lu Li can turn the sky with his sword. We old guys all owe him a favor.
The mountain master of Lingwang Mountain shook his head and sighed, and directly changed the subject.
This kid is really a monster. He has cultivated to this level in less than 2 years.
The master of the Star Hall was amazed.
Yes.
The master of the Great Confucian Saint Sect couldn't help but sigh.
I was at his age and still hanging out in a brothel. unable to extricate myself. Then again, this kid's cultivation speed is so abnormal and fast. Is he really not a reincarnated Buddha?
The master of Faxian Temple frowned and asked. As soon as these words came out, everyone couldn't help but look at Master Shuiyu, Master Mercy, Abbot Huiwu and others.
Amitabha.
Master Shuiyu's body was still shining with golden light, and she sighed a Buddha's chant.
If Luli is a disciple of Buddha, he should invite him back to the Great Lane Temple to be the new abbot of the Great Lane Temple. Unfortunately, the 3 divine monks of the Great Lane Temple, he has sacrificed his life to become a Buddha. Otherwise, they would definitely be able to tell whether Luli is a disciple of the Buddha. Amitabha. Good. Good. Good.
Upon hearing this, Master Compassion, Abbot Huiwu and other great Buddhists all clasped their hands together and chanted the Buddha's name. Everyone in the Immortal Alliance also looked solemn and solemn. In this battle between immortals and demons, Dalian Temple suffered heavy losses. Not only did the Brahma's treasure ship explode, but the 3 divine monks also perished. It can be said that Dalian Temple was the major contributor to this war, worthy of respect from all. Boom. At this moment, a loud roar sounded. As soon as everyone looked up, they saw the phantom of the Immortal Palace shining brightly in the huge light array in front of them.
Almost fixed.
Old Man Tianji's eyes let out streaks of golden light, and he swung his hands repeatedly to shoot dense golden talismans toward the palace. Bang, 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 bang. These golden runes flew out, burned in the air, and exploded into golden runes, like dragons, snakes, clouds, thunder, tigers and leopards. Mysterious and unusual. Tens of thousands of them. The next moment, Old Man Tianji spurted out a mouthful of mana. Boom. Suddenly, tens of thousands of golden talismans flew into the sky, turning into thousands of golden lights, flashing away, and blasting into the shadow of the fairy palace. Just blend right in. Sizzle. Sizzle. Thunder suddenly sounded, and golden thunder light spread out from the void, carrying the rolling power of heaven and the breadth of the vast avenue, covering the 10 heavens and 9 places. The gold and silver tadpole runes flying all around the fairy palace also began to rotate, merge, and arrange themselves to form an extremely mysterious silver fairy formation, thousands of miles wide, covering the sky and the sun. Seeing the appearance of this silver fairy formation, everyone's faces were filled with joy. This is the immortal formation that appears only when ascending according to records. Within the immortal formation is the passage leading to the supreme immortal realm. Chapter 276. The Ascension Channel explodes again.
Go!
Without any hesitation, Old Man Tianji shook out the devil's origin in his hand and blasted it into the silver light fairy formation, like a drop of ink dripping into clear water. In an instant, the silver light immortal formation became extremely black and filled with evil energy. But the strange thing is that the golden thunder light rolls past, and the fairy formation changes back to its original state, with bright silver light. The next moment, the silver light fairy formation suddenly lit up. Gold and silver tadpole runes filled the sky, soaring into the sky, blasting through the sky, as if penetrating the universe, and shooting straight into the deep space of the universe. A pillar of light as thick as a sky pillar connects heaven and earth. In the light pillar, gold and silver tadpole runes were flying, emitting huge spatial fluctuations, sweeping across the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and the 6 directions and 8 desolations.
The Ascension Passage has been opened,
Old Man Tianji said ecstatically. At this time, a sudden change occurred. A bloody figure suddenly appeared next to the pillar of light reaching the sky.
It's a demon. Want to ascend to the fairy world? Dream on! Let's ascend to the devil world.
The hoarse and unpleasant voice of the demon sounded, revealing extremely cold scorn and ridicule. As he spoke, the strange spiral horn on his forehead flashed with dark thunder, and was about to smash into the sky-reaching light pillar.
I've been waiting for you.
Unexpectedly, at this moment, another Dao Alliance leader appeared out of thin air, holding Tian Wangrui, flashing the clear light of Dao, and hit the demon envoy's head hard.
Huh? Clone?
The demon let out a cry of surprise, and when the place blurred, he tried to dodge away. Boom! There was a crisp sound. Tian Wangrui was so fast that he hit the magic black spiral horn of the demon at once, making a crisp sound of metal and stone colliding, and a group of colorful mysterious lights immediately shone. Then, they all broke. Tian Wangrui was broken into 2 pieces. The black spiral horn was also directly broken off. In the eyes of everyone gradually widening, the black spiral magic horn flashed with dark thunder, and together with the half of Tian Wangri, they spun and fell into the sky's light pillar. Boom! Boom! Only two shocking explosions were heard. The broken horn of the demon god, half of the sky's brilliant ray, exploded together. One exploded and released countless terrifying dark lightning, and the other sprayed out the clear light that filled the sky. The next moment, it was like two stars exploding. An extremely blazing light swept across all directions. The terrifying power generated by the explosion collided together, destroying the world and sweeping across all time and space.
Not good!
Old Man Tianji's face changed drastically, and he exclaimed,
"The ascension channel is going to explode."
Hearing this sentence, everyone looked extremely ugly. However, it was too late to do anything. Retreat! Swish, swish, swish. Everyone activated their movements and fled in all directions. They could only watch helplessly as the silver light immortal formation exploded and light shot into the sky. Then, space exploded. The endless dark void emerged and began to swallow the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In an instant, a huge black hole vortex condensed and formed, like a black sun, swallowing up the sky, the earth, the sun, the moon, and thousands of miles of mountains and rivers.
The passage to ascension has been destroyed. You all can wait for the devil's arrival and become slaves.
The demon's hoarse and unpleasant ridicule sounded. There was immense anger and murderous intent in the ridicule. The words fell. There is no more demonic presence in the world. Obviously, this demon also knew that the longer he arrived, the faster his strength would be lost. So he chose to take advantage of the chaos and sneak away. After a cup of tea, the black hole vortex in the sky disappeared, and circles of space ripples rippled. The sun shone down again, shining on the powerful figures of the Immortal Alliance. However, the Wanli Plain has disappeared. Instead, a huge pit more than 10,000 feet deep, with billowing magma, emerged in front of us. Countless chasms in the earth formed canyons and spread in all directions. In the sky, the silver light fairy formation completely disappeared. In other words, the ascension array that the Immortal Alliance had spent countless efforts, energy, and resources to build was completely destroyed, leaving no trace behind.
How could?
Old Man Tianji's face was pale, and he looked desperately at the giant crater of magma in front of him. In disbelief. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out directly. Such a huge blow was like the fact that I had lost everything. Spent 880,000 in gifts, and finally married my sweetheart. But just 1 second before the wedding, I found out that the bride was actually a man, and she robbed me and beat me violently, just like running away. Everyone would be so angry that he would vomit blood.
Magic envoy.
On the other side, the leader of the Tao Alliance gritted his silver teeth and held half of Tian Wangri. His cold eyes filled with cold murderous intent. The master of Feixian Temple, the head of Tianhe Sword Sect, the master of Xiantian Temple, and others also had livid faces and veins on their foreheads twitching wildly. After all the calculations, this level was not included. On the other side, Master Mercy, Abbot Huining, and other great Buddhist figures also showed angry looks on their faces, full of murderous intent. Among them, the leader of the 6th Zen sect gnashed his teeth, glared angrily, and spewed fire from his 7 orifices.
How unreasonable! How unreasonable! How unreasonable! If the demon envoy had a Taoist companion, I would definitely kill the demon envoy and the Taoist couple first. Then rape. Then kill. Rape. And then kill again.
Rape again 10,000 times.
Ghost Emperor Yinming's face didn't look good either. The ascension channel was blown up. In other words, their hope of ascending to the immortal world was completely gone. In the future, either the demon world will come, capture them all and brand them as slaves, or, now, they will directly switch to the demon path and ascend to the demon world to become demon gods.
That's all. I'd better go back to Shuiyuan and plant vegetables.
At this time, Master Shuiyu sighed softly, turned around and left.
Master Shuiyu, there is no hope of ascending to heaven anyway. Why don't you and I go crazy in these last few years? Return to secular life together. Get married and have children. Amitabha.
Master Mercy stepped forward, clasped his hands and said,
Hey! How dare you? The old bald donkey. Compete with a poor Taoist for his master's wife?
Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, the master of Feixian Temple came over and said with a smile,
Shuiyu, why don't you come to Feixian Temple? or I go to your Shuyu temple to help you fertilize and grow vegetables. Amidba. Fart you. You old drunkard has bad intentions. Master Shuyu. Don't believe him. This old drunkard is thinking about your disciples and grandchildren. I am your neighbor. You can trust my character. I am also very free and available every day.
Master Huewu immediately interrupted.
How about I come too? I don't mind if there are a few people.
The old obscene dragon chuckled. When everyone heard this, they were all speechless. However, there is no hope of ascension. So be it.
A bunch of cowards.
Qin Jiuchuan, the leader of the Tianhe sword sect, glanced at them.
We monks will move forward without hesitation. And we will cut the world with our swords. So what if the ascension passage is broken? Won't it be okay if we open a path of life and death?
When everyone heard the words, they were all silent and sighed secretly in their hearts. Carve out a path of life and death? This is easier said than done.
Let's break up.
At this moment, the Tao Alliance leader's expression returned to laziness, and he sighed softly.
It's God's will. You all go back to your homes and find your mothers.
Hearing this, everyone felt a little helpless and prepared to say goodbye and leave.
Slow.
At this moment, the ancestor of Mermaid Island suddenly shouted. Everyone was stunned. The next moment, the ancestor of Mermaid Island raised his head, looked at the blue sky, and murmured,
Do you feel it?
Everyone was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously spread out their spiritual consciousness, covering all directions of the world. Then, everyone's eyes lit up one by one like light bulbs, shining like the bright moon. They feel it. In the void, a huge tide of spiritual energy surged. It's majestic and vast like a sea of stars. The source of this spiritual energy tide is an extremely mysterious and deep existence, which seems to be the entrance to another world.
This.
Old man Tianji also felt it. His face flushed with excitement, and he stammered.
This is the passage of time and space. Is it difficult? Could it be that the passage to the immortal world has been opened? Ha ha ha. We succeeded.
The mountain master of Lingwang Mountain laughed ecstatically, his laughter shaking the heaven and the earth.
There is always a way out. Ha ha. Comfortable. Such a great happy event should come to light. I'm going home tonight to have a baby. Celebrate. I want a name. Just call it shit luck.
Huh?
Why? Ha ha ha. You can do this in a crooked way and open up the passage to ascension. Aren't you just lucky? Ha ha ha.
Everyone laughed and laughed wildly. There was a cheerful atmosphere in the air. At this time, old man Tianji was surprised. Huh?
No. Why did another spiritual energy tide appear?
Hearing the sound, everyone was stunned for a moment, and their consciousness dispersed again. His expression suddenly changed, because the second spiritual energy tide appeared, and there was a third. The third 1,000 spiritual energy tide surged from the void.
3,000 spiritual energy tides. That's 3,000 time and space channels, connecting 3,000 worlds. Chapter 277, the center of all heavens and worlds.
How so?
Old man Tianji's eyes widened in disbelief. The leader of the Tao Alliance also frowned, his face full of doubts. The other powerful men of the Immortal Alliance looked at each other, looking at each other with the word, confused, written all over their faces. It's like a group of people going to the toilet together only to find that no one brought any paper. 3,000 strands of spiritual energy surged forward. The source of every spiritual energy tide is an extremely mysterious world. Put it this way. That's 3,000 time and space channels.
Old man Tianji, what on earth is going on?
The leader of the Taoist Alliance looked at old man Tianji. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone's eyes turned to old man Tianji.
This.
Old man Tianji frowned, raised his right hand, and pinched his fingers, leading a series of afterimages. The vast and terrifying power of heaven condensed into his body. Puff. Finally, his calculating fingers stopped, and he spurted out a large mouthful of blood, with a weird expression on his face as he said,
I figured it out. Then what happened?
Qin Jiuchuan, the leader of the Tianhe sword sect, asked solemnly.
This ascension passage was originally connected to the supreme immortal realm, but at the moment it was activated, the alliance leader Tian Wangri and a broken horn of the demon fell in. Therefore, the ascension passage changed, and those who were connected to the demon world, the 3,000 connected worlds, through this half of Tian Wangri, can sense the spatial coordinates of this world and connect this world instantly. Old Man Tianji looked solemn. To put it simply, this world has become a transit station for the 3,000 worlds. What?
The master of Facian Temple widened his eyes.
That means that all the demons, ghosts, demons and monsters from these 3,000 worlds can come to this world.
Qin Jiuchuan, the leader of the Tianhe Sword Sect, looked a little unhappy.
Yes.
Old Man Tianji smiled bitterly and nodded. After hearing this answer, everyone looked at each other, and their expressions darkened. This is definitely not good news. Everyone immediately started to have a headache when they thought about all the monsters coming to this world and causing mischief. What is this? Is this part of the world a public toilet? Became a brothel? Come when you want and leave when you want.
However, good and evil depend on each other.
At this moment, Old Man Tianji's face was filled with joy.
The tide of spiritual energy is coming, opening up the 3,000 worlds, which means that the way of heaven in this world is completely completed. When that demon comes again, his strength will be completely suppressed, and his state will always be the one where he has overcome the tribulation and perfected it. No need to be afraid anymore. Moreover, as the tide of spiritual energy continues to surge, this world will become larger. The spiritual energy will become extremely rich, and cultivation will become easier. Eventually, it will even become the center of all heavens and worlds.
The center of all heavens and worlds? When everyone heard this, they were all shocked.
In addition, among these 3,000 worlds, there will definitely be a supreme mysterious force that is the enemy of the demon realm. In this way, the demon realm will not dare to come at will and destroy the world.
Old Man Tianji smiled again. To drive away wolves and devour tigers? Everyone's eyes lit up. Boom. At this moment, the master of the Star Palace descended from the sky, with a hint of joy on his face.
I just flew to the infinitely high sky and took a look. And it was true. The sky is slowly getting higher. The entire Zhongzhou continent is also getting bigger. And a new spiritual vein is being born.
Is the sky getting higher? Is the land getting bigger? The birth of spiritual veins? Hearing the words of the master of the Star Hall, all the powerful men of the Immortal Alliance were a little unbelievable and flew into the sky one after another. Soon, everyone came back. There was a look of shock in his eyes. This world is really undergoing tremendous changes. Do you really want to become the center of all heavens and worlds?
That's it. Everyone, please go back and get ready to welcome our new friends.
At this moment, the leader of the Tao Alliance, Qing, smiled.
Ha ha. That's right. It's time to go back and practice. Otherwise, someone might destroy the sect directly and take the Immortal Mountain. Everyone, take your leave.
The mountain master of Lingwang Mountain laughed loudly and left with a bang.
Amitabha, fellow Taoists, take your leave.
Master Shuiyu's heavenly voice sounded. He stepped out and disappeared. Next, all the powerful men of the Immortal Alliance waved their hands and said goodbye. Swish, swish, swish. After a few efforts, only the Old Man Tianji, the leader of the Tao Alliance, the ancestor of the Mermaid Island, the old lustful dragon, and the Yiming Ghost Emperor were left.
Ghost Emperor? Is that Luli okay? Otherwise, let him come to my fairy palace to recuperate. I will help you raise him.
The leader of the Tao Alliance smiled meaningfully.
Luli is the next sect leader of our Huangquan sect. I will take care of him, so I don't need to worry about it.
The Yiming Ghost Emperor looked indifferent and refused directly.
What a pity. Old Man Tianji, what about you?
The leader of the Tao Alliance turned around and asked.
Ahem.
Old Man Tianji coughed softly.
I would like to thank you, Alliance leader, for your kindness. The yin energy of your fairy palace is too strong, which is not suitable for me to live in. Besides, I am used to wandering around, so I will take my leave.
After saying that, he bowed his hands to the other people, took a step towards the sky, and disappeared, as if he was afraid of something.
This old man can run quite fast. It seems like we need to find other people to help repair Tian Wanrui.
The leader of the Tao Alliance sighed softly. Then, the Jade Feet stepped out, and in a flash, the person disappeared.
2 Taoist friends. My Huangquan sect will soon establish a sect. Why don't you two come as worshippers?
The Yiming Ghost Emperor turned around and asked.
I accept the Ghost Emperor's kindness. I still need to practice. Yeah. Who knows what will come from those 3,000 worlds?
Hearing this, the ancestor of Mermaid Island and the old obscene dragon both shook their heads and refused.
Is this so?
Yiming Ghost Emperor Lan Yu blinked his eyes and said with a smile.
That's a pity. I just borrowed some things from the 9 Demon Gates treasure house. And I am worried that there is no place to put them, and no one will use them. In an instant, the old lustful dragon's golden eyes lit up. And he changed the topic. Practicing somewhere is not cultivation. I am determined to enshrine this Wonkwon sect. Lao Ji, you can come too. Okay. I have met the sect leader.
The ancestor of Mermaid Island saluted on the spot.
You're welcome. Please.
The Yiming Ghost Emperor smiled slightly. Immediately, the 3 of them left laughing. Soon, the news spread, and the world was shocked. This world will actually become the center of all heavens and worlds. Soon, the news was confirmed. The world is really getting wider and bigger. The spiritual energy became extremely rich, even though it is a bitter cold place within spiritual energy. The northern abyss, under the influence of the spiritual energy tide, lines of spiritual veins are condensed. This makes hundreds of people in the abyss extremely happy. In addition, practicing seems to be easier. I don't know how many people have broken through the bottleneck. Some hidden old monsters also broke through to the realm of fusion. In response, the demonic power was furious again. I thought that when the devil came, this world would be dominated by the devil. But I didn't expect that it would end up in such a situation. All the heavens and worlds are about to descend. Their wish was dashed again. Moreover, the demon seemed to be injured, and was recuperating in the Hall of Gods and Demons. He had no intention of summoning other demons to come and help. This puzzled the demon master very much. But he did not dare to question the demon envoy. Therefore, he could only continue to hide in 10,000 Demons Mountain. That's all. The immortals and demons fell into a strange period of peace. In the blink of an eye, 3 years flew by. Overseas, an unknown island. Boom. The void explodes. 3 golden thunderbolts flew out from it, and swirled in the air. Sizzle. Amidst the low thunder, one of the 3 golden thunderbolts slowly converged, and finally transformed into a human figure, landing on the beach. This is an old man in a golden thunder robe, with a mysterious thunder and lightning seal in his eyes. The momentum is terrifying and vast, and the magic power is surging. It is like a state of perfect tribulation, faintly imprisoned by the power of heaven, sealing the physical body. Obviously someone from another world. Chapter 278. Luli is dead. Soon, the old man in thunder robes lost his breath and turned into an ordinary old man. Take 1 step forward and teleport away. After 1 breath, the old man in thunder robes grabbed a big man in blue and threw him on the beach of the island. This is a monk with a 7th level foundation. There are about 8 Li Jing's mana. Snap. Very quickly, the big man in blue knelt on the ground, held up his storage ring with both hands, and said in horror,
Senior, this is my storage ring. It contains all my things. Just take it and spare my life. I'm just a casual practitioner who goes fishing, and I don't know anything. Besides, I haven't caught a fish yet, so I don't want to live in peace.
Boom boom. Accompanied by low thunder, 2 more golden thunderbolts shot out from midair and hit the big man in blue on the chest. The old man in thunder robe also slapped it down with 1 palm and pressed it on the big man's Tianling Gai. Sizzle. Sizzle. Suddenly, golden thunder and lightning spread out and enveloped the big man's body. The big man was so shocked that he was twitching all over, and his face was twisted in agony, as if he was suffering from the pain of searching his soul and refining his soul. Boom. After 1 breath, the big man in blue was annihilated into ashes, completely dead.
It's such a world.
The next moment, the old man in thunder robe retracted his palm and slowly uttered a sentence. The sound is very strange. It's like learning to speak for the first time. Vague and unclear. At this moment, 2 other groups of golden lightning flashed violently and exploded. And 2 figures, a man and a woman, fell down. The man is a man in a blue thunder robe, about 20 years old, with a slender figure, a face like a crown of jade, and a handsome figure. There is also a dark blue thunder mark in his eyes. The woman is a girl of 16 or 17 years old, wearing a golden thunder robe, with a pure appearance and embroidered eyebrows, and a pair of golden eyes flashing with the golden thunder and lightning seal. Both of them looked arrogant, with a kind of nobility that looked down on the world. The realms are all in the late nascent soul stage.
I didn't expect that the demon world has arrived. Lord God, it seems we have to be careful.
The young man in blue thunder robe slowly spoke. His voice was also bumpy, as if he had just learned to speak.
Don't be afraid.
The old man in thunder robe showed a cold look in his eyes.
This world connects 3,000 worlds, and is already the center of the 3,000 worlds. When the demon god from the demon world comes, at most it will be a perfect escape from the tribulation. So there is no need to be afraid. In addition, although there are tribulation monks in this world, they are all he has just made a breakthrough. And his cultivation level is at the middle stage of transcending the tribulation. So, Lord God, are we going to find the Son of Destiny in this world now, and refine and devour the Son of Destiny in this world?
At this time, the girl in golden thunder robe asked impatiently.
The destined son of this lower realm must be Luli. In just 2 years, this son has cultivated to the perfection of the golden elixir and possesses a Taoist weapon. It is absolutely impossible for ordinary people,
the young man said coldly. In his eyes, there was a pure desire like a beast eating.
Although it is just a lower realm, he is the Son of Destiny after all. Hunting him will be blocked by the heavenly laws of this world and backlash. So we have to be more cautious. However, Minger, you don't have to worry. Our Lei Ming clan hunts and kills all the sons of destiny in the world rarely fail,
the old man in thunder robe said in a deep voice. Hearing this, a sharp light flashed in the eyes of both the young man and the girl, and they couldn't help but lick their lips, like a hungry wolf finding a little sheep.
Let's go! Go to Huangquan's Sect first.
The next moment, the old man in thunder robe rolled up the two of them and flew into the sky. Boom! Teleport a few times. The three of them landed on a nearby island. In order not to attract attention, the three of them transformed into normal human monks. They lowered the thunder mark in their eyes and put away their thunder robes. Teleport a few times. The three of them came to Huanglong Island, an island on the outskirts of the Huangquan Sect. This Huanglong Island is an island that rose up from the bottom of the sea after the great changes in the world. It is shaped like a giant dragon, stretches 30,000 miles across, and has a powerful spiritual vein. 3 years ago, Huangquan Sect established a sect overseas, recruited many people, and its power increased greatly. After all, everyone knows that the leader of the Huangquan Sect is the Yiming Ghost Emperor. There is a Taoist weapon in his hand to suppress the fate of the sect. The ancestor of the Mermaid Island next to him, as well as the Green Dragon, are both enshrined by the Huangquan Sect. More importantly, there is a peerless evildoer in Huangquan Sect, Land Carp. Although this guy is a bit shameless, his cultivation speed is extremely terrifying. Unprecedented and unprecedented. He has perfected the golden elixir in just 2 years, shocking the world. There is also a Dao sword in his hand. He once lifted the sky with one sword, killed thousands of golden elixir demon cultivators who were fused with demon gods, and saved the immortal path between life and death. He was admired by everyone in the world. In this way, in terms of overall strength and prestige, Huangquan Sect is enough to rank among the top 10 in the world. Moreover, the purpose of the Huangquan Sect is the coexistence of humans and ghosts, and is responsible for the reincarnation of all living beings. After death, you can turn into a ghost cultivator, with the hope of ascension. And it has also attracted countless ghost cultivator geniuses to become its disciples. Because of this, countless monks come to Huanglong Island every year, hoping to successfully pass the sect's assessment and join the Huangquan Sect. Huanglong Island has also become extremely lively and prosperous. At this time, the old man, wearing a green robe, came to Huanglong Island with a young man and a beautiful girl, and went directly to a restaurant. You three, the lobby and the second floor are full. Please go to the private room on the 3rd floor. Under the leadership of the beautiful maid, the 3 old men walked up to the 3rd floor and entered a private room.
Let's bring some spiritual food and drinks.
The old man threw out a high-grade spiritual stone. Naturally, he got this high-grade spiritual stone by killing 2 or 3 nascent souls on the way.
Dear guest, please wait a moment.
The beautiful maid's eyes immediately lit up. She stretched out her hand to take the high-quality spirit stone, took out a Tantian tablet, and began to transmit instructions.
Little beauty, I would like to ask you, how can you become a member of the Huangquan Sect?
The old man asked casually.
Your distinguished guest wants to join the Underworld Sect? In fact, it's not difficult. You only need to pass the Immortal Ascension Conference held every 3 months to enter the Underworld Sect.
The beautiful maid replied with a smile.
Ascension Conference? How long will it take?
The old man continued to ask.
It has just been a month since the last Immortal Ascension Conference, and the next one will not start until 2 months.
The beautiful maid said with a smile.
2 months?
The old man frowned.
Isn't there a faster way? I'm afraid not.
The beautiful maid shook her head.
The Huangquan sect has just established its sect and is short of manpower. Everything must be done slowly.
Hearing this, the three old men frowned.
If you tell me some gossip, I will reward you with the remaining spiritual stones.
The old man said suddenly.
Senior, do you really mean what you said?
The beautiful maid looked overjoyed.
I never lie. Just tell me.
The old man is sitting with his big horse and golden sword, showing a domineering aura that dominates the world. Around him, the young men and girls look proud and noble. When the beautiful maid saw it, she immediately believed 80% of it. She lowered her body and whispered,
I usually don't tell others this news. However, Senior, you are so generous.
So I will tell you. You go to Mingfeng Tower on Huanglong Island. Find an elder from the Huangquan sect named by Jin Fei. He will definitely be able to help you. Platinum Fei?
The old man raised his eyebrows.
That's right.
The beautiful maidservant said mysteriously.
This Bai Jin Fei is lustful and greedy. But he is the senior brother of Lu Li. He has great energy.
Land carp? Upon hearing these two words, all three of them's eyes shone with light. The beautiful maid felt a chill all over her body, as if a little white rabbit had encountered an ancient giant python. She was so frightened that she almost peed. But in an instant, the three people's breaths converged and returned to normal. The old man narrowed his eyes slightly and asked,
So, do you know where the land carp is now? Land carp?
The beautiful maid just recovered from the fright and replied with a smile.
He is dead.
Died? The eyes of the three old men suddenly widened, and they looked confused. Chapter 279, A Knife on the Head. Lu Li is dead? The three old men looked at each other and were stunned on the spot. They went through great hardships and came all the way from the Thunder Realm just to hunt the Son of Destiny in this world. But as soon as they came down, the Son of Destiny died? A trip in vain? The feeling was similar to the protagonist in a martial arts novel who came out of seclusion only to discover that the enemy who killed his father was dead. Wrong! How could a child of destiny die so easily? The old man looked solemn and asked in a deep voice,
Are you talking nonsense?
As he spoke, a trace of terrifying coercion emanated from his body. Be powerful without anger. The beautiful maid's face turned pale, and she was frightened in her heart. And she quickly said,
Senior, I'm not talking nonsense. I only heard what that Bai Jin Fei said.
Huh?
How can you, a young boy with a chi refining level, come into contact with people like Bai Jin Fei?
The old man's eyes turned cold.
It's true. The wife of the owner of my sister's neighbor's dog became a member of the Huangquan sect and had several affairs with Bai Jin Fei. I personally heard her say that Lu Li is dead. His master Guillermo is really in your cave. There are all the magic signs of land carp.
The beautiful maid trembled.
Is he dead? Alas, since Lu Li is dead, then you can go down. Serve the food quickly, and we will leave after eating.
The old man suddenly sighed. That trace of divine and prison-like pressure converged back.
Yes.
The beautiful maid pursed her lips, bowed before exiting the room. Buzz! There was a roar of thunder. The old man casually flicked his fingers, shooting out thousands of golden arcs. As they flickered, mysterious silver thunder patterns emerged one after another, and instantly condensed into a four-dimensional array with a radius of 10 feet, blocking prying eyes from all directions.
Lord, is Lu Li really dead? Wouldn't that be a wasted trip?
The young man asked with a frown.
Probably not.
The old man's eyes flashed coldly.
How could the Son of Destiny fall so easily? Don't worry. I'll hear other news first.
After that, he tilted his ears slightly and listened to the sounds of the entire Huanglong Island.
I heard that Bai Jin Fei went around telling people that Lu Li was dead. It's true. I was the one who shoveled the soil when Lu Li sealed his coffin for burial. Hack you. How could Lu Li die so easily when he has a Taoist weapon in his body? I think Lu Li has offended too many people and is afraid to show up. This is also the case. The 9 great demon sects hate the Huangquan sect deeply. The demon envoy from the demon world is still watching covetously. Naturally, Lu Li does not dare to show his face. He must be in seclusion. TSK. With his qualifications, I'm afraid he has already broken through to the nascent soul in 3 years. Right? No one can tell for sure. Maybe he has already given birth to 7 or 8 children. I really envy Lu Li. He disappeared for 3 whole years. But the whole world has his legend. And there are people who wrote books and biographies about him, which will last forever.
It is said that Luli lifted the sky with his sword and disappeared without a trace. Where did he go? In fact, he went to Shuyu Temple. Dear readers, what I am going to talk about today is Luli throws himself into Buddhism. The beauty master is too good Zen mind. What is all this mess? The old man frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. Honored God! Why not go directly to that by Jin Fei? This person definitely knows whether Luli is dead or not. At this time, the girl said coldly, That's fine. The old man pondered for a moment and nodded. So, the three of them didn't bother to eat and left. After a while, Mingfeng Tower. In a palace, the orioles are singing and the swallows are dancing. And the laughter is like bells. Bai Jinfei was blindfolded in the wine pool and meat forest, chasing the beauty beside him, extremely happy and free. At this moment, the owner of Mingfeng Tower, Mrs. Mingfeng, swayed to the side of the wine pool. With a show of her hands, she took off Bai Jinfei's blindfold and said with a smile, Fellow Taoist Bai, the spider you want is beauty. I have it. It's from the Abyss clan just now. Oh! Bai Jinfei's eyes widened, and he jumped out of the wine pool. Are you serious? Are there really beauties from the Black Widow family of the Abyss? No one would dare to lie to you if I lie to you. Mrs. Mingfeng smiled charmingly. Ha ha! Yes! Quick! Bring that beauty Black Widow! Bai Jinfei laughed and patted the beautiful woman's buttocks, making a muffled sound. Mrs. Fu rolled her eyes at him charmingly and clapped her hands. Come on! Girls, let's leave for a while and come back later to accompany Mr. Bai to be happy. Immediately, the beautiful woman left the palace with a group of beauties. Bai Jinfei put on a thin shirt with excitement on his face and sat in the jade chair to wait. He didn't notice the lightning mark flashing in the beautiful woman's eyes when she left. Soon, Fuyo led a mysterious into the palace. Mr. Bai, the beauty you wanted has arrived, Mrs. Mingfeng said with a slight smile. Good. Bai Jinfei raised his head when he heard the sound and took a closer look. I saw that the mysterious woman had a slim figure and looked like a girl in her 20s. There was a bit of nobility in her movements. Without saying a word, Bai Jinfei raised his hand and took away the mysterious woman's veil, revealing a face with beautiful embroidered eyebrows. There is also a golden lightning mark in his pupils. Huh? No. This is not from the Abyss Monster Clan. Bai Jinfei's expression changed. Then, directly summon a golden talisman to activate. Bang. The golden talisman burned and turned into a golden light, which shot out as fast as lightning. At this time, a golden lightning arc emerged out of thin air, hitting the golden light and annihilating it instantly. The next moment, a ball of golden thunder shot out from the sleeve of the mysterious woman, hovered in the air, and ejected dense golden thunder arcs, which instantly condensed into a huge square thunder array, sealing off the entire palace. The terrifying pressure of thunder spreads in all directions, far beyond Lianshu, like a god or a prison. Senior, if you have something to say, please tell me. Bai Jinfei's expression changed drastically, and he immediately raised his hands in the air and knelt down on the ground. A set of movements is completed in one go, as if it has been practiced thousands of times. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, an old man in green robes and a young and handsome man emerged from the golden thunder ball and landed in the hall. I ask, you answer. The old man in green robes stared at Bai Jinfei coldly. Senior, please tell me. Bai Jinfei responded quickly, fearing that he would be killed if he spoke half a word too slowly. Is your junior brother Luli dead? The old man in green robe asked coldly. Without. Bai Jinfei immediately shook his head. I felt secretly bitter in my heart. It turns out that he came to seek revenge on his junior brother again. If you want to seek revenge on your junior brother, just go and find him. Why are you looking for me? Where is he now? The old man in green robe asked again in a deep voice. Retreat in the underworld palace of Underworld. Bai Jinfei answered simply and neatly. When will you leave seclusion? Have no idea. Where is the underworld palace? In the Sect's forbidden area. After hearing this, the old man in green robe had a cold light flashing in his eyes. Humph. I don't believe that Luli will never come out of seclusion for the rest of his life. Divine Lord, let's go first. When Luli comes out of seclusion, we will kill him. The young man looked arrogant and said. Then this Bai Jinfei. The beautiful girl frowned slightly. Kill them. Such lustful people are just a waste of spiritual energy if they stay in this world. The young man looked scornful. Hey, senior, you misunderstood me. I'm not lustful. I just want to feel happy. If you feel happy, your cultivation speed will double. So, in fact, I am an extremely diligent ascetic monk. My former best friend is now my cousin-in-law. That's what they said about me too.
Bai Jinfei quickly defended.
Humph. You're so clever. Kill me.
When the young man heard this, his expression turned cold. He raised his hand and flicked his fingers, and a slender golden thunderbolt shot out, condensing into a 3-inch long mysterious thunder sword, and pierced the center of Platinum Faye's eyebrows. Chapter 280. Luli comes out of seclusion. The thunder sword is extremely fast. A snap of the fingers. It has been cut to the center of Platinum flying eyebrow. The terrifying power of thunder and annihilation spread out, and it was about to blast Bai Jinfei's entire body into dregs. Click. At the critical moment, a big green hand reached out from the void, grabbed the thunder sword, squeezed it hard, and exploded it. The next moment, an extraordinary handsome young man in white clothes stepped out of the void and said proudly,
"Who dares to touch my sworn brother?"
As he spoke, the terrifying dragon's might erupted like a bright sun, scattering in all directions. This person is clearly the old dragon.
Brother Long, these 3 people are here to seek revenge from Luli. They are probably from the demon sect again. Humph. These 3 guys never imagined that all the maids and servants in all the restaurants on Huanglong Island are members of my Huangquan sect. Now, it's time to catch a turtle in an urn and see how you can escape.
Bai Jin stood up with a snap, a sneer on his face.
It's just a fused old dragon that doesn't know whether to live or die.
Unexpectedly, the old man was not surprised at all and uttered a sentence in a deep voice. A black lightning mark appeared in his eyes. The pressure of terror spread.
No! The tribulation is complete. This old guy is a foreigner who came from another world. Damn it! Bai Jinfei, I have been tricked by you.
The old dragon's expression changed greatly. He grabbed Bai Jinfei and was about to escape into the void. Boom! At this moment, the golden square thunder array in the entire hall roared and shook. Countless golden mysterious thunder patterns flew up, and then suddenly retracted. Only a crackling sound was heard. Golden thunder and lightning suddenly shined, bright and dazzling. Next moment, a golden thunder ball as big as a kuja ball flashed with golden arcs and floated in the air. Bai Jinfei and Lao Long were both trapped in this golden thunder ball, unable to move.
Capture these 2 people first.
The old man in green robe shouted in a deep voice and flicked his sleeves. Boom! Countless golden lightning arcs erupted from under his feet, tens of feet long, spreading in all directions, and instantly condensed into a mysterious circular formation. Then, mysterious golden thunder patterns emerged, and the space fluctuated violently. He was about to teleport away. At this moment, an elderly man in green robes and blue eyes appeared out of thin air, holding an ancient golden bridge in his big hand and lifting it gently. The ancient golden bridge suddenly extended and was blasted out, directly hitting the thunder formation, together with the golden thunder ball. It was also smashed into pieces and disappeared into little thunder and lightning fireworks. Immediately afterwards, the ancient golden bridge suddenly retracted, bringing Old Long and Bai Jinfei to the side of the young man in green robes and blue eyes.
Who are you?
The old man in green robe was surprised.
I'm your father.
The old man in green robe and blue eyes said coldly, seeming to be in a bad mood. This person is none other than the Yinming Ghost Emperor.
Hey, Ghost Emperor. You came just in time.
At this time, the old lustful dragon breathed a sigh of relief.
Meet the Sect Master.
Bai Jin escaped from death and immediately raised his hands in salute. The Yinming Ghost Emperor waved his hand, narrowed his eyes slightly, and stared at the 3 old men.
Which world are you aliens from? Do you dare to come to my Huangquan sect to cause trouble? Yinming Ghost Emperor?
The old man gave a startled expression, without any trace of fear on his face, and said coldly,
If I hadn't been unable to bring the Taoist weapon with me, I would have killed you together. Spare your life first.
As he spoke, his whole body exploded, turning into golden thunder that filled the sky and swept across all directions. Every inch of space is shattered. There was a sizzling sound. In an instant, the golden thunder in the sky retreated into the void like a tide and disappeared.
Huh? Want to leave? Stay.
The Yinming Ghost Emperor narrowed his eyes and stamped his feet suddenly. Boom! The ancient golden bridge burst out again, blasting into golden thunder and lightning. Next moment, above the boundless sea, an ancient golden bridge stained with blood penetrated the void, and shot out with a huge ball of golden thunder. Then,
A colorful mermaid tail that covered the sky, shattered the sky, slammed down, and slapped hard on the golden thunder. It was the ancestor from Mermaid Island who took action. Bang! The mermaid's giant tail was photographed, and the golden thunder exploded into mysterious thunder talismans that filled the sky. But the next moment, the golden light of these tens of thousands of mysterious thunder talismans flashed and recondensed into a ball of golden thunder sun. With a snap, they had already escaped thousands of miles away. It is the supreme thunder escape method. Want to leave? Suddenly, a 1,000-mile-long cyan dragon claw poked out of the void. Its scale claws were sharp, tearing apart the sky, grabbing the sun and moon, and striking the golden thunder sun. Tear! The golden thunder sun was torn off a golden thunder arc by the giant claws of the green dragon. Inger! The old man's anxious voice sounded, but he sensed that the aura of the ancient golden bridge surged in the endless void, and without hesitation, it suddenly escaped again. Only one sentence is left floating in the air. Inger! I will definitely come to save you. The words fell. The golden thunder sun has escaped thousands of miles into the void. The ancient golden bridge, the giant claws of the green dragon, and the aura of the ancestor of Mermaid Island chased away. Boom! The torn golden arc of thunder did not hesitate. It exploded, flashed a few times, swept across the sky, and disappeared thousands of miles away. However, suddenly, the golden lightning arc suddenly stopped. 100 feet in the air ahead, a young man in black appeared out of thin air, facing the sea breeze, his black hair fluttering, his spirit flowing, and he was shaking a white paper fan in his hand, just like a rich and noble boy playing in the world of mortals. If you look carefully, you will see that there are 4 characters written on the front of the white paper fan: dragons and phoenixes. Elegant and easygoing. After taking a closer look, I found that the realm was the perfection of the golden elixir, which was so strong that it felt like it could break through the nascent soul at any time. This friend. You are here. Why don't you leave without having a few children? The young man in black said with a smile. Boom. There was a roar of thunder. The golden thunder and lightning transformed into a 16 or 17-year-old girl, wearing a golden thunder robe, mysterious and dazzling, with a pure appearance and embroidered eyebrows. A golden thunder and lightning seal flashed in a pair of cold golden eyes. Are you Luli? The girl in thunder robe looked slightly downcast and asked in a crisp voice. It's me. Luli nodded and said with a friendly smile. I am the Luli you are looking for. I have just come out of seclusion. I wonder what you want from me. It's very simple. Kill you. The girl in thunder robe said something coldly and blinked her eyes. Swish. In his eyes, the golden thunder and lightning seal spurted out, turning into a terrifying golden thunder light, opening up the world and killing people from across the air. The power of thunder is powerful enough to destroy mountains and seas thousands of miles away. This powerful attack has already reached the level of nascent soul perfection. It's more than enough to kill one golden elixir. However, Luli was not afraid at all. He chuckled and performed a magic trick. Buzz. A trembling sound. Golden Buddha light emerged from under the skin, and instantly condensed into a golden body of Buddha with 4 heads and 8 arms, which was 10 feet tall, mighty and fierce, burning with blazing white flames, covering the whole body. The golden thunderous divine light struck the Buddha's golden body, causing a tearing sound and splitting the golden body apart. But the next moment, the golden Buddha light flashed, and the Buddha's golden body healed as before. Unscathed, nascent soul's fierce attack was easily blocked. How can it be? Witnessing this unconventional scene, the girl in thunder robes exclaimed. Her expression darkened, and she pinched the mysterious seal with both hands. Boom! Thunder roared loudly. Countless golden arcs burst out from her body, crackling and spreading in all directions, forming a huge thunder formation covering 1,000 feet in radius. Then, in the formation, thousands of terrifying golden thunder attacks were fired out, overwhelming the sky and pouring down towards Luli. Every thunder attack is comparable to the perfection of nascent soul. The momentum is huge and extremely terrifying. Chapter 281 easily suppressed. Even the real Yuaniing perfection would run away from such a terrifying attack. However, Luli just raised his eyebrows slightly. Is this your world's thunder spell? It does have some tricks up its sleeve. As he spoke, he closed his jade fan with a swish, waved his hand gently, and boundless demonic energy spurted out from his sleeves, condensing into a jade-white Kuimping Dharma appearance, facing the attack of thunder falling from the sky. It opened to swallow the sky. A big mouthful. Just one swallow.
A surprising scene appeared. All the thunderous attacks were directly swallowed by the snow-white Kuimping Dharmaxiang. Next moment, there was a loud bang. The entire Kuimping Dharma form split into countless terrifying golden arcs, and was about to explode. At the critical moment, the snow-white Kuimping Dharma appearance curled up, bit each other head to tail, and turned into a huge black hole of Hunyuan, swallowing up all the lightning arcs.
How can this be?
Seeing that the attack was ineffective, the girl in thunder robes widened her eyes in disbelief.
You just shot me so many thunderbolts. It's my turn.
Luli smiled. Buzz. An extremely thick golden light shot out from his Tianling cap, soared into the sky, and exploded in the sky. Then, the Supreme Buddhas tilted up, layer upon layer, spread out, and filled the entire sky. At first glance, it seems that you have arrived in the Western Paradise, surrounded by thousands of Buddhas.
Not good!
The girl in the thunder robe exclaimed, pinched the mysterious magic formula, and countless mysterious golden thunder patterns erupted from her body, flashing out thick arcs of electricity, which intertwined and condensed into a thunder ball as huge as a pond. Boom! Buddha took action all over the sky. The first one to take action was a three-eyed Buddha with angry Vajra eyes. The giant hand holding the sacred mountain suddenly extended tens of thousands of feet, and it threw the mountain and struck it down with boundless divine power. Then, there is the powerful Vajra Arhat Buddha, the most majestic Bodhisattva surrounded by 8 heavenly dragons. Great Tathagata Buddha, Faceless Buddha, the 6 Zen patriarchs. In an instant, the divine palm filled the sky with golden light, carrying the divine power to explode the stars, sun and moon, and shot like rain, hitting the golden thunder ball. The sky collapsed in an instant. Thousands of miles of space. Every inch is destroyed. The sonic booms are continuous. The terrifying black hole in the void emerged around the golden thunder ball, sweeping out thousands of miles of hurricanes, and sweeping huge waves across the sea. Even though the golden thunder ball rotated violently, turned into a mysterious magic circle, and blasted out a series of divine thunder defenses, it was still crumbling under the continuous attack of the Buddha's palm. The girl in the thunder robe gritted her teeth, frantically activated her magic power, and managed to support the defense of the thunder formation. Swish, swish, swish. The huge movement that shattered the sky and cracked the earth attracted many nascent soul transformation cultivators to watch intensely. Immediately, there were shouts of surprise.
These gods and Buddhas all over the sky. Are they land carps? That's right. Looking at his body and the elegant and easygoing fan in his hand. It must be him. The coin-throwing madman. Luli. Luli is out of seclusion. What a terrifying attack. It's already comparable to the late nascent soul stage. No. What's really terrifying is his magic power. He actually summons 10,000 Buddhas and attacks non-stop, which lasts longer than my husband, who is in bed for 3 minutes. It's simply terrifying. Hey! No way. He actually has perfected the golden elixir?
Suddenly, the sound of gasping air came and went. Never expected it. Luli, who launched such a terrifying attack, turned out to be at the perfect state of the golden core. But his opponent was a late-stage nascent soul, still being forced to defend. How incredible.
Quickly, take the Tontian Pi and record it. Then upload it to the top and shock the world.
Someone exclaimed. In an instant, a group of great experts took out the battle cards and began to face the battlefield in the distance. At this moment, the girl in the thunder robe also felt that the people around her knew something was wrong. She gritted her teeth and exploded, turning into a golden arc of lightning, hidden in the golden thunder ball. Next moment, the golden thunder ball rotated violently again. The lightning exploded, and countless arcs shook the void, obviously trying to teleport away. This scene is amazing. Can he transform freely between lightning and entity? Apparently they are aliens from another world. Boom! Only a huge thunder was heard. The golden thunder ball flashed suddenly, and in the blink of an eye, it condensed into a golden thunder arc, which was engraved with supreme mysterious thunder patterns. With a flash, it escaped the attacks of 10,000 Buddhas and escaped into the void.
You're just a video player. You can come and leave whenever you want. It's not that easy. Stay and serve 10 years in prison before leaving.
At this moment, Lu Liqing shouted and produced a series of extremely obscure Taoist seals. Buzz. The gods and Buddhas all over the sky suddenly gathered together and merged together, transforming into a phantom of an immortal standing tall on the sky and wearing flowing clothes, surrounding the immortal shadow. There were hundreds of mysterious gold and silver tadpole runes flying. Then, the immortal shadow raised his big hand and pointed out from the air. In an instant, hundreds of gold and silver tadpole runes flew out along the immortal shadow's fingers, condensing into a thumb-thick green light halfway through the void, penetrating thousands of miles of void.
Is this the immortal guide from the Feixing Guan Feiwa Sutra? The supreme immortal technique that destroys the void and escapes?
Someone exclaimed. The words have not yet finished. There was a loud bang. Dozens of miles away, a void exploded, and a ball of golden thunder fell out, causing thunder patterns to tremble wildly. It was obviously a huge hit. Call. At this time, a breeze blew. The land carp came riding on the wind, and the 8 Buddha's huge flame arms rotated like dancing, blasting out golden fist shadows all over the sky. Every punch carries the power of the 5 dragons, so fierce that it blasts the sun and the moon. Bang, 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 bang. The void exploded again. The golden thunder ball had no resistance and was directly blown away by the fists. It exploded into golden thunder arcs, jumped and flickered, and fled in all directions. Obviously, the alien was scared and didn't even have the courage to resist.
Hey! Yeah! You've offended Lu Li, and you still want to leave? Eat a pack of phoenix and acacia pouches from me.
Suddenly, a milky sound sounded. A bud yellow villain held up a bag of black flesh and hit it hard on a golden arc of lightning. Boom! The flesh sack exploded, releasing colorful poison gas all over the sky. This golden lightning arc was instantly wrapped in poisonous gas. The next moment, Lu Li smashed the sky with one step, like a devil coming, and fished out the 10,000 poison heaven palm, like a giant net fishing for fish, and caught this golden lightning arc in his hand. Boom, 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 boom. Demonic energy surged out like a gun, wrapped around the golden lightning arc, imprisoning it directly, and began to bite and devour the lightning of the golden lightning arc. In this way, a foreigner in the late nascent soul stage was easily defeated and captured by Lu Li. Everyone present was stunned. This foreigner's body transforms back and forth between thunder and lightning entities, condensing a mysterious thunder array to defend against attacks. It is so powerful that even 10 nascent soul consummation monks are no match for her. But now, Lu Li easily captured her without any effort. The power of blowing dust. Simply incredible. At this time, a white-haired old man who transformed into a god flew over, bowed respectfully, and said with a smile,
Is this a coin-throwing madman? Lu Li? It's me. Senior, do you have any advice?
Lu Li put away the magic ball in his hand and frowned slightly.
Friend Lu Dao, don't be afraid. I don't mean any harm.
The white-haired old man who turned into a god said quickly.
I am the supreme elder of the Tianyuan sect. Today I saw you, fellow Taoist Lu, with your amazing power and might. You suppressed a foreigner in the late nascent soul stage with just a few clicks. I really admire you, so I came forward to make friends with you.
One time,
his attitude was quite respectful, and he was treated as an equal.
That's it. Senior, you're welcome. Lu Li raised his hand and returned the gesture.
You're welcome. You're welcome. It just so happens that I have 18 granddaughters in my family. All of them are as beautiful as flowers. They are all charming and charming. I admire fellow Taoist Lu very much. If fellow Taoist Lu doesn't dislike it, why don't you pick one and take her as a concubine?
The white-haired old man turned into a god and said with a smile.
Humph. Mr. He, those granddaughters of yours are not as good as my precious daughter. Fellow Taoist Lu, my daughter is born with a body of water spirit and is definitely suitable to be your Taoist companion and concubine.
At this time, another god-transforming power floated over. Immediately afterwards, a group of people gathered around and recommended.
Don't listen to this piece of black coal. His daughter looks like a hippopotamus. It makes her uncomfortable to look at her. Fellow Taoist Lu, I have a genius disciple. I also have 3 unmarried junior nieces. Humph. Old Ghost Shin, you betrothed your 3 master nieces to fellow Taoist Lu. You are obviously putting the blame on someone else. You might as well marry my grandson-in-law.
Chapter 282. The next leader of the Huangquan sect. Facing the enthusiasm of everyone, Lu Li was a little surprised.
Seniors, why are you so enthusiastic? Even though I am unparalleledly handsome, intelligent, and talented, and suppress the eternal genius, you don't need to be so enthusiastic. Right.
Everyone was speechless when they heard this. I didn't know what to say for a moment. This guy's face seems to be thicker than the Buddha's golden body he cultivated. At this time, the white-haired old man who transformed into a god smiled and explained.
Fellow Taoist Lu turned the sky upside down with one sword and saved the immortal way from life and death. Everyone in the world owes you a favor. What's more, your Taoist friend's talent is amazing and his cultivation speed is amazing. It's not surprising that I'm more enthusiastic about you. I see.
A hint of surprise flashed in Lu Li's eyes. He nodded, turned around and asked,
Senior, is your granddaughter-in-law pretty?
The old woman's eyes widened instantly. Everyone looked sideways. Unexpectedly, this Lu Li was actually a Chow thief. At this moment, a blue-robed figure with blue eyes stepped out of the void. It is the Yiming Ghost Emperor.
Lu Li, it's time to go back,
the Yiming Ghost Emperor said calmly. After saying that, he nodded slightly to everyone, rolled up his sleeves, and led Lu Li across thousands of miles of void, landing in a majestic golden hall. This main hall is similar to the main hall of the Yimingwi sect, with white jade pillars and sandalwood chairs. The layout is very elegant. However, the jade stones on the ground, the jade pillars in the palace, and the landscape, flower and bird carvings on the surrounding jade walls all turned into soaring underworld dragons. In addition, at the front of the hall, the hanging portrait of Patriarch Yiming was also removed and replaced with a portrait of the emperor wearing a nine-dragon crown, wearing a dragon robe, and stepping on the underworld river. Under the portrait of the great emperor, there is still the large emerald green coral chair made by the Yiming Ghost Emperor before, shining with a faint blue light.
Master, where is this?
Lu Li looked around and couldn't help but ask.
This is the main hall of Huangquan Sect. The person in this portrait is Emperor Huangquan. Sit down.
The Yiming Ghost Emperor sat on the big jasper coral chair in front and asked with a smile.
How is it? You have been in seclusion for so long and have taken all kinds of eternal elixirs and supreme divine pills. Your strength should have greatly increased, and you can easily defeat that alien.
Suppress and capture. Right? Effortless.
Lu Li smiled, took a step forward, sat in the jade chair on the upper left side, and took out a ball of magic balls. The demonic energy swirled violently, suppressing and sealing a golden lightning arc inside.
Humph. The aliens are seeking death.
The Yiming Ghost Emperor snorted coldly, opened his hand to take away the demonic group, and the astonishing red and yellow underworld fire began to spurt out from his palm, and began to burn the golden lightning arc inside. Suddenly, screams of pain were heard. Immediately afterwards, the Yiming Ghost Emperor's blue jade eyes blinked,
and he shot out 2 rays of cold blue light, which suddenly hit the golden lightning arc in his palm. After a while, the Yiming Ghost Emperor said solemnly,
It turns out they are members of the Thunder Clan from the Thunder Realm. Thunder World.
Lu Li raised his eyebrows.
It is one of the 3,000 worlds. 3 years ago, when the old man Tianji repaired the Ascension Passage, the demon envoy came out halfway, and the leader of the Tao Alliance used Tian Wangrui to break off one of its horns. As a result, the demon horn, along with Tian Wangrui, was broken. Half of it fell into the Ascension Passage, and an accident occurred, causing this world, together with the 3,000 worlds, to become the center of all heavens and worlds.
Yiming Ghost Emperor explained. Is there such a thing? Lu Li was amazed. Immediately, his eyes lit up. In this way, wouldn't he be able to collect more mysterious skills?
By the way, Master, did those 2 people from the Thunder Realm escape just now?
Lu Li suddenly remembered something and asked.
Originally they couldn't escape. The leader of the Tao Alliance has already rushed over, but someone secretly intervened to stop them, allowing the 2 foreigners to escape.
The Yiming Ghost Emperor looked slightly cold.
Someone secretly tried to stop it. Who is it? Someone from the demon cult?
Lu Li asked in surprise.
No.
The Yiming Ghost Emperor shook his head.
It's other aliens. Now, with the help of the power of the demon envoy, the demon cult has expanded its sphere of influence tenfold and has left the 10,000 demon mountains. The Abyss Demon Clan has also emerged from the bitter cold land of the far north with great momentum. At the same time, this world is expanding rapidly, and many cave heavens and paradises have appeared, which are occupied by some aliens from other worlds and established sections. The person who made the secret move just now looks very much like a powerful person from the God Clan.
Lu Li frowned slightly as he listened. He just stayed in seclusion for 3 years, and the world has changed drastically. Tao, Buddha,
Demons. Demons. Evil ways. Aliens. It feels like a mixture of dragon and snake, with an undercurrent surging. Luli keenly smelled a hint of danger. System. Luli didn't hesitate. He muttered silently, and brought up the system panel to check. Realm. Golden elixir is perfect. Ascension Sutra, 9th level, 99%. Yin Yang Hun Yuan Kuinping Demonic Divine Art, level 29, 99% progress. Sutra of Immortal Poison, level 9, 99%. Vajratathagata Dharmakaya, 99% of the 9th level. Stars Transformation Scripture, level 1, 99% progress. The Feathering and Ascension Sutra is an evolution of the Fei Xing Guan Supreme Method. The Feathering Sutra. Taking advantage of the retreat, we can practice it together automatically. After 3 years of hard training, my realm has soared. Directly cultivate the immortal technique of escaping the void with one move, and the immortal will guide you. Just now, Luli used this move to break the Thunder Robe Girl's mysterious lightning escape technique. It is worth mentioning that, in addition to the Ascension Sutra, which is stuck in progress, the other Sumer's spells, the mighty Tianlong spell, the powerful Vajra spell, the Xiao Wind control technique, the pure Yang Wuji Sutra, and the Xianming Girl divine skills, instant sword skills, 10,000 demon swords, soul-cutting swords, and phantom soul swords have all been perfected. In addition, his physical power has reached the power of 200 dragons. At the 8th level of the powerful Vajra spell, with a 256-fold increase, he can exert the power of 50 dragons. Extremely fierce. The mana also reaches an astonishing power of 3,000 flowers, comparable to the middle stage of nascent soul. With such terrifying strength, coupled with the golden chariot of Tianwai Palace, it is no problem to overwhelm a foreigner in the late nascent soul stage. However, the world is undergoing great changes, and the storm is surging. We still have to find a way to break through to the nascent soul. Luli secretly made up his mind. Just as he was thinking about it, the Yiming Ghost Emperor's eyes flashed and he said, Luli, since you have been released from seclusion now, it is time for the disciples of the Huangquan Sect to see you. The leader means. Luli was stunned for a moment. I am going to make you the future leader of Huangquan Sect right now, with the power of punishment, and tell the world, Yiming Ghost Emperor said solemnly. Disciple. Thank you, Master. Luli stood up and bowed solemnly. Then get ready. I will summon the disciples of Huangquan Sect now. Yiming Ghost Emperor nodded, stood up, took out the Naya golden bridge, and struck it with a snap of his fingers. When? The crisp bells spread and resounded across hundreds of millions of miles of sea. All the true disciples of the Huangquan Sect listen to the order and come to the sect's main hall to welcome the future master of the Huangquan Sect out of seclusion. Chapter 283 Qi Tianjiu's Revenge Plan. All the true disciples of the Huangquan Sect listen to the order and come to the sect's main hall to welcome the future master of the Huangquan Sect out of seclusion. The clear sound of the bell spread throughout the waters of Huangquan Sect. Suddenly, the entire Huangquan Sect became commotion. What happened? Welcome the future leader of the Underworld Sect to leave seclusion? Who is it? Ha. Who else could it be? Of course it's that peerless evil master. Luli, Chief's senior brother, is released from seclusion? Ha! The day when I, Xiao Sanma, will flourish has finally arrived. Quick! Go see the world-famous Chief Lu. Streams of light flew into the sky and rushed to Huangquan Island, where the sect's main hall was located. At this time, on an island, there was a boom. A ghostly cave opened, and a mysterious man covered in black robes floated out, revealing only a pair of green ghost eyes. Under the blazing sun, the mysterious man was still surrounded by cold air. This is a distinctive feature of ghost cultivators. This mysterious man looked at the Huangquan Sect disciples, who were flying excitedly beside him, and a trace of extremely vicious hatred flashed in his eyes. There is endless murderous intent in my heart. Tianjiu, patience is the best in all things. At this moment, an old and domineering voice sounded in the mysterious man's mind. Lord Spirit Emperor, I can't bear it. The mysterious man gritted his teeth. 3 years ago, I was defeated by Luli on Giant Eagle Island. My body was blown to pieces, and the Spirit Clan's sacred weapon was taken away. I have endured this bad breath for 3 years. 3 years. 3 years. Do you know how I have spent these 3 years? This person turned out to be the holy son of the Spirit Clan, the abandoned Tianjiao. At this time, the old and domineering voice sounded again. You want revenge? So why not endure for another 3 years? Now, with the help of Sect's supreme skills, you can practice ghost cultivation and restore more than half of your strength. Continue to lurk. Sooner or later, you will get revenge. Lord Spirit Emperor, this Lu Li is already the future master of Sect. How can I take revenge? I am extremely unwilling to abandon the genius. Don't worry. The aliens from the 3,000 worlds have come. And those who want to kill Lu Li must account for at least half of them. Once Lu Li dies, you will take over his position in the Sect and take away his love. When the time comes, you will, if you can avenge your revenge, quell your inner demons, and be promoted to nascent soul. All you have to do is wait. Do you understand?
The old and domineering voice said coldly.
Thank you, Lord Lingwang, for your advice. I understand.
After hearing this, Qi Tianjiu's eyes immediately showed excitement. Wait. As long as Lu Li dies and becomes famous thanks to his talent, then everything in the Sect will be his. That Yao Yao can't escape from his grasp. When the time comes, he will make everyone close to Lu Li suffer extremely painful torture, unable to survive or die.
Land Carp.
Abandoning the endless resentful thoughts in Tianjiao's arms, he stepped out of the teleportation array. Boom. A huge beam of light rose into the sky. Soon, Qi Tianjiao arrived at the huge square in front of the sect's main hall. He raised his head and glanced at the majestic sect's main hall on the white jade steps in front, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. The land carp is right there.
Hey, this senior brother is a bit unfamiliar.
At this moment, a fair and fat young monk squeezed over and said with a smile on his face,
I'm Jiao Sanmu. I have just been promoted to Jindan. Do you dare to ask for your senior brother's name? Ruler Fish.
Qi Tianjiao muttered 2 words. Ruler Fish. Eat fish. He wanted to eat Lu Li alive, so he changed his name.
It turns out to be senior brother Qi, whom I have admired for a long time. You have heard it. Right. The future sect leader, Chief Lu Li, will show up later. He. That future sect leader actually has some friendship with me.
Xiao Samu smiled, looking a little proud.
Really? That's disrespectful.
Qi Tianjiu wanted to slap the fat man in front of him to death, but he could only forcefully pinch his nose and pretend to be surprised.
It's nothing. In the Yiming Ghost Sect, Chief Lu and I almost became one of the 4 best friends. Unfortunately, Chief Lu was not available and went overseas. However, Chief Lu swept the halberd in the battle at Giant Eagle Island overseas. The King of Gods kills the genius. It is truly a classic that will be unforgettable for a long time.
Xiao Samu sighed as he remembered the past.
Really?
Qi Tianjiao twitched the corner of his mouth and gritted his teeth and spit out 2 words.
Ha ha. Senior brother. You think so too? Especially the scene where he stepped on the abandoned Tianjiu and exploded. It was so refreshing. The abandoned Tianjiao thought he was invincible after cultivating a supreme golden elixir. But he didn't expect to be beaten by Lu. The chief defeated him so easily. He is so useless and rubbish. Is he worthy of being ranked behind Chief Lu?
Brother Qi, don't you think so?
Xiao Sanmu said with great disdain.
Ho ho ho. Indeed. Indeed.
At this moment, Qi Tianjiu was so angry that his ghost body collapsed, and he almost couldn't help but kill the person in front of him to pieces. However, for the sake of future revenge, he endured it.
Ha. Heroes see the same thing. I've said it a long time ago. Qi Tianjiao, the holy son of the spirit race, has a false reputation.
Xiao Sanmu laughed. Before he could finish speaking, Qi Tianjiu said with a smile on his face,
Fellow Taoist, excuse me, my junior brother is here.
After that, just leave. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid that he would kill someone and expose his identity. At this time, in the main hall of Sect, a young man in a white shirt walked out of the void carrying platinum.
Ha. Junior brother.
Bai Jinfei laughed, stepped over and hugged Lu Li fiercely.
Senior brother Bai. Long time no see.
Lu Li smiled.
It's been a long time indeed. Junior brother. You've been in seclusion for so long this time, which has made me extremely worried. Senior brother. And I'm having a hard time day and night.
Bai Jinfei shook his head and sighed.
Oh. Really? How come I heard, senior brother, that you tell people everywhere that I am dead?
Lu Li said with a half smile.
Cough cough cough.
When Bai Jinfei heard this, he looked embarrassed and said,
I don't want to do this either. However, There are quite a few people seeking revenge on you all day long. So I simply said you were dead. This way, a lot of trouble will indeed be saved. Master and senior sister has no objection to this. If you don't believe it, junior brother, you can wait until Master comes back when he comes out of seclusion and ask. I can prove that my sworn brother is not lying.
At this moment, the boy in white shirt beside him laughed.
Sworn brother?
Luli raised his eyebrows.
That's right.
Bai Jinfei said with flying eyebrows.
This senior true dragon and I hit it off as soon as we met. We had the same affinity. We killed the roasted chicken on the spot, made an alliance with our blood, and became brothers. Senior brother Bai, take care of your sphincter.
Luli shook his head and sighed. Bai Jinfei didn't know why. At this moment, the Yiming Ghost Emperor looked solemn and said,
Luli, we are almost here. Get ready.
As he said this, he flicked his sleeves and brought out a 9-dragon yellow robe. This is a top-grade Lingbao clothing. It is the symbol of the leader of Huangquan Sect.
Thank you, Master.
Luli did not hesitate, waved his hand, took the dragon robe, and put it directly on his body. He looked majestic, with the aura of dominating the world and suppressing thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. Suddenly, a familiar feeling surged into his heart. Surprising Luli. Could it be that he had been an emperor before? Chapter 284. Everyone is alarmed.
Junior brother Lu, what's wrong with you? Doesn't this dragon robe fit you? Seeing Lu Li's strange behavior, Bai Jinfei asked.
No.
Hearing this, Lu Li shook his head and smiled.
I just remembered that there was a fortune teller who said that sooner or later I would wear a yellow robe and have a feast of fish and meat for company. I didn't expect that it actually came true. Hee hee. Not only do you want to eat big fish and meat, senior brother, I will help you open a projection of the heavens, and you can deal with thousands of girls in the future.
Bai Jinfei smiled. Projections from the heavens? Lu Li couldn't help but be stunned. At this time, the old obscene dragon on the side intervened and explained.
The projection of the heavens is a new function of the Tongtian card, which is an upgrade of the cloud ring. Once the projection of the heavens is turned on, it can be seen from any corner of the world. Unfortunately, I want Tongtian Pai to have a dual cultivation area, but Xing Feng Lai from the Divine Eagle Alliance doesn't agree. It's so short-sighted.
There was a hint of regret and anger in his voice.
Double cultivation. Special area?
When Lu Li heard it, why did he feel that it sounded familiar?
Ha ha. Junior brother, once the projection of the heavens is activated, you have to think of a handsome way to appear. Only in this way can you charm thousands of beauties.
Bai Jinfei smiled. Hearing this, Lu Li's eyes flashed, and he began to think.
Lu Li, are you ready?
The Yiming Ghost Emperor asked solemnly.
Master, the disciples are ready.
The corners of Lu Li's mouth raised slightly. He has already thought of how to make a more impressive appearance. When? The crisp sound of the bell resounded through the blue sky, in front of the sect's main hall. When all the Huangquan sect disciples heard the bell, they all looked solemn, stood in line, bathed in the warm sunshine, and waited quietly. Next moment, the Yiming Ghost Emperor led Lao Yinlong, Duga Feng, the Sutra Protector Elder, and other powerful figures from the Huangquan sect as they walked out of the majestic palace and caught everyone's attention.
Meet the sect master!
300,000 Huangquan sect disciples shouted in unison. The huge sound gathered into waves, shaking the sky, and the momentum was astonishing.
Not bad. Very energetic.
The Yiming Ghost Emperor was calm and powerful, and nodded lightly.
It has been more than 3 years since you joined our Huangquan sect. In these 3 years, the Huangquan sect has developed vigorously and prospered. I am very pleased. I am willing to go through fire and water for my sect, even if I die.
300,000 Huangquan sect disciples roared loudly again. In the crowd, Qi Tianzhu also roared in a pretentious manner, with a hint of jealousy in his heart. That deputy sect leader Duga Feng really has a skill. If such talents can be used for one's own purposes, it will not be a problem for the Abyss Spirit clan to soar into the sky. However, he also knew that all this was due to the Yiming Ghost Emperor. If the Ghost Emperor Yiming hadn't stolen the treasures of the 9 great demon sects and spent huge sums of money to recruit troops, the loyalty of the disciples of these sects would not have been so high at all.
Very good!
At this moment, the Yiming Ghost Emperor said again,
Seeing your energy and spirit, I am very satisfied. Therefore, I can rest assured and continue to practice in seclusion. However, before practicing, I plan to make a decision needless to say. You also know who the next sect leader is.
Hearing this sentence, all the Huangquan sect disciples in the square were shocked. It's him! It's him! It's him! The man who once turned the tide. Ranked first in the Golden Elixir list. The owner of the Taoist sword Golden K. Practiced Taoism, Buddhism and demonology together. Was elegant and easygoing. Coin-throwing maniac. Lu Li. Among the crowd, some female disciples had eyes full of stars and expressions of fanatical admiration on their faces. Some male disciples also had expressions of admiration and great expectations.
Then, you are ready to salute and welcome Lu Li, the future leader of the Huangquan sect. Out of seclusion!
The clear voice of the Yiming Ghost Emperor resounded throughout the sky. Earth and sky. At the same time, the projections in the sky opened. This scene, through the projections of the heavens, spread to the land of Zhongzhou, the 10,000 demon mountains, the far north abyss, every corner of the world. Daoming Immortal Palace, a martial arts arena. The leader of the Taoist alliance was lying on a snow-white imperial concubine's couch, resting with his chin propped up on his head. Under the sunlight, his icy skin and snowy skin looked like glowing mutton-fat white jade, black hair like clouds. Stunning beauty. Ahead, sword energy spreads horizontally. A woman in purple was flying in the air, slashing out sharp and mysterious sword lights. The corner of the martial arts arena. A girl with gold gauze, holding a small luing fan in one hand and a wolf hair in the other, fanned the fire while applying soy sauce and honey to the roasted chicken wings on the oven. At her feet, there is a babble tablet. Sudden, a buzzing sound. The Tontian Pi automatically activated, projecting a huge water mirror in midair, reflecting the Huangquan sect's magnificent sect square. The next moment, the Yiming Ghost Emperor's voice rang.
Then, you are ready to salute and welcome Lu Li, the future leader of the Huangquan sect. Out of seclusion!
The woman in purple who was flying in the air paused. Her eyes were surprised, and she stared at the scene in the water mirror.
Ah! Lu Li! Lu Li! Why did that guy come out again? It's over. I have to have nightmares every night again. Being chased by the big hands of geoducks and vomiting to feed the baby.
In the corner, the girl with gold gauze exclaimed and immediately shivered with fear. At this moment, the stunning alliance leader on the imperial concubine's couch also opened her beautiful eyes, yawned lazily, lightly lifted her hair from her ears and temples, and looked into the water mirror, with a hint of a smile in her eyes. This guy is out of jail. It seems that there will be fun in the future. Western Buddhism. Shuyu Temple. A group of young masters were meditating in front of the golden Buddha statue in the main hall, knocking wooden fish, twisting Buddhist beads, reciting scriptures and doing homework. Sudden, a light flashed in the arms of a little nun in plain clothes in front. A water mirror appeared above everyone's heads, and a clear voice came out.
Then you are all ready to salute and welcome the future leader of the Huangquan sect. Lu Li! Out of seclusion!
Suddenly, the chanting in the whole hall fell silent. All the little nuns raised their heads together, and there were voices of surprise.
Landcarp? Reincarnated Buddha? The reincarnated Buddha has left seclusion? Go call the nunnery master. Quiet! How do you behave in front of the Buddha? Why don't you accept the projections from the heavens and continue to do your homework?
After hearing master's reprimand, all the little nuns were unhappy. At this moment, a woman wearing a white robe and shining golden Buddha light appeared and said calmly,
We are not bored if we do homework every day. And neither is the Buddha. Why don't we let the Buddha rest for a few days, and let's see the reincarnation together? Buddha? Yes. Master.
Suddenly, all the little nuns beamed with joy, obediently put away the wooden fish Buddha, and stared at the water mirror. Feixian Mountain. Huangyi Taoist Temple. The drunken and dirty old Taoist was sitting on the straw mat and preaching the supreme scriptures. In front of the Taoist altar, a beautiful woman wearing a blue robe, who still retains her charm, sat on a futon and listened quietly. This beautiful woman is Mrs. Han Long. Ruji. Beside her, there were two purple-clad Taoist boys waiting respectfully. Sudden.
Then you are all ready to salute and welcome the future leader of the Huangquan sect. Lu Li! Out of seclusion!
The Yiming Ghost Emperor's voice sounded. Mrs. Honglong's eyes were bright, and with a flick of her jade hand, the Tontian tablet appeared in front of her. The blue light shone brightly, forming a water mirror.
Oh! Ruji! You are the next master of Feixian Temple. I have taught you the secret of the Sutra of Immortality. Why do you only miss your little lover?
The master of Facian Temple sighed softly. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Honglong threw out a jar of wine without looking back.
Huh? Lingxian wine? Ha ha. I also think your little lover is quite interesting. Let's take a look.
The master of Facian Temple laughed and began to drink wine. At the same time, 10,000 demons mountain. A roar of rage echoed throughout the 9 heavens.
Luli! If you kill my son Yongsu,
I want you to die. Longer. Fei Hong. I will definitely help you avenge your revenge. If I don't avenge this revenge, I, Nandong Xie, will not be a human being. Yiming Ghost Emperor. You stole my Blood Shadow Sect's treasure house, and caused my Blood Shadow Sect to eat porridge with pickled mustard every day. I will kill Luli, and make you pay with your life and money. Luli. This guy dared to show his face after killing thousands of demon gods in my demon world. It seems that this demon has taken action again. Damn it! This Luli suppressed my Lei Ming clan members. He will die a good death.
Almost instantly, undercurrents surged in all directions. The Luli people haven't even shown up yet, but they are already causing chaos in all directions. In the mortal world, a rickety old man who set up a stall and told fortunes, holding a green bamboo pole, shook his head and said with a smile,
as expected of the son of destiny, he is the only one in thousands of years.
Chapter 285. Please call me Lu Woody from now on. The land carp is a legend. 1 year to build the foundation. In the battle between immortals and demons, he swept both sides and established an invincible foundation. Then, it takes 2 years to form an elixir. The one who obtained the Great Dao Golden Elixir ranked first on the Golden Elixir list. With his first level cultivation of the Golden Elixir, he swept across the Halberd God King and abandoned the 2 Golden Elixirs of Qinju. The Golden Elixir was invincible. Finally, on the day when all the demons come, kill all the distractions of the demon gods with 1 sword, and hold the sky with 1 hand. Such legends and characters. Every move affects the world. At this time, in the projections of the heavens, disciples of the Huangquan sect gathered together to welcome Luli out of seclusion, which naturally attracted the attention of the immortals and demons.
Then you are all ready to salute and welcome the future leader of the Huangquan sect. Luli.
Out of seclusion. The clear voice of the Evening Ghost Emperor fell. Boom! The vitality of heaven and earth shook violently. In the distant sky, wind and clouds rolled and surged violently. In the blink of an eye, they formed a huge quimping thousands of feet tall, 1 black and 1 white, soaring up to 90,000 miles, covering the sky and the sun. The monks from all sides were shocked. This black and white quimping dharma is formed by condensing pure magic power. It gives people the feeling of being extremely powerful, like 2 nascent soul demon kings. It has the power to swallow up the heaven and earth. The next moment, under the gaze of everyone, these 2 black and white quimping opened their huge mouths to swallow the sky and sucked in fiercely. Call! Whoops! Thousands of miles of sky. Spiritual energy surged like a sea, and everything was swallowed up by the black and white quimping dharma. Only heaven and earth formed a short vacuum. Then, the hurricane stirred up the seawater and formed huge waves thousands of feet into the sky. At this time, this black and white quimping was like the sun and moon in the sky, sweeping across the sky and shooting into the sky above the Huangquan sect's mountain gate. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out Buddha light that filled the sky. A 1,000-foot-high golden Buddha immediately appeared in the Buddha's light. His dharma was solemn and sacred. 1 finger pointed to the sky, and the other pointed to the earth. In heaven and on earth, I am the only one who is supreme. Then, there is a 3-eyed Buddha holding a dragon in 1 hand, and a sacred mountain in the other. He has the wrathful appearance of a Vajra, and is as powerful as a mountain. Immediately afterwards, a powerful Vajra Arhat Buddha, a Bodhisattva Buddha surrounded by 8 mighty heavenly dragons, a faceless Buddha, a Maha Amitabha Buddha, an ancestor Buddha of the 6th Zen sect. Buddhas all over the sky condensed out 1 by 1, sitting cross-legged on the 9 heavens, arranged in the sky on the left and right. Every image of the Buddha is dazzling with divine light, and the power of the Buddha shocks people's hearts. The scene was extremely vast. In the void, there seemed to be vast and ethereal Buddhist sounds, and the 6-character mantra spread throughout the world, shaking the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. In the midst of this solemn sound of the Buddha, the black and white quimping bit each other head to tail, turned violently, and formed a Hunyuan black hole 10 acres in size. Boom, boom, boom.
The spiritual energy within a radius of 20,000 miles was greatly attracted, and poured out like flood from a dam, pouring into the Hunyuan black hole. The sunlight, sound, dust, and breeze that filled the sky were all swallowed up by the Hunyuan black hole. In an instant, day turned into night. Everything was silent, both in heaven and on earth. Only the 10,000 Buddhas shined brightly with golden light, illuminating the 3,000 worlds. Next moment, the Hunyuan black hole suddenly shrank, revealing a human figure. He is tall and slender, wearing a 9-dragon yellow robe. He has a handsome appearance. Black hair is flying, and his eyes are like lightning. He stands there with the shadows of the sun, moon and stars lingering around him. And he is integrated with the heaven, earth and universe. He is heaven and earth. Heaven and earth are him. He is the center of the universe. He is the center of the universe. Then, an astonishing scene occurred. In the sky on the left, the golden light of the Supreme Buddha with one finger pointing to the sky and the other to the earth shines brightly. The Buddha's big palm suddenly extends thousands of feet and is handed out. Almost at the same time, in the sky on the right, the giant palm of the three-eyed Buddha King Sumeru, holding the dragon, stretched thousands of feet and handed it to Luli. The giant palms of the two Buddhas are connected to form a staircase of Buddha light. Boom! Boom boom! Boom boom boom! 10,000 Buddhas bowed in unison, extended their palms, and connected them together to form a staircase of Buddha's light. In this way, Luli stepped forward step by step, just like the ancestor of 10,000 Buddhas who stepped out of ancient mythology. Under the worship of 10,000 Buddhas, he stepped on the palms of Buddha, fell from the sky, and landed on the white jade stone steps of the sect's main hall. Then, he waved his hand gently. The Buddha palms all over the sky disappeared. The dazzling sunlight once again shone on Luli, as bright as a god. Silence. There was deathly silence in heaven and on earth. Everyone was completely stunned. Even the Yiming Ghost Emperor, Duga Feng, Lao Long and other powerful figures were dumbfounded. The next moment, a commotion broke out in the square like a frenzy.
Is this Chief Lu? 10,000 Buddhas welcome you. Chief Lu is handsome and mighty. This is a great way to appear. Ah! Senior brother. From now on, I am your wife, and I will give birth to your child. This is what a man should do. This person should only exist in the sky, but for some reason he fell to earth. Sister, I have decided to take you with me to remarry Chief Lu.
The entire Huangquan sect disciples were extremely enthusiastic. The female disciple's eyes were filled with stars, and her face was filled with admiration. Who would have thought? Chief Lu, who had disappeared for 3 years, appeared in such an amazing way. It was so unexpected and shocking. In the crowd, looking at the radiant figure in front of him, Qi Tianjiu gritted his teeth, and his eyes were full of resentment. Hateful. He actually got it. At the same time, Daoming Immortal Palace, the leader of the Dao Alliance smiled.
This little guy is still such a coward.
Ling Jinshuang's expression was complicated, and she bit her lip lightly.
He is still the same person. He has not changed at all.
Fang Yinli gnawed on the grilled chicken wings, her face full of sorrow.
This guy seems to have become stronger. No. I have to hide. Otherwise he comes to me and asks me to give him my body to give him a monkey.
Feishian Temple. The sloppy old man took a sip of wine and laughed.
Okay. This guy is really good at pretending. And he has the demeanor of when I was young. Unfortunately, his appearance is still worse. A little worse than when I was young.
Mrs. Honglong smiled gently and finally felt relieved.
Lu Li's hair turned back to black. It seems that he is fine.
There is also a commotion in Western Buddhism.
10,000 Buddhas welcome you. It seems that he is undoubtedly the reincarnated Buddha, master of the nunnery. Why not welcome the reincarnated Buddha back to Shuiyi Nunnery? In this way, wouldn't it be better for everyone to practice together? Master Shuiyu, let's go together to welcome the reincarnated Buddha. Hey! Huiwu, you old bald donkey. Are you here to steal Master Shuiyu from me again? Master Shuiyu, come with me to welcome the Buddha.
Mermaid Island Palace is filled with joy.
Sixth sister, my brother-in-law is so handsome. No wonder my mother liked him as soon as she saw him. Hee. It's a pity that this brother-in-law was originally Jionyang's, but he was snatched away by Sixth sister. Sister Roan, when will you and this landcarp have a little mermaid? You? Don't be ridiculous. Damn it. This guy is going to die soon if he pretends like this.
Tianwai Palace. The grim-faced, Disfigured halberd god king let out a roar of incomparable jealousy and resentment. At the same time, in a restaurant overseas, an old man and a young man in thunder robes stared at Luli, with murderous intent rising in their eyes. This guy must be captured. Then use this piece to getting her back. At the same time, a loud voice came out from a palace.
Is he Luli? He's very arrogant. However, it seems that his bones and qualifications are very good, and he can be used to hatch the divine son of my god clan.
As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying divine light flew out of the palace and headed towards Huangquan Island, where the overseas Huangquan sect was located. The mountain of 10,000 demons. Along with Luli's appearance, streaks of murderous intent rose into the sky, shaking the sun and moon. That demon envoy descended suddenly. At this time, under the gaze of all the heavens and worlds, Luli looked proudly, smiled plainly, and looked around.
Good afternoon, fellow Taoists. I'm here at Shanluli, the land of the land carp. The carp of the land carp. There are 3 million geniuses in the world, but they must lower their eyebrows when they see me. Whether you are mortals, Buddhists, demons, monsters, or aliens from all over the world, you are nothing but trash in front of me. So, please call me Lu Woody from now on.
Chapter 286. Those who praise my true name. Lu Woody, there are 3 million geniuses in the world, but you have to lower your eyebrows when you see them? Are you all rubbish in front of me? Lu Li's self-introduction caused the heaven and earth to fall into a dead silence for an instant. You can hear the needle drop. But, the next moment, an even more astonishing sensation, like a thunderous explosion, spread throughout the world.
Haoxing is so arrogant. Huh? Lu Woody? How dare you call yourself invincible? Little Jean Dan? Is this kid so ignorant? However, you are so domineering. I admire you. Senior brother Lu is invincible. Invincible. For generations to come. Unify the country. Humph. I dare to say, in less than 10 years, the Huangquan sect will definitely be destroyed because of this arrogant boy. If not, I will eat a lot of whale shit. This is a true man, with the spirit of being indomitable, unparalleled in the world. Husband, from now on, I will divorce you. I want to remarry Chief Lu. The hatred of seizing my wife. Lu Li, you and I are irreconcilable.
On the stone steps to the sky, Ghost Emperor Yingming, Dugafeng, Elder Guardian and others also looked at each other in confusion. They just thought that Lu Li's appearance would be a little special. However, he never expected that Lu Li's self-introduction would be so shocking. This simply brought a lot of hatred to the Huangquan sect. However, looking down at the 300,000 Huangquan sect disciples in the field, all of them were excited, shouting, and full of morale, which didn't seem to be a bad thing.
Boy, you are really awesome.
The old obscene dragon gave 2 thumbs up and praised without hesitation. Lu Li smiled and said nothing. He was so arrogant, and he wanted to take this opportunity to collect a large wave of anger and evil from the 7 emotions. In addition, I also want to take this opportunity to change my reputation as a money-throwing madman. He is almost a nascent soul, yet he is called a money-throwing maniac, which is too inappropriate.
Fellow brothers and sisters, please be quiet.
At this moment, Lu Li smiled and raised his right hand, pressing it lightly. Suddenly, the whole place fell silent. Everyone looked excited and stared at Lu Li to see what other shocking words he could say. As expected, Lu Li smiled calmly.
What I just said is all true. If anyone is not convinced, he can challenge me. If he defeats me,
whoever defeats me, the position of the next head of Huangquan sect will be his.
What? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Can you defeat Lu Li and become the next head of the Huangquan sect? In the crowd, Qi Tianju's eyes lit up, and he was ready to make a move. But at this moment, an old and domineering voice sounded.
Tianju, don't act rashly. This Lu Li's magic power has been cultivated to an extremely terrifying level, comparable to the late nascent soul. You are no match for him. Later stage of nascent soul? How many flower streams are equivalent to this?
Qi Tianju's eyes flashed with resentment. Somewhat unwillingly.
3,000 flower streams.
The old domineering voice replied.
What? 3,000 flowers?
Qi Tianju was shocked when he heard the sound, and his ghost body almost couldn't hold on and collapsed. 3,000 flower streams. What is this concept? How did Lu Li practice in the past 3 years? Did he eat thousands of kilograms of the supreme elixir? How can it be? At this time, Luli said again.
Taimo Sect, Yangsu's mother.
A beautiful woman in black robe from the Taimo Sect of 10,000 Demons Mountain was shocked when she heard the sound. Luli said again.
Tianju Demon Sect, Nandong Long.
In the Tianjua Demon Sect, a middle-aged man's eyes cracked with anger.
The Halberd God King of Tianwai Palace.
The Halberd God King was furious, and his face was hideous and ugly.
The Abyss Spirit Clan.
The abandoned talent. Qi Tianju suddenly raised his head, and the murderous intention emerged in his heart.
There are also aliens who have murderous intentions towards me.
The two old men in thunder robes looked cold and murderous. Under the resentful gaze of countless enemies, Luli smiled proudly.
I, Luli, are here to speak out today. Whether it is your challenge in an open and honest manner or a sneaky attack, I, Luli, will accept it and then send it to you.
Go to reincarnation. I will bury you and your parents with my own hands. Let your whole family die in peace.
The words just fell. The vast evil of the seven emotions surged out from the void and crashed into Luli's sea of consciousness. Majestic and surging like a huge wave. Luli smiled contentedly. It can be imagined that his enemies must have gloomy faces now and look extremely ugly.
All right.
At this time, the Yiming Ghost Emperor took a step forward and said solemnly,
From today on, Luli will be the next head of the Huangquan sect. Please pay your respects and see you.
The voice came out. The 300,000 Huangquan sect disciples all looked solemn. And they all bowed and bowed loudly.
Let us pay our respects to the future sect master. Lu. Woody.
The huge sounds, gathered together, were like a celestial bell vibrating. And the sound spread thousands of miles. The momentum is shocking. Luli stood on the white jade stone steps, overlooking the 300,000 people in the square who bowed their heads and saluted. He was filled with ambition, and returned the salute with his hands in hand.
Fellow disciples, please stand up.
300,000 Huangquan sect disciples all stood up, most of them looking at Luli with fanatical admiration. Waves of 7 emotions of love, 7 emotions of joy, 7 emotions of desire, and even 7 emotions of fear. 7 emotions of evil are coming. Luli was very satisfied.
Luli, please say a few words.
The Yiming Ghost Emperor smiled.
Yes.
Luli cupped his hands, straightened up, and looked arrogantly at the world.
Fellow disciples, our Huangquan sect is a righteous sect. We accept the ghosts of the world from 10 directions and reincarnate. To put it simply, when you enter the gate of Huangquan, humans and ghosts coexist, and they are all reincarnated and immortal.
Everyone was stunned. Why are you talking about the purpose of the sect? Just when everyone was confused, Luli added.
However, the lifespan of a human being is only 1,000 years, and the lifespan of a ghost is only 10,000 years. Humans reincarnate as ghosts, and ghosts reincarnate as humans. The cycle goes back and forth, and they will never be freed.
As he spoke, a golden light emerged from Luli's body. When Yiming Ghost Emperor and others saw it, they all looked solemn. The leader of the Dao Alliance sat up directly. Old Man Tianji's cloudy eyes flashed with light. The demon envoy in the void suddenly froze. This is the supreme and mysterious power in Buddhism. The power of wish. It is the supreme power that can only be gathered and used by a powerful body. Now, it actually appears on Luli, under the shocked gazes of countless great powers. Luli's voice gradually became louder, like heavenly bells and drums, shaking the sun and the moon.
Therefore, when I have eternal life, I hope that everyone will be like a dragon. When I gain eternal life, I hope all living beings will become immortals. When I attain immortality, I wish that all the beings in the heavens, in the past and in the future, and in all the dust particles of the Ganges, who chant my true name, will attain eternal life in the cycle of reincarnation. I, Luli, I wish to save all sentient beings before I can realize Bodhi. Until L is empty, I will never become a Buddha.
The words fell. Boom. In the dark void. A vast and endless willpower, like billions of galaxies and universes, pours out and turns into a long river, running through the eternal universe. The sound spreads throughout time and space, past and future.
I, Luli, am willing to save all sentient beings in order to achieve Bodhi. Until L is empty, I will never become a Buddha. Those who chant my true name will have eternal life in reincarnation.
There was deathly silence in the sky and on the earth. All the great powers in the 10 directions, heaven and earth, were shocked and silent. Chapter 287 The Skill of Eavesdropping on the Heart. No one expected it. Luli actually made great ambitions at this time. The great aspiration shook time and space, attracting boundless aspiration power to bless one's body. The sound resounded throughout the world, shocking people's hearts. Some foundation building and chi refining disciples with low cultivation couldn't help but respect and worship Luli. Next moment, the whole Buddhism was shaken. Buzz! Buzz! The golden statues of Buddha enshrined in 3,000 Buddhist gates began to tremble violently. Huge streams of sacred Buddha light erupted from the golden statue, soared into the sky, and formed a shadow of the Buddha in the sky. Then, the phantoms of the Buddha turned towards Huangquan Island and bowed together, with their hands together.
10,000 Buddhas are singing together. This is the singing of 10,000 Buddhas. This great wish of Luli is felt by all the Buddhas, and they are extremely respected. This is the way of the great Buddha.
Boom! Master Mercy broke through the Zen room, rose into the sky, and lost his voice in shock. Completely lost all manners.
It turned out to be 10,000 Buddhas singing together. This Luli must be the reincarnated Buddha.
Another Master Hui said with an extremely shocked expression.
What a great ambition!
Master Shuiyu was also surprised. Beside her, a group of nuns in plain clothes all looked respectful and worshipped the Luli in the water mirror with great piety.
Amitabha!
The entire Buddhist disciples flew to the sky together, chanted the Buddha's name, and worshipped Luli. Suddenly, the divine light of the Buddhist kingdom was vast, and the sound of the Buddha shook the sky. In the Daoming Immortal Palace, the leader of the Tao Alliance also had a hint of brilliance in his eyes, and murmured,
This little guy is really good at causing trouble. How dare you make such a grand ambition?
Ling Jinshuang was also shocked. She never expected that Luli would have such ambition, wishing everyone in the world to be like a dragon.
Leader, what is the great aspiration? Can it be eaten?
At this time, Fang Yinli on the side was a little puzzled.
A big wish is a big wish. Your wish is to eat delicious food all over the world. If you change it to a big wish, it would be to keep people in the world warm and full, and eat delicious food every day.
The leader of the Tao Alliance explained.
I see. From the looks of it, this land carp is pretty good too.
Fang Yinli couldn't help but look at him with admiration.
Humph. You don't overestimate your capabilities. How dare you make big ambitions with just a mere golden elixir? Can you afford such a big cause and effect?
In the void, the devil's five-colored magic eyes revealed a cold light. However, the next moment, he turned and left. Luli had just made a great wish, and was blessed by the will of heaven and earth, as well as the wish of all Buddhist believers to protect him. It would be very troublesome to kill him by force. Therefore, he chose to retreat for now.
This kid really doesn't know how high the sky is. But let's spare this kid's life first. When he grows up, he will be able to better incubate the son of my god.
In the void, another terrifying existence also quietly left. Like them, many people secretly sneered.
Those who chant my true name will gain eternal life and reincarnation. What a joke. Who do you think you are? What a loud tone. This little golden elixir dares to make such big ambitions. And it's life or death. Let's see how arrogant he can be.
At this time, in front of the main hall of Huangquan Sect, the Yiming Ghost Emperor, Duga Feng, Lao Yinlong, the Sutra Protector Elder and others were also greatly shocked. They know that Luli can speak arrogant words. However, I really didn't expect Luli's arrogance to be so arrogant. May everyone in the world be like a dragon and become an immortal. If H.L. is not empty, I will never become a Buddha. Shocking.
This time. It seems like it's a bit too big.
Luli felt the enthusiastic admiration of the crowd, and could not help but raise his brows slightly. There are 3 things a new official should do when he takes office. He was designated as the next head of the Huangquan Sect, so he naturally had to shout a few slogans. So, I simply used the slogan of Ksiddhagarbha Buddha directly, and made a great wish-making technique. But now it seems that this slogan seems a bit loud. Somehow, there seems to be a mysterious and vast power of heaven and earth blessing me. If I don't fulfill this great ambition, something bad will happen. However, the land carp didn't care. He is the golden elixir. When you have eternal life, you will be bored, save all sentient beings, and then realize a Bodhi Buddha. It seems that it will be fine.
Very good.
At this time, the Yiming Ghost Emperor showed a proud look on his face, and said in a clear voice,
I founded the Huangquan Sect to receive ghosts from the 10 directions, and achieve immortality and reincarnation. Lu Li will inherit the Huangquan sect and save all sentient beings before they can achieve Bodhi. Hell will not be empty. I swear. Not a Buddha. You guys, you should know what I'm talking about. Right. No.
300,000 Huangquan sect disciples were full of enthusiasm and excitement. And they all shouted loudly.
The Huangquan sect is eternal and immortal for thousands of generations. All living beings in the world will live forever in reincarnation. The Huangquan sect is eternal and immortal for thousands of generations. All living beings in the world will live forever in reincarnation. The Huangquan sect is eternal and immortal for thousands of generations. All living beings in the world will live forever in reincarnation.
Roar, roar, roar. The huge sound resounded between heaven and earth. Witnessing this astonishing scene, the four forces were greatly shocked. It seems that the rise of Huangquan sect is unstoppable.
Not bad.
The Yiming Ghost Emperor nodded with satisfaction.
I am not a stingy person. It just so happens that the next sect leader is appointed today. So I will take advantage of this happy day to reward outstanding disciples. Anyone who practices quickly or makes great contributions to the sect, anyone can come forward to receive the award.
After saying that, he nodded to Duga Feng on the side. Duga Feng took a step forward, smiled slightly, and named each one.
Hong Xian, Zhao Yi, Qiyu, Shi Xian, Lu Xiaofeng. Please come forward one by one to receive the reward. Yes.
There was a sound of joy in the crowd. Immediately afterwards, Huangquan sect disciples flew forward one by one and landed in front of the Yiming Ghost Emperor, waiting for rewards. Qi Tianjia was shocked. However, he could only force himself to stay calm and fly out.
Hong Xian, you practice quickly and are number 1 in the golden elixir. I will reward you with a top-quality magic weapon, the Tiana Pearl. I hope you will continue to practice. Be persistent and courageous, and don't slack off.
The Yiming Ghost Emperor took out an ice blue bead and gave it away with a flick of his hand.
Disciple thanks the master. I will certainly live up to the master's high expectations.
The burly man named Hong Xian was overjoyed, stretched out his hands with great gratitude and respect, and took the ice blue bead. Then, he bowed deeply, turned around and flew back to the square.
Wait a minute.
At this moment, Lu Li raised his hand and shouted,
Huh? I'm going to meet Senior Brother Lu. May I ask if you have any advice?
The burly man was stunned for a moment, then raised his hands and asked. There was a bit of awe in his expression.
Junior Brother Hong, don't be nervous. You are an elite member of our sect, and I admire you very much. These 3 storage rings were obtained by me by killing the disciples of the demon sect in the forbidden area of Taima sect. I don't know anything about the things inside. Not moved. Now, I'll give it to you. I hope you will continue to practice hard.
Lu Li smiled and took out 3 storage rings. It was said that it was not moved at all, but he checked everything inside and took away all the particularly valuable treasures. Secrets were also learned secretly. I also took half of the high-grade spiritual stones. However, the burly man was still overjoyed.
Many thanks to Senior Brother Lu. Many thanks to Senior Brother Lu.
After saying that, he bowed deeply and took the 3 storage rings with both hands. The look of awe and adoration on his face was even more pronounced. When the Huangquan sect disciples and the entire square witnessed this scene, they couldn't help but sigh at Senior Brother Lu's magnanimity. Although he knew that Lu Li was trying to win people's hearts, who would be dissatisfied with such generous spending? Ding. At this time, in Lu Li's mind, a crisp system prompt sounded.
Your Ascension Sutra eavesdropped on the heart of the big man in front of you, and found that this big man was grateful to you, and felt a little bored.
Hearing this, Lu Li smiled. This is the Ascension Sutra, the supreme skill to eavesdrop on other people's thoughts. Obviously, this person's personality is gossip, and he likes to eavesdrop on other people's thoughts. Moreover, those who are lower than yourself will be able to eavesdrop successfully in 9 out of 10 cases. In this way, it also solves the problem that when there are many people, others have murderous intentions towards you, but cannot accurately locate them. It's a pity that those who eavesdrop on people whose realm is higher than their own through the Ascension Sutra may not be able to eavesdrop successfully even once 100 times. Because of this, Lu Li had to leave seclusion and prepare to find an opportunity to break through nascent soul. In the future, after cultivating to the invincible state, wouldn't he know which little beauties are interesting to him as soon as he hears them? If the young lady from any family is interested in me, that would be even more interesting. Chapter 288. Abandoned Tianjiao. At this time, The second outstanding disciple came forward. A young man in green clothes.
Zhao Yi, I will reward you with a divine will seal.
The Evening Ghost Emperor also rewarded him with a top-quality magic weapon.
Thank you, Master, for the reward.
The young man in green named Zhao Yi looked excited and respectful. He took the golden divine seal handed over by the Evening Ghost Emperor with both hands and put it in his arms.
Practice hard and don't slack off.
The Evening Ghost Emperor said appreciatively.
Yes, disciple. Please remember the Master's teachings.
The young man in green held his hands in response and walked up to Lu Li with a look of anticipation on his face.
Practice well.
Lu Li still took out 3 storage rings. I secretly marveled in my heart, as expected of the sudden change in the world. The boy in front of him was only 19 years old, but he had already formed an elixir and had cultivated to the 3rd level of the golden elixir. His magic power was comparable to that of 10 flower streams. Is this the era of great cultivation of immortality in all worlds? Ding. At this moment, the system prompt sounded.
Your Ascension Sutra eavesdropped on the voice of the young man in front of you, and found that the young man admires you very much and wants to be with you to the end of the world. You feel a little excited, and the effect of your cultivation is increased by 1000%.
Lu Li frowned.
Zhao Yi gone, thank you. Senior brother Lu.
At this time, the young man in green took the storage ring, a little excited, and stammered his thanks. Her face showed the shy blush of a young girl's first love. Lu Li took another careful look. This boy is indeed a boy, not some disguised girl. A trace of 7 emotional desire and 7 emotional love spread out from his body and poured into the sea of consciousness. Suddenly, Lu Li felt the subtle movement of the chrysanthemum, but it did not show on his face. He smiled and nodded.
Okay, you can go down. Yes.
The young man in green, Xiaolu, glanced at Lu Li carelessly, turned around and left reluctantly. Call. Lu Li secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately afterwards, the 3rd outstanding disciple stepped forward. He was a mysterious man covered in black robes, with only 2 green ghost eyes exposed. A cold ghostly aura immediately filled the air. Huh? Turns out to be a ghost cultivator? Lu Li couldn't help but be a little surprised.
Xiyu, you have made great progress in your cultivation and have extraordinary talents. I will reward you with a top-quality magic weapon, the Spirit Control Pearl.
The Evening Ghost Emperor flicked his sleeves and handed out an obsidian the size of a thumb.
Thank you, Master.
The mysterious man stretched out 2 big hands made of ghost energy and took them with both hands. Then, he walked up to Lu Li and bowed respectfully.
Qiyu pays homage to senior brother Lu Wudi. I wish senior brother to ascend to the immortal class as soon as possible.
Good. Lu Li nodded, raised his big hand, and was about to hand out the 3 storage rings he was holding. Suddenly, ding, a clear system prompt sounded in my mind.
Your Ascension Sutra overheard the voice of the ghost cultivator in front of you and found that the ghost cultivator was cursing you crazily and wanted to kill you. You felt extremely excited, and the cultivation effect increased by 10,000%.
Curse? Kill? Lu Li's heart moved, and enemies flashed through his mind. However, Lu Li's expression did not show any signs of strangeness. He smiled and handed out 3 storage rings.
Qiyu. Right. These 3 storage rings are given to you. I hope you will continue to work hard in cultivation. Thank you, senior brother.
The mysterious ghost cultivator took the storage ring and thanked him. Then, he turned around and was about to fly back.
Wait a minute. Show you. You've lost your stuff.
At this moment, Lu Li suddenly shouted with a smile, flicked his sleeves, and threw something towards the mysterious ghost cultivator. The mysterious ghost cultivator turned around after hearing the sound and saw something flying towards him. His ghost body immediately shook wildly. His green eyes glowed brightly, and he subconsciously stretched out his ghost hand to grab it. This is an emerald green millstone, the Eldar sacred artifact, the Chaos God's mill. However, before he could catch it, the spiritual artifact flew back to Lu Li's hand with a hiss.
Qi Tianjiao. Long time no see.
Lu Li played with the spiritual artifact and said with a smile. As soon as these words came out, the whole place was in an uproar. The expressions of everyone around him changed. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying divine power immediately burst out, covering the world in all directions, and severely suppressed the mysterious ghost cultivator. As if struck by thunder, the mysterious ghost cultivator trembled all over and forced himself to calm down.
Senior brother, you have recognized the wrong person. How could I be the abandoned genius of the holy son of the spirit race?
Unfortunately, there was still a hint of fear in his words, and he desperately asked the Spirit Emperor for help, but received no response.
Stop making excuses.
At this time, Lu Li raised the spiritual artifact in his hand and sneered.
Your sacred instrument has recognized me as its master. The artifact spirit inside secretly told me that you are the abandoned genius. This is what you have been with for many years.
The sacred weapon of the spirit race is extremely familiar with your soul aura, and it will never make a mistake.
What? Hearing Lu Li's words, Qi Tianjiao couldn't help but glare at the spiritual artifact, his eyes full of resentment and anger. This spiritual artifact actually took the shape of a land carp. It felt like one's childhood sweetheart suddenly rebelled and became a slave of the enemy, allowing others to play around with him. He was completely devoted to the enemy and turned against him. This kind of betrayal, which was like 1,000 arrows piercing the heart, made Qi Tianjiao feel so angry that he almost burned his 3 souls and 7 souls to death.
The next moment, an astonishing breath exploded in his body.
Want to blow yourself up?
The Yiming Ghost Emperor's blue jade eyes narrowed. A cold light flashed, and with a weak grasp with his big hand, he caught Qi Tianjiao out of thin air.
Come here. Take him to the 18 Yamas Hall. Search for his soul and refine his soul. Yes.
A great master of void refining stepped forward, pointed at the golden elixir of the abandoned genius, and sneered.
You want to blow yourself up after offending Chief Lu? How can it be so easy?
After that, he mentioned the abandonment of Tianjiao and flew away. The 3 storage rings naturally returned to Lu Li's hands. Witnessing this scene, all the Huangquan Sect disciples were extremely angry and cursed one after another.
That Japanese bitch actually wants to harm me. Senior brother Lu? Fortunately, my senior brother Lu is wise and powerful, and has a sharp eye, so he can see through the true face of this hanging man. How unreasonable. I will go to the Yama Hall later to reward him with a pot of 1882-year-old boy's urine. This abandoned Tianjiao must have no father or mother. He is a wolf with a heart and a dog's lungs. He is worse than a pig or a dog. He actually wants to kill senior brother Lu while eating the food of Huangquan Sect?
Among all the scoldings, the young man in green, Zhao Yi, scolded him the most fiercely. More people worship Lu Li even more and fear him like a god. This abandoned genius actually managed to hide it from the master and other great masters. But he did not escape the eyes of senior brother Lu. Simply awesome.
Okay. Continue.
The Yiming Ghost Emperor waved his hand and continued to reward magic pills. Lu Li didn't take it seriously at all. He took out the storage ring and gave it to his junior brother and sister very proudly. Yuhua Ascension Sutra continued to eavesdrop. However, most of what was overheard this time were the voices of admiration. There are also a few people who want to marry Lu Li, both male and female. There was even one who wanted to become Lu Li's underground lover behind the back of his 2 lovers. Lu Li took one look at her appearance and couldn't help but angrily reprimanded this behavior. How can a woman be half-hearted and fall in love with a handsome person when she sees him? Hongxing cheats on her again and again? How shameless. Later, another beautiful woman with a husband developed a secret affection for him. Lu Li took a look at her heart and immediately fell in love with her at first sight. He was deeply in love with her and decided to have an in-depth chat with this beauty in the future to persuade her not to be so half-hearted and to change her ways. At the same time, he gained another wave of fame. The wrath of the 7 emotions. Obviously, the anger of the 7 emotions comes from the 9 great demon gates. Most of Yiming Ghost Emperor's top-quality magic weapons came from the 9 great demon sects. And Lu Li's storage ring was all cultivated by the 9 great demon sects' golden elixirs. The 2 of them used these things to fight in front of the heavenly forces. To reward the disciples of the Huangquan sect is simply to kill someone. Just like that. After 1 stick of incense, the reward was completed. The Yiming Ghost Emperor waved his hand.
Go away! Go back and practice hard. In 3 months, prepare for the first sect competition.
As soon as these words came out, the 300,000 disciples of Huangquan sect were in commotion again. But they still saluted in unison.
I'll thank you, the leader. And thank you, senior brother.
After the ceremony, the 300,000 disciples dispersed happily. The projection of the heavens was also closed. Lu Li also followed Yiming Ghost Emperor and others back to the sect's main hall. As soon as he entered the door, a powerful nascent soul came in and sent a message.
Master, the ancestor of the Abyss Tianxiang Fox clan came to visit Chief Lu. Ancestor of the Abyss Tianxiang Fox? When Luli heard this, his heart moved. This ancestor must be aiming at the Spirit Emperor's treasure house. Chapter 289 The New Cave. Before the arrival of all demons, the ancestor of the Abyss Fox clan came secretly and made a deal with Luli. Buy the key to the Spirit clan's holy weapon and open the Spirit Emperor's treasure house. The deposit was also paid. It is a 1,000-year elixir and an Eldar life seed. Unexpectedly, after the arrival of the demons, Luli disappeared directly. Now, the ancestor of the Fox clan saw Luli coming out of seclusion through the projection of the heavens. He couldn't bear it anymore and came to visit him directly. He must be preparing to complete the transaction and ask for the key to the spiritual clan's sacred weapon. Let her wait first. Luli waved his hand. Okay. The powerful nascent soul exited the hall. Luli, the great ambition you made just now is really shocking. At that time, I almost thought you were the Buddha who came to the world. At this time, Dugafeng was sitting on the upper left corner, with his legs crossed, and said meaningfully, Buddha comes to the world? You don't dare to take it. You don't take it. If I were the Buddha who came to the world, I would have wiped out all the demon gates and entered the demon world. Luli smiled and sat next to him, very humble. Hearing this, the old obscene dragon sitting opposite chuckled. Luli, there are few people here, so it will be fine if you admit it. When the time comes, once your identity as the Buddha comes out, the entire Buddhist sect will directly enshrine you. Get up. If you want the wind, if you want the rain, there will be as many concubines as you want to help you practice. Huh? After Luli heard this, he couldn't help but feel something in his heart. But then I thought about it. If I go to Buddhism, eat fast and chant Buddha's name every day. If I go too far, some old monks will probably come out to persuade me. But I don't feel comfortable even thinking about it. Still exempt. Luli, this is the token of the spiritual island where you live and practice. A palace has been built on it, and it has not been named yet. You can go check it out later. If you don't like it, just ask someone to modify it. At this moment, the Evening Ghost Emperor in front flicked his sleeves and sent a yellow jade dragon sign. Thank you, Master. Luli grabbed the jade token, held it in his hand and thanked him, feeling happy in his heart. Finally, I have my own island. In the future, wouldn't it be nice to go fishing, go surfing, plant flowers, bask in the sun, and make a little person? Just as he was thinking about it, the Evening Ghost Emperor looked solemn and suddenly asked, Luli, there is an undercurrent surging in the world now. What are you going to do? Is there an undercurrent surging in the world? Luli was a little surprised. That's right. Dugafeng on the side raised his jade hand, twirling his green silk fingers with his beautiful fingers. Denfeng frowned. Although the Huangquan sect is a sudden rise, it only occupies a quarter of the overseas territory. The other 3/4 are occupied by the 10,000 Islands Alliance. The Condor Alliance is occupied by Tianlong Island. This shouldn't be right. Luli was stunned for a moment. The 10,000 Islands Alliance is backed by the Immortal Alliance and Tianwai Palace. The island owner of the Condor Alliance is Xingfeng Lai. And there are also several overseas factions. Behind Tianlong Island is the Demon Sect. How could it possibly suppress the Underworld Sect? As long as the Huangquan Sect cooperates with the Condor Alliance, all oppression will be eliminated. At this time, Dugafeng hummed and said, After 3,000 worlds, there is a divine clan from the God Realm who descends directly with an army and forms an alliance with the Tianwai Palace, becoming a huge backer for the 10,000 Islands Alliance. Tianlong Island, with the support of the 9 demon sects and the Abyss Demon Clan, is desperately suppressing the Huangquan sect. Xingfeng Lai of the Divine Eagle Alliance has collected money from Tianlong Island and the 10,000 Islands Alliance, and has been doing some small tricks recently. So, the Huangquan sect is now isolated and helpless overseas and is suppressed. After hearing what Dugafeng said, Luli looked solemn. There is actually an army of gods from another world coming directly. From this point of view, Huangquan sect seems to be prosperous, but in fact the situation is not good. From a geographical point of view, the Divine Eagle Alliance is far away in the deep sea and is rich in resources. Tianlong Island is adjacent to the Demon Gate in the south. The 10,000 Islands Alliance occupies the East China Sea. The Huangquan sect is caught in the middle, which is quite uncomfortable. Over the past 3 years, relying solely on ghosts, the Emperor destroyed the treasure troves of the 9 great demon gates and managed to hold on. Dugafu took a sip of tea and sighed softly.
Where is the Immortal Alliance?
Luli raised his eyebrows.
The sky and the earth are getting bigger, and a mysterious fairy mountain appears in the void. The guys from the Taoist sect are busy looking for treasures everywhere, and also looking for the fairy world in the 3,000 worlds. The Buddhist side is sensing the 3,000 worlds every day, trying to find the legendary Buddhist world. Have no intention of caring about overseas affairs. It seems that they don't want Huangquan's sect to rise too fast, and they are happy to see Huangquan's sect be suppressed. Who said that Huangquan's sect was formerly the Yiming Ghost sect? A demonic sect? Without Lu Li's heaven-shaking sword, Huangquan's sect probably wouldn't be able to open up.
Du Yifeng smiled. It sounds a bit gloating. Everyone. After hearing this, Lu Li also had some understanding of the general trend of the world. Overseas, main forces are eyeing the Huangquan sect. The Taoist sect and Buddhist sect of the land of Zhongzhou are prepared to watch from the wall, watch the fire from across the bank, and sit on the mountain to watch the tiger fight. In this way, as the future leader of the Huangquan sect, I will definitely be under great pressure. Overt and covert attacks are indispensable. What he fears most is that the heads of the 9 demon sects, or even the demon envoy, will come directly to kill him. Could it be that he can only hide in the Huangquan sect? There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with this.
Lu Li, what are your plans?
The Yiming Ghost Emperor asked solemnly.
My plan is to first look for opportunities to break through the nascent soul.
Lu Li answered honestly.
This is dangerous.
The Yiming Ghost Emperor spoke bluntly.
You have a special status now, and you have offended a lot of people. The people who want to kill you are like Christian carp crossing the river. If you go out to look for opportunities, you will definitely be in danger. There's someone who can help me.
Lu Li pondered slightly. As soon as these words came out, a rickety figure immediately flashed in everyone's mind.
Old man Tianji?
Du Gufeng turned the teacup in his hand and said slowly.
Old Tianji can indeed help you fool Tianji, and help you figure out your chance. However, now that old man Tianji is also a mud bodhisattva crossing the river, he is hiding and no one can find him.
This surprised Lu Li. Someone actually threatened old man Tianji?
In the 3,000 worlds, a mysterious race seems to have descended, called the Tao Thai, which specializes in devouring the innate souls and people of supreme blood. On a whim, old man Tianji calculated the arrival of the Tao Ai clan and fled without a trace.
The Yiming Ghost Emperor said solemnly.
Yes.
The old obscene dragon across from me sighed.
I'm so scared that I can only hide near the Huangquan sect and can't go anywhere.
Is this Tao Thai clan so vicious? Lu Li was shocked.
So, Lu Li, you can practice in Huangquan sect for a while, and after I find old man Tianji, you can go out and look for opportunities to break through.
Yiming Ghost Emperor said.
Thank you, Master.
Lu Li agreed on the spot.
Then I will take you to your spiritual island to see.
After the Yiming Ghost Emperor finished speaking, he stood up directly. The sleeves of the robe are flicked. The world was spinning for a while. The land carp appeared in the bright sky. Under the feet is a huge island, 2,000 miles across, with spiritual energy spraying straight into the sky. Incredibly rich.
Lu Li, this giant island rose from the bottom of the sea after the great changes in the world. It has a spiritual vein. The spiritual energy is extremely rich, and it contains the beauty of a year. Are you satisfied?
Ghost Emperor Yiming asked with a smile. Lu Li tilted his head slightly and took a look at the shape of the giant island. It was round with 6 protruding obtuse angles. The front and rear obtuse angles are very long, a bit like a head and tail. Lu Li couldn't help but look a little weird.
Master, what is the name of this spiritual island? Xuanwu Island.
Yiming Ghost Emperor replied. Lu Li couldn't help but froze. Isn't this the Turtle Bastard Island? Faintly, Lu Li felt a little green on his head.
Chapter 290 Ancestor of the Fox Clan.
Master, is this really the spiritual island where I will live and practice in the future?
Lu Li frowned slightly.
Why? Not satisfied? This aura is full of energy and is first class among the hundreds of millions of miles of the Huangquan sect. It is enough for you to cultivate to the realm of refining the void.
The Yiming Ghost Emperor was a little surprised.
That's it. I'm satisfied.
Lu Li smiled and nodded. Anyway, it will be his spiritual island from now on. It doesn't matter what shape you want to cultivate it into.
Your cave is built in the center of Xuanwu Island. It is a simple emperor's palace, with spring, summer, autumn and winter in front and behind. In addition, there are also 6 outer islands of Lingdao, all with small palaces, and various large formations have been set up. You don't have to worry about safety.
The Evening Ghost Emperor pointed and introduced. The more Luli listened, the more satisfied he became. This island is really nice. The east is full of spring. The south is lush with green trees, springs and waterfalls. And the west is full of autumn maples, like the setting sun. The most amazing thing is that in the north, it is covered with snow and snow is falling. Cranes, deer and other rare birds and animals can be seen everywhere. Pieces of medicinal fields were also planned to grow various elixirs. It can be seen that the people who built this spiritual island really put a lot of thought into it.
Okay, this will be your cave from now on. You can take your time and wander around. I'm going to help you find Old Man Tianji.
The Evening Ghost Emperor smiled.
Isn't Old Man Tianji hiding?
Luli was stunned.
Although he is hidden, there is one person who can definitely find Old Man Tianji.
The Evening Ghost Emperor said calmly. Instantly, a stunning beauty with jade feet appeared in Luli's mind. Leader of the Tao Alliance.
Could it be the leader of the Taoist Alliance?
Luli asked.
It's her.
Ghost Emperor Yiming nodded and sighed.
This woman is worshipped by 9,000 Taoist sects and is hiding at ease in the Tao Alliance Immortal Palace. She is really enviable. Will she help?
Luli couldn't help but frown. This woman has a bit of a weird temper. She likes to tease others and mess with their mentality. If you ask her for help, you may get a bad reception or be rejected.
Others may not help, but the leader of the Tao Alliance will repay the favor of your sword in the Taima sect's forbidden area. So she will definitely help you find Old Man Tianji.
The Evening Ghost Emperor said firmly. Right. After all, he is also a great contributor to the Immortal Alliance. Luli suddenly nodded, bowed his hands and said,
Then I'll trouble you. Master! By the way, after the torture of the abandoned genius, the disciple felt that he should not be killed for the time being. Maybe he has other uses. And he just needs to find someone every day, scratching the glass with your fingernails every day and chanting Buddhist sutras to him. That's all. Are you sure he won't go crazy if you do this?
The Evening Ghost Emperor raised his eyebrows.
It's okay. If he goes crazy, we can save him again.
Luli wrote lightly.
Dot.
After hearing this, the Evening Ghost Emperor was silent for a moment, then shook his head and sighed.
Luli, you are indeed more suitable to be a member of the demon cult. I finally understand why you stand out among the demon masters.
After saying that, he stepped into the void and disappeared. Boom. Luli did not hesitate and suddenly fell into Xuanwu Island. The next moment, the entire giant island shone brightly. Countless mysterious runes flew into the sky and formed a huge dome of blue light, covering the entire island. Buzz! There was another clear cry. The blue light dome disappeared, and the bright sunlight fell down again. At this time, Luli had already circled around the huge palace. The more he looked, the more satisfied he looked. This palace is made of extraterrestrial star stones, which are indestructible and extremely strong. Among them, there are 9 rooms in the main hall. There are respectively the living room, the martial arts arena, the living and sleeping rooms, the spiritual pet room, the alchemy room, the study room, the secret training room, the dance viewing hall, and the star-catching platform. In addition to the main hall, there are left and right side halls, 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, a back garden, etc. It is simply a simple palace for a secular emperor.
This place is even more luxurious and spacious than the Temple of Hell. From now on, even if we have 1,000 or 2,000 ladies, I'm afraid it won't be crowded.
Luli was floating in the air, looking at the magnificent palace at his feet, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Look at Lingdo's square formation again. There is a powerful deity sitting there, guarding them secretly. Extremely safe. In addition, there are Huangquan Sect disciples guarding the outside of the island, ready for orders at any time. Correct. Luli suddenly remembered something and raised his hand. Call out. A red flame flew out of the sleeves, circled around the land carp 3 times, and finally turned into a huge 4-tailed fox as big as a cow, crawling in front of him.
Suji pays homage to the master.
This is the abyss fox demon that Luli conquered and named Su.
Yeah. Luli, what a big house. Will this be our cave from now on? Ha! Let me first see where is the best place to bury the body.
Accompanied by the sound of milk and milk, there was a sound. A little man with yellow buds emerged from his arms and flashed back and forth in the sky. Extremely excited.
Suji, you will be in charge of the elixirs on this island from now on. If there is a problem, I will ask you for it,
Luli ordered.
Yes. Suji noted it down.
The four-tailed fox demon was extremely well behaved and replied in awe. In its senses, the aura of the land carp is unfathomable, and its blood is like a dragon. It is simply more terrifying than some demon kings of the Abyss demon clan. At this moment, a clear voice sounded.
Junior brother, I'm here to acknowledge you.
It was Bai Jinfei's voice. Luli turned around following the sound and saw Bai Jinfei and the old dragon outside the Spirit Island. He couldn't help but smile, remove the restriction on the Spirit Island, and welcome the two in.
Junior brother, your cave is too big.
As soon as Bai Jinfei came in, he couldn't help but feel envious.
This rich spiritual energy is even inferior to my own Dragon Island.
On the side, the old lustful dragon who turned into a boy in white shirt couldn't help but sigh.
It's just a place to live and practice. Senior brother, senior true dragon, come into the hall and sit down.
Luli smiled and led the two of them to fly into the hall. The main hall is very spacious and bright. The jade pillars are carved with dragons and phoenixes, and the jade chairs and tables are decorated with flying flowers and leaves, adding a touch of elegance. There are still majestic flying dragons painted on the walls. As soon as the three of them sat down, the four-tailed fox demon transformed into a beautiful girl and acted as a servant, making tea and wine for the three of them.
TSK, 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 Junior brother, you, the fox demon of the Abyss clan, can train and teach you to become a servant. It's really amazing.
Bai Jinfei gave a thumbs up.
Hee hee. If he can train the ancestors of the Fox clan to become servants, then the entire Tianxiang Fox clan will be his. Then I will accept it.
The old lustful dragon chuckled. Hearing what he said, Luli suddenly woke up. The ancestor of the Fox clan was still waiting. So, Luli gave an order.
Suji, go and inform the guarding disciples and ask your ancestors of the Fox clan to come over. Yes.
Suji was a little excited and flew out of the hall immediately.
Wait a minute. Please ask Senior True Dragon for help in suppressing the ancestor of the Fox clan.
Luli looked solemn and cupped his hands.
No problem. I'm also quite interested in the ancestors of the Fox clan and the Spirit Emperor's treasure house.
The old lustful dragon laughed evilly. Soon, a dazzling and coquettish red light floated into the hall under the leadership of Suji. He is the ancestor of the Abyss Tianxiang Fox clan. Without saying a word, Luli immediately launched the Feathering and Ascension Sutra. Eavesdrop. Chapter 291, Catch Me. Zhou Shuren. For what Lu Xun committed. Ding.
Your Ascension Sutra began to eavesdrop on the ancestor of the Fox clan in front of you. Overheard shit. Dot.
This feathered Ascension Sutra is so naughty. Luli was speechless, but not surprised. The ancestor of the Fox clan in front of him is at least a virtual realm, and may even be in the realm of fusion. If he can overhear, he will be a ghost.
Senior, sit down.
Luli remained calm and said calmly,
Congratulations to Lu Xiaoyu for becoming the next head of the Underworld Sect.
The coquettish red light floated into a jade chair, slowly rotating, and a soft voice came out.
There's no need to say polite words. Senior, I'm here in a hurry to visit you. It's for the Spirit Emperor's treasure house.
Luli asked straight to the point.
Yes.
The ancestor of the Fox clan didn't waste any time and answered directly.
3 years ago, I made a deal with Lu Xiaoyu. I was going to buy the holy artifact of the Spirit clan and open the Spirit Emperor's treasury. The deposit has been given to Lu Xiaoyu. Now, it's time to continue. The deal is done.
As he spoke, a flaming jade-like storage ring floated out of the red light and landed on the table nearby. Luli glanced at it, picked up the teacup and blew gently.
Here are 9,000 high-grade spiritual stones, a 10,000-year elixir, and a life seed from the Abyss spiritual clan. Please take out the spiritual clan's holy weapon, Mr. Lu, and complete the transaction.
The voice of the ancestor of the Fox clan was filled with impatience. However, Luli continued to drink tea, totally indifferent.
Little friend Lu, what do you mean?
The ancestor of the Fox clan asked in a deep voice.
Senior, this deal may not continue.
Luli put down his teacup, calmly said something slowly.
Are you going to regret it?
The red light trembled violently, and the voice became a bit cold.
Don't forget. You swore an oath back then. Swear. How could I forget this? Senior, please remind me.
Luli pretended to be surprised.
Little friend Lu, You swore to Patriarch Ming that if you couldn't come up with a deal for the Spirit Clan's sacred weapon after 10 days, you would pay back the deposit in full and cut off one of your arms.
The ancestor of the Fox clan in the red light said in a cold voice.
Is it?
Luli had a look of confusion on his face.
Why don't I remember?
This clearly means cheating.
Snort.
The ancestor of the Fox clan snorted. And a big hand condensed with red light pointed at Su Ji, who was standing next to Luli, and said,
Jier was at the scene at that time. She is the witness.
When Su Ji heard this, he suddenly looked embarrassed and confused. This is obviously difficult for her to do.
Su Ji, is that what I said at that time? You have to think clearly. If you say the wrong thing, I might punish you later to use your fox fur to knit a 10-foot-long fox scarf for me.
Luli drank tea as if nothing had happened. Threaten. The threat of Chiguagua. When Su Ji heard this, he trembled all over. He blinked at the ancestor of the Fox clan with some embarrassment. He bit his lip lightly and said,
Master, I was memorizing the Alchemy Sutra at the time. I don't remember.
Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, an astonishing demonic power immediately erupted from the red light. Su Ji immediately turned pale. His soul was filled with fear, and he subconsciously wanted to kneel down and beg for mercy.
Humph! Old fox, this is not your fox den. You will not be allowed to run wild.
At this moment, a cold snort sounded, and the eyes of the young man in white shirt sitting on the upper left side blinked into pure gold dragon eyes. The terrifying dragon's power spread suddenly and suppressed everyone's heart. The suppression from the innate bloodline caused the red light to tremble violently and almost collapse.
Sorry, I was rude.
Suppressed by Long's power, the ancestor of the Fox clan immediately restrained his power and apologized.
Then please forgive me for not entertaining you. Senior, please.
Luli was also rude and sent the guests off coldly.
Slow.
The ancestor of the Fox clan said one word. Bang. A blue image stone flew out of the red light and landed on the table. The next moment, the image stone was activated. An image was projected from the stone and flashed rapidly in midair. This is exactly what happened when Luli made a deal with the ancestor of the Fox clan. If you swear, you won't miss a word. Show them all.
Little friend Lu, you can't deny it this time.
The ancestor of the Fox clan said slowly. This old guy was really prudent in doing things. And he actually had a few tricks up his sleeve. Luli sighed secretly in his heart, with a smile on his face.
It turns out that this is really the case. Sorry. I activated the Dao sword in the Taimao Sect's forbidden area, which consumed my blood essence, overdrawn my lifespan, and also caused some damage to my brain. For a while. I didn't remember it for a while. I see. That's understandable. So, Mr. Lu, can we continue trading now?
The ancestor of the Fox clan asked.
Of course. You can't.
Luli said something surprising.
Huh? Little friend Lu, are you obviously cheating? Are you really going to cut off your arm?
The ancestor of the Fox clan asked in a deep voice. On the side, Lao Yinlong, Bai Jinfei, and Su Ji all looked at him strangely. Luli smiled calmly and did not answer directly. He turned around and asked,
Senior brother Bai, what is my status now? Junior brother Lu, you are now the senior brother of the Underworld Sect and the future head of the Underworld Sect.
Bai Jinfei immediately understood and replied with a smile.
That's right.
Luli nodded and spread his hands.
3 years ago, I was the chief of the Yiming Go Sect. What does the oath the chief of the Yiming Go Sect swore to the Yiming Patriarch have to do with me? A disciple of the Huangquan Sect?
The ancestor of the Fox clan was speechless.
Dot.
The old lustful dragon couldn't believe it.
Dot.
Su Ji was stunned.
Dot.
Bai Jinfei smiled and gave Luli a thumbs up.
Right.
Luli continued.
I am now the senior brother of the Huangquan Sect. If I swear to Emperor Huangquan, the oath will still be valid. However, the Yiming Go Sect no longer exists, and the Yiming Patriarch has no control over me. So, the oath made years ago has become invalid. You are so shameless.
The ancestor of the Fox clan was silent for a moment, then slowly uttered 5 words. Every word revealed a huge mood swing, and it was obvious that he was really angry.
Thank you for the compliment.
Luli smiled calmly and agreed as a matter of course.
Dot.
The ancestor of the Fox clan was silent for a while, and then slowly said,
Luli, aren't you afraid that I will spread the word about this?
Hee hee. Hearing this threat, Luli's expression turned cold and his eyes were as sharp as a sword.
Senior, You came to me for a deal at first. But as soon as you turned around, you got together with the Taimo sect and prepared to murder me. With bad intentions. I haven't settled the matter with you yet. So you came here? Are you okay? Do you want me to find a veterinarian to look at you? This.
The ancestor of the Fox clan was obviously shocked. And suddenly sighed.
We, the Tianxiang Fox clan, are controlled by the Abyss Spirit clan and have no choice but to obey. I hope little friend Lu will forgive me. See a visitor out.
Luli didn't waste much time and just chased people away.
Goodbye then.
Knowing that he was in the wrong, the ancestor of the Fox clan immediately floated up and followed Su Ji out of the Spirit Island. Wait for someone to leave. The old lustful dragon immediately asked.
Luli, why don't you let me keep this ancestor of the Fox clan? I heard that this ancestor of the Fox clan carries a heavenly fragrance that makes people feel ecstatic when smelling it. I have never smelled it. This should be just a clone. Besides, even if it is the real body, it is the leader of the Abyss Demon clan after all. If you catch it rashly, I am afraid it will lead to crazy revenge from the Abyss Fox clan.
Luli shook his head. The current situation is not optimistic, and the Huaquan sect is surrounded by enemies on all sides. It's better to be more cautious. Ding. Just as I was thinking about it, a crisp system prompt sounded.
Your Ascension Sutra overheard by Jin Fei's thoughts, and found that he was dreaming of becoming the Fox King of the Tianxiang Fox clan. The 18 generations of foxes from his ancestors are proficient in killing. So he felt very unlucky. The training effect is reduced by 1000%.
Luli secretly shook his head upon hearing this. Bai Jinfei knew what he was thinking at a glance. And there was no value in eavesdropping. So he never let Yu Huaxingjing eavesdrop.
Junior brother.
Your spiritual island is sparsely populated. Do you want me to send you some maids and maids? When you are free. It would be good to go to a deserted island with 1 man and 5 women to survive. Or go camping on a celestial body.
Bai Jinfei gave a look that every man would understand.
Thank you for your kindness. Senior brother? No need.
Luli refused directly. After all, his spiritual island already has 2 mistresses. One is Ru Ji. One is Ji Rong. Wait a few days to pick up Ji Rong. And then go to Feixian Temple to pick up Ru Ji. By then, the sun will be 3 poles high. Wouldn't it be beautiful?
Brother-in-law, you don't have to worry about your junior brother. With his current reputation, he can attract countless beauties with just a wave of his hand.
Lao Long interjected.
TSK. It turns out that junior brother has a plan for a long time. I won't disturb that senior brother and continue practicing in Humingfeng Tower. By the way, junior brother, my island is in the southeast. Senior sister Yao Yao's island is in the northwest. And Master's island is in the middle. Come and sit with me when you have time.
Bai Jin flew up and said,
Okay, I'll remember it. Senior brother, just remember to prepare beauties and delicacies.
Luli smiled and nodded.
No problem, brother-in-law. Let's go then. No need to send it off.
Bai Jinfei waved his hand, and then flew away directly with the old Yin Long. After the people left, there was a bang. The Spirit Island ban is triggered again.
Su Ji, you keep a close watch outside while I go to practice. Remember to report anything you have to say.
Luli stood up and ordered.
Yes, master.
Su Ji replied respectfully. Immediately, Luli flew into the training palace. Suddenly his eyes lit up. The entire hall is actually carved with 5 elements of high-grade spiritual stone. And the aura is overwhelming. Moreover, the main hall seemed to be directly above the spiritual veins, with a steady stream of spiritual energy spurting out from the spirit gathering array, as rich as water and as jelly-like. Very amazing. Luli was very satisfied. Immediately afterwards, he sat cross-legged on a green wooden bed made of high-grade spiritual stone and jade and called. A screen appeared in front of me. On the screen, a golden humanoid silhouette was sitting cross-legged in the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram, with all the muscles and veins in the body and the internal organs clearly revealed. A bunch of colorful little people are dangling in this humanoid outline, like a group of free-range ducks and chickens. Gather, Luli shouted with a smile. Suddenly, a group of colorful little people came in and formed an array, floating in front of him very obediently.
Go and slay demons. Perform chivalrous acts. And support your family.
Luli waved his hand gently. The words fell. Sizzle. Under the leadership of a golden little man, all the colorful little men disappeared in a flash.
They are all a good group of kids.
Luli sighed. There is even more expectation in my heart. When his kung fu army takes shape, won't he be able to kill everyone without having to do it himself? At this moment, there was a tremor in the storage ring. Luli frowned, turned his big palm, and summoned a shadow stone. The next moment, a human-shaped shadow was projected from the shadow stone, clearly revealed in midair, and said with a smile, "Long time no see, little one." Chapter 292, I want to be an undercover agent. This is an extremely familiar figure. Her black hair is like clouds. Her hair hangs down from her temples. Her face is stunning, and her skin is as frosty as snow. A pair of slender jade legs, moist and well-proportioned. The two pink lotus jade-like jade feet are flawless and perfect, like a piece of art that makes people unable to help but hold it in their hands and play with it carefully. Wearing a luxurious golden phoenix cheongsam, she made her exquisite figure look graceful and moving. It gives people a feeling of being graceful and luxurious, like a goddess descending to the earth. People only dare to look at it from a distance, and don't dare to have any thoughts of profanity. The moment this figure appeared, the entire cultivation hall was filled with a fragrant orchid and musk fragrance, which made people feel refreshed and ethereal. This beautiful and fragrant woman is the leader of the Taoist Alliance. Luli. Long time no see. The shadow of the leader of the Tao Alliance gradually solidified, with a slight smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. Step by step, lotuses grew on his jade feet, stepping on the formation. There is a hint of enchantment in the elegance of every gesture. Seeing this, Luli sighed softly and was speechless. Leader, do you powerful people know what it means to knock before entering? Also, if you do this, I can't practice with peace of mind. I'm here to tell you about the opportunity of nascent soul. The leader of the Tao Alliance had eyes like the moon and smiled. I am too late to welcome the leader of the Alliance. He still needs to knock on the door. Doesn't that mean he is looking down on me? Luli? When Luli heard this, his expression became serious. Leader, please take a seat. Leader, please wait a moment. I will make you a pot of fine tea right now. After that, he took out the teapot from the storage ring and started to work. You little guy really knows how to make things happen. The leader of the Tao Alliance chuckled and looked around. Then, with one step, the person floated to the jade bed beside him, tilted his body, and fell down. He rested on a gold and jade porcelain pillow, and his jade body lay horizontally with moving curves. In this way, she occupied the bed that Luli had not yet slept on. Well, Luli glanced at the Grand Master's chair beside him, and then at the Taoist Alliance leader on the jade bed. He sighed inwardly and helplessly summoned a small jade coffee table and placed it on the jade bed. Then, he put the teapot on and poured her a cup of fairy tea respectfully. Leader, thank you for your hard work. Please have tea. Luli picked up the jade cup and handed it to the Alliance leader. Let it go first. The leader of the Tao Alliance waved his perfect snow-white jade hands, and his voice was lazily. I want to eat fairy Bodhi seeds now. Do you have any? I don't have it, but the Huangquan Sect does. Leader, please wait a moment. Luli looked solemn. After saying that, he flew out of the training hall and ordered the Huangquan Sect disciples guarding the spiritual island to get the immortal Bodhi seed. Yes, the guarding disciples showed great respect and flew away with a bang. In less than a moment, the man flew back with a bang, already carrying a basket of fairy Bodhi seeds on his shoulders. You're doing well, and you have a bright future. I'll give you some guidance in the future. Luli made a promise. This made the guarding disciples instantly energetic, and their work enthusiasm increased by 10,000%. Soon, Luli returned to the training hall, plucked a bunch of fairy Bodhi seeds with his own hands, washed them, and placed them on a jade plate in front of the leader of the Taoist Alliance. This is a spiritual fruit similar to green grapes. After eating it, it can keep the skin supple and replenish energy. Leader, eat. Luli smiled. I want you to help me peel the fruit. The leader of the Tao Alliance glanced at it and said lazily. Luli frowned slightly. Leader, you have gone too far. If I really peel the fruit for you, wouldn't I become the eunuch next to the queen? If you peel the fruit for me, I will tell you the location of a Taoist artifact. The leader of the Taoist Alliance was lying on the gold, jade and porcelain pillow, smiling lightly. Hey, leader, what are you talking about? Leader, you led the immortal way, resisted the invasion of the demon world, and saved the people of the world from danger. You have made great contributions.
My respect for you is like peeling off a few fruit peels in the endless stream of the river. No matter what. It's okay to go up mountains of swords and seas of fire.
After Luli said this, he took a jade chair. Then, he sat down on the edge of the bed, picked up a bunch of Bodhi seeds, and began to peel them carefully. Seeing how quickly he changed his attitude, the leader of the Tao Alliance rolled his eyes. But it's also full of charm. Just like that, the stars outside the palace were vast. The silver moon hung high, and the heaven and earth were silent. The leader of the Tao Alliance held his chin in his hands, looking at his exquisite body with a slight smile on his lips. Luli's fingers were flying, and with just a few moves, he peeled off the peels from the baskets of fairy Bodhi seeds and stacked them on the jade plate,
stacking them into a tall pyramid.
It's done. Leader, please use it slowly.
Luli smiled.
Good.
The leader of the Tao Alliance stretched out his green and jade fingers, picked up a piece of fruit pulp, and put it into the sandalwood mouth.
Then,
Xiao frowned.
This spiritual fruit of yours is only 300 years old. The juice is slightly sour and not tasty.
The leader of the Tao Alliance frowned and shook his head. Hearing this, Luli gritted his teeth secretly and wished he could skin her all over immediately and whip her several times. However, the strength is not enough. Luli could only memorize it secretly in his notebook, and said straight to the point.
Leader, may I ask where the opportunity for the nascent soul calculated by Old Man Tianji is? The Northern Abyss. The Spiritual Emperor's treasure house.
The leader of the Tao Alliance did not waste any nonsense this time, and answered simply and neatly. The Spirit Emperor's treasure house? Such a coincidence? Luli was a little surprised, and half believed and half questioned.
Leader, you didn't lie to me, did you? 3 years have passed, and the Spirit Emperor's treasure house hasn't been dug out by the Abyss Monster Clan? Originally, it was dug out a long time ago. However, 3 years ago, the heaven and earth changed, and the 3,000 worlds descended. In the void, countless fragments of ancient lost secret realm fairy mountains emerged, causing the heaven and earth in this area to churn, and time and space to become chaotic. That Spirit Emperor, the treasure house, was also hit by a secret realm. The chaotic time and space caused part of the magic circle in the Spirit King's treasure house to fail, and the Abyss Demon Clan could not open it for a while.
The leader of the Tao Alliance said, Such a thing actually happened? It seems that the Heavenly Abyss Spirit Emperor is here. Luli was somewhat gloating about his misfortune. Suddenly, he thought of something, and his eyes lit up.
So, the key to the Spirit Clan's sacred weapon in my hand is still useful? Of course it works. The magic circle in the Spirit Emperor's treasure house is only partially disabled.
The leader of the Tao Alliance raised his dazzling white jade arm, picked up a few Bodhi pulps, put them into his mouth, and tasted them slowly. Luli suddenly realized. No wonder the ancestor of the Fox clan came in such a hurry. It turned out that he wanted to sneak into it secretly and steal the treasures inside.
By the way, the Taoist weapon you mentioned, Alliance leader,
Luli asked tentatively.
In the Spirit Emperor's treasury.
A teasing smile appeared on the Tao Alliance leader's beautiful face.
Luli
had nothing to say about this. If he wanted to be promoted to Nascent Soul, he would have to go to the Spirit Emperor's treasure house. With the Spirit Clan's sacred weapon in his hand, he could easily get the treasure house inside. The Taoist weapon is also very likely to fall into his hands. This Taoist Alliance leader is using his Taoist weapon to trick him into doing things.
Leader, you are not honest,
Luli said solemnly.
Why aren't you honest? Do I mean what I say?
The leader of the Tao Alliance tilted his head and asked with a half smile. It's actually a bit naughty and cute. How strange. An old woman who is thousands of years old still has the attitude of a little daughter. Luli was secretly amazed and tried to let the newly summoned Feathered Ascension Sutra eavesdrop on the thoughts of the leader of the Tao Alliance. However, the eavesdropping was not successful. Luli didn't care and continued to let Yu Huaxingjing secretly and carefully eavesdrop. The leader of the Tao Alliance didn't seem to notice, and said with a smile,
Okay, I won't play tricks on you. This time I come in person. I have something for you to do. What's going on? Is it dangerous?
Luli immediately became alert.
Speaking of danger, it is indeed a bit dangerous. But with your wisdom and shamelessness, it is actually not that dangerous.
The leader of the Taoist Alliance played with the black hair on his ears and temples with his jade fingers and said,
What on earth is going on?
Hearing this, Luli frowned, feeling that things were not simple.
Undercover.
Tan, The leader of the Tao Alliance opened his mouth lightly and spit out 2 words.
Undercover?
Lu Li was stunned for a moment, and his brows furrowed even more tightly.
Leader,
Do you want me to go back to the 10,000 Demons Mountain and continue to be an undercover agent in the Demon Sect?
snap, snap, snap. The leader of the Tao Alliance patted his jade palm lightly and said with a smile,
You little guy is really smart. You thought of it as soon as I said it.
Dot. Lu Li immediately rolled his eyes. He is now the eldest brother of the Underworld Sect, respected by thousands of people. He lives on a spiritual island that stretches thousands of miles away. He will only return to 10,000 Demon Mountains to work as an undercover agent if there is something wrong with him. That is the 10,000 Demons Mountain. The 9 great demon sects hated him to the core. That demon envoy wants to get rid of him quickly. Once his identity is exposed, and he falls into the hands of someone from the demon cult, the tragic end will be unimaginable.
You don't want to go?
Lu Yu, leader of the Tao Alliance, raised her eyebrows slightly.
Not going.
Lu Li shook his head and said seriously,
Leader, you don't have to kidnap me with any moral justice. I really don't want to go back to the place of 10,000 Demons Mountain, where there is intrigue and intrigue. I'm too tired. If you go undercover, I will ensure that you get the Taoist artifact in the Spirit Emperor's treasury.
The ethereal and melodious voice of the leader of the Tao Alliance revealed a bit of temptation.
1 Taoist weapon is enough. I'm not greedy.
Lu Li refused on the spot.
If you work as an undercover agent, I can help you marry Ling Jinshuang and Fang Yinli.
The leader of the Tao Alliance smiled meaningfully.
This?
Lu Li suddenly showed emotion on his face, and then shook his head firmly.
Ling Jinshuang and Fang Yinli are more than 30 years older than me in terms of age. There is a huge age difference. Pretending to be garlic.
Hearing his words, the leader of the Tao Alliance rolled his eyes and suddenly smiled lightly.
So, what about Master Shuiyu? Don't you like it too? I didn't even see Master Shuiyu's face clearly, so how could I possibly like her? However, if it were you, the Alliance leader, I could do it.
Lu Li said solemnly.
You little guy are so bold. You even dare to tease me?
The leader of the Taoist Alliance looked somewhat surprised. Immediately, she stretched out her beautiful feet and gently kicked Lu Li's knees.
I don't care. But you dare to marry me?
As he spoke, he gave a charming smile that captivated the country and captivated the soul. In an instant, the situation was reversed. Lu Li really wanted to say dare, but it's actually a bit timid. The woman in front of her has turned all living beings upside down. She is stunningly beautiful and has boundless magical powers. She is the highest level monk in this world. The mind is even more elusive. Lu Li felt that he couldn't defeat her with his own skills. But,
I'm sorry. I don't.
Before the word dare could be uttered, Lu Li's hand hanging on his waist suddenly grasped the jade foot kicked by the Taoist League leader like a snake lightning. Then, passed through it. He forgot. This Tao League leader is a projection.
You little guy. You are so bold. You actually dared to touch me?
The leader of the Taoist Alliance's embroidered eyebrows became sharp. In the air, a trace of terrifying pressure began to spread.
Tell me, how do you want to die?
Chapter 293 Wind, Fire, Immortal and Thunder Escape Technique. Fell into a trap. This Tao League leader actually engages in fishing and law enforcement. Lu Li's heart skipped a beat. However, he pondered for a moment and then replied,
I don't want to die of old age.
Huh?
You dare to talk nonsense?
The leader of the Taoist Alliance blinked his eyes, and a hint of murderous intent emanated from him. Lu Li's expression froze, and then he smiled and said,
Misunderstanding. This is actually a misunderstanding. Just now I saw a mosquito on your foot, leader, and I want to help you fight the mosquito. Okay, it's a misunderstanding. Right? Then I will capture you back to Daoming Immortal Palace, and then send 10 or 8 beauties to seduce you every day, so that you can see it. You can't eat it.
The leader of the Tao Alliance suddenly smiled sweetly, with a trace of amusement in his cold eyes. This bitch is really not a good person. Lu Li suddenly felt itchy with hatred. If he couldn't beat her, he would execute this woman on the spot 1,000 times over. Leader, why do you need to engage in these tricks? It's useless for you to force me to be an undercover agent like this. It's like getting my person, but not my heart.
Lu Li sighed.
As long as I get your person, what do I need your heart for?
The leader of the Tao Alliance was lying on the porcelain pillow. His jade body spread out, and he stretched out his foot to kick Lu Li. His eyes filled with awe.
But I know you are a good person. A good person with a right heart will be invincible. Club? What club?
Luli was stunned for a moment. The leader of the Tao Alliance was also slightly stunned. Although she didn't know what a club was, she was keenly aware that it was not a good word. So, she glared at Luli and said in a clear voice,
I'm too lazy to argue with you. So I'll just tell you that there is a Spirit Emperor's remains in the Spirit Emperor's treasure house. That's fine. Can the Spiritual Emperor revive the dead?
Luli said calmly.
The Spirit Emperor is a half-immortal, and its remains are already the remains of a standard immortal. If it falls into the hands of a demon envoy, a demon god will be summoned to come, use the remains of the Spirit Emperor, and become a demon god puppet. By then, let alone a demon god puppet, the entire world's tribulations combined, are no match for this demon puppet.
The leader of the Tao Alliance said seriously.
Is this a major event to save the world again? Leader, can you find someone else?
Luli frowned. He has only a few days left to celebrate his birthday.
Who told you to have a Taoist weapon in your body?
The leader of the Tao Alliance rolled his eyes, picked up the Bodhi seed in his jade arm, and slowly ate it.
Tao tools are not that easy to hold. When you choose Tao tools, you choose some responsibilities. And, have you forgotten? You just made it if you have too great ambitions. I hope that everyone in the world will be like a dragon.
Luli was speechless for a moment. It turns out that Taoist tools have such a big cause and effect. However, it is indeed impossible to make him give up GK. The leader of the Tao Alliance straightened his exquisite body and changed his position to lie down. There was a trace of laziness in his voice.
The demon envoy still doesn't give up. He is planning to send people from the 9 major demon sects to the Spirit Emperor's treasure house to take out the Spirit Emperor's remains. I want you to sneak in and act as an undercover agent, and then act according to the opportunity to destroy the demon envoy's plan. It's a big risk.
Luli frowned.
Of course there are risks. If you die, I will personally spend money to customize a star coffin for you, and then find 80,000 monks to perform a grand ceremony for you, so that you can be reincarnated into a wealthy family in your next life. How about it?
The leader of the Tao Alliance raised his mouth slightly, revealing a hint of a bad smile.
Leave this to yourself, leader.
Luli was angry.
Then you just agreed to be an undercover agent?
The leader of the Taoist Alliance smiled lightly. Luli nodded. First of all, the demon envoy is extremely vicious. Once he succeeds, he will be the first to seek revenge on himself. He will die miserably by then. Secondly, for no other reason than to break through the nascent soul, then break through the transformation of gods, refine the void, combine to overcome the tribulation, and beat the woman in front of me several times. Immediately afterwards, she was asked to give birth to hundreds of children, causing her figure to become out of shape and her appearance to fade with age. Finally, abandon her ruthlessly to avenge today.
I feel like you are so malicious towards me.
At this moment, the leader of the Tao Alliance frowned, as if he was keenly aware of something.
How could be?
Luli had a friendly smile and was harmless to humans and animals.
I admire you so much, leader, that I wish I could enshrine you and offer you incense every day. But I'm too lazy to argue with you.
The leader of the Taoist Alliance rolled his eyes at him, lightly folded his black hair, and said slowly,
I won't treat you badly. What do you want? Spiritual stone? It's so vulgar to talk about money. Material things come and go. I don't pay attention at all. I need something for my soul,
Luli said righteously.
What soul thing?
The leader of the Taoist Alliance shrank his feet.
For example, soulmate or something. I think you seem to be quite suitable, leader.
Luli touched his chin and replied,
You are just a little kid with a lustful heart but no courage. I'm here in my true form. Do you dare to touch a hair on my head?
The leader of the Tao Alliance was not angry and laughed on the spot.
Luli
was scared. He suspected that this woman was fishing for law enforcement again.
Gee, I'm sorry you don't dare either.
The leader of the Taoist Alliance laughed, then raised his slender jade fingers and drew in the air, writing golden words. He also drew mysterious pictures. After about a cup of tea, tens of thousands of beautiful and timeless golden characters appeared in midair, arranged vertically and horizontally, shining with a faint clear light.
This is a mysterious method called
3,000 Winds and Thunder Escape Technique.
I learned it from a stone tablet engraved with immortal seals. I will pass it on to you first so that you can run faster. Come on. Stick your head over here.
The leader of the Taoist Alliance raised his Magatama finger.
Thank you, Alliance leader.
Luli cupped his hands in thanks and leaned forward slightly. The next moment, the leader of the Tao Alliance gently tapped his green and jade fingers and pressed them between Luli's eyebrows. Boom! A series of mysterious thoughts immediately poured into his mind. At the same time, the golden words in midair, together with the mysterious pictures, turned into golden light, flew down, and merged into Luli's mind. Ding! A clear reminder immediately sounded in my mind.
You have learned the
3,000 winds and thunder escape technique.
Dot!
Ding ding ding.
Your Xiao wind control technique and the 3,000 wind and thunder escape technique perfectly match each other. Is it integrated into a new technique? Note, after the skills are merged, the original skills disappear and the level of cultivation is reset.
It actually blends perfectly. Luli hesitated. Xiao Yufeng Ju has been cultivated to perfection. Once it is integrated, it will be reset directly to the first level, and the escape speed may be greatly reduced. At this time, the leader of the Tao Alliance said again,
if these 3,000 wind and thunder escape techniques are combined with a pair of Kunping thunder wings, you can escape hundreds of miles in an instant. Extremely fast. In a few days, I will have the Kunping thunder wings delivered to you. At that time, you can just go back to 10,000 Demons Mountain.
100 miles in an instant? Luli's eyes lit up. This is already comparable to the escape speed in the later stage of nascent soul.
By the way, I have to have an identity when I go back to 10,000 Demons Mountain. Right. Who am I pretending to be this time?
Luli suddenly thought of something and asked solemnly.
A Jin and elder from the Taima Sect, named Wei He, has a cold and insidious character. His main skill is the phaseless demonic skill of the Taima Sect, which can simulate thousands of demonic skills. He is known as the Phaseless Demon King. His information will be sent to you together with a pair of Kunping Lei wings. You should study it carefully and don't expose any flaws.
The leader of the Tao Alliance reminded.
I'll pay attention.
Luli nodded.
Also, I will give you 3 life-saving talismans, a boundary-breaking talisman, and a billion-mile teleportation talisman. Even if the magic envoy really finds you and catches you, you will still have a chance to escape. However, in case you fail if I succeed in escaping, I will have no choice but to marry Ling Jianchuang and Fang Yinli to someone else. In this case, it will be very difficult for you to die.
The leader of the Tao Alliance said with a faint smile.
Dot!
Luli discovered it. This leader of the Taoist League is a sinister woman.
Okay, it's getting late. I have to rush back to eat Yinli's 13 fragrant snake soup. You can practice slowly by yourself.
After the leader of the Taoist League finished speaking, he proudly raised his snow lotus jade arms. The next moment, the figure shattered into pieces, turned into dots of blue light, merged into the image stone, and disappeared.
Damn it! What a loss!
Luli frowned. This time, he was at a disadvantage in the entire contest with the leader of the Tao Alliance. He was actually led by the nose all the way, and only got one supreme skill. And he couldn't even use the innate skill of adding money. Sure enough, the older a woman gets, the more refined she becomes. The leader of the Tao Alliance has practiced for thousands of years, and his own Tao practice of more than 10 years cannot cope with it at all. You have to practice quickly and strive to break through to transcend the tribulation within 100 years. A glimmer of light flashed in Luli's eyes, and he muttered silently.
System. Fusion of Xiao wind control technique and 3,000 wind and thunder escape techniques.
Ding. In an instant, the system prompt sounded in my mind.
Your Xiao wind control Ju and 3,000 wind and thunder escape techniques were successfully integrated into the
Xiao wind control escape technique.
Dot. Current state, first level, progress 1%.
Xiao Yufeng Lei escape method? It should be possible to evolve further. Luli's eyes flashed, and he recited the Taoist scriptures silently in his heart.
The Tao can be Tao, but it is not Tao. It can be named, but it is not famous. The way of man is to work without fighting.
Just finished reading. There was a crisp sound. System prompt sounded one after another.
Congratulations to the host. Your free wind and thunder escape method has evolved into the wind, fire, immortal and thunder escape technique because of listening to the Supreme Tao Sutra. Current state, first level, progress 1%. The wind fire immortal thunder escape technique has inspected your body's golden elixir and is quite satisfied with you. The training effect has been increased by 100%. Your wind, fire, immortal and thunder escape technique and Feathering Ascension Sutra are very compatible. We hit it off immediately. We exchanged training experiences with each other, and our training progress increased by 5%.
Not bad. Luli nodded with satisfaction. He called up the system technique panel and took a look. There was already a little golden and red figure in the humanoid diagram. There is also a yellow exclamation mark on it. There was a ding, and a clear system prompt sounded.
The Wind Fire Immortal Thunder Escape Technique wants to swallow up the 9 Heavenly Gang Feng and the Supreme Fire Divine Thunder.
Luli raised his eyebrows. This technique seems to have 3 attributes: wind, fire, and thunder. I wonder how powerful it is. Boom. The mana in his body surged. The whole body was immediately whipped up by strong winds. Wisps of crimson flames and faint golden lightning arcs emerged out of thin air, eventually condensing into a pair of golden red wind, fire and thunder wings, which condensed behind him. The crackling fire, thunder and lightning was very scary. It is more than 3 feet long when unfolded, like the wings of a giant eagle. Bang! There was a roar of thunder. Luli suddenly flew into the sky, rushed out of the training hall, and appeared above the spirit island. Suddenly, golden lightning flashed. Luli's entire body actually escaped into the void. Immediately afterwards, 60 miles away, flames and lightning surged out of the void, condensing into the figure of a land carp. Boom! There was another thunder. The thunder and lightning flames once again shook the void and escaped into it. When they reappeared, they were already in the sky 60 miles away. Boom, boom, boom. There were thunderous cries and thunderous explosions. In the sky, circles of space ripples rippled. After images appeared in the sky. East and west, south and north. Erratic and unpredictable, making it impossible to capture the trajectory. This is clearly a void escape method. Chapter 294: Long Separation Wins Newness. Boom. The golden red thunderfire exploded and turned into little lightning sparks, falling in all directions. Luli's figure was floating in the air, his face full of joy. This Wind Fire Immortal Thunder Escape Technique is a supreme escape method that can escape through the void. It can travel 60 miles in an instant, which is astonishingly fast. With his boundless power, running all day and night is no problem. In other words, he can circle the earth hundreds or thousands of times in one day. Moreover, escaping through the void is something that only the nascent soul can do. Even if a golden core cultivator has a spiritual treasure, his physical body cannot withstand the squeeze of the void, unless the physical body is trained to be as indestructible as him. In this way, if you encounter an enemy in the nascent soul stage in the future, you can take advantage of the enemy to escape into the void. When you think you have escaped, you can directly pursue and kill him, taking advantage of his unpreparedness, and kill him by surprise. However, there is still great danger in returning to 10,000 Demon Mountains as an undercover agent. It is better to prepare more life-saving treasures to be on the safe side. Luli pondered for a moment and prepared to leave the spirit island to find Dugafeng to get the treasure. At this moment, a red golden spiritual light flew from the sky. Swish. Just a few flickers. The golden aura swept across the sky and stopped in front of Luli. A golden flying sword. There is also a transmission note hanging on the flying sword. Landcarp stimulate directly. The voice of the guarding disciple immediately sounded in the transmission note.
Senior brother, everyone from Mermaid Island is here to visit.
Mermaid Island? Miss Ji-Rong? Luli's spirit was shaken, and with a bang, he condensed his wings of thunder and fire, rushed into the void in the fierce wind, and left Xuanmu Island. Soon, Luli came back with a group of beauties. The leader was a beautiful woman in golden clothes, elegant, dignified and generous. She was the queen of Mermaid Island and Luli's future mother-in-law. Behind her are Ji-Rong, Ji Zhonyang and other mermaid princesses.
Mom, this is my cave. Although it is not big, it is quite rich in aura. Mom, if I have a few other sisters who don't dislike it, it won't be a problem to stay here for a long time.
Luli introduced with a smile.
Hee hee. We are all a family. Of course we won't dislike it. What a big spiritual island. Brother-in-law, do you live here alone? This is indeed much more spacious than the palace on Mermaid Island. Hey, why is there a fox here?
All the mermaid princesses were chirping and looking around. At this moment, the four-tailed fox demon heard the movement and flew over.
This is the demon servant I took in, named Suji.
Luli introduced.
Suji pays homage to all distinguished guests.
Suji bowed obediently, without any trace of the wild and violent behavior of the Abyss Monster clan. Behind him, her flaming red tail swayed gently.
What a beautiful foxtail! Let me touch it! Ah! This foxtail is so soft!
Suddenly, several mermaid princesses were attracted and looked around Suji with great curiosity.
Luli, don't be surprised. These guys are naughty and weird by nature.
The future mother-in-law smiled gently.
Of course, I won't be surprised. We are all a family.
Luli blinked at Ji-rong. At this time, Ji-rong also took off her white veil, revealing her hibiscus face, bright eyes and white teeth. His temperament is pure and refined, full of fairy spirit. Seeing the look Luli cast, a trace of blush appeared on her agar-white jade face. After a while, the group entered the reception hall. Suji was pestered by those mermaids, so Luli had no choice but to go into battle himself to pour tea for his future mother-in-law and his future wife.
Brother-in-law, let me do it. I'm the youngest here. If I ask brother-in-law to serve you tea, my mother will say that I'm not polite.
Ji Jeonyong said softly. The voice is still so sweet, soft and graceful.
Luli
was still a little embarrassed.
Brother-in-law, please let Jeonyong do it. Otherwise, not only will my mother be unhappy, but my sixth sister will also be unhappy.
A tall, intellectual and elegant woman sat on the upper right side and said with a half smile, "This is the eldest princess of Mermaid Island, Ji Shui."
Ahem. Sister, that's enough.
Ji-rong couldn't help but blush, and interrupted with a slight cough.
Then let Jeonyong do it.
Luli smiled and handed over the work in his hand to Ji Jeonyong. Then, he also sat back on the main seat. Originally, I wanted the future mother-in-law to sit in the main seat, but unfortunately, after some refusal, Luli was still allowed to sit, and the future mother-in-law sat at the top left.
Lear, congratulations to you. You are famous all over the world and become the next head of the Huangquan sect. It must be hard. Right,
the future mother-in-law said with a smile.
Although I am the next sect leader, I am still in the golden elixir stage and am mainly cultivating. So it is actually not that hard. By the way, Mother, why isn't my father-in-law here?
Luli asked curiously. Although I had a little trouble with the father-in-law. However, it is not the same as fire and water. Didn't come this time?
Well,
speaking of this, the future mother-in-law shook her head and sighed softly.
Your Majesty is very busy now. I'm afraid I won't be able to see you during this time. What happened?
Luli raised his eyebrows.
Our Mermaid Island was originally one of the 10,000 Islands Alliance. But now, it has left the 10,000 Islands Alliance, moved across the island, and became an ally of the Underworld Sect. This has caused many islands to also leave the 10,000 Islands Alliance and join the Underworld Sect. In this way, it has greatly offended the 10,000 Islands Alliance. Could it be that the 10,000 Islands Alliance is here to cause trouble?
Luli's eyes turned cold.
Not on the surface. However, secretly, the number of people being hunted on Mermaid Island has increased significantly recently. I brought Ji-rong and Jeonyong here this time because I wanted them to hide from the limelight with you.
The future mother-in-law frowned and said. Hearing this, Luli looked cold.
Could it be Tianwai Palace? No, Tianwai Palace should not have the guts. Could it be that God clan? That's right. It's that God clan.
At this time, the eldest princess Jishui snorted coldly.
This race of gods, who came from another world, is extremely arrogant and domineering. They claim to be the leader of all spirits. Other races are slaves of their race of gods and are ruled by them. 3 days ago, they came to my door very arrogantly and wanted to marry Jeonyong by force. Real?
Luli looked at Ji Jeonyong.
Uh-huh.
Ji Jeonyong nodded weakly, still a little scared.
I was playing outside the palace and met a man named Jinji. He wanted to take me away without saying a word. Fortunately, I escaped quickly and crushed Wanli into pieces. The teleportation talisman was used to teleport back to the palace. But soon, the divine man Jinji came to propose marriage to his father. If our ancestors hadn't thrown a coffin to scare them away, maybe even my father would have been injured by them. These hateful guys,
the eldest princess Jishui said angrily.
Although the gods were scared away by our ancestors, the number of attacks and hunting on Mermaid Island increased significantly after that. It was obviously the gods who were causing trouble in secret.
Ji-rong's face also looked a little cold. Hearing this, Luli vaguely guessed the god clan's plan. This Protoss is clearly targeting Mermaid Island. In fact, it is aimed at the alliance forces headed by Huangquan Sect and preparing to unify overseas. As the saying goes, Those who are not of my race must have different minds. The army of the gods descended directly, and the ambition of the wolf was clearly revealed. He definitely wants to dominate this world. However, if the 10,000 Islands Alliance joins forces with the gods from another world, it means betraying the Immortal Alliance and being suppressed by the Immortal Alliance, making it impossible for them to expand to the land of Zhongzhou. It can only expand overseas. Either go south and annex Tianlong Island. But Tianlong Island is backed by the Abyss Demon Clan and the Demon Sect, under the power of the Demon Envoy. The 10,000 Islands Alliance does not dare to do so for the time being. Then, they can only continue to the east, annex or drive away the Huangquan Sect, and then continue to expand into the deep sea and annex the Condor Alliance. Mermaid Island is the first target of attack by the gods. The gods! Luli looked slightly cold. This divine race is very strange. It lays eggs. It first hides the divine eggs in mountains, seas, wind eyes, earth, and lava. It is supplemented by mysterious magic circles to swallow the yin and yang energy of the 5 elements, life and blood, and finally hatches out. As soon as the gods are born, they have a lifespan of 1,000 years, and have an innate divine body of 5 elements, or an innate divine body of wind, thunder, yin and yang. His lifespan is extremely long and his divine body is mysterious. As he practices, he will naturally be able to make great strides with each passing day and become extremely powerful. However, the incubation of a Protoss will cause the surrounding area to be completely desolate for thousands of miles, and it will not be able to recover for 100,000 years. In this way, you can guess why the army of the gods came directly. Apparently their world has been destroyed. They want to occupy this world. Lear, Zhongyang and the others live here. They won't disturb you. Right. At this time, the future mother-in-law asked. Of course not. It's a bit lonely for me to live alone on such a big spiritual island. It won't be a problem for Zhongyang and the others to live here for a long time. I'm extremely happy. I will ask the Sect Master about the affairs of the gods. I think the Sect Master has made arrangements. Mom, don't worry too much. Luli smiled and comforted. That's good. By the way, when do you want to marry Ranjir? The future mother-in-law asked with a gentle smile. As soon as these words came out, a trace of blush appeared on Ji Rong's face, and his eyes were watery as he looked over. This, Luli hesitated for a while, but finally told the truth. To be honest, Mother, before Ronner, I had a confidant who saved my life many times. I promised to give my life to her, so I want to go together. Marry Ronner and marry her together. As soon as these words came out, there was a sudden silence in the palace. Future mother-in-law. Ji Jionyang's green eyes widened in disbelief. The eldest princess Ji Shui spat out a sip of tea and stared at Luli with admiration on her face. Ji Rong bit her red lips with her silver teeth. His expression was extremely complicated. Then, with a flick of his sleeves and robe, he floated out of the hall. Lear, why don't you go after me? Mom can't help you with this kind of thing. But she is quite open-minded. If you want to hug me, it depends on your methods. The future mother-in-law sighed softly. Thank you, Mother. Luli held up his hand, stepped on the wind, and with a few efforts, he caught up with Ji Rong. However, he did not follow her immediately. Instead, he hung slowly behind Ji Rong and followed her to the seaside. Then, he watched her land on a rocky reef on the seaside, with a golden fish tail appearing, gently lapping at the water waves. At this time, the stars are bright and the sea breeze is blowing. The sky is full of stars, and the bright moonlight falls on the sea surface, rolling up piles of silver frost. There was silence. Luli floated down next to Ji Rong and sat down. Ji Rong immediately turned his back. Luli smiled and then began to tell a story. Once upon a time, the Emperor of Heaven had 7 daughters. The youngest of the 7 princesses was called the Weaver Girl. She secretly descended to Earth and met a cowherd boy. In the end, the cowherd and the Weaver Girl could only stand on the Magpie Bridge, one day every year. Madam, what do you think they will do? Have no idea. Ji Rong snorted softly. There was not much anger in Su Ro's voice. What else can be done? Of course, is to make little people. Otherwise, where would they come from? Luli said with a smile. Bah, you're so naughty. Ji Rong groaned. Little lady, we have been separated for 3 years. Right. Luli tentatively pulled the beauty's hand. I'm not your wife. Don't call me your wife. In that case, I don't want to call you Nyangzi anymore. However, I want you to call me Nyangzi. Pooh.
There was a hint of charm in this boss sound. There was no rejection. Then let the Ascension Sutra eavesdrop. Ding!
Your Ascension Sutra overheard the voice of the mermaid in front of you. Dot. Dot.
Luli smiled. Just as he was about to take this young lady back to practice together. Suddenly, a huge sound came rolling in like thunder from the sky.
Kinzo of the God Clan. Come and challenge Luli of the Huangquan Sect.
Chapter 295 Nothing. At this time, above a sea area, the huge bright moon cast a frost-like light, shining on a slender young man wearing a golden robe. This young man had a handsome appearance, with a blood-colored crack between his eyebrows. He held a bronze bell in his hand and shouted loudly toward the front.
Kinzo of the God Clan. Come and challenge Luli of the Huangquan Sect.
Buzz! The copper bell trembled, shaking the void and spreading across the 10 directions of space. Suddenly, streaks of light fell from the sky. From all directions, countless monks came after hearing the news. In less than 10 breaths, the entire sea surface was filled with people. When everyone saw the handsome young man in golden clothes floating high in the sky, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this person Kinzo of the God Clan? The existence that possesses the holy body of the void and is ranked 3rd on the golden elixir list? His magic power is indeed unfathomable. It is said that he was born in the void and can travel freely in the void of heaven and earth. How dare he come to challenge Luli alone? The person who came here is evil. Now there's something good to watch. Hurry and tell senior brother."
At this time, the nascent soul lord guarding the mountain gate looked solemn and said solemnly, "This Jinzo dared to come to challenge him alone in the middle of the night. He must have come prepared. Most people probably couldn't deal with him."
"No need. I'm here."
Suddenly, a slightly cold voice sounded. Boom. A bright yellow figure descended from the sky, wearing a 9-dragon yellow robe, with a body as tall as a mountain, and an elegant appearance. Who could it be if it wasn't Luli? Seeing Luli's appearance, the Huangquan Sect disciples who ran out to watch the excitement cheered again. Countless fanatical adoring glances shot towards him.
"Are you Luli?"
The Protoss boy put away the bronze bell in his hand. His expression slightly condensed. He felt a threat from Luli, like a wild beast encountering a natural enemy.
"I'm your wild daddy."
Luli looked cold.
"Do you know the difference between you and an animal? You?"
Jin Zong, a young man from the God Clan, heard a hint of surprise and anger in his eyes. He originally thought that the future leader of the Huangquan Sect, the most powerful golden elixir in the world, had some grace, but he didn't expect that he would curse people out of his mouth. Before he could answer, Luli replied coldly,
"The only difference between you and the beasts is that even if the beasts are sleeping or hunting at night, they will not run to other people's doors and yell. Was your brain treated as such when you were born? The umbilical cord was cut? Luli, you?"
The God Clan boy's expression turned cold.
"Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot that you are not a human being. You have not had parents since you were a child, so you naturally don't understand these things,"
Luli said coldly. Hearing this, the whole audience was amazed. He is worthy of being the disciple of Demon Master. He is elegant and easygoing, and he gives the warmest greetings to others as soon as he speaks. Now, everyone can see that Luli is very angry now. It feels like a groom who is about to get married, but is dragged away to drink.
"Huh? Luli, I won't argue with you. Tonight, I'm here to challenge you. I heard that you are the #1 golden elixir in the world. The God Clan, Jin Zong, and the 3rd golden elixir are dissatisfied and prepared. Let's compete with you."
The Protoss boy narrowed his eyes and said coldly. There was also a hint of anger in his voice.
"Challenge me?"
Luli's eyes flashed coldly.
"How can you run to someone else's door and bark in the middle of the night? Even a dog wouldn't do that. Tell me, what is your purpose?"
Saying that, he immediately ordered Yuhua Feishinjing to eavesdrop.
"There is no purpose. I just feel that you are not worthy of being the #1 in the golden elixir. Jin Zong, should be the #1 in the golden elixir."
There was a hint of pride between the Protoss boy's brows. Ding. At this time, a crisp system prompt sounded in Luli's mind.
Your Ascension Sutra overheard the thoughts of Jinzo from the God Clan and found out that he was planning to use the secret technique of the God Clan to move you away. He couldn't help but be extremely angry. The effect of his training increased by 10,000%.
Luli's expression became even colder. As expected, This Jinzo of the God clan is coming from an evil place. You actually want to move him away? Although I don't know where it will be teleported. It is definitely not a good place. In this case, don't blame him for being rude. What's even more hateful is that this guy actually jumped out to interrupt his good deeds at a critical moment. Lu Li's eyes were filled with murderous intent. And he said coldly,
"You want to challenge me?" "Yes. However, there are people challenging me every day, so I don't even have time to practice. So, you have to risk your life. And only by placing the corresponding treasure as a bet can you be qualified to challenge me." "No problem."
Jinzo smiled proudly, flicked his sleeves, and threw out 100 high-grade spiritual stones.
"There are 100 high-grade spiritual stones here."
"Is that enough?"
"Enough." Lu Li narrowed his eyes slightly.
"You can take action now."
The words fell. Boom! A huge and terrifying mana emitted from his body and soared into the sky. Almost instantly, the divine boy's body flashed with golden light, and he seemed to melt, blending directly into the void and completely disappearing from everyone's eyes. The monks who were watching looked shocked.
"Here we go! You can actually escape into the void with your golden elixir cultivation? This God clan really has some skills. I wonder how many moves this Jinzo can withstand Lu Li. Big brother. Beat him. Elder brother is invincible in the world."
In the distance on the sea, a middle-aged man in Singi showed cold eyes. He sent a message in a deep voice to the old man in black robe beside him.
"Lord God King, please wait for Jin Zan to set up the divine formation. Please take action immediately and teleport Lu Li away. Jinji, don't worry. As long as the divine formation is completed. Even if the Yiming Ghost Emperor comes with a Taoist weapon, he will not be able to stop it. At that time, Lu Li will become the hostage of our God clan, and then unite with the demon envoy. This world will the gods and demons divide and conquer."
The old man in black robe was wearing a cloak, and no one could see his face clearly. However, there was a bit of ferocity in the voice.
"That's good."
The middle-aged man in green clothes nodded. At this moment, he suddenly sensed something, and with a startled expression, he raised his head suddenly. Also acting like him were all the monks present, because the stars suddenly shone brightly and were about to collapse. The next moment, the sky was full of stars, pouring down like the sky was pouring down, and the vast starlight suddenly washed over Lu Li. The majestic and rich starlight covered the entire sea in an instant. Under the spotlight, with the land carp as the center, the starlight rotated violently, and eventually turned into a starlight vortex that stretched across the sky and the sea, covering a radius of dozens of miles. Ding! A clear prompt sounded.
"Your star transformation scripture has swallowed up the power of immeasurable starlight, and I am greatly satisfied, in a happy mood, and the cultivation effect has been increased by 1000%. Progress plus 1%. Congratulations to the host. Your star transformation scripture has broken through to the second level. You have learned the starlight glazed treasure body."
The sound fell. The starlight vortex suddenly condensed, and a huge starlight god suddenly condensed out, standing high above the sky, overlooking all living beings. Lu Li's figure is hidden in the body of this giant starlight god. At the same time, mysterious golden marks, like insects and snakes, condensed and spread all over the world. This is obviously a divine rune. It was left behind when the god Kenzo traveled through the real void. These runes are scattered randomly, seemingly chaotic, but people dare not take them lightly.
Void slash.
Sudden, a cold drink sounded. Above the 9 heavens, a 10-foot-long gap suddenly opened in the void, and a crystal-white cold blade, like a giant sword in the sky, slashed out with terrifying space power, slashing hard at the starlight god giant. This is the power of space cutting. Even the best magic weapon cannot withstand the power of space. It's almost reaching its extreme. Before the starlight giant had time to react, the crystal-white cold blade slashed down on the head, striking the starlight god's chest hard. When a sky-shattering roar sounded like a heavenly bell, shaking the stars and the moon. However, the starlight spirit was actually unscathed. How come? In the void, the god Jinzong couldn't help but exclaimed in disbelief. His void slash is to condense the power of the void space to cut through all things, cutting everything. But he can't break through a Dharma body made of starlight?
What kind of Dharma body is this?
The middle-aged man in Singi named Jin Ji also widened his eyes slightly.
So that's it. This is the Dharma body condensed from the magic formula of the Star Avenue, condensing the power of the Star Avenue. No wonder the void slash is indestructible.
The old man in black robe on the side said solemnly. At this moment, the starlight giant standing tall in the sky slowly raised his hand and clenched it into a fist. Boom, boom, boom! All of a sudden, the starlight in the sky shook violently, and the Milky Way broke, like a dam bursting, pouring down, condensing on the starlight giant, making the entire starlight giant dazzling and sparkling, like a glazed god. Then, punch out. Boom! The mighty starlight, followed by the giant fist as big as a mountain, violently exploded the sky and blasted into the void. It was unparalleled in its strength and blasted 3,000 suns, moons, and stars. The huge power actually reaches the power of 50 dragons. This scene shocked the world. Countless powerful people couldn't help but exclaim, 5.50 dragon power? How can this be? No. When he suppressed the aliens a few days ago, didn't he just use the power of the 5 dragons? Everyone was shocked. Ha! I am the holy body of the void. I can move freely in the void. Luli, if you want to hit me, just dream. However, the god Kinzo let out a proud laugh. I saw his figure moving east and west, south and north, and sometimes passing through the void. Even though Lu Li's starlight giant fist was extremely ferocious, it still couldn't touch half of his clothes. Instead, let him slash out a series of void divine blades. A series of mysterious divine symbols were condensed by him and placed between the sky and the earth. They were densely packed and seemed to be forming a mysterious circular formation. It's over. Sudden, Lu Li's cold voice sounded. Above the head of the starlight giant, an immortal figure with fluttering clothes and hundreds of mysterious gold and silver immortal seals surrounded it suddenly appeared and pointed towards the void. Call out. The mysterious golden and silver immortal seal condensed into a clear light, flashed out of the air, swept across the void and the world, and struck the god clan boy Jinzo with a bang. Immediately, Jinzong staggered out of the void as if he was hit by a star boulder, and his figure emerged. Next moment, a powerful and unforged giant fist, as powerful as a fire meteorite, struck directly at him. Explode the sky, the earth, the sun and the moon. All around, star power condenses, like divine iron, blocking the surrounding space and time. Jin Zhang's expression suddenly changed, and a talisman's golden light flashed from his body. He flickered on the spot and escaped 100 feet away. As soon as his body melted, he penetrated into the void. However, just after he escaped into the void that should have been extremely dark and cold. At this time, strands of starlight condensed into the shadow of an immortal, staring at him with cold eyes. No! How did Lu Li know that I would escape into the void here? Jin Zhang's face turned pale instantly. Uh-huh. The phantom of the immortal pointed in the air. Bang. The clear light was extremely fast and violent, crashing into him and knocking Jinzo out of the void. Then, the starlight giant fist roared like a giant dragon and slammed into his body. An invincible, all-destroying terrifying power was poured into his body without reservation. Nothing. Lu Li uttered 4 words coldly, threw them away, turned around and ran away. Call. Paper money is flying all over the sky. Jinzo's figure also cracked open and shattered into starlight particles that filled the sky. Chapter 296 Underworld Reincarnation. No! The old man in black robe hidden in the crowd roared angrily. Just wanted to take action. However, he discovered that at some point, an ancient model golden bridge had crossed in front of him. Boom! Under his gaze with cracked eyes, Jinzong's entire body was hit and shattered into starlight particles all over the sky, scattering in the wind. There was deathly silence. Then, everyone was amazed. As expected, Lu Li couldn't even sustain 10 moves. I thought there was going to be a big battle, but it's gone. Ah, senior brother's gesture of throwing paper money is still so cool. Lu is invincible. He truly deserves his reputation. It's not as good as that dead ghost in my house. He disappears as soon as he comes in and out. It's really nothing. Roll. At this time, the ancient golden bridge also retreated into the void, and a cold word came out. It's the spirit of the Yiming Ghost Emperor. The old man in black robe and the middle-aged man in green looked extremely ugly. Never expected it. Kinzo died just like that. Lu Li didn't even block Lu Li's 3 moves. Lu Li immediately saw through the void and exploded with 1 punch, leaving no trace of his body. Walk! The old man in black robe had a gloomy face, and with a flash of golden light all over his body, he wrapped the middle-aged man in green clothes and escaped into the void.
Soon, the alliance of 10,000 islands. In a palace of golden flames, the two figures emerged. An ugly-looking man wearing gold armor rushed up, ferocious, and asked directly,
Jinji, didn't you say that Jinzong can move Luli over with certainty? How could he be killed by Luli with just one punch?
This person is the young palace master of Tianwai Palace, the Halberd God King.
King Halberd God. Calm down.
The middle-aged man in Xingyi's eyes were cold.
Who would have thought that Luli was so weird that he could see through the position of Jin Zhang's shuttle in the void and kill him with one punch? Jinzong died. I feel more sad than you. I also want to let Luli die. Fart.
The Halberd God King was furious and scolded on the spot.
You promised to avenge me. So my Tianwai Palace allied with your god clan. Now my Tianwai Palace is being treated as an adulterer. Every day, forces from the 10,000 Islands Alliance break away. And there are also immortals with the pressure from the Alliance. You can't even handle a single land carp. Then my Tianwai Palace and your alliance of gods are of no use.
Hearing this, the old man in black robe and the middle-aged man in green both looked ugly. However, it cannot be refuted.
You can rest assured that all this will be over soon. As long as we get that corpse and the God Emperor comes, this world will be ours.
At this moment, the old man in black robe said coldly,
Humph. You better tell the truth.
The Halberd God King snorted and stormed away angrily. Wait until he leaves. The expressions of the old man in black robe and the middle-aged man in green suddenly turned cold and cold.
As soon as we get the remains of the Spirit Emperor, kill this guy first. How dare a mere human race yell at me? If I hadn't seen that he was still useful, I would have killed him long ago.
The middle-aged man in Xingyi said coldly.
It doesn't matter if he kills this person. But, Jinji, if you face that Luli, what are your chances of winning?
The old man in black robe asked coldly.
90%. I am now at the late stage of nascent soul. With my immortal holy body, I can exert the power of 100 dragons at will. I can defeat Luli easily. The only thing I am afraid of is the Taoist weapon in Luli's hand. Sword.
The middle-aged man in Xingyi named Jin Ji is extremely confident. This person is the true royal family among the gods. It was hatched from an immortal finger bone and was born with the holy body of an immortal. The physical body was powerful and reached an unimaginable state.
That's good.
The old man in black robe sneered.
Don't worry. The divine weapon will be refined soon. Good.
Jinji's murderous intent was revealed.
That Luli would never guess that Jinzong was just sent to test his strength and plant a void mark on him. This kid is the son of destiny and will definitely go to the Spirit Emperor's treasure house to get the remains of the Spirit Emperor. When he shows up, he will die. Humph. You dare to steal a woman from me? Luli, you have the mark of the gods on your body.
In the main hall of the sect, the blue jade eyes of the Yiming Ghost Emperor flashed with crystal light as he looked Luli up and down.
Mark of the gods?
Luli was surprised. In the previous battle, he didn't even use the Wind Fire Immortal Thunder escape technique. Instead, he relied on the eavesdropping of the Feathered Ascension Sutra to gain insight into the opportunity, and directly punched Jinzong mercilessly. It is a pity that this Jinzong is a member of the God clan, with a body of innate void. The treasure is hidden in the void somewhere. There is no storage ring at all, and no golden elixir has been condensed. So Luli only harvested 100 high-grade spiritual stones. He never expected that this Jinzo would actually put a mark on him. Luli's expression turned slightly cold.
Found it!
The Yiming Ghost Emperor raised his big hand and grabbed Luli's left arm out of thin air. And a bloody crack mark was captured out of thin air. This is clearly the divine mark between Jin Zhang's eyebrows just now.
If I'm not wrong, is the Protoss boy just planning to teleport you away?
The Yiming Ghost Emperor said coldly.
Huh? Aren't they afraid of the wrath of Buddhism?
Luli frowned. Now, everyone knows that he is the reincarnation of the Buddha. If the gods touch him, they will anger the entire Buddhism. How can the gods be so bold?
It seems that the gods and that demon have joined forces.
The Yiming Ghost Emperor looked solemn. After hearing this, Luli's expression became solemn. If that demon envoy joins forces with the gods, his situation will become even more dangerous.
Master, should I go to the Spirit Emperor's treasury?
Luli frowned.
The leader of the Tao Alliance will not lie to you. However, she asked you to work as an undercover agent in the Taimao sect. After all, it is a bit dangerous. I will teach you another underworld reincarnation secret. It has many changes and is not easy to be discovered.
As the Yiming Ghost Emperor spoke, A divine thought immediately came to him. Soon. A ding. A clear system prompt sounded in Lu Li's mind.
You have learned the secret of reincarnation in the underworld.
A surge of realization immediately merged into his soul. Lu Li instantly understood the mystery of this technique. This is a disguise spell that changes the breath. As if you have been reincarnated. Even people who are close to you cannot recognize your original appearance. However, if you transform into someone else, it will be like reincarnating into someone else. And ordinary Dharma eyes will not be able to see through it. Lu Li was secretly amazed.
This method is very mysterious. I once disguised myself as a demonic monk from the Blood Shadow Sect and infiltrated into the Blood Shadow Sect. Within 3 years, none of that person's Taoist companions, children, or disciples found any trace. Flaw. Now, you can rest assured and go undercover in Taima Sect.
The Yiming Ghost Emperor said calmly.
Oh, you can't even find other people's wives?
Lu Li's eyes lit up. The Yiming Ghost Emperor squinted over and said,
Lu Li, I know what you are thinking. But this kind of thing is an evil act. If you indulge in it, you will harm yourself sooner or later. I also know that the leader knows what I am thinking. But in fact, the leader guessed wrong. I was just wondering if that person's Taoist companion found out, but did not report you. The leader?
Lu Li asked tentatively. Hearing his words, the Yiming Ghost Emperor was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand.
Yes or no? It doesn't matter anymore. You can go back and practice hard. Yes.
Lu Li resigned. Soon, he returned to his Xuanwu Island. A group of mermaids immediately gathered around and chirped in praise.
Brother-in-law, you are so awesome. Hey, those gods who dare to come and provoke are simply asking for death. This will give us a bad breath. That's right. It's a pity that the guy named Jinji is not dead yet.
The eyes of these mermaids looking at Lu Li were filled with admiration and admiration. The one with the highest level of cultivation among them is just nascent soul. This is because they are half demon, have extremely long lifespans, and have been practicing for many years. Seeing Lu Li, an evil genius who had been practicing for less than 6 years, with a strength comparable to that of the nascent soul, he was naturally shocked and in awe.
Lear, I'm afraid you are the only one in the world who can bear the reputation of being invincible.
The future mother-in-law praised.
It's just a false name. Mom, dear sisters, I haven't coaxed Romer yet, so I'll excuse you now.
Lu Li smiled and cupped his hands. After saying that, his figure floated up, and after a few flashes, he arrived at the beach. Ji Rong is still sitting on the reef, the golden fish tail gently lapping the waves. Sensing Lu Li's appearance, she turned slightly, a trace of crimson appearing on her snowy neck. Puff. Lu Li suddenly turned pale, spurted out a mouthful of blood, and fell into the sea.
Oh, are you okay?
When Ji Rong saw it, he immediately jumped into the sea and rescued the pale land carp from the sea.
I thought I was injured. I was injured by the Protoss just now.
Lu Li's face is like a golden paper road.
Then, shall I take you to find your ancestor?
Ji Rong's face was full of worry and concern.
No need. I have a secret practice that can quickly heal injuries, but I need a woman to practice with me. Can you help me?
Lu Li was as angry as a thread and looked like he was dying.
You are lying.
Ji Rong understood immediately, and Yuebai's face suddenly turned red with shame. He threw Lu Li back into the sea and said angrily,
You can heal yourself.
However, the land carp did not float up, but continued to sink. Ji Rong knew very well that Lu Li was lying. Turn around and fly away. However, before she could fly far, she bit her lip and said bitterly,
That's all. Who told me to be soft-hearted?
After saying that, he turned around and crashed into the sea. The next moment, the sea stirred up violent waves. From time to time, the soul-touching and beautiful vocals unique to the mermaid clan are heard. About 5 days later, the jade door of the palace hall where he lived suddenly opened. A gentle sneer with a hint of laziness and charm came from inside.
What kind of golden elixir is invincible? The best in the world. Why don't you just rub your waist and hold on the wall?
The words fell. A handsome man wearing a 9-dragon yellow robe walked out holding the jade door. Under the sunlight, his face was slightly pale, and his body looked like it had been hollowed out. Hearing the ridicule behind him, he shook his head and didn't seem to care. At this moment, a red light fell from the sky. It's the four-tailed fox demon Su Ji.
Master, someone sent this storage ring.
Lu Li picked up the storage ring and looked at it.
His expression suddenly became solemn. Inside are several boxes with sealing talismans and a crystal book. It was sent by the leader of the Tao Alliance. Chapter 297 Skill Replacement. Luli returned to the training hall and took out the jade box and crystal book inside. Remove the sealing talisman and open the first emerald jade box. Inside lay a pair of crystal clear wings as thin as chopsticks. This pair of wings is pure blue, shining with a faint divine light. At first glance, it looks like a carefully carved Kuimping feather. As soon as he appeared, wisps of breeze blew up in the hall.
Are these Kuimping thunder wings refined from Kuimping's feathers?
Luli took out his green wings and looked surprised. When I picked it up, it was indeed as light as a feather. At the same time, the Kuimping demon god art in his body immediately became active, emitting a dark demonic energy that enveloped the cyan wings. Just a few blinks of an eye, this pair of wings was successfully trained, and a faint spiritual connection emerged. Buzz! Only an extremely subtle whistle was heard, and the pair of wings merged into the body, with a flash of green light, and disappeared without a trace. Luli had a thought in his mind. In silence, a wisp of breeze blew up around him. A pair of crystal clear thunder wings emerged out of thin air behind him, more than 3 feet long, with clear light and hazy light. If you don't look carefully, you can't see it at all.
Try the power first.
Luli turned his head and glanced at the crystal thunder wings behind him, and suddenly made a spell. Cyan lightning flashed. The person suddenly disappeared in place. Only circles of space ripples were left, slowly swinging out. Next moment, Luli has appeared on the other side of the spirit island, passing through the void and emerging under the vast sunlight. The distance is exactly 120 miles.
Not bad. Not bad. The mutated and evolved wind, fire, immortal thunder escape technique, coupled with this pair of Kuimping thunder wings, doubles the escape speed. If you practice the wind, fire, immortal thunder escape technique to the 9th level, you should be able to escape 9 times, truly reaching 1,000 miles in an instant.
A look of joy appeared on Luli's face. The most important thing is to activate the pair of Kuimping thunder wings to fly through the void in silence, with only a ray of electric light shining, making it more convenient for sneak attacks. The wind, fire, immortal thunder escape technique is good, but the movement is a bit loud and easily detected by the enemy. Now, with this pair of Kuimping thunder wings, the hidden dangers are eliminated. It is truly amazing. If the guess is correct, the refining of the strange thunder into the body will continue to improve. For a moment, Luli thought of the captured woman from the Lei Ming clan. I'll look for her later. Now, let's take a look at what the Tao Alliance leader sent. The cyan lightning flashed behind Luli. People instantly returned to the secret cultivation room. Then, Luli reached out and picked up the second jade box placed on the jade bed, took off the sealing talisman on it, and opened it directly. 3 square, palm-sized snow-white spiritual talismans came into view. A blue jade ruy is engraved on it. Luli immediately felt the power of the avenue emitted by the spiritual talisman, which was mysterious and mysterious. This should be the life-saving talisman mentioned by the leader of the Tao Alliance. First practice. Integrate into the soul. Without saying a word, Luli bit the tip of his tongue, dripped blood on the snow-white talisman, and began the blood sacrifice. A few exercises. The 3 spiritual talismans turned into white light, fell into the center of the eyebrows, and merged into the soul of the sea of consciousness. When in danger, the magic talisman can automatically trigger the explosion. Open the 3rd jade box again. Sure enough, there was another jade talisman. However, this pure gold and jade talisman is imprinted with gold and silver tadpole fairy patterns, which are condensed into a circular formation, making the temple mysterious. At first glance, you can tell that it is a teleportation talisman. Luli carefully picked up the talisman. The pores on his fingers opened and blood oozed out, and he continued to practice. A few blinks of an eye. This billion-mile teleportation talisman was integrated into the back of the left hand by the priests and disappeared. Then, there is the 4th jade box. Luli took a closer look and saw a silver cold needle like cow hair stored in the jade box. The golden light shone with a sharp aura that penetrated all things. After careful sensing, the power of the magic circle surged out from it. This is still a magic talisman. It should be the talisman that breaks all enchantment formations. Luli was familiar with the methods, and directly practiced with blood sacrifice, and hid the silver needle talisman at the bottom of the house. Finally, there is a crystal book. It was over a foot long, half a foot wide, and as thick as a potato. This is a book produced by the Immortal Alliance. It is made of extremely strong sky crystal and can be engraved with any text, picture, sound, or image. Luli turned to the first page and saw a portrait of a man. This man was about 27 or 28 years old, dressed in black, with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, a high nose and thin lips, and a somewhat cold expression. He looks like a swordsman who kills without blinking an eye. Turning to the second page, there are paragraphs of text records. Wei He, 87 years old, grew up at number 36 Northwest Lane, Lonching Street, GMO City under the control of Taimao Sect. His father died when he was 1 year old, and his mother took him to remarry. His mother died when he was 3 years old, and he became an orphan. Seeing this, Luli couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This is the standard protagonist template. Look further down. I joined the Taimao Sect at the age of 10. Because of my outstanding talent, I was accepted as a registered disciple by the old demon of Changchun. At the age of 13, I perfected my chi refining, and at the age of 18, I completed my foundation building. I got engaged to my fellow disciple Ling Yu. In the same year, for unknown reasons, in order to regress, he fell back to the early stage of foundation building 1 year later, and the engagement was annulled. Lu Li's eyes lit up. Confirmed. This way he is undoubtedly the protagonist. Keep reading. It's true. The following year, my cultivation began to improve by leaps and bounds. It took 3 months to return to the foundation building perfection, and 5 months to produce the best golden elixir, the phaseless magic elixir. Luli was amazed and continued to read. About half an hour later, the first half of Wei He's life has been recorded clearly, including the several romantic relationships he had with demon sect witches, and the details of the process are also detailed. Obviously, this is an autobiography. This person is an undercover agent of the Immortal Alliance. If the guess is correct, this way he is returned to the Immortal League, and it is Lu Li's turn to use this identity. In addition, at the end of the crystal book, there is also a magic formula imprinted on it. Phaseless magic power. Lu Li started practicing without hesitation. Ding. A crisp system prompt sounded. You have learned the formless magic technique. Your phaseless magic skill senses the existence of the supreme demonic energy, and you feel admiration and excitement. Your cultivation speed increases by 10,000%. Almost instantly, the phaseless magic power started to operate automatically. Progress +1+1+1. Non-stop grinding. Supreme evil spirit? Could it be his own Kunping demonic skill? Lu Li was surprised and delighted. Thinking about it, Kunping's demonic power has evolved many times, and even went to the demonic portal to devour the demonic energy of the demonic world. It can definitely be regarded as supreme demonic energy. In this way, the formless magic skill can be cultivated to perfection very quickly. However, let's improve it first. Lu Li's eyes flashed. Start reciting the Heart Sutra silently. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Your phaseless demonic art has gained great enlightenment due to listening to the Supreme Buddhist Sutra, and evolved into shadowless demonic art. The realm level has increased to 40. Current state, first level, progress 22%. A ding. Suddenly, another system prompt sounded. I found that the Kunping demon god art and the phaseless demon god art have a lot in common, and they can be replaced. Do you want to replace them? Note, after replacement, the original state of the skill will not change. Skill replacement? New hidden function of the system? Lu Li couldn't help but look surprised. What kind of replacement method is this? Lu Li took another look at the system prompts and noticed that the original skill level would not change. He immediately made up his mind and said silently, System. Perform replacement. Ding. A clear sound sounded. The skill replacement was successful. Phaseless demonic skill. Level 29. Progress 99%. Kunping demonic skill. Level 1. Progress 23%. Boom. At the moment when the replacement was successful, a huge wave of insight surged out of his mind. Like a torrent of information merging into his soul. The various mysterious spells of the phaseless demon god. The phaseless demon palm. The white bone demon god devouring the sky. The flame demon burning heaven divine light. Lu Li has everything under control at this moment. After a cup of tea, Lu Li slowly opened his eyes, and his body shape suddenly changed, turning into a man with a stern appearance, sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes, with traces of formless black devilish energy lingering all over his body. The demonic energy is dense, very powerful and pure.
This is the formless magic skill that has been fully cultivated. He is exactly the same as the original formless demon lord. Even if it were him in person, he probably wouldn't be able to recognize him. Next moment, his appearance changed, and Luli returned to his original appearance. He couldn't help but exclaim and smile.
Not bad. Not bad. This technique replacement has directly turned into the main magic technique, coupled with the underworld reincarnation technique. It is definitely a supreme artifact for undercover.
However, think about it carefully. This skill replacement is like the legendary Yin. That is, changing the wife. Hey, that's not right. This technique is all my own. And it feels like the souls of the eldest lady and Shina's concubine have been exchanged. Luli shook his head, suddenly thought of something, and sighed secretly. Pity. If he is allowed to obtain Taimo's sect's secret to suppress the sect, then he might be able to become the future leader of Taimo's sect in the future if he works as an undercover agent in Taimo's sect. Just as I was thinking about it, there was a ding.
Vajratathagata Dharmakaya led a group of martial arts practitioners and returned to the righteousness, and harvested 3 storage rings. Vajratathagata discovered that the Kuimping demonic divine art had become weak, and was extremely excited. He began to challenge the Kuimping demonic divine art and prepare for revenge. Just as we were fighting vigorously, the formless demon magic kung fu joined the battle group. Vajratathagata's dharma body was violently beaten. He was in a depressed mood, and the training effect was reduced by 1000%. Vajratathagata discovered the new wind, fire, immortal and thunder escape technique and prepared to recruit him as his younger brother. The wind, fire, immortal thunder escape technique was used to avoid it. Vajratathagata's Dharmakaya is in a more depressed mood,
and the training effect is reduced by 10,000%.
This guy still hasn't changed. Luli looked at the system prompts and couldn't help laughing. However, Luli still began to recite the Heart Sutra to appease the Vajratathagata Dharmakaya. At the same time, he took out the 3 storage rings and started looking at them. It's a pity that this is probably just a storage ring for 3 golden elixir evil cultivators. Apart from a dozen high-grade spiritual stones and some miscellaneous magic weapons, there is nothing valuable inside. The most valuable thing is just a top-grade magic weapon, a banana jade fan. Luli planned to give it to Ji-Ron later. In addition, there are some evil practices that are not worth mentioning. Luli packed up and flew directly out of Xuanmu Island. It's time to go see that woman from the Thunder Clan. In addition, autumn is here, and the weather is getting cooler. It's time for the abandoned Hinju to turn around. Chapter 298, The Art of Thunder. Chaos Bell
arrives.
Yamahal, 7th floor. Luli saw the woman from the Thunder Clan in a gloomy and terrifying stone prison. She turned into a human form and was nailed to the black stone wall. On the stone wall, there is a huge circular magic array imprinted on it. It lights up and fades dimly, flashing with a coquettish red light. It envelopes the woman and firmly imprisons and seals her. For huge bronze bells hang in the surrounding corners. Circles of golden light shine out. As soon as Luli walked into the stone hall, he immediately heard the extremely loud sound of chanting sutras coming from the golden light and bronze bells, which shattered his eardrums. This chanting sound has extremely penetrating power, piercing into my mind like a sword. After just listening to it for a while, I couldn't help but feel my head bulging, and I was extremely irritated. Under the continuous chanting, the women of the Lei Ming clan twisted their bodies wildly, their facial features hideous and painful, and struggled desperately. It's like being possessed by an evil spirit. The old man yawning on the side introduced.
Young Sect Master. This Buddhist sutra is taken from the chanting sound of the demon Buddhist sect. It is called the Sanskrit sound that calls for life. It can excite the soul and kill the life. Ordinary people can listen to it for 3 to 5 days, and they will go crazy at worst, and go crazy at worst. He will vomit blood and die.
I see. No wonder it's so harsh and unpleasant.
Turn it off first.
Luli ordered casually.
Good.
Elder Yuani responded respectfully and made a magic spell. Suddenly, the golden light of the giant bell dimmed, and the chanting stopped. On the stone wall, the woman from the Thunder Clan was like a dead dog, slumped down, gasping for air. His face was as pale as white paint. Clearly, she was having a hard time being here.
Has she recruited this true lord?
Luli turned around and asked.
No.
The old man nascent soul shook his head and frowned.
This woman has a very tough mouth. She has gone through all kinds of pain and torture. And even under this life-threatening Sanskrit sound,
she can still grit her teeth to support her. Searching for souls and refining souls is useless? Luli was a little curious. It's useless. This woman is very strange. Her body is an arc of lightning, and she has no so-called soul at all. The old man nascent soul shook his head and sighed. Ho ho ho. At this time, the woman from the Lei Ming clan gasped and stared at Luli, her eyes full of resentment and murderous intent. Luli, the Lord God will come soon and kill you. Just wait. Hearing her words, Luli smiled, looked at her dismissively, turned around and said, Elder, please step aside for a moment. Good. The old man nascent soul nodded readily, cupped his hands, and exited the stone prison. The next moment, Luli raised his big hand, and in his palm, a little man with yellow buds appeared. GK, do you have a way to deal with her? Luli asked. This guy is the body of the heaven and earth thunder spirit. He exists between heaven and earth. Even if he is killed, he can be resurrected with the power of thunder. The golden palace floated up, circling the woman and looking at it non-stop. As soon as these words came out, the woman's expression changed drastically. She originally thought of arousing Luli's murderous intention, killing herself directly, and then being resurrected in the hands of the god. But she didn't expect that she was directly seen through by a Taoist weapon spirit. Can't be killed? When Luli heard this, he frowned. Hee. Don't worry, Luli. Although this guy can't be killed, there is someone who can deal with her. Golden K flashed and appeared on the woman's face. He grabbed a trace of her green hair and started to swing. A smug smile appeared in the two black sesame eyes. Oh, who is it? Luli asked. It's that new technique. The wind, fire, immortal and thunder escape technique. The golden palace swung up to the woman's nose. She sat down cross-legged, raised her thin round hand, and pointed at the golden thunder and lightning seal in the woman's pupils. If I am not wrong, this golden thunder seal contains a trace of the thunder path. The power can be swallowed by the wind, fire, immortal thunder escape technique. Wind, fire, immortal thunder escape technique. Come out. Luli immediately called out softly. A small golden red figure immediately appeared in front of his eyes. Go. Try to see if you can eat her thunder seal. Luli raised his hand and pointed. You? What do you want to do? The women of the Lei Ming clan felt inexplicably afraid and uneasy. It seemed like something bad was about to happen. The next moment, in her pupils, a little golden red person with arms, legs, and a round head, as big as a melon seed, appeared out of thin air. The whole body is surrounded by traces of flames and thunder, which is extremely magical. The woman's pupils shrank, and she lost her voice in shock. This is the Son of God? How could the Son of God appear here? What is the Son of God? When Luli heard this, he narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, Just a human race. Don't expect to find out any secrets of the Thunder Realm from my mouth. The woman gritted her teeth. I don't know whether to live or die. Wind, fire, immortal and thunder escape technique. Step up. Luli's voice turned cold. The words fell. The little golden red figure floated over and landed suddenly on her head. He pulled out a piece of her hair with both hands. Sizzle! The hair immediately turned into a golden arc that was more than a foot long, struggling to escape. However, at this moment, this golden red little man grabbed one end of the golden arc, sucked it like a vermicelli, and sucked all the golden arc into his stomach. Ding! The system's crisp prompt immediately sounded. Your wind, fire, immortal thunder escape technique swallows a trace of the power of thunder, and you are greatly satisfied. You are in a happy mood, and the training effect is increased by 1000%. Ah! At this time, the woman let out a scream of fear. How is it possible? How can it swallow my thunder power? Quick! Make it stop! Make it stop! Keep going. Don't stop. Luli said coldly. No. I'll do it. Whatever you want. I'll tell you. The woman was extremely frightened and quickly begged for mercy. Oh. Okay. Let's do it then. Luli sneered. About an hour later, Luli walked out of the stone prison with satisfaction, already wearing a golden thunder robe. This is what he learned from the woman just now. The defense of this thunder robe is comparable to that of a low-grade spiritual treasure. At critical moments, it can explode, causing huge thunder damage to the enemy. In addition, he also learned the secret technique of the Thunder Clan, allowing his body to freely switch between thunder and lightning. Unfortunately, Lu Li is not from the Lei Ming clan. He can only make the physical part thunder. For example, one palm turns into a thunder spear, or the legs turn into thunder and fire wheels, or the eyes turn into thunder eyes, with the eye-catching effect of electric eyes. Quite fun. The greatest use is naturally that when being attacked, if the physical defense cannot withstand it, it can directly transform the heart, head, and other vital organs into thunder to avoid serious damage. Overall, a great harvest. The next moment, Lu Li arrived at the 8th floor of the Yama Hall. An old enemy, abandoned Tianjiao, is imprisoned here, in the same stone prison. Qi Tianjiao was sealed on the wall, surrounded by the Sun Jigang Thunder Magic Array. There was something slightly strange. The magic circle inspired terrifying thunder, which directly killed Qi Tianjiao into dregs, destroying both body and soul. Likewise, huge clocks hang in the surrounding corners. The continuous chanting of Sanskrit chants makes life worse than death. Lu Li, I will be your slave and your servant, and I will work as a cow or a horse for you. Don't kill me! As soon as Qi Tianjiao saw Lu Li, he immediately begged for mercy. The thin ghost body seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The ghost's face was full of fear and regret. If he had known this, why did he bother to provoke Lu Li in the first place? I'll ask you an answer. Lu Li didn't waste any time and spit out 4 words directly. Good. Abandoning Tianjiao nods like pounding garlic. What exactly is in the Spirit Emperor's treasury? Lu Li asked coldly. The golden thunder robe all over his body shines with bright thunder, and he can shoot powerful divine thunder at any time. The Spirit Emperor's treasure house contains the remains of the Spirit Emperor, as well as a Taoist artifact, the Chaos Bell. The Chaos Divine Mill is a component of the Chaos Bell. It is hidden on the 3rd underground floor of the Spirit Emperor's treasure house. The secret spell to unlock the treasure house is... Qi Tianjiao poured everything out like a bamboo tube pouring beans. Has the spiritual emperor fallen? Lu Li asked again. No. The Spirit Emperor's clones are everywhere and exist in every spirit tribe member. Qi Tianjiao replied with a trembling voice. The wisps of lightning shot towards him, like the scorching sun, causing him great pain. But he did not dare to cry out. Last question. Don't you want to be my slave? If your mother and I were in danger together, would you save your mother or me? Lu Li asked with a sneer. Qi Tianjiao was about to explain that he had no father or mother. But in the end, he gritted his teeth and replied. I choose to save you. Master. Humph. You are an unfilial person. How can I accept you as a slave? Lu Li shouted coldly, and the thunder light shone in his palm. No. 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 I said it wrong. I chose to save my mother. When Qi Tianjiao saw it, he was so frightened that he quickly changed his mind. What? You don't even care about the life and death of my master? What do I need from you? Lu Li's eyes flashed coldly, and he thrust out his big palm. Ah! Lu Li! You thief! At this moment, Qi Tianjiao finally realized that he was being tricked, roared angrily, and cursed loudly. Boom! Before he could finish cursing, Lu Li's thunder palm struck suddenly, hitting him so hard that his ghost body exploded and disappeared on the spot. Boom! The next moment, Daogang flames spurted out, condensed into 9 flame dragons, roared and coiled, formed a 9-flame fire dragon array, and burned fiercely. All remaining souls were burned to the ground. Abandon the genius. Die. Both body and soul are destroyed. Elder Nascent Soul, I'm sorry to bother you. Please clean up, and don't let Qi Tianjiao resurrect. Lu Li turned around and ordered. No problem. The Yuanying elder agreed readily. Thank you very much. Lu Li nodded, threw paper money into the air, then turned around and left. Only the unwilling roar of the abandoned Tianjiao was left in the world, echoing in the stone prison and slowly dissipating. 10 days later, Juxian City. The billowing demonic energy came from the sky and landed on the city head with a crash. Suddenly, dozens of black magic lights flew over from a distance, surrounding the demonic energy. A burly man at the head shouted and asked, Who are you? How dare you break into Juxian City without permission? Report your name immediately. Otherwise, you will be treated as a member of the Immortal Alliance and killed on the spot. After hearing these words, the monstrous demonic energy retreated, revealing a cold and frightening figure of a man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, and coldly uttered a sentence. I am the elder of the Taimao sect, the phaseless demon lord. Wei He. Chapter 299 True and False Wei He. Elder of Taimao sect? Demon Lord of no form?
The burly man at the head was stunned. He carefully looked at the man in black shirt in front of him, and sensed the shockingly deep demonic aura in this man. He couldn't help but become solemn and bowed.
It turns out you are the elder of the Taimos sect. Please.
After that, he made way.
The
man in black clothes nodded coldly, and the formless demonic energy spurted out from his body, covering his whole body and shooting like lightning, sweeping across the sky and disappearing from everyone's eyes. This person is Luli. After teleporting several times from overseas, he entered the land of Zhongzhou, then went deep into the 10,000 Demon Mountains, and finally returned to Juxian City. The journey was smooth and uneventful.
I hope that when we get to the Taimos sect's headquarters, we won't meet Wei He's acquaintances.
Luli thought secretly in his heart. He does not have the Taimos sect's token, and will not return directly to the Taimos sect's mountain gate. So he can only go to the Taimos sect station first to re-identify his identity. This was his first step into the Taimos sect's mountain gate. If he couldn't pass the first level, he would have no choice but to run away. Luli was thinking as he flew over Juxian City. His ears pricked up, collecting information from all directions.
I heard that Taimos sect has another genius who formed an elixir at the age of 15. The world is undergoing great changes. Spiritual energy is gushing out, and geniuses are like Christian carp crossing the river. It is not surprising, unless the evildoer is as evil as a land carp. Senior brother, there are rumors circulating that the Blood Shadow sect merged into the Taimos sect. Is it true? If it is true, the 9 major demon sects will be unified, and their power will expand unprecedentedly. Another duck restaurant has opened in the south of the city. Senior Sister Luo, why don't we go try something new? Have some chicken?
Have the 9 great demon sects been unified? Luli was really surprised when he heard the news. It seems that the Taimos sect relies on human power, and relies on the demonic power of that demon envoy to really unify the demon sect. This is not good news for the Huaquan sect. Luli frowned secretly. Soon, the demon flag swayed in front, and the bone hall was like a huge mouth of the abyss, emitting blood light that reached the sky. The Taimos sect station has arrived. Luli tensed up, his expression still cold, and he flew towards the Taimos sect station, guarding against the billowing demonic energy.
Who is coming?
An old man in black who was guarding the gate came forward and asked. The cultivation level is in the late stage of Jindan.
Faceless Demon Lord. Wei He?
Luli flicked his sleeves, put away the demonic aura, and revealed a cold face.
It turns out to be Senior Brother Wei. Can you show me your sect token?
The old man in black asked respectfully.
I went out to look for opportunities to break through the nascent soul. I lost my token. This time, I came back to get a replacement token.
Luli said coldly.
Replacement token?
After hearing Luli's words, the old man in black showed an extremely surprised look on his face. It felt like seeing a dead person pretending to be a corpse. But soon, the expression of surprise on the face of the old man in black subsided. He looked Luli up and down carefully, and nodded.
The token is lost. This is a big deal. Brother Wei, please come with me. By chance, I am free. Why not I'll take Senior Brother Wei there? Good.
Luli nodded. Then, he followed the old man into the Taimos sect's residence. This Taimos sect's residence is very strange. The main hall in front is made of huge white bones. The air is cold, and the blood shines like a bloody mouth. Carvings of the 72 demon gods can be seen everywhere. It looks a bit ferocious and scary. However, after going around several courtyards, the palace returned to its normal appearance. After a while, the old man in black took Luli to a small lake. There is a jasper pavilion in the lake. There is a man and a woman sitting in the pavilion, seemingly playing chess. Luli frowned. This doesn't look like a place to reissue tokens. However, he remained calm and collected as he followed the old man in black along the wooden bridge to the jade pavilion. The eyes of the men and women in the pavilion immediately swept over. The man was a thin old man in green clothes, with a goatee and a sinister face. Cultivation is the perfection of nascent soul. The woman is also in the realm of nascent soul consummation. She looks about 30 years old. She is wearing colorful clothes and has a stunning appearance, giving people a radiant feeling.
Wei He?
When the sullen old man in green saw Luli, he was stunned for a moment, but he actually recognized him directly. Luli thought like lightning in his mind, and he also recognized the old man in green and the woman in colorful clothes. He slightly cupped his hands and said coldly,
I have met the true Lord Inchong.
And I have met Mrs. Musk.
This Lord Chong is an elder of Taimao Sect and has a very bad temper. Mrs. Musk is a beauty with a far-reaching reputation in the Taimao Sect. At this time, the old man in black who had brought Luli raised his hands and said,
Sir Chong, Mrs. Musk, Senior Brother Wei has lost his token and is here to get a replacement token.
As soon as these words came out, the expressions of Jinju and Ing Chong and Madame Musk changed. True Lord Ing Chong looked gloomy. Mrs. Musk put down the white jade chess piece in her hand and raised an interesting smile on her lips.
Lost the token? This is really interesting.
Huh?
Is something wrong?
Luli keenly sensed something was wrong.
Nothing wrong.
There was a bit of coldness in Mrs. Musk's sweet voice.
It's just that you just got a replacement token 5 days ago, and now you've lost it again. You lost it carelessly. Why didn't you also lose your middle leg?
Did you apply for a new token 5 days ago? Luli couldn't help but look stunned. 5 days ago. He hadn't arrived at Demon Slaying City yet. Could it be that the formless Demon Lord has returned to the Taimao Sect? Is the leader of the Taoist Alliance messing with him? Thousands of thoughts flashed through Luli's mind, but his face was slightly frowned. Without panic or panic, he raised his hands and asked,
Mrs. Musk, what do you mean by this? You don't know how to live or die. How dare you pretend to be stupid in front of me?
Mrs. Musk's expression suddenly changed, and with a flick of her sleeves, a ball of colorful miasma flew straight into Luli's face. In an instant, the strange fragrance hit your nostrils, making you dizzy. Luli's expression turned cold, and he didn't see any movement. Dark demonic energy burst out from his body, covering his whole body. Call! The next moment, the colorful aroma collided with the dark demonic energy, making a barbecue-like sound. White smoke rose, and the extremely fishy and strong smell of rotting corpses spread out. The dark demonic energy was corroded rapidly. Just at this moment, the dark demonic energy suddenly surged and gradually evolved into the 5-color energy, which merged with the original 5-color poisonous energy and was forced away.
Hey! What a pure formless demonic skill. It can even transform my 5 poisons and rotten divine chi.
Witnessing this scene, Mrs. Musk exclaimed in surprise. The Lord Chong on the opposite side immediately frowned.
It's weird. Another way he appears here. And the phaseless magic skill is still the same as pure? This damn monster is really a freak who returned to his mother's house. Weird. Got home. Another way he?
At this time, Luli dispersed the formless demonic energy around his body and asked in shock.
2 true lords. What on earth is going on? 5 days ago, you came back to get a replacement sect token. However, now it seems that one of you, and that way he must be true, and the other false. Or both are false. Interesting. Interesting.
Mrs. Musk stared at Luli with interest. It was like seeing some novel toy. What? Wei He is back? Luli couldn't help but thump. What exactly is going on? Chapter 300 Wei He is really here.
That's unreasonable. Someone imitates my face, and wants to imitate my face.
Luli's eyes turned cold, and he cupped his hands and said,
2 true kings. I would like to ask you to find the fake Wei He and confront me. Or you can directly search for the soul and refine it. Old Ghosting Chong. What do you think?
Mrs. Musk turned to ask.
Humph. I just have nothing to do. You can also play for fun. Then, whoever, go back to the sect and call Wei He over.
Lord Chong ordered with a sinister look on his face.
Yes.
The old man in black who was following Luli accepted the order and flew away.
Wei He, I happen to have some free time. Why don't we play chess together?
At this time, Mrs. Musk smiled charmingly and extended an invitation.
Being respectful is worse than obeying orders.
Luli pondered for a moment and cupped his hands. Afterwards, he sat down at the stone table and looked at the chessboard intently. Boom! In an instant, he seemed to see a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, overwhelmingly pouring in. Countless ferocious demons rushed out of the mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, trying to tear him to pieces. It's an illusion! The image of the 4-headed and 8-armed Buddha flashed across Luli's sea of consciousness,
and he woke up instantly.
Huh?
Lord Chong was surprised, stared at Luli, and said in surprise,
You can actually escape from the illusion of a chess game in just 3 breaths? You have some skills. Over the years, I have been looking for opportunities for you on Ing. Although I have not made any breakthroughs, I have always gained something. My strength has also increased a lot,
Luli said coldly, carefully observing the chessboard. On the board, 2 big dragons are entangled with each other. The black dragon is powerful, and can kill the white dragon at any time. However, the white dragon is dead, but not frozen. There is a position in the upper right corner to respond at any time. It seems that it will not die for a while. There are 2 tribulation eyes in the lower left corner, which is a good place to fight for tribulation. Luli picked up a black jade chess piece and put it into the chessboard. Interesting. When Mrs. Musk saw where Luli landed, she couldn't help but smile charmingly. I didn't expect you to actually know the art of chess. Wait, if you win, how about I sleep with you in the same bed for the night? As expected, she is famous far and wide. The first thing I opened my mouth was rhodium and cesium. Okay, but can I cash it in? I'm a little short of spiritual stones recently. Luli asked coldly. Giggle. Of course. Mrs. Musk laughed so hard that her branches trembled. She picked up a white chess piece, clicked it into the chessboard, and started fighting with Luli. Luli was also unceremonious and immediately made his move. The 2 fought fiercely over these 2 tribulation eyes. It seems that he forgot about the fake Wei. Lord Ing Chong, who was standing by him, had been paying attention to Luli's expression and found that he was really concentrating on playing chess, and couldn't help but be secretly surprised. Could it be that the Wei in front of him is the real Wei? You're going to lose. After about half a cup of tea, Mrs. Musk's lips slightly raised, revealing a proud smile. Is it? Luli mentioned a black piece and was about to move it. But suddenly, his hand stopped in midair, and his brows frowned slightly. His mind started to work extremely fast, calculating the board. At this time, he was practicing the sutra of transforming stars into gods. His soul became stronger and his consciousness spread out, able to cover an area of 100 miles in radius. Calculating a chess game was no problem at all. However, the more we calculate, the more worrying the situation becomes. A red light began to shine before his eyes. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The illusion of millions of demon gods is about to emerge again. It really looks like losing. Give up. You will definitely lose. However, I see that you are good at chess. Come to my cave in a few days, and I will give you some pointers. Mrs. Musk's eyes glowed with a hint of brilliance. The charming water-like appearance seemed to swallow the land carp. But at this moment, lightning flashed in Luli's mind, and a chess game suddenly appeared. It was a chess game between humans and dogs. And dogs and dogs. These were all chess games he had watched when he was extremely bored in his previous life. After pondering for a moment, he made a decision. Landed in another corner. TSK. Men are still like this. Even if they are about to die, they will not admit defeat. Anyway, I will let you lose with peace of mind. Mrs. Musk shook her head, sighed softly, and followed closely. Snap, 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 snap. The 2 made moves like the wind. And within a few moves, the chessboard changed drastically, and black was directly at a disadvantage. The dragon is even more in danger. However, this huge disadvantage only resulted in a few more robbery materials. Boy, do you know how to play? If you don't know how to play, go away. Seeing his great chess game being messed up by Luli, Lord Ichom on the side began to get angry. But that's it. Snapped. Luli picked up a black chess piece and pressed it heavily on the chessboard. Neatly. Then, he took back his hand and said coldly, Mrs. Musk, you lose. Losing? How could I lose? Mrs. Musk snorted softly, rolled up her snow lotus jade arms, picked up the white jade chess piece, and was about to place it. Suddenly, she looked at the chess game, froze for a moment, and frowned. Then, the jade hand was fixed in midair. The whole person fell into deep thinking. The smile on his lips gradually disappeared. The light in his eyes gradually dimmed. The Lord Ichom on the side was also surprised and stared at the chess game with his pupils getting bigger and bigger. Finally, he murmured 4 words. God.hand. There was a bit of irrepressible shock in his voice. Each move in chess, according to different levels, is divided into bad moves, good moves, and divine moves. Ordinary people are mostly bad players, while masters often make clever moves. However, in a chess game, being able to make a magical move that can bring the dead back to life and determine the outcome with one move is enough to make people boast for a lifetime. Ing Chong Jinjuan is indeed a Go enthusiast, and he is naturally envious of this. However, after Luli made the move, he still calmly poured himself a cup of tea and tasted it with a cold face. It seemed like I had done something insignificant. Snap, snap, snap. Mrs. Musk retracted her hand, put down the chess piece, looked at Luli with admiration, clapped her hands and said,
Not bad. Not bad. You are the first golden elixir monk to beat me. With this divine move, I am convinced that I lost. Interesting. Interesting. What a hacking weird thing. This god's hand actually appears in the hands of a golden elixir monk? I haven't even tried it yet.
Lord Inchong stared at Luli in disbelief. After hearing his words, Luli said unceremoniously,
It seems that your chess skills, Xinjuan, need to be improved. What?
When Inchong Xinjuan heard this, he immediately became angry.
Boy, come and fight me for 300 rounds. That's no problem. However, how many spiritual stones does Mrs. Musk have for one night? Can you give me the spiritual stones you just lost first?
Luli turned around and asked coldly. There was no trace of fear in his expression. As soon as these words came out, Xinjuan Inchong and Mrs. Musk looked at each other, and they both had the answer in their hearts. The man in front of him was always calm and composed. He was attentive during the chess game, and he was able to make amazing moves. He even responded unceremoniously to the two of them. He should be the real Wei He without a doubt. If it was fake, he would never be able to be so calm. Just as he was thinking about it, the departing old man in black led a young man in black to fly over and landed outside the pavilion.
Two true lords. Wei He has arrived.
The old man in black cupped his hands and said. Hearing his words, Luli turned around suddenly, and a man who looked exactly like him immediately came into view. It's really Wei He. The mana, like the land carp, is about 50 flower levels.